Chen Mo, traversing the realm of cultivation, has acquired the branching system. Any progeny born of his lineage shall receive the blessings of nurturing. Heavenly grade, spiritual roots, innate dual pupils, exquisite celestial physique, unrivaled supreme bone. Whatever my descendants possess, I shall possess as well. To survive in the merciless world of cultivation, Chen Mo must incessantly expand his lineage. With his family perpetually thriving, he ultimately becomes the foremost cultivation family in history. No one comprehends the extent of his might, until one fateful day, when the dark era descends and the legendary demon appears, even the celestial beings dare not intervene to save humanity. Countless members of the Chen family chant the name of their ancestor. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Mo makes a mere gesture, erasing the fearsome demon with a single flick. At this moment, all realize the terror of the ancestor of the Chen family. Chapter 1. Where to find a fairy with spiritual roots to assist me in my cultivation. On the fringes of the Dongwang continent, Linen City is situated here. Though remote, it thrives due to its proximity to the Hengduan Mountains, relying on the mountains for sustenance, and thus enjoys a measure of wealth. At the heart of Linen City stands an ancient residence sprawling over several thousand acres, known as the Chen Manor. My esteemed father, here are the account books for this month's Jade Foot Impression and Qingyu Tower. I kindly ask for your review. An elderly man with graying hair and a stooped posture respectfully presented a thick stack of account books to the youth at the desk. The youth, named Chen Mo, appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, garbed in a white robe that exuded an ethereal aura. Although their appearances seemed rather peculiar, they were indeed a father-son pair. Chen Mo casually glanced at the account books. There's no need for such formality. Allocate the shares to each branch as per the usual practice, and remember to reserve 10% for the Kaishan sect. Yes, my lord. The elder acquiesced, yet the genuine reverence emanating from him remained unchanged. The youth before him, besides being his father, held a fearsome identity. A cultivator. In this world, the distinction between cultivators and ordinary people is akin to that of heaven and earth. All cultivators strive to sever their ties to the mundane, retreat from the world, and dedicate themselves solely to the pursuit of the path to immortality. Only his own father actively engaged in the world, not only founding the Chen family, but also taking the expansion of the family to its zenith. In a mere span of 80 years, the Chen family has transformed from nothing into the most prominent family in Linen City. The methods employed by his father are nothing short of inscrutable. Not to mention the Yuzu Yin Xiang, which is utterly astonishing. One cannot fathom how his father conceived such an idea. Guests need only spend a modest sum of silver to enjoy unparalleled service from exquisite young ladies, with an unlimited supply of delicacies prepared by high-priced chefs, ensuring that every detail is perfected, naturally leading to thriving business. Furthermore, one cannot overlook Qingyu Lo, where the variety is so abundant that merely contemplating it induces a blush. Of course, the one perplexing aspect is perhaps his father's seemingly fervent interest in taking concubines. This is one of the primary reasons for the rapid development of the Chen family. Fortunately, his father treats each concubine with utmost care, with everyone being married into the Chen family in grand fashion, receiving generous provisions that would be considered lavish in other families. This has made many young maidens in Linen City swoon, but Chen Mo's discerning eye only favors beauty. Otherwise, the Chen residents would have long been besieged by matchmakers. After deliberating on some trifles, the elder respectfully withdrew. Only Chen Mo remained in the room when suddenly a knock resonated, and a young woman in court attire entered slowly, holding a bowl of freshly prepared oyster and tiger whip soup. "My dear, it's quite late. Please have some soup to nourish yourself and rest well." Half an hour later, Chen Mo gazed at the young woman peacefully slumbering on the bed, ensuring the quilt was properly tucked before approaching the window. His fingertips clutched a cylindrical object rolled from paper, faint flickers of light dancing at its tip. He gently exhaled, releasing a circular smoke ring that drifted out the window. A post-event smoke surpasses even the divine. Regrettably, the flavor pales in comparison to tobacco. One can only say the conditions are limited and make do. Watching the smoke ring dissipate, Chen Mo softly summoned in his mind a tribute panel. Branching attribute panel. Host, Chen Mo. Spiritual root. Mixed. Physique. Mortal body. Cultivation level. Qi training 5th layer. Cultivation method. Qi Ling Jue. Yellow grade. Lower tier. Magic techniques. None available. Remaining cultivation experience. 0. Current progeny. 1386. Indeed, Chen Mo is not a native of this world. He was transported here from launching by a dump truck. I recall that when I first traversed into this realm, I was but a child encountering famine. Fortunately, my sweet tongue and clever demeanor garnered the attention of a minor sect, the Kaoshan sect, which took me under its wing. Upon discovering that this world was inhabited by cultivators and that I possessed a spiritual root, Chen Mo was overwhelmed with excitement. Alas, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. The good news is that I possess a spiritual root. The bad news is that my spiritual root is of the lowest quality. Despite Chen Mo's relentless efforts in cultivation, he could only reach the first level of Qi refinement. Fortunately, at the age of 18, he acquired the branching and flourishing system. For every child he begets, he receives corresponding benefits in return. Moreover, his descendants are equally effective, albeit with diminishing returns. For instance, even if his sons and daughters lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate, he can still gain a century of lifespan from them. In contrast, his grandchildren would yield only 50 years of lifespan. The further down the lineage, the more pronounced the decline. Furthermore, the benefits extend beyond mere lifespan. They encompass cultivation levels, spiritual roots, physique, and more. Anything possessed by his descendants can be concurrently bestowed upon him. This is precisely why Chen Mo is so determined to take concubines. Upon awakening this golden finger, Chen Mo's immediate reaction was to engage in nocturnal discussions with the senior and junior sisters within the sect, yet reality proved to be cruel. With only the first level of Qi refinement to his name, even if they were to consider forming a partnership, there would be far superior candidates available. With no other choice, he opted for a roundabout approach, leaving the Kaoshan sect to immerse himself in the mortal realm. Fortunately, drawing upon his previous life's experiences, the emergence of industries such as Yuzu Inyang was akin to a dimensional blow to this society. Coupled with the Qingyu Tower he meticulously crafted based on his extensive viewing experiences, it became utterly irresistible. Initially, there were those who sought to provoke him. However, when Chen Mo brandished the Kaoshan sect's token and revealed his identity as a cultivator, they could only retreat in disgrace. Wealth can indeed transcend the divine. After Chen Mo acquired substantial wealth, coupled with his handsome visage and the esteemed identity of an immortal cultivator, it was only natural that a multitude of female admirers sought to join the Chen family. However, these were mere mortals, and Chen Mo selected several captivating young women to be his concubines. He steadfastly upheld the principle of bearing twins for 3 years. As of now, the Chen family has amassed a total of 1,386 members, which includes Chen Mo's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. The foremost ancestral decree of the Chen family is to procreate whenever possible. Regrettably, despite such a vast population, not a single descendant possessing spiritual roots has emerged, and Chen Mo's own spiritual root remains at the level of inferior quality. This is, however, to be expected, as the likelihood of possessing spiritual roots is exceedingly rare. Only when both parents possess spiritual roots does the probability of birthing a descendant with spiritual roots increase, albeit slightly. Yet, relying solely on his inferior spiritual root has rendered his cultivation progress agonizingly slow, to the extent that the rewards provided by the system amount to nearly 300 years of cultivation time. In essence, without the system, it would take him 300 years to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement relying solely on his inferior spiritual root. But in reality, the lifespan of a typical cultivator in the Qi refinement stage is merely 200 years. If he were to adhere to such a pace, the situation would be dire. Chen Mo is quite troubled. Where can he find a fairy with spiritual roots to assist him in his cultivation? If no fairy is available, a spirit would suffice. Chapter 2. Accumulating 1,500 descendants, rewarding the technique of Qing Feng's sword art. As dawn broke, the Chen residence buzzed with excitement once more. Bright red lanterns hung high, and freshly inscribed characters of joy adorned every door. The kitchen was abuzz with activity as exquisite dishes emerged from the hands of skilled chefs. Today was yet another day for the patriarch of the Chen family to take a concubine, and every customary formality must be observed, with a sumptuous feast to accompany the occasion. Though the hour was early, many esteemed guests, having received invitations, arrived at the Chen estate in advance. Their intentions were quite straightforward: to present their unmarried daughters before Chen Mo, hoping for a favorable glance. Even if the first impression was not promising, familiarity might yield opportunities. After all, being noticed by the patriarch of the Chen family, a practitioner of the mystical arts, was akin to a blessing earned over several lifetimes. A rotund man, adorned in merchant's attire, whispered to his daughter, "Remember to be proactive. The patriarch prefers those who are not overly reserved." Such scenes were not uncommon. "Yao Yao, later you must toast to the immortal Chen. If he takes a liking to you, our family will have aligned with a grand tree." A group of young ladies, yet to be married, nodded shyly in agreement. While they were somewhat informed of Chen Mo's circumstances, the prospect of meeting a potential lifelong partner inevitably stirred nerves. What if he were dreadfully unattractive? Moreover, having already been referred to as an elder, he must be at least a century old. And marrying such an aged man could mean leading a life of solitude. After a period of anxious waiting, the jubilant sounds of trumpets heralded the arrival of the groom, Chen Mo, who emerged from the inner hall, resplendent in a scarlet robe. His appearance captivated the attention of all the ladies, their breaths quickening. The image of Chen Mo bore no resemblance to the elderly figure they had imagined. Rather, he was a vibrant youth, with striking features, his brows like swords, eyes sparkling, and a sculpted visage that radiated extraordinary charm, further accentuated by the brilliance of his red attire. In that fleeting moment, his image was forever etched in their hearts. And without needing reminders from their families, several bold young women approached Chen Mo, presenting neatly folded handkerchiefs. "Master Chen, here is my family's address. You are most welcome to visit." "Sir, here is my address. My window will be open tonight." Chen Mo graciously accepted the handkerchiefs, each infused with a delicate fragrance, whether from cosmetics or the natural scent of the young women. While these ladies were indeed pleasing to the eye, they lacked the spark that ignited passion. Setting the handkerchiefs aside, Chen Mo took his place at the head table, awaiting the entrance of the bride. Soon, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. The bride was arriving, dressed in a phoenix crown and a flowing gown. Huani, her face veiled in red, approached Chen Mo, guided by her father. "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the ancestors. Bow to each other. Enter the bridal chamber." Under the officiant's skilled direction, the wedding rites were swiftly completed. The bridal chamber, meticulously designed by Chen Mo, featured dragon and phoenix motifs even on the candlesticks. As the bride settled on the nuptial bed, she clutched a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks. Chen Mo gently lifted her veil, revealing her delicate features, an exquisite nose, eyes brimming with tenderness, and long eyelashes fluttering, betraying her inner turmoil. Perhaps feeling Chen Mo's gaze linger, Huani shyly lowered her head. "Do not be shy. Allow me a good look," Chen Mo said, lifting her chin gently with his finger. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she murmured, "Master." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "What do you call me?" "Hubby," Huani replied, her face growing even warmer. A smile danced on Chen Mo's lips as he waved his hand, and the dragon and phoenix candles extinguished themselves without wind. In the enveloping darkness, his voice resonated, "Do not fear. Relax and entrust everything to me." 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Huani, her complexion radiant, approached with a plate of peanuts. Thanks to Chen Mo's diligent nurturing, her youthful innocence had gradually faded, and she appeared rejuvenated. Gently peeling a peanut, she offered it to Chen Mo, blushingly stating, "Husband, I think I am with child." "Really?" Chen Mo exclaimed with joy, embracing Huani and showering her with kisses. With the pregnancy, Huani enjoyed even greater privileges, receiving specially prepared meals daily, and her belly grew steadily. Soon, the time for her delivery arrived, and Chen Mo remained by her side throughout. Finally, they welcomed their first child into the world, who, as anticipated, bore no spiritual root. Although this was expected, a trace of disappointment flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Nevertheless, he devoted himself to caring for Huani. Regardless of their child's fate, Huani, as his formerly wed concubine, deserved a life of wealth and comfort, a promise Chen Mo made as a man. A year later, the seeds sown earlier finally bore fruit. Almost every few days, a robust baby would arrive, crying as the midwives brought them forth. The midwives at the Chen residence worked in shifts, content with the arrangement that included meals and lodging. Listening to the sounds of wailing from the chambers, Chen Mo suddenly heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations! Host has accumulated 1,500 descendants, receiving the reward of the Qingfeng sword art and 100 years of cultivation experience. Profound and intricate sword techniques flooded Chen Mo's mind, and he immediately grasped the extraordinary nature of this sword art. In the realm of cultivation, a practitioner's strength could often be gauged by the techniques they mastered. Techniques primarily serve to enhance one's own cultivation, while top-tier techniques might possess inherent offensive capabilities. Such privileges were far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The sword art was a method of channeling one's spiritual energy in a unique manner to unleash attacks or defenses. The Qingfeng sword art was a treasured manuscript left by the ancient Yuanian cultivator Qingfeng, categorized as a lower-grade mystical offensive technique, long thought to be lost. Such a technique, had it not been lost, would only be accessible to the core leaders of minor sections. To his surprise, Chen Mo had obtained it so effortlessly. He summoned his attribute panel. Branching out attribute panel, host, Chen Mo, spiritual root, mixed, physique, mortal body, cultivation, qi refining fifth layer, technique, Qiling Ju, yellow grade lower, sword art, Qingfeng sword art, mystical grade lower, current proficiency, initial insight, remaining cultivation experience, 100 years, chapter 3, little one, come here for a hug, gazing at the newly acquired 100 years of cultivation experience. Chen Mo unhesitatingly invested it into the Qingfeng sword art. In Chen Mo's mind, a vivid memory suddenly emerged, depicting himself diligently practicing the Qingfeng sword technique, forsaking all distractions. Various insights began to surge forth from his heart. In an instant, the proficiency displayed on Chen Mo's interface underwent a transformation. Qingfeng sword technique, Xian level, lower grade. Current proficiency, minor accomplishment. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Proficiency in magical techniques is generally categorized as initial insight, skillful mastery, minor accomplishment, pinnacle achievement, transcendent mastery, and return to innocence. To his surprise, after merely a century of arduous training, he had ascended to this level. It seemed that despite his somewhat inferior spiritual roots, his talent in swordsmanship was commendable. Chen Mo had his reasons for dedicating all his hard-won experience to the Qingfeng sword technique. Among his thousands of descendants, a portion were grandchildren and even great-grandchildren, leading to diminished returns. Yet even so, his lifespan had already surpassed a millennium. If he allocated all 100 points of hard-earned experience to his cultivation, the limitations imposed by his spiritual roots might not yield significant improvement. Instead, enhancing the combat prowess of the Qingfeng sword technique appeared to be a more prudent course of action. A gentle breeze wafted by, and Chen Mo delicately plucked a fallen leaf. As his spiritual energy coursed through him, the leaf transformed into an unparalleled sword. He casually tossed it to the ground, where it effortlessly sheared off 3 inches of earth, exposing the yellowed soil beneath. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, somewhat satisfied with the might of the Qingfeng sword technique. With a suitable magical artifact, he could indeed possess considerable combat strength among those of his rank. However, the technique's power, while formidable, consumed excessive spiritual energy. Should he exert himself fully, he might manage only a single strike. Ultimately, his cultivation was too weak, resting at merely the 5th level of qi refinement, rendering him akin to a cutting-edge graphics card paired with an antiquated computer, utterly incapable of bearing the load. Chen Mo commanded his servants to tidy up the disordered ground in the courtyard before entering the birthing chamber to attend to his newly acquired concubine. Not far from Linen City, a spiritual vessel glided gracefully through the Hungduan Mountains, making its way toward the Chen residence. On board was a woman clad in a flowing white palace gown, with a tear mole adorning the outer corner of her right eye. Her hair danced wildly in the wind as she leaned against the edge of the vessel, her left hand propping up her chin while her right held an oft-revisited book, inscribed with 6 prominent characters, the tale of the mermaid. Yet, she was not reading. Instead, she gazed absently toward the location of Linen City. her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Chen Xixiang, I never imagined our last parting was 80 years ago. After all these years, I wonder if you're still here. The woman, named Su Su, was a junior disciple of the Silver Sword Peak of the Kaishan sect, which had only 2 disciples, herself and Chen Mo. At the tender age of 11, she had been oblivious to the world beyond her training, with her master preoccupied with cultivation, leaving only her senior brother to care for her. Su Su couldn't help but reminisce about the moment when her senior brother decided to descend the mountain and engage with the world. Wu, Chen Xixiang, are you truly leaving? If you go, who will tell me the story of the mermaid? Do not cry, little one. I have written down the story. In the future, Su Su must listen to her master and strive diligently in her cultivation. Once I achieve great success in the outside world, I shall return to see you. No more tears, no more tears. Come here, little one. Let me embrace you. The memory of her senior brother's warm embrace lingered in her mind. Reflecting on this, Su Su instinctively touched the book left behind by Chen Mo. 80 years had passed, and during this time, she had longed to visit him. But her master had forbidden her, stating that he had been too exposed to worldly matters, causing his heart to waver. Thus, she must focus solely on her cultivation. Through her diligent efforts, she had finally reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet her spiritual root was merely average at the 8th grade, making the prospect of foundation establishment seem somewhat extravagant. It appeared her master had finally relented, no longer imposing restrictions upon her. Yet after all this time, how was Chen Xixiang faring? She had heard he established a mortal family and was likely overwhelmed with responsibilities, perhaps even lacking time for rest. Her master had mentioned that life outside the sect was arduous, leaving her to wonder how Chen Xixiang had fared over these 80 years. With a heart full of complex emotions, the spiritual vessel finally arrived above Linen City, where the Chen family awaited her arrival. Leading the welcoming party was Chen Xingnan, Chen Mo's eldest son, who was now 60 years old. Chen Xingnan bowed respectfully, addressing Su Su. We welcome your esteemed presence, fairy. Here are the resources we have prepared for this year, already exchanged for spiritual stones. Please have a look. Su Su scanned her surroundings, but did not see Chen Mo. Her heart sinking slightly. Where is Chen Xixiang? Where is he? Chen Xingnan's brow furrowed. Traditionally, visitors from the Kaishan sect would simply collect their spiritual stones and depart, never lingering. He anticipated that this fairy would inquire about his father. My father is currently unavailable. May I inquire if the fairy has business with him? Su Su's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Chen Xixiang is your father? Indeed, if you have matters to discuss with my father, I can convey your message. Su Su nodded, observing the gathered crowd and noting the familiar features that seemed to echo Chen Xixiang's visage. 80 years had passed, and that spirited youth had become a husband? Instinctively, she wished to probe with her spiritual sense for Chen Xixiang's whereabouts, but hesitated, considering this was his domain, and ultimately refrained. The Chen family members escorted Su Su to a designated reception hall, where they awaited Chen Mo's arrival. Moments later, footsteps, aqua. And as Su Su looked up, her gaze met Chen Mo's, who had just entered the inner hall. Her heart skipped a beat. Clad in white, Chen Mo resembled a piece of polished jade. Even in haste, he retained an air of grace. In that moment, the current Chen Mo overlapped with her memories of her senior brother. Epan recognizing Su Su, Chen Mo initially froze, but quickly recalled her by the tear mole at the corner of her left eye. Su Su rose, clutching the well-worn copy of the tale of the mermaid tightly, and softly inquired, Chen Xixiang, do you remember me? A smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he opened his arms, saying, Of course I remember you, little one. Come here. Let me embrace you. As Su Su rushed into his embrace, a smile blossomed on her face, and Chen Mo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had not anticipated that the little one from back then had grown so much. Chapter 4. To have a concubine such as this. What more could a husband desire? The Chen family's members, who had been in the reception hall, exchanged knowing glances before quietly exiting the room. After their embrace, Su Su realized her actions might have been a bit forward, and she released him, attempting to straighten her attire, only to find a pair of large hands assisting her in fixing her tousled hair, reminiscent of her childhood. A gentle wave of happiness surged within Su Su, and curiosity compelled her to extend her spiritual sense to gauge her senior brother's current cultivation level. Upon discerning the truth, her jaw dropped in astonishment. as if she could fit a duck egg in her mouth. Chen Xixiang, you've already reached the 5th level of qi refinement? Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Su Su's eyes brimmed with disbelief. She was well aware that Chen Xixiang possessed merely a mixed spirit root. It had taken him a considerable amount of time to reach the 1st level of qi refinement, while she, with her 8th grade spirit root aptitude, had devoted years to her cultivation and had only just reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Had she been mistaken? Upon first encountering Chen Mo's descendants, her initial reaction was that Chen Xixiang had succumbed to the allure of beauty, neglecting his cultivation. Little did she expect that after leaving Kaoshan's sect, he had redoubled his efforts in his practice. In addition to enhancing his own cultivation, he had managed to nurture such an extensive family. To elevate from a mere mixed spirit root to the 5th level of qi refinement in a span of 80 years, how much effort must he have expended? Countless nights, when she had rested, he had tirelessly labored. He had continually pushed his limits in pursuit of progress. The grievances she initially harbored dissipated, replaced by a flicker of admiration for her senior. Chen Mo smiled and inquired, "Are you in a hurry to return this time? If not, why not stay and enjoy a few days before departing?" Susunadi Dernistri. It was a rare opportunity to venture out. She intended to savor her time before heading back. Chen Mo promptly summoned someone to prepare a resting place for Su Su, along with spirit stones for her cultivation. As she gazed at the opulent decor of the room and the abundance of spirit stones, awe once again filled her eyes. During her time at Kaoshan's sect, she had only received 10 low-grade spirit stones each month. Yet here, Chen Xixiang had readily presented her with 20 low-grade spirit stones, merely for a single day as consumption. Would more be delivered tomorrow? Su Su was bewildered, pointing at the pile of spirit stones and muttering, "Xixiang, these spirit stones." Chen Mo furrowed his brow, mistakenly believing Su Su disdained the quality of the stones. He sighed and said, "There is nothing to be done. Although I've earned a modest fortune, it is still worldly wealth, and acquiring low-grade spirit stones is no small feat. Please bear with it for a while." Fearful of being misunderstood. No, I meant there are too many spirit stones. I only received 10 low-grade spirit stones in a month at the sect. Then feel free to absorb them without hesitation. Since you are in Xixiang's domain, you should enjoy yourself, Chen Mo chuckled, as Su Su navigated the celestial vessel. Expending considerable spirit energy, Chen Mo refrained from further interruption and exited the room. It was a rare occasion to reunite with an old acquaintance, and Chen Mo was in high spirits. By chance, he encountered Huani, who was cradling a child. Chen Mo approached and playfully engaged with the child. Huani, intrigued, suddenly asked, "Husband, I heard that a fairy has arrived at our Chen residence. I wonder if you have any intentions regarding this?" Huani had long grown accustomed to her husband's penchant for taking concubines, and rumors had circulated that the ancestral patriarch of the Chen family was soon to marry a fairy. Chen Montauk momentarily paused, having been too joyous at the reunion to consider this matter. He had known Su Su for a long time and held a particular fondness for her. But when he had first acquired the system, Su Su had been too young for any such thoughts. If he could truly be with Su Su, perhaps the issue of his descendants lacking spirit roots could be resolved. Yet, as her senior who had watched her grow, it felt peculiar to broach such topics. Perhaps this was what they termed being too familiar, making it difficult to proceed. Huani noticed Chen Mo's hesitation and giggled, covering her mouth. "This is simple. Such matters are best left to develop naturally." "Oh, Wani, do you have any insights?" Huani playfully winked. "Just leave this to me. Tonight you should focus on your cultivation in the courtyard." Chen Mo, taken aback by Huani's demeanor, chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. "If I were to be with her, you wouldn't be jealous, would you?" Huani feigned annoyance. "Humph, if I were to be jealous, I would have long been consumed by envy with how many concubines you have taken." She then shifted her tone. "I merely pity you, husband. You must cultivate and manage our large family. If a fairy sister could accompany you on your cultivation journey, that would be wonderful. What more could one desire?" Before Chen Mo could feel touched, Huani added, "Moreover, if it comes to fruition, I could boast of having a fairy sister when I go out." Chen Mo fell silent. Noticing his prolonged inaction, Huani quickly urged, "All right, off you go. It's inconvenient for you to linger here. Remember, don't forget to cultivate in the courtyard tonight." Chen Mo was hurried away by Huani. After handing the child to a nearby servant, "E presididor susuese cortes." As night fell, The sky resembled a dark canvas adorned with twinkling stars. Huani and a group of her companions, having just returned from outside, animatedly pulled Su Su along. Su Su held a skewer of candied hawthorn in one hand and a cotton candy in the other, her face radiant with joy. The concubines of Chen Shixiang were exceptionally harmonious, each treating her with kindness, and they had spent the afternoon introducing her to the customs of Lin City. Moreover, Su Su learned from them just how arduous Chen Shixiang's journey had been over the past 80 years. In their accounts, Chen Shixiang toiled night after night, racking his brain to secure the Chen family's standing in this world. His cultivation was relentless, often sacrificing sleep, all to enhance his strength and provide a better life for this large family. Furthermore, Chen Shixiang treated each of them exceedingly well, ensuring they lacked for nothing in terms of food and clothing, and even their monthly allowances were more than sufficient. Reflecting on the numerous spirit stones Chen Shixiang had given her during the day, Su Su found herself increasingly convinced. Just as they entered the Chen residence, Huani suddenly suggested, "Why don't we see what my husband is up to? If he is cultivating, we can observe from a distance without disturbing him." Su Su felt a stir of curiosity. She was eager to witness how Chen Shixiang typically practiced. The group of women set off without hesitation, heading straight for Chen Mo's abode. In the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, Chen Mo recalled Huani's words. Feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, he suddenly felt inspired. A flash of light from the ring on his hand summoned a wooden sword into his grasp. In that moment, the sword seemed to vanish, replaced by swirling gusts of wind that accompanied him. Yet upon closer inspection, each strand of wind was akin to the sword in his hand. Countless blades, formed from the breeze, encircled Chen Mo, moving in harmony with his thoughts. It could be said that he could strike down foes from 10 miles away without them ever perceiving it. As Huani and the others approached, they were captivated by this scene, momentarily entranced. The young man in white, wielding his sword with abandon, was a sight to behold. While they could not comprehend Chen Mo's current prowess, they felt an innate connection between him and the surrounding environment. It was seamless and natural, as if he belonged there entirely. No one spoke, and Su Su stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment, and she instinctively gasped for air, her chest rising and falling irregularly. Was that Sir Energy? Only those cultivators who have reached the Tianpin Foundation establishment stage may possibly possess sword qi, although the sword qi emanating from senior brother Chen is exceedingly faint. Su Su is entirely convinced she is not heired. My senior brother possesses merely a mixed-grade spiritual root, yet his talent in the sword path is extraordinary. Chen Montak, in the courtyard, has completely forgotten tonight's arrangements, his eyes solely fixated on the sword in his hand, surrounded by a gentle breeze. The techniques recorded in the Qingfeng sword art continuously morph in Chen Mo's hands. Each stroke appears silent and subtle, akin to a gentle breeze brushing by. Yet the stones beneath the sword's tip silently fissure, turning to dust. Observing senior brother Chen's graceful swordplay, Su Su suddenly realizes that a seed in her heart seems to have sprouted. This seed was planted long ago. As a child, it is all too easy to develop fond feelings for an elder brother. Yet after prolonged separation, Su Su had concealed this seed. Following the encouragement from the other girls this afternoon, the seed has begun to stir. Coupled with the sight of senior brother Chen practicing his sword, it serves as the final impetus for the seed's germination. The girls outside the courtyard are captivated, until Chen Mo finally retracts his wooden sword and cannot help but exclaim, "What a thrill! Truly exhilarating." Applause suddenly erupts from the girls outside. Only then does Chen Mo recall his responsibilities, instinctively glancing towards Su Su. Their eyes meet. It feels as though everything has been said, yet nothing has been articulated. Huani winks at Chen Mo from the side, swiftly leading the other sisters away, leaving this space for Chen Mo and Su Su. Su Su, feeling nervous, does not know where to place her hands. As Chen Mo quietly takes her small hand and softly confesses, "Little junior sister, I like you." "And you?" Su Su lowers her head, her voice barely audible. "I also like senior brother Chen, but you have so many concubines." Without hesitation, Chen Mo replies, "If you are willing, I can grant you the status of the principal wife. I will cherish you in this life and the next. Whatever you desire, even the stars from the heavens, I will procure for you." For Su Su, Chen Mo has always harbored a special sentiment. His offer of the status of principal wife is not a mere ploy to entice her into marriage, but a heartfelt promise. I do not want the stars. I want you. After a brief respite, the kitchen of the Chen residence is once again bustling with urgency. Hurry, hurry. Get up and prepare the dishes. The drowsy cook murmurs, huh? Is the ancestor taking in another concubine again? It's not a concubine this time. It's a principal wife. And she is a celestial being. The cook, now fully awake, quickly comes to attention. Despite the late hour, the Chen residence is filled with excitement. As everyone hastens to prepare, all aglow with joy, the news of the ancestor of the Chen family about to marry a celestial being spreads swiftly. More guests are expected at the wedding banquet. Though the notice is sudden, given the ancestor's habit of taking concubines, various powerful families have prepared their gifts in advance. They are all extremely curious, for this is a wedding between two cultivators, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. The city lord's mansion sends a pair of 1,000-year-old corals. The Sun family of cultivators presents 3 spiritual energy pills. The 8th prince's mansion offers a pair of golden-laid, white jade bracelets. Wishing the ancestor of the Chen family longevity and further advancement in cultivation. Those who appear at the wedding banquet of the ancestor are either wealthy or noble, and thus they perceive an unusual atmosphere. Many whisper among themselves, the 8th prince's mansion? Has that 8th prince come to present a gift? Is he trying to ally with the Chen family? Unclear. Best to steer clear of royal affairs. TSK. That 8th prince might not have given up yet. Upon hearing that the 8th prince's mansion has also sent a gift, Chen Mo smiles slightly, unfazed. With the rapid expansion of the Chen family's enterprises, it is only natural to attract the attention of the royal family. However, Chen Mo has no interest in becoming embroiled in such conflicts. He is too busy attending to his beloved wife at home. Moreover, today marks his joyous occasion, and even if the celestial sovereign were to arrive, they would have to take a back seat. Dressed in a new, custom-made crimson robe, Chen Mo steps into view. This wedding attire is markedly different from that worn during the concubine ceremony, adorned with a line of gold thread that enhances its opulence. All luxurious bridal sedanchoir, carried by 16 bearers, arrives to escort Su. Both are clad in red, standing before the wedding hall. Chen Mo raises his hand, and a jade rui materializes, gently lifting Su's red veil. Instantly, he draws the envious gazes of the men present. As a cultivator, Su inherently exudes an ethereal charm. Though she has applied no cosmetics, her natural beauty is further accentuated. Particularly, the tear mole at the left corner of her eye evokes a sense of tenderness. Many women, who accompanied their lords, initially felt competitive, believing their beauty unmatched, but now they lower their heads in humility. As they gaze at the couple in the wedding hall, everyone cannot help but marvel inwardly. Truly, they are a match made in heaven. The officiant, in high spirits, begins the ceremony. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to one another. Enter the bridal chamber. Amidst the crowd's jubilation, Chen Mo leads Su back to the meticulously prepared bridal chamber. This chamber, constructed with walls coated in pepper and clay, fills the room with a distinctive fragrance. A custom of Linen City, symbolizing abundance and fortune. Gazing upon Su, Chen Mo feels his heart swell. He extinguishes the celebratory candles. A night of sleeplessness ensues. Chapter 6. Husband, it seems I am a child. In the following month, Su scarcely leaves the bed. Even her cultivation is conducted while lying down. Soon, joyous news arrives. Husband, it seems I am a child. As a cultivator, Su can perceive within her body, having already detected a small life blossoming within her womb. Chen Mo is elated, showering Su with care and attention. 10 months later, a baby boy arrives into the world. Before Chen Mo can ascertain whether the child possesses a spiritual root, the system's voice resonates first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for birthing the first offspring with a spiritual root, unlocking the new function of the 4 methods of cultivation. Reward: a century of arduous cultivation experience. Awarded: an 8th grade spiritual root, elevating the host's spiritual root level to 8th grade. Chen Mo is momentarily stunned, then bursts into joy. An 8th grade spiritual root. This child perfectly inherits Su's spiritual root. However, what exactly are the 4 methods of cultivation? Chen Mo remains somewhat unclear. The attributes panel appears. Attribute panel. Host. Chen Mo. Spiritual root. Grade 8. Physique. Mortal body. Cultivation. Qi refining 5th layer. Technique. Qi Ling Ju. Yellow grade. Low tier. Magic art. Qing Feng sword art. Mystical grade. Low tier. Current proficiency. Moderately accomplished. 4 methods of cultivation. Refining tools. Alchemy. Talismans. Array formation. Years of hard practice. 100. Aside from the alteration in his spiritual root quality, Chen Mo noticed the addition of the 4 methods of cultivation in the panel. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for these methods are invaluable treasures. Each of them, when diligently mastered, could yield immense profits in spiritual stones. What allowed Chen Mo to thrive in this mundane world? Beyond his striking appearance, it was his ability to amass considerable wealth. Spiritual stones are, after all, the currency of cultivators. As long as he could accumulate a substantial amount of spiritual stones, enhancing his spiritual root would become a mere formality. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo allocated all his years of arduous experience into alchemy. The returns from the field of elixirs have always been significant. More crucially, both Linen City and the Kaoshan sect are situated near the Hengduan Mountains. If he were to collaborate with the Kaoshan sect to sell elixirs, a steady influx of spiritual stones would be assured. Insights into alchemy flooded Chen Mo's mind as memories of his century-long, unyielding dedication to the craft surged forth. This recollection was exceedingly precious. Had a typical cultivator spent 100 years researching elixirs, the experience gained would be considerably less due to the inevitable disruptions and suboptimal states during the process. However, the system's reward of hard practice experience was devoid of such distractions. Each lesson learned was the optimal choice, resulting in superior outcomes compared to those who had labored for centuries. The intricate procedures were mentally rehearsed countless times. Moments later, Chen Mo shook his head. He had completely absorbed the composition and interactions of various elixirs and medicinal herbs, a knowledge that he would never forget. Moreover, his mind was filled with a comprehensive list of elixir formulas, encompassing all elixirs suitable for the qi refining stage, such as the spirit energy pill, which aids qi refinement, the Yulu pill for healing, and the Baigu pill, along with detailed descriptions of each. Before Chen Mo could ponder further, the call of Su Su echoed from within the door. "Husband, you have arrived." Observing Su Su, drenched in sweat, Chen Mo cradled their child in one arm while gently wiping her perspiration with a cloth in the other. "Our child," he reassured her, "is perfectly fine, a robust boy with grade 8 spiritual roots, and he resembles you." A sigh of relief escaped Su Su, followed by a hint of anxiety as she said, "Husband, let us return to see Master." I hesitated before out of fear that Master would not allow me to descend the mountain again. Now that we have a child, Master will surely understand. "Very well, as you wish. But what if Master refuses and wishes to keep me at Jian Peak?" She wouldn't dare. Half a month later, at the Kaoshan sect's Jian Peak, atop the towering summit stood 3 modest wooden cottages. In the central one, Chen Mo and Su Su sat obediently on either side, while a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, stood before them. A yellow wooden hairpin adorned her coiled hair, and a deep neckline accentuated her poise. Time had not diminished her grace, making her appear like a perfectly ripened peach. She was sure Fei Shuang, the peak master of Jian Peak. However, her usually amiable demeanor was replaced by a frosty expression, filling the room with a palpable tension. Chen Mo dared not breathe as he stole a glance at his master. She had saved him from starvation when he first arrived in this world, inadvertently taking him as her disciple. She had only 2 disciples in her life. Both had mediocre spiritual roots, his being subpar, while Su Su's was grade 8, a descendant of an esteemed lineage. Despite their lackluster qualifications, she had never treated Chen Mo and his senior brother unfairly. The last time he had seen her this displeased was when he expressed his desire to descend the mountain. In the midst of silence, Fei Shuang suddenly sighed. "I have long noticed Su Su's affections for you. The reason I initially prevented her from leaving the mountain was to quell such thoughts. Since you have now wed, you must treat her well." Both Chen Mo and Su Su were overjoyed, rising respectfully to say, "Thank you for your blessing, Master." Watching her 2 disciples express their gratitude filled Fei Shuang with a sense of discomfort, akin to witnessing her cherished pig uproot her precious cabbage. "Bring the child to me," I have heard he possesses grade 8 spiritual roots. Su promptly presented their infant to Shi Fei Shuang. Gazing at the chubby baby in her arms, Shi Fei Shuang's stern expression softened instantly. He has Su's eyes and your nose. When he grows a bit more, he can come to Kaoshan Sect for me to personally teach him the ways of cultivation. You too, I hold no hopes for you. The future rests on him. Chen Mo cast a sympathetic glance at his son. How unfortunate. He is already destined for a life of arduous cultivation right after birth. What is his name? Chen Montauk replied, Chen Changsheng. Shi Fei Shuang chuckled, playfully teasing the chubby boy. Changsheng, a fine name. Strive for longevity. And do not follow in your father's footsteps, dabbling in trivial matters. With that, she shot a glare at Chen Mo, who felt a twinge of embarrassment yet was touched. It seemed that even after his departure from the Kaoshan sect, his master still kept an eye on him. Afterward, Shi Fei Shuang retrieved a delicately crafted longevity pendant from her spatial ring and placed it around Changsheng's neck. This pendant was extraordinary, infused with powerful energy. Crafted by Golden Core Cultivator, ensuring Changsheng's safety. After a few lighthearted exchanges, Chen Mo learned that the Kaoshan sect was facing significant difficulties. Their previously mined spiritual veins were showing signs of depletion, and they were urgently seeking alternative methods to generate spiritual stones. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Mo. Tapter Septini Gunsia, a genius with grade 6 spiritual roots. Moreover, the Kaoshan sect was not only grappling with the issue of spiritual veins. The former sect leader, Bai Mei Dao Run, had passed away, leaving the new leader with merely the cultivation of the early Yuanying stage. Being new to the position and now confronting such a colossal mess, it was understandable that he was overwhelmed. Chen Mo felt a surge of motivation. Given the current circumstances of the Kaoshan sect, the likelihood of collaborating with them had significantly increased. However, this was contingent upon his ability to produce competitive elixirs. With this in mind, Chen Mo inquired, I recall there used to be a pill peak with numerous alchemical furnaces and medicinal herbs available for disciples. I wonder if it is still accessible? Ever since the demise of the pill peak's master, it has gradually been neglected. There may be little left in terms of herbs. Why? Do you wish to attempt alchemy? Chen Mo nodded with a smile. I am aware of my limitations, but am eager to give it a try. Shi Fei Shuang furrowed her brow and produced a token. If you wish to try, then go ahead and take my token. Otherwise, resources may not be available for your alchemical endeavors. The medallion exudes a silvery sheen, adorned with the two characters Injian, Susurros, Igar to accompany, Chen Mo. But he gently restrained her. With a soft caress of her abdomen, Chen Mo smiled. You should rest well now. Stay here and keep master company. Embarrassed, Su glanced at her master and nodded. Shi Fei's expression was peculiar. Had she just given birth a month ago and was already? Although cultivators possess different physiques compared to ordinary individuals, this was rather excessive. After departing from Yingjian Peak, Chen Mo made his way toward Ling Yao Peak. Soon, he arrived at its vicinity, only to find that Ling Yao Peak had evidently been neglected for an extended period, overrun with sprawling vines and wild grass. The previously cultivated medicinal herbs lay withered. Were it not for his presence within the confines of Shan Mountain Sect, Chen Mo might have mistaken it for a desolate hill. However, he could still faintly sense the formation laid within the mountain. Fortunately, with the medallion bestowed by his master, it was akin to having the peak's lord present, allowing him to pass through the formations without hindrance. Even so, ascending Ling Yao Peak proved to be quite a challenge. Gazing up at the towering mountain, Chen Mo sighed, having forgotten to borrow a Ling Zhou from his master. Without this specially crafted flying artifact, he would have to wait until he established his foundation to gain the means of flight. He began his ascent step by step. Suddenly, he heard a distant, violent explosion. His gaze sharpened. That sounded like a furnace explosion. With a century of experience in alchemy, Chen Mo was quite familiar with such rudimentary mistakes. This is too difficult. This Ling Qi one is exceedingly hard to refine. I cannot do it. Chen Mo quickened his pace and soon spotted a small wooden cabin, from which came the sound of someone in distress. Just then, a figure emerged from within. Her face was smudged with soot from the explosion. Her once lustrous hair transformed into a frizzy mess, and even her formerly white clothing bore large patches of ash. Upon seeing Chen Mo, she paused, her first thought being how strikingly handsome he was. Then, with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Who are you?" How did you manage to reach our Ling Yao peak? It is currently closed to disciples. Chen Mo presented the medallion, stating, I am Chen Mo, a disciple of Yinjian Peak, sent by the Peak Lord to refine elixirs. From Yinjian Peak, I am Gan Xia, a disciple of Ling Yao Peak. Please come in. Chen Mo entered her wooden cabin, expecting a dedicated alchemy chamber, but instead found it cluttered with her personal belongings. In one corner lay several furnaces, one still emitting black smoke and a charred odor. Please wait a moment. I will wash my face, Gan Xia said before leaving the room. Chen Mo, intrigued, picked up a small amount of the black soot and inhaled its scent. Based solely on the remnants and aroma, he deduced the cause of the failed elixir: instability in temperature control and an excessive proportion of Chui Ling Chao. Upon hearing soft footsteps, Chen Mo turned to see Gan Xia had returned, her face now free of soot, revealing a delicate complexion. Her crescent-shaped brows lent her an endearing charm, and she appeared to be around 18, a time of youthful innocence. Are you here to refine elixirs? However, we have very few herbs left at Ling Yao Peak. You will need to search for what you need, she explained. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Gan Xia led Chen Mo to the storeroom for herbs. As they chatted leisurely along the way, he learned that she was a direct disciple of the Peak Lord, possessing a 6th-grade spirit root, a small prodigy. Having only been a disciple for about 5 years, she had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, slightly surpassing Chen Mo. However, she had initially focused solely on cultivation, neglecting alchemy. After the Peak Lord's passing, other disciples had scattered to different peaks while she remained, intent on fulfilling her master's wishes. Unfortunately, despite her commendable talent, she knew little about alchemy and had yet to master even the basics, leading to her current predicament. Soon, they arrived at the storeroom, where Chen Mo's requirements were modest, as he sought herbs suitable for the Qi refinement stage. These herbs were not particularly valuable and were stored in jade boxes, which, although less effective than fresh herbs, sufficed. Chen Mo surveyed the room and noted that many storage spaces were already empty, indicating a scarcity of medicinal materials. All right, choose what you need. Gan Xia leaned against the storeroom's edge, observing as Chen Mo began to select herbs. She was curious. It had been years since anyone had visited Ling Yao Peak, and this Chen Mo, capable of obtaining the Peak Lord's medallion for alchemy, surely had some backing. Yet, his strength seemed to be only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, slightly below her own. While alchemy skill does not strictly correlate with one's cultivation level, a stronger cultivator generally possesses better control over the flames used in refinement, thereby reducing the likelihood of failed attempts. Chen Mo sifted through the jade boxes, occasionally opening them to take in their scents. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally selected dozens of herbs. Gan Xia approached him, stating, these herbs require the appropriate levels: 3 Chui Ling Chao, 2 Yin Ling Hua, and 1 Rong Xian Shi. As she counted, her brow furrowed slightly. She had already deduced the elixir Chen Mo intended to refine. He was attempting to tackle the most challenging elixir for the Qi refinement stage, the Ling Qi Wan. Although every distinguished alchemist possesses their unique refining habits, generally, others do not pry into their secrets. However, the formula for the Ling Qi Yuan had been tested by countless experts, and it was widely acknowledged that there was little room for improvement. Yet, the number of Chui Ling Chao Chen Mo had chosen was evidently insufficient. Unable to contain herself, Gan Xia cautioned, you have taken too few Chui Ling Chao. Her concern was not primarily for Chen Mo's potential disappointment from failure, but rather for the precious herbs themselves. With Ling Yao Peak in decline and Shan Mountain Sect lacking excess resources, requesting new herbs was impossible. The remaining herbs were already scarce, and if Chen Mo wasted any more, her dream of restoring Ling Yao Peak's former glory would remain distant. With a smile playing at his lips, an overwhelming confidence surged within Chen Mo, a testament to his century of alchemical experience. It's all right. I believe 2 Chui Ling Chao is just the right amount. Gan Xia was momentarily taken aback, pursing her lips but refraining from further comments. In that moment, Chen Mo's confidence bore a striking resemblance to her master's assuredness in alchemy. Returning to the previous room, Chen Mo casually selected a dingy furnace from a pile covered in cobwebs. He then prepared to ignite it. Gan Xia said, asking, may I observe? Due to the spirit Qi pill, I have never successfully refined it before. Generally speaking, Orthodox alchemists tend to be quite particular about others observing their refining techniques, as it involves their core secrets. Consequently, the number of proficient alchemists in the current cultivation world is dwindling. Xia merely inquired tentatively, sensing an inexplicable feeling within her heart that this young man, whose abilities were inferior to her own, might indeed be capable of refining the spirit chi pill. As long as he remains silent, it should be fine. Chen Mo ceased his speech, forming a hand seal. A flicker of flame erupted from his fingertips, then shifted to the base of the cauldron. The flame was neither too large nor too small, exhibiting no fluctuations, as if the very fabric of time and space surrounding it had been frozen, rendering it impervious to any external influences. Just this single action elicited a look of astonishment from Xia, for she had experienced countless failed attempts, each due to unstable control over the flames. Chen Mo's entire focus was now directed towards the cauldron. Refining pills requires the unity of spirit, energy, and mind, leaving no room for distraction. He raised his hand and promptly tossed a spirit awakening herb into the cauldron, which swiftly transformed into a pool of green liquid. Chen Mo continued to cast various medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. Soon, bubbling sounds resonated, and with a wave of his hand, the cauldron's lid automatically closed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if Chen Mo had performed it countless times before. At this moment, only one spirit awakening herb remained beside him. Xia grew increasingly excited. His refining technique was nearly on par with that of her master. However, her master typically added 3 spirit awakening herbs at once, with varying quantities and sequences. As for which formula yielded better results, that could only be discerned once the pill was complete. Chen Mo closed his eyes, his spirit now attuned to the ingredients within the cauldron. He keenly felt every change within until the opportune moment arrived, when he suddenly lifted the lid and tossed in the last spirit awakening herb. Although the motion was swift, a faint medicinal fragrance began to waft through the air. By this point, Xia was already certain that this batch of pills would undoubtedly take shape, while the final quality remained uncertain. It at least demonstrated that Chen Mo possessed remarkable skill, according to the records left by her master. A typical beginner attempting to refine the spirit chi pill would be considered a genius if they succeeded in 1 out of 10 attempts, and the quality would likely be subpar, usually yielding only low-grade spirit chi pills. Low-grade spirit chi pills are primarily utilized by disciples at the 13th level of chi refinement, while mid-grade corresponds to those at the 46th level and high-grade is for those at the 79th level. Her master, for instance, had a success rate of approximately 70% when refining spirit chi pills. If the quality of the ingredients was sufficiently fresh, it was possible that an entire batch could consist of high-grade pills. Xia couldn't help but wonder what quality Chen Mo's batch of spirit chi pills would achieve. Given his confidence, mid-grade should be within reach, right? 10 minutes passed. The critical moment for pill formation arrived, and the cauldron began to tremble slightly. Faint sounds of clashing echoed from within, indicating that the contents had solidified. The pill was complete. Chen Mo eagerly lifted the cauldron's lid. Accompanied by a waft of white smoke, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from the cauldron. Both Chen Mo and Xia, the closest to the source, were utterly astonished. The sound of the dragon's roar seemed to resonate directly in their ears, as if a divine dragon were present beside them, allowing them to feel its subtle might. Xia's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. She murmured, "This is a top-tier pill, the Longwindan?" The Longwindan does not refer to a specific type of pill. Rather, if any pill is refined to perfection, it will produce the sound of a dragon's roar upon completion. Each roar generates a layer of special dragon patterns on the pill, with a maximum of 9 layers. Consequently, pills adorned with dragon patterns are deemed top tier. An alchemist capable of refining such a pill is highly sought after by various sections. Xia listened closely as the dragon's roars echoed, reverberating 3 times in total. Xia clearly recalled that her master had once boasted for a lifetime after fortuitously refining a 2-pattern pill. The handsome young man before her had effortlessly produced a 3-pattern pill. Her gaze towards Chen Mo shifted dramatically. The sound of the dragon's roar was not confined to Lingyao Peak. Its resonance was potent enough for all disciples of the Kaoshan sect to hear. The echoes of the dragon's roar lingered in the air, Every listener felt a surge of vitality, as though they had been cleansed. Disciples from other peaks expressed their astonishment, turning their gazes toward the location of Lingyao Peak. Did someone truly refine a top-tier pill? 3 roars. This was a 3-pattern top-tier pill. Wasn't he only gone xia present at Lingyao Peak? She could barely manage to refine a spirit chi pill. How could... Oh my, is Lingyao Peak about to rise again? At Yujian Peak, where the sect leader of the Kaoshan sect resided, a woman donned in a blue palace gown stood barefoot at the cliff's edge. With delicate willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a cherry-red mouth, she embodied classical beauty. A red plum blossom marked her brow, and from a distance, she resembled a cold plum tree facing the harsh winds at the cliff's edge. However, her features were marred by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She was the newly appointed sect leader, Bai Manting, who gazed at the vast Kaoshan sect with a deep sigh. Master, where lies the path for Kaoshan sect? If only you could sense my thoughts from beyond the grave and offer me a hint. Suddenly, the sound of dragon roars erupted, startling Bai Manting, who turned in shock towards Lingyao Peak. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. 3 roars. A 3-pattern top-tier pill. Could this be the hint her master had given her? Without hesitation, Bai Manting lifted her foot, stepping off the cliff and gliding toward Lingyao Peak. With each step, she traversed distances as if shrinking the ground beneath her feet, her speed far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators' sword flight. In the blink of an eye, Bai Manting arrived at Lingyao Peak, startling Gan Xia, who immediately bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the sect leader." Chen Mo, who was about to collect the pills, was equally astonished that the sect leader had been drawn here. Yet, she was truly beautiful, in terms of both appearance and demeanor. Bai Manting would undoubtedly rank first among the women Chen Mo had ever encountered. Just as Chen Mo prepared to return the greeting, Bai Manting waved her hand, signaling him to forego the formality. With a thought, Bai Manting summoned the pills from the cauldron. 8 round, fragrant pills floated before her. Bai Manting meticulously examined the dragon patterns on the pills. Indeed, they were 3-pattern top-tier pills. At that moment, 6 colorful rays of light suddenly appeared from outside. Among them was the peak master of Yinjian Peak, Shi Feishuang, whose heart was already tumultuous. She had just given Chen Mo a token to come to Lingyao Peak, and now he had produced a top-tier pill. She firmly believed there was a connection between these 2 events. The other 5 individuals are the masters of different peaks, all possessing cultivation levels equivalent to Shi Feishuang, which are at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Thus, their speed in arriving here is quite similar. Upon exchanging glances, the other peak masters, with the exception of Shi Feishuang, exhibit expressions of delight. At a time when the sect's spiritual vein is running dry, the emergence of a genius capable of refining supreme-grade elixirs at Lingyao Peak presents an opportunity to resolve the sect's financial dilemmas. The 6 of them entered the alchemy chamber together. Gan Xia was momentarily taken aback. These prominent figures, who typically remain absent, had all gathered today. Just as she intended to pay her respects, they halted her with gestures. With the sect leader present, they naturally didn't adhere to formalities. Bai Manting merely nodded slightly to the peak masters before turning her gaze towards Chen Mo, whose strength was clearly evident to her, given her early-stage nascent soul cultivation. Only at the 5th layer of chi refinement, Bai Manting furrowed her brow slightly. However, with only the 2 of them in the room, she was acutely aware of Gan Xia's alchemical talent. Such supreme-grade elixirs could not possibly be produced by her hands, leaving only this young man as the possible alchemist. "Did you refine this elixir?" Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the other peak masters exhibited surprise, primarily due to Chen Mo's notably low cultivation level. Gan Xia, with her 6th layer of chi refinement, often struggled with controlling the fire, let alone someone at the 5th layer. Bai Manting's eyes reflected contemplation. Is it possible to refine another batch? Her skepticism regarding whether Chen Mo had truly produced this elixir stemmed from her responsibilities as the sect leader to ascertain a particular matter. She needed to confirm whether his success was merely a stroke of luck or if he could consistently produce elixirs with relative stability. Even the ability to reliably produce high-grade elixirs would significantly alleviate the pressure on Kaoshan sect. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo decisively shook his head, no, before Bai Manting could inquire further. Chen Mo added, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy." Despite his rich experience in alchemy, the inevitable consumption remained. And for someone at the fifth layer of Qi refinement, to refine a batch of spiritual energy pills was already a remarkable feat. The group reacted with astonishment. Bai Manting's storage ring shimmered, revealing a high-grade spiritual stone, which she handed to Chen Mo. Accepting the spiritual stone, Chen Mo silently absorbed the energy within. If he wished to engage with Kaoshan's sect as a collaborator, demonstrating his value was an essential step. Only by doing so could he secure greater benefits for future cooperation. Pure spiritual energy flowed continuously into Chen Mo's body from the spiritual stone. This was the first time he had utilized such a high-grade spiritual stone. Lower quality stones contain more impurities, requiring a significant amount of time to expel them during absorption. This high-grade spiritual stone was indeed a refreshing experience. In just a few minutes, Chen Mo's spiritual energy was restored to its optimal state, and the stone remained largely intact. He promptly stored the high-grade spiritual stone in his ring. Considering that Su Su had likely never experienced such a treasure, he intended to bring it back for her to try. Meanwhile, Bai Manting's expression suddenly stiffened. This high-grade spiritual stone represented her resources for a week's cultivation. She internally calculated, letting it slide, as if Chen Mo truly possessed alchemical talent. A mere high-grade spiritual stone was insignificant, yet the loss still stung. Unfazed by these thoughts, Chen Mo began his alchemical work, while Ganxia had taken the initiative to prepare the necessary materials during his energy recovery. Chen Mo opened the jade box to inspect the materials. This batch of ingredients was of slightly inferior efficacy compared to those he had personally selected earlier. However, this was to be expected, given that there were not many materials left, and he had chosen the best preserved ones previously. Chen Mo formed a hand seal, and flames erupted once more from beneath the cauldron. One by one, the materials were swiftly added to the cauldron. Ganxia had become more astute this time, her eyes wide open, trying to memorize every detail of Chen Mo's process. The materials dissolved rapidly, and a unique fragrance wafted to the noses of the spectators. After covering the cauldron, Chen Mo closed his eyes again, repeating his previous actions. Once all the materials had fully blended, he lifted the cauldron's lid and added the final ingredient, the Chui Ling grass. Moments later, the cauldron trembled slightly. The elixir was completed. With a gentle wave, Chen Mo opened the cauldron lid. Accompanied by a plume of white smoke, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated once more, albeit softer than before, yielding only 2 roars this time. Bai Manting's breath quickened, and with a flick of her sleeve, 8 elixirs soared out of the cauldron. Each was perfectly round, emanating a peculiar fragrance, and each displayed 2 dragon patterns. Long Vendon, another batch of supreme-grade elixirs. Bai Manting looked at Chen Mo with astonishment, realizing that this disciple, merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, was an exceptionally rare alchemical genius. Such talent, even in the outside world, would attract the attention of other sections. While the market for ordinary elixirs remained stable and profitable, supreme-grade elixirs transcended mere profit. They were extraordinarily lucrative. There would always be powerful cultivators willing to invest heavily to nurture their disciples, as the price of supreme-grade elixirs could reach hundreds of times that of high-grade elixirs, and the demand far exceeded supply. The allure of Longwen Dan lies not only in its superior efficacy, but also in the fact that, unlike ordinary elixirs, excessive consumption does not destabilize one's foundation. Longwen Dan's effects are perfectly balanced, ensuring that the cultivation gains mirror those achieved through personal training, without any side effects. Truly, fortune has favored Kaoshan's sect. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Manting deliberated on her wording. Would you be willing to refine elixirs for the sect for sale? Of course. The sect will not shortchange you. Before she could finish, Chen Mo replied calmly, I am unwilling. Chapter 10. A Reversal of Fortune. The Chen family's ancestor is marrying a celestial being again. I am unwilling. Oh, why is that? Has Kaoshan's sect wronged you in any way? Bai Manting's expression remained composed, but her tone carried an icy undertone. Chen Mo bowed to Bai Manting, stating, Sect leader, please forgive me. I left Kaoshan's sect 80 years ago and have returned only to visit family. I have my own family in the mortal realm to care for, and it is impossible for me to stay in the sect to refine elixirs. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Bai Manting's eyes gradually dissipated. Indeed, as Chen Mo stated, her desire for him to remain was, in fact, an impolite request. Yet, The thought of such a prime opportunity slipping away left her feeling reluctant. Observing by Manting's reaction, Chen Mo continued, "However, if the sect leader is interested, we might consider collaborating." Collaboration? By Manting's expression shifted to one of contemplation. What kind of collaboration? An hour later, Chen Mo exited the alchemy chamber, satisfied, accompanied by Manting and the others, who appeared somewhat pale. Ultimately, they were cultivators devoted to their practices, often unaware of worldly matters. Although their current strength surpassed Chen Mo's, they lacked the cunning and experience he had acquired from the mortal realm. Fortunately, both parties had finally finalized a collaboration agreement. Kaoshan's sect would provide the necessary materials, cauldrons, and other consumables, including future after-sale services, while Chen Mo would solely be responsible for refining the elixirs. Upon the sale of the elixir, after deducting the cost of the purchased spirit stones, Chen Mo would secure a pure profit of 50%, while the Kaoshan sect would receive the remaining 50%. Concurrently, the Kaoshan sect would dispatch a foundation-building expert to reside within the Chen estate to ensure Chen Mo's safety. Chen Mo was acutely aware that this agreement was somewhat disadvantageous to him, considering he possessed the core alchemical techniques. He could continue independently even if he severed ties with the Kaoshan sect. However, the predicament lay in the fact that without the backing of a sect, he could easily become a target for rival factions, and collaborating with unfamiliar sects could lead to unforeseen complications. If he encountered a member of a demonic sect, he could be ensnared and forced to become a mere alchemical machine, leaving him in despair. In contrast, the Kaoshan sect had a relatively simple and honest culture, at least refraining from engaging in underhanded tactics. Thus, it was a matter of relinquishing a portion of profit for peace of mind. After departing the alchemy chamber, Bai Manting and the various peak masters quickly left, as although the collaboration was finalized, they needed to procure medicinal materials and could not linger. Chen Mo took a deep breath and felt the sun shining exceptionally bright that day. From this moment forward, the Chen family would no longer be a subordinate of the Kaoshan sect, but would transform into a true partner. With this new revenue stream from spirit stones, he believed his spiritual root issues would be greatly alleviated. After exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Chen Mo was startled to find that the Ling Yao Peak, once occupied solely by Ganxia and himself, was now teeming with onlookers. They had all come to witness the excitement at Ling Yao Peak, but had previously refrained from showing themselves in the presence of the peak masters and sect leaders. Their curiosity had reached a boiling point, especially after the two recent furnace openings, which had produced exceptional elixirs that resonated like dragon roars. At that moment, Ganxia gazed at Chen Mo with admiration. It was evident to anyone that these remarkable elixirs had been crafted by him. While some male cultivators merely felt a twinge of envy and approached Chen Mo to exchange pleasantries, a number of female cultivators were visibly captivated, particularly those with lower quality spiritual roots in the chi-refining stage. They had long since accepted the harsh reality that, given their spiritual roots, attaining longevity was a mere fantasy, let alone reaching the foundation-building stage. Yet, here was Chen Mo, a genius in the art of alchemy. If they could become his companion, perhaps consuming a few elixirs could propel them to foundation building. Or, bearing his children, blessed with similar talents in alchemy, would be splendid. Not to mention, Chen Mo's appearance was quite appealing. Finally, a bold and attractive female cultivator approached Chen Mo, boldly presenting him with a handkerchief marked with her spiritual energy. With this token, Chen Mo could communicate with her telepathically from great distances. The female cultivator introduced herself as Huang Qiu and said, "If you find yourself sleepless at night, feel free to reach out." Following Huang Qiu's lead, other female cultivators could not resist the urge to do the same. In an instant, Chen Mo found himself holding a thick stack of handkerchiefs. A plump male cultivator, who had merely come to observe, felt his heart shatter upon witnessing the woman he had pursued for a decade hand her handkerchief to Chen Mo. Chen Mo had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Of course, he would not accept just anyone. Only those of exceptional beauty, preferably with a score of 8 or above, would catch his eye. Moreover, character was of utmost importance. He did not wish to bring home a shrew. However, to his surprise, Ganxia quietly slipped him a handkerchief as well. When Chen Mo inquired about her reasoning, Ganxia bashfully replied, "You look quite handsome when you are focused on alchemy." The following day, Chen Mo returned to the Chen estate with his companions. The medicinal materials from the Kaoshan sect would be delivered by designated personnel, allowing him to focus solely on alchemy at home. However, the trio that had departed had now grown to four, with Huang Xiao joining them alongside Su Su and the child. Huang Xiao was precisely the type Chen Mo found appealing, with a standard oval face and an endearing, open personality. Although her spiritual root quality was not exceptionally high, possessing only a 9th grade spiritual root, she had achieved the chi refining 3rd level. Some of the other female cultivators who had handed him handkerchiefs had spiritual roots of the 7th or 8th grade, but they did not possess the qualities Chen Mo desired. Matters of the heart, after all, should be mutual. In addition to Huang Xiao, Ganxia also consented to the prospect of marriage, originally intending to join them as well. However, as the sole disciple of Ling Yao Peak, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Thus, they agreed to reconvene in a week for the wedding feast. Ganxia had no extravagant demands. She simply wished to return to Ling Yao Peak occasionally after their marriage, provided her schedule allowed for it. Such a reasonable request was naturally met with Chen Mo's approval. The group returned to the Chen estate in the morning, and by noon, all necessary arrangements for the wedding were complete. In fact, the officiant, midwife, and bearers had already been arranged at the Chen estate. As they had grown accustomed to their ancestors' penchant for taking concubines, even a last-minute wedding could be swiftly organized. After all, who could argue with an ancestor of such stature? The news of the Chen family's ancestor once again taking a celestial bride sent ripples of excitement throughout Linen City. Chapter 11. The Marriage of the Princess. Within the jubilant Chen estate, a multitude of guests gathered, their gazes unintentionally drawn to the central table. At this table sat 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One man appeared to be around 40 years old, with a robust physique, and discerning eyes could recognize that his garments were intricately stitched with gold thread. The other man appeared to be merely 10 years old, a mere child. Beside him sat a young girl, scarcely 18, without any makeup, still captivated the attention of all the men present with her pure beauty. Many guests quietly speculated, "Isn't that Prince Zhou Changyin? What brings him here? And he has even brought along his unmarried little princess? I have heard she is quite the talented lady, yet now, all that seems to be forgotten in the face of her beauty." Furthermore, it seemed he had even brought along the heir, indicating a desire to form a closer bond with the Chen estate. Although it was said that he had lost hope after being exiled to Linen City, perhaps he still harbored ambitions for a resurgence. Such murmurs reached the ears of others in the Chen estate. Chen Xingnan respectfully reported this matter to Chen Mo, who remained unfazed and replied, "Let it unfold naturally." Indeed, Chen Mo was well aware of Zhou Changyin's circumstances. After his failed bid for the throne, he had been exiled to Linen City by the current emperor of the Great Zhou, yet rumors suggested that the emperor was narrow-minded, having made several attempts on his life, though luck had allowed him to evade such fates. Now, he sought merely to survive by aligning himself with the Chen estate. For it was common knowledge that the Chen family's ancestor was a cultivator. If his daughter were to marry Chen Mo, even a great Zhou emperor would have to tread carefully. Chen Mo felt indifferent. If his daughter truly found someone suitable, he wouldn't mind giving his blessing. After all, it was merely a mundane dynasty, and there were countless such empires on the Donghuan continent. While it might symbolize authority in the eyes of ordinary people to cultivators, it was nothing more than slightly stronger ants. As the time approached, Chen Mo dressed himself impeccably and made his way to the wedding hall. Among the crowd, his eyes were immediately drawn to the young princess, Zhou Lingwei. Though she was but an ordinary person, she exuded an extraordinary spirit, her face radiating innocence. This quality reminded Chen Mo of his first love in a previous life, both embodying a kind of untainted purity. Their gazes met, and Zhou Lingyue's cheeks flushed instantly. Although she had heard about the appearance of the Chen family's ancestor from others, seeing him in person was an entirely different experience. At that moment, she felt that all the praises she had heard were utterly inadequate. He was clearly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. She couldn't help but marvel internally, thinking how young and handsome he was. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and even without her father's prior admonitions, she was already smitten. Biting her lip, Zhou Lingwei shyly glanced back at her father, and after receiving an encouraging look, she took a deep breath and summoned her courage to approach Chen Mo. Upon reaching him, she produced a beautifully embroidered handkerchief from her bosom and presented it to him. The handkerchief depicted 2 mandarin ducks frolicking in water, the scene vividly crafted. clearly the result of considerable effort. With her cheeks still flushed, she softly spoke in an enchanting voice. I hope the ancestor will be benevolent. Chen Mo smiled as he accepted the handkerchief, placing it solemnly aside. Zhou Lingyue's blush deepened, and she hurried back to her father's side. Zhou Changyin breathed a sigh of relief, raising his cup in a toast to Chen Mo, drinking it all in one go. His daughter being favored by a celestial being was indeed a stroke of fortune, and with the Chen family's name backing him, he could finally rest easy. Only the young heir beside, Zhou Changyin, remained perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Given the other party's proactive demeanor, Chen Mo, in consideration of Zhou Lingyue, lifted his cup and took a small sip. Moments later, Huang Qiu was carried into the Chen residence in a lavish sedan chair, marking the official commencement of the wedding ceremony. Bowing to the heavens, bowing to the elders, the couple's mutual bow, entering the bridal chamber, ignoring the guests at the banquet. Chen Mo swiftly carried Huang Qiu into the bridal chamber. Sitting at the side of the wedding bed, he had Huang Qiu seated upon him. He took out Jade Rui and gently lifted the red veil before her. Huang Qiu's exquisite features under the bridal makeup were incredibly alluring, especially her moist, ruby lips, which seemed to beckon for a passionate kiss. Another night of springtime bliss unfolded. The red candle appeared to sense the heated atmosphere, its reflection flickering upon the flower-patterned window. A week later, during this week, aside from alchemy, Chen Mo had been preoccupied with procreation. Finally, on this day, Huang Qiu joyfully announced, "Husband, I am with child. I can feel life blossoming within me." Chen Mo nodded with a smile. One of the advantages of marrying a cultivator was the swift detection of any abnormalities once life began to stir. However, this was merely the initial stage, and Huang Qiu would need to carefully nurture it for 10 months before the child could safely arrive. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Huang Qiu became more diligent in her cultivation, always carrying a spirit stone with her wherever she went. Having early exposure to spiritual energy would increase the likelihood of the child possessing spiritual roots. Chen Mo was unsure where Huang Qiu had acquired such folk wisdom, but her dedication to cultivation was beneficial, especially as he had to prepare for his wedding with Zhou Lingyue. Since returning home, he had dispatched someone to the 8th prince's residence to propose marriage. Although it was merely to take a concubine, Chen Mo had never been one to skimp on etiquette. However, given that Zhou Lingyue was a young princess, preparing her dowry items alone took an entire week. The timing was now perfect. The ancestor of the Chen family was taking another concubine. What? Is this another celestial being? This time it's the young princess of our Zhou dynasty. Can a young princess only be a concubine? Oh, have you not seen who the ancestors of the Chen family have married? They were all true celestial maidens. And even the celestial maidens were concubines. It seems only one was a legitimate wife. On the wedding day, nearly half of Linen City gathered to witness the event. After all, they were subjects of the Zhou dynasty and were exceedingly curious about such matters. Of course, this was not without the encouragement of the 8th prince. The stream of gift-givers was unending. The prime minister of the Zhou sent a pair of golden children. The Sun family of cultivators sent 3 spirit pills. The Wang family of cultivators sent a 100-year-old coral. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Chen Mo and Zhou Lingyue appeared in the hall, bowing to the heavens, bowing to the elders, the couple's mutual bow, entering the bridal chamber. Chapter 12. Twins? The following morning, Chen Mo gently draped a blanket over Lingyue and tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. Exiting the bridal chamber, the descendants of the Chen family were frantically redecorating the residence. Today, the ancestor was to take another concubine. Ganxia had completed the transition at Lingyao Peak and was returning to the Chen residence. The sounds of gongs and drums echoed once more, as the crowd gathered in anticipation. What? The ancestor of the Chen family is taking another concubine? Is it another celestial being? My goodness. Didn't he just take a concubine yesterday? The ancestor's vitality is astonishing. Truly a man of substance. That night, Chen Mo gently lifted Ganxia's red veil, admiring her crescent-shaped eyebrows with great fondness. He couldn't resist pinning her down on the bed, entering the bridal chamber daily, becoming the groom night after night. This was the true depiction of Chen Mo's life. This period had left him utterly exhausted, as during the day he was busy refining the herbs sent by the Kaoshan sect into elixirs, while at night he had a bevy of beautiful wives clamoring for attention. Alchemy drained his mental and spiritual energy, while nighttime activities consumed his physical strength and essence. Such a life was indeed exhausting yet joyful. A month passed, with good news arriving in succession. Huang Xiao, Zhou Lingyue, and Ganxia all had noticeable baby bumps. The Kaoshan sect had successfully begun to establish its market, forging connections with numerous factions. The allure of premium elixirs far exceeded their expectations, and even with the Kaoshan sect securing only half the profits, it was still vastly superior to the previous gains from mining spiritual veins. To maximize production, Chen Mo was simultaneously absorbing spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy while refining elixirs. The quality of the herbs had improved. In virtually every batch he produced exceeded the 4-dragon pattern. However, Chen Mo intentionally held back. In truth, he could stabilize the production of spirit pills at the 6-dragon pattern, but he was wary of drawing too much attention. He withheld all elixirs surpassing the 4-dragon pattern for himself. It was precisely because of his extraordinary success rate in elixir production that he could operate in such secrecy, as others would be lucky to achieve 6 or 7 successful batches out of 10. Chen Mo, however, remained remarkably composed, having never tasted failure thus far, and each batch yielded a consistent 8 pills. As for the pills that were withheld, he generously bestowed them upon the beautiful ladies in his household. The likes of Su Su had almost begun to treat the spirit chi pills as mere confectionery. Moreover, Chen Mo harbored no concerns that they might divulge his existence to the Kuaishan sect. After all, they had already married into his family, and their hearts were aligned with his. Nevertheless, despite the Kuaishan sect's efforts to conceal Chen Mo's presence, a few astute individuals managed to uncover the route through which the sect transported medicinal materials. It was not long before they identified this alchemical prodigy as Chen Mo, and his reputation soared. Almost every cultivator in the vicinity, whether a rogue practitioner or from a cultivation family, became aware of Chen Mo's existence. Consequently, it was easy to learn about the well-known habits of the Chen family's ancestors, taking concubines, while they found Chen Mo's proclivity for this practice perplexing. Most cultivators typically focused on their training. Some believed that even if one sought a suitable partner to explore the path to immortality, they would at most choose a single companion who would take concubines as frequently as Chen Mo. Was there truly time for cultivation? And would such indulgence not deplete one's vital energy? However, despite their bewilderment, many young female cultivators, aware of Chen Mo's interests, began to stir with anticipation. It was evident that the Chen residence was affluent, and Chen Mo showered his concubines with affection, generously providing resources like spirit stones. Furthermore, he was quite handsome. Marrying Chen Mo would secure at least 2 of the 4 essential elements in life: wealth and companionship, significantly shortening the arduous journey of cultivation by 50 years. Several female rogue cultivators flocked to the Chen residence, but alas, their mediocre spiritual roots and less-than-stunning appearances made them unworthy of Chen Mo's attention, resulting in polite rejections. It was not until the daughters of the Sun family were introduced by their patriarch that Chen Mo's interest was piqued. The sisters, Sun Rui Xan and Sun Rui Huan, were identical twins, both 18 years old, possessing 8th-grade spiritual roots and the strength to cultivate at the first layer of qi. Most importantly, their beauty was nearly flawless, and when they stood together, they resembled a pair of freshly bloomed lotus flowers, glistening with droplets of water. Merely gazing upon them was a delight to the senses. Chen Mo felt an immediate attraction. These sisters were truly exquisite. The twins appeared somewhat anxious, instinctively hiding behind their father, yet they curiously peered out at Chen Mo. Clad in white, was this the legendary ancestor of the Chen family? He looked so youthful, devoid of the airs typically associated with an elder. How handsome! It felt as though he was a celestial being descended to earth. Marrying him seemed a splendid choice. Perhaps having spent too much time together, the sisters even shared similar thoughts. However, the Sun family patriarch had another request. He wished to borrow a sum of spirit stones from Chen Mo for family operations. For the Sun family, this amount was significant, but for Chen Mo, it was but a trifle. Rather than agreeing outright, he glanced at the twins and beckoned them closer. Though nervous, they approached him. Chen Mo gently inquired, "Did you come here of your own volition, or are you being compelled to marry me as concubines?" Just as the Sun family patriarch was about to speak, Chen Mo silenced him with a look. The sisters exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "We are willing to marry the Ancestor." Chen Mo smiled and embraced the sisters, assuring them, "Fear not. I shall not treat you poorly. The wedding ceremonies will be conducted separately, and I will show you both the utmost respect." The following morning, the sound of drums and gongs resounded once more. What? The ancestor of the Chen family was taking concubines again? How outrageous! If only I were in his place. The Sun family also publicly announced the marriage of their daughters, resulting in many male cultivators' hearts shattering that day. They had been vying for the affection of these twin beauties, yet they never imagined someone as fortunate as Chen Mo would claim both. Just the prospect of marrying one would have sufficed for their contentment. Yet now both sisters had become part of the Chen family. Envy and jealousy spread like wildfire. 7 months later, Chen Mo anxiously awaited outside the maternity ward. Unexpectedly, several of his beloved wives were giving birth simultaneously. Fortunately, the Chen residents had prepared an entire row of maternity rooms. As the first cries of an infant echoed, Chen Mo looked on with excitement. It was from the room where Su Su was. Upon entering, he found a drenched in sweat Su Su, with the midwife cradling a child in her arms. It was a girl, though without spiritual roots. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Chen Mo's affection. Even if she were an ordinary mortal, he would cherish her immensely. Gently kissing Su Su on the forehead, he softly murmured, "You've worked hard." Suddenly, another infant's cries rang out from the hallway, followed by the system's announcement. Ding! Gained 5th grade spiritual root feedback. Host spiritual root level elevated to 5th grade. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned before elation washed over him. A 5th grade spiritual root was a mark of genius even within the Kuaishan sect, ensuring smooth progress in foundation establishment. More importantly, his own spiritual root had also ascended. As he stepped out, another midwife excitedly approached with another child. "Congratulations, Ancestor. It's a son." This child was the offspring of Chen Mo and Ganxia, and he not only perfectly inherited Ganxia's spiritual roots, but even surpassed them. Joyous news echoed from the other maternity rooms as one infant after another arrived. As the last child was born, the system chimed in again. "Ding! Congratulations. Host has accumulated 3,000 descendants, receiving the reward, the Chang'an Sutra, and 100 years of arduous cultivation experience." Fragments of profound cultivation insights flooded into Chen Mo's consciousness. The complete text of the Chang'an Sutra materialized in his memory, forever etched within. This was a focused cultivation technique he had never encountered before, and its speed of advancement surpassed the yellow-grade beginner Qi awakening technique by more than tenfold. In terms of grading, it was on par with the Qing Feng sword technique. Attribute panel. Branching attribute panel. Host. Chen Mo. Spiritual root. 5th grade. Physique. Mortal body. Cultivation level. Qi layer 5. Cultivation technique. Chang'an Sutra. Mysterious grade low tier. Qi awakening technique. Yellow grade low tier. Technique. Qing Feng sword technique. Mysterious grade low tier. Current proficiency. Minor accomplishment. 4 methods of cultivation. Refining tools. Alchemy. 100 years of arduous cultivation completed. Talismans array formation. Arduous cultivation experience. 100 years having lingered at Qi layer 5 for too long. It was indeed time for a change. Chen Mo returned to his secluded cultivation chamber and sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself. A genius with a 5th grade spiritual root can naturally ascend from Qi layer 5 to the pinnacle of Qi layer 10 in 50 years of cultivation, right? After all, the technique I am now using is of mysterious grade, vastly superior to what I previously possessed. Determined to take action, Chen Mo immediately devoted all 50 years of his arduous cultivation experience to his training. The fruits of 5 decades of diligent practice surged into his body in an instant. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Chen Mo, causing his aura to rise dramatically, his cultivation level increasing rapidly. He reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, achieving the great perfection of the 10th layer. Only when Chen Mo attained this level did the fluctuations of spiritual energy finally cease. At this moment, he was merely one foundation establishment pill away from advancing to the foundation establishment stage. However, the process of establishing a foundation is not without its complexities. Foundation establishment is classified into 3 categories: common, earth, and heaven. Practitioners of the common category are at least half as weak as those of the earth category. Not to mention compared to the formidable heaven category foundation establishment experts. Furthermore, those in the common category do not qualify to enter the golden core stage. Only earth category foundation establishment practitioners have the possibility of breaking through to the golden core, while heaven category practitioners are almost guaranteed to succeed unless they meet an untimely demise. The distinctions among these foundations are primarily determined by the foundation establishment pills themselves. Ordinary low-grade foundation establishment pills can indeed facilitate the establishment of a foundation, but their success rate is a mere 10%, and they will only yield the lowest quality of common foundation. Mid-grade foundation establishment pills increase the success rate to 30%, yet most still result in common foundation, with only a small chance of achieving earth foundation. High-grade foundation establishment pills have a success rate of 50%, with a slight chance of becoming a common foundation and a greater likelihood of resulting in an earth foundation. Only the top-tier dragon pattern foundation establishment pills have the potential to produce heaven foundation practitioners. As the number of dragon patterns increases, so does the probability of achieving heaven foundation, culminating in the ultimate 9-dragon pattern foundation establishment pill, which guarantees a heaven foundation. Naturally, Chen Mo's aspiration was not to settle for an ordinary common foundation. To establish a foundation, one must select the finest. Rising to his feet, Chen Mo found himself coated in a layer of viscous black liquid, a byproduct of the impurities expelled from his body following his rapid elevation in cultivation. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy of the great perfection of the 10th layer of qi refinement gently vibrated around his body, causing these impurities to dissipate in an instant. Chen Mo keenly sensed the changes in his strength, a smile creeping onto his lips. He now resembled a sword that had been honed for decades, ready to be unsheathed, its edge gleaming brightly. However, Chen Mo shook his head slightly, realizing that such an ostentatious display was rather excessive. He quickly concealed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, allowing his aura to return to its previous, gentle demeanor. The next step was to enhance his alchemical abilities. Although a century of painstaking experience in alchemy had equipped him to craft pills suitable for qi refinement practitioners, foundation establishment pills could only be crafted by foundation establishment cultivators. Attempting to concoct a foundation establishment pill in his current state would be quite a challenge, let alone the 9-dragon pattern foundation establishment pill. He resolved to channel the remaining 50 years of his arduous cultivation experience into alchemy. Standing as still as a monk in meditation, Chen Mo felt waves of alchemical knowledge flooding into his mind. Moments later, he found himself memorizing numerous formulas for pills suitable for foundation establishment practitioners. Among these formulas, one in particular caught his eye, a long-lost elixir known as the Ji Yin Dan. This pill does not provide cultivators with spiritual energy or healing assistance. Rather, it merely preserves their youthful appearance at that very moment. Logically, such a formula should be highly sought after, preventing it from being lost to time. Yet, the alchemist who developed it belonged to a prominent cultivation family, which closely guarded the formula, passing it down through generations. They monopolized the entire cultivation world, but eventually, after offending a powerful figure, the entire family was eradicated, leading to the disappearance of this precious formula. Later attempts to recreate the formula yielded only the Huan Yin Dan, which produced similar effects, but ultimately could not stop the passage of time. Chen Mo recalled that his master, Shi Fei Shuang, had taken the Huan Yin Dan, gradually transforming into a mature woman. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, even more so than when he achieved the great perfection of the 10th layer of qi refinement. Strength would come with time, but the Ji Yin Dan was something entirely different. Mastering the Ji Yin Dan would equate to grasping the key to immense wealth, far surpassing even the finest spiritual pills. Just the mere mention of a Ji Yin Dan would undoubtedly entice countless ancient beings to lavish their fortunes. The following day, the Kaoshan Zone had already delivered the medicinal materials that Chen Mo requested. His status within the Kaoshan Zone had risen significantly, and the sect leader had instructed the disciple responsible for coordinating with Chen Mo to fulfill any of his requests, as long as they fell within the sect's capabilities. Inside Chen Mo's dedicated alchemical chamber lay the materials for both a foundation establishment pill and a Ji Yin Dan. Gan Xia had already prepared some of the materials in advance, as per Chen Mo's instructions. Although she was now married to Chen Mo and no longer needed to assist, she always volunteered to help him, much to his delight. With a flicker of light, a pure black cauldron appeared in Chen Mo's palm. This was a magical artifact bestowed by the Kaoshan Zong for his alchemical endeavors, previously owned by an elder of the Ling Yao Peak, which had been returned to the sect after the elder's passing and was now given to Chen Mo. It was of decent quality, classified as a low-grade, Xian-level artifact. Chen Mo ignited flames at his fingertips, preparing to commence the alchemical process. The first pill he chose to concoct was the Ji Yin Dan. The procedure for crafting this pill was significantly simpler than that of the Foundation Establishment pill, allowing Chen Mo to practice his skills. With a wave of his hand, he sent over 100 types of medicinal materials into the cauldron, and in an instant, brilliant lights erupted within. Although Gan Xia had become a mother, she remained thrilled to witness her husband in the midst of alchemical creation, believing that his focused demeanor made him exceptionally handsome. However, she also noted the extraordinary quantity of materials he was using. They had already consumed over 100 portions just to start the process. Was her husband attempting to tackle a more challenging pill? Admiration filled Gan Xia's eyes as the materials gradually melted and their effects began to clash and fuse. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. The process of crafting the Ji Yin Dan was indeed more complex than his previous experiences, and his current level of alchemical prowess felt somewhat strained. During the fusion of the medicinal effects, he realized he was not as adept as he had been when crafting the Ling Qi Wan. Chen Mo recalled the steps for creating the Ji Yin Dan in his mind, while cautiously adjusting the pace of the material fusion. Throughout the process, he continuously added more ingredients. Time slipped by, and 2 hours had passed since Chen Mo began. Fortunately, having broken through to the great perfection of the 10th layer of qi refinement, maintaining the alchemical fire for this duration was manageable. Even so, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, alleviated by the thoughtful Gan Xia, who patiently wiped his brow. Finally, as he reached the crucial moment, Chen Mo suddenly bellowed, "Success!" The cauldron trembled slightly, producing the sound of pills colliding within. With a wave of his hand, the lid of the cauldron was lifted, and white smoke billowed out, though no dragon's roar resonated. Chen Mo felt no disappointment. After all, he had already discerned several flaws during the crafting process. Soon, an alluring fragrance wafted through the entire Dan Fawn. The sound of Gu Lu Gan Xia swallowing her saliva echoed in the air. How delightful! What kind of elixir is this? Curiosity surged within Gan Xia as she pondered the source of the enchanting aroma, a deep-seated desire stirring within her, as if this substance held great significance for her. Zhu Yin Dan, Chen Mo casually mentioned, his mind still occupied with the imperfections encountered during the refining process. Zhu Yin Dan, Gan Xia's voice suddenly soared an octave higher. Who could have anticipated that her husband had crafted the long-lost Zhu Yin Dan? She had never doubted Chen Mo's words. When they first met, he spoke of refining the Ling Qi Wan, and indeed, he produced the Sanlong one Ling Qi Wan. Subsequently, everything he mentioned came to fruition. Thus, when Chen Mo declared this was Zhu Yin Dan, she was convinced it must be true. Gan Xia stumbled towards the Dan Lu, her eyes widening as she gazed at the 3 pink pills within. Is this truly the legendary Zhu Yin Dan? Consuming just one would allow her to maintain her current appearance eternally, until her demise. No woman shuns beauty, and even cultivators are no exception. Gan Xia bit her lip, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Her husband had so many wives and concubines, but there were only 3 Zhu Yin Dan here. Could she obtain one for herself? She looked towards Chen Mo, only to see him slowly shake his head. No, you cannot consume this. Before Gan Xia could feel disheartened, Chen Mo continued, the quality of this batch is merely mid-grade. To be suitable for you, it must be of at least superior quality. Let this inferior one be sold to those old decrepit folks instead. A spark ignited in Gan Xia's eyes. How foolish she had been. Her husband had never neglected her. How could he possibly show favoritism in such matters? Witnessing Gan Xia's reaction, Chen Mo felt assured. This item would surely sell like hotcakes. He collected the 3 mid-grade Zhu Yin Dan and produced a superior grade Ling Shi, beginning to silently restore his state. After a brief moment, he reopened the furnace. The process of refining the Ji Bin Dan was considerably more intricate than that of Zhu Yin Dan. and Chen Mo did not harbor any illusions of achieving success on his first attempt. However, failure is the mother of success. One should not rely solely on the system's golden finger. Each session of refining Dan is a form of arduous cultivation in itself. 3 hours later, the furnace trembled slightly, the sound of pills colliding resonating from within. The Jiben Dan was successfully created. Chen Mo opened the furnace to reveal 2 rather unremarkable Jiben Dan at its center, both of inferior quality based on their appearance and aroma. Yet, even these inferior Jiben Dan held considerable market value, worth at least 100 mid-grade Ling Shi. This price was beyond the reach of many ordinary cultivators. For instance, within the Kaoshan zone, a Qi refining stage cultivator earned merely 10 inferior Ling Shi a month, which were also needed for cultivation. They could save no more than 3 Ling Shi each month. 100 inferior Ling Shi could be exchanged for a single mid-grade Ling Shi. Without other means to acquire Ling Shi, one could not gather enough to purchase even a single inferior Jiben Dan in a lifetime. After storing the 2 Jiben Dan, Chen Mo sighed. At this stage, he could only refine inferior Jiben Dan, and achieving superior quality Jiolong when Jiben Dan would require considerable time. Solely relying on his current method of refining would be a protracted endeavor. Lost in thought, he was suddenly met with a silk handkerchief wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning around, he was greeted by Gan Xia, her face alight with admiration, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Gan Xia swallowed hard. Each time her husband completed refining elixirs, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Yet this time, the pull felt especially intense, a subtle restlessness stirring within her. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Is my cultivation too slow? No matter, I have so many beautiful wives to enjoy. If need be, I shall expend a bit more stamina during this period. He reached out a large hand towards Gan Xia. Gan Xia exclaimed in delight, Husband, do you not need a break after refining for so long? Not at all. For you, I'm always up for the task. Chapter 15, New Fox and Old Fox. Bei Menting is schemes. In pursuit of rapidly enhancing his strength, Chen Mo instituted new policies within the Chen family. To encourage procreation, a generous bonus would be awarded for every descendant born, with additional elixirs granted for those bearing spiritual roots. Among the elixirs that could be refined during the Qi refining stage was a type known as Yin Yin Dan, which, while not genuinely extending life, could eliminate ailments within the body, thus serving as a means of prolonging life indirectly. With Chen Mo's substantial rewards, the Chen family members' enthusiasm surged, to the extent that many were already in bed to conceive before nightfall. It was unavoidable, such was the demand of their ancestor. Observing Chen Xingnan, now over 60, still attempting to conceive, Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. Although the contributions from these descendants might not be substantial, they were still valuable. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Of course, Chen Mo himself could not afford to be idle. By day, he refined elixirs, and by night, he fathered children. A month later, aside from the recently delivered little wife who was still recuperating, the bellies of his other wives and concubines had begun to show signs of swelling. The seeds had been sown, and now it was simply a matter of waiting for the harvest. Chen Mo boarded a spiritual vessel heading towards Kaoshan zone. This marked his first return since the establishment of their collaboration, much to the delight of the female cultivators within the sect. Chen Mo had become a coveted figure, and with his elixir refining, Kaoshan zone's resources had flourished, even doubling the monthly distribution of Ling Shi to Qi refining stage disciples. The female cultivators who had previously hesitated to offer him a handkerchief now eagerly approached him, several of them possessing considerable beauty. Chen Mo smiled as he discreetly noted the ones who caught his eye before politely taking his leave. He had serious matters to attend to. Before arriving, Chen Mo had already contacted his master, Shi Fei Shuang, who was currently in discussions with the sect leader at Yujianfeng. This saved him a great deal of trouble, allowing him to proceed directly to the sect leader's location. Upon Chen Mo's appearance before the sect leader and his master, their expressions shifted dramatically. The completion of the Qi refining stage at level 10? How could such a transformation occur in such a brief time? Was there any legitimate method to achieve such speed? Before Chen Mo could respond, Bai Man Ting appeared before him, a thread of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Moments later, the frown on Bai Man Ting's face gradually relaxed. Chen Mo had not employed any sinister methods for his cultivation. The spiritual energy within him was entirely normal, and exceedingly robust. Indeed, even stronger than the energy he had possessed at the peak of the qi refining stage. Realizing her misjudgment, Bai Manting promptly offered a sincere apology. "I am sorry. I was too petty-minded." Chen Mo, however, bore no resentment towards her reaction. After all, his cultivation speed was remarkably astounding. Had he been in her position, he too would have suspected the use of some dark arts. It was simply unexpected for Bai Manting, as the sect leader, to apologize to him. He produced 2 jade vials and handed them to Bai Manting. These contained the Jibin Dan and Zhuyan Dan. Please find a discreet channel to dispose of them. Bai Manting and Shi Fei Shuang both wore expressions of astonishment. After a moment, Shi Fei Shuang spoke. "Are you certain this is the Zhuyan Dan? Hasn't this elixir been lost to time?" Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, "The formula was obtained by chance. But it is undoubtedly the Zhuyan Dan." Bai Manting immediately opened the jade vial, and the unique fragrance of the Zhuyan Dan wafted out instantly. Observing that both the hue and aroma matched precisely with the descriptions in the texts, both women's breathing intensified. Chen Mo secretly reveled in the powerful allure of this item. The 2 women struggled to suppress their urge to consume the elixir immediately, quickly realizing the immense benefits it could bring. Bai Manting swallowed her saliva and asked, "Are you truly willing to part with this for cooperation?" Chen Mo shook his head, stating, "This is not a matter of cooperation. The quantity is limited to just 3. If there were more, it would lose its value. The Kaoshan zone cannot accommodate such a lucrative deal. I merely wish to request the sect leader to help me with this." Bai Manting, being astute, immediately grasped Chen Mo's intention. The Zhuyan Dan is indeed a rare treasure that would undoubtedly attract the attention of some elderly schemers, if they were to harbor malicious intent. The Kaoshan zone might not withstand the pressure, and the Chen family would also find it difficult to contend. "I understand. I will personally commission Bai Bao Ge to sell the Zhuyan Dan. Even if something goes awry, it won't implicate the Kaoshan zone, nor will it involve the Chen family. However, I will require a 30% share." "Impossible. I can offer you at most 10%. Chen Mo promptly refused. Bai Manting, undeterred, countered 25%. "Even if I commission Bai Bao Ge, the risks are considerable. If something goes wrong, it could cost me my life." 0.9%, 20%, 0.8%. Bai Manting grew anxious, having witnessed Chen Mo's bargaining prowess. She decisively stated, "Fine. It's 0.8% plus 1 Zhuyan Dan. Deal." The look of urgency on Bai Manting's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cunning smile akin to Chen Mo's. For Bai Manting, the haggling was merely a ruse to disguise her desire for a Zhuyan Dan. She had learned this tactic during a previous negotiation with Chen Mo. Feeling quite clever, she believed that selling the Zhuyan Dan would fetch a handsome price. Had she simply asked for 1 outright, it would have been far more challenging. Now, with a slight maneuver, she had secured 1, along with a 0.8 share of the profits, likely sufficient for her to advance to the next significant realm in her cultivation. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. For Chen Mo, the gain was even greater. The materials required to concoct the Zhuyan Dan were not particularly rare, although only 3 were of immense value to others. He could produce them with just a few hours of effort, and even his beloved wives could indulge in them like candies. Though Shi Fei Shuang stood beside them, she remained oblivious to their scheming, her focus entirely on the Zhuyan Dan. This elixir held great allure for her as well. She was quite particular about her appearance, and had previously purchased Bayan Dan at a high price, only to find that the passage of time still left its mark. If she could consume a Zhuyan Dan now, she would no longer need to worry about the emergence of wrinkles every few years. However, Shi Fei Shuang was well aware of the elixir's rarity and refrained from asking Chen Mo for 1, fearing it would burden him. Chen Mo, perceiving his master's thoughts, reassured her, "Master, do not worry. Once I refine a higher grade Zhuyan Dan, I will personally deliver it to you." "Really? Aren't these quite expensive?" "I fear." Shi Fei Shuang replied, biting her lip in excitement. Chen Mo smiled. "Not at all. The raw materials are inexpensive. It merely requires some time and can be done effortlessly." Suddenly, the smile on Bai Manting's face froze, and she felt her hard-won Zhuyan Dan had lost its appeal. Chapter 16. A new groom every day. A night in the bridal chamber. Having settled the matter of the Zhuyan Dan's distribution, Chen Mo prepared to depart. Since discovering the formula for the Zhuyan Dan, he had been contemplating a partnership with Bai Manting. This elixir could not be produced in large quantities. Too many would not only risk someone deciphering the formula, but would also rapidly devalue it. Alchemy was not his lifelong pursuit, nor could he expect to refine Jiandan daily as his strength grew. Ultimately, alchemy was merely a means to earn spirit stones. His true aspiration was to provide a warm home for all beautiful female cultivators in the world. Moreover, considering the increasing number of wives and concubines, he might find himself unable to keep up with the demand for Jiandan in the future. In haste, Chen Mo boarded his spirit boat and set off quickly, this time accompanied by 3 enchanting female cultivators. They were the ones he had previously marked with his spiritual energy, each possessing considerable beauty. Naturally, he would not refuse to bring them all home. The Chen residence was once again filled with a festive atmosphere, accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs. Has the ancestral elder of the Chen family taken in another fairy? My goodness. Has the ancestral elder of the Chen family married off all the beauties from our place and is now starting to target cultivators? If this continues, the ancestral elder of the Chen family will become a public enemy among men. In the wedding hall, Chen Mo donned a bright red robe and bowed with a beautiful maiden before the heavens and earth. After entering the bridal chamber, Chen Mo gazed at the stunning maiden seated on the bed, her face veiled by a red cover. His heart raced with excitement. With a swift motion, he lifted the veil, revealing her breathtaking visage before him. Thus, another sleepless night ensued. A new groom every day, a night in the bridal chamber. A week later, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the cultivation world, made public by Bai Bao Ge. Someone had inadvertently stumbled upon the residence of an ancient cultivator and discovered 3 mid-grade Jiandan, which are now entrusted to Bai Bao Ge for auction. The auction would officially take place in 1 month, inviting all interested cultivators to inquire. Bai Bao Ge was widely recognized in the cultivation world as the most trustworthy entity dedicated to transactions, offering high-level techniques and magical artifacts. Essentially, anything conceivable that could be exchanged for spirit stones could be found there. Moreover, no one dared to cause trouble at Bai Bao Ge, as it was rumored that a celestial being supported the establishment, which had even acquired the corpse of a celestial being. Once this news broke, it was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb on a certain island, instantly stirring countless factions. In a corner of the Shima continent, the renowned territory of the Lin family was bustling with activity. The head of the Lin family was frantically organizing everything. Quick, count the spirit stones and prepare to head to Bai Bao Ge. If we can obtain a Jiandan, it will surely earn us the favor of the ancestral elder. The ancestral elder of the Lin family was a formidable figure, having surpassed the Yuaning stage and reached the Funshin stage. A true powerhouse, yet even she could not fully resist the ravages of time. Now, she appeared to be over 40 and seldom ventured into the outside world. Securing this Jiandan would undoubtedly earn her significant attention from the ancestral elder. In a corner of the Nanshan continent, a captivating female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage lay on the chest of an elderly male cultivator in the divine spirit stage, drawing circles on his chest. Old Master Zhong, will you buy me that Jiandan? I want it. All right. Whatever my heir wants, I will buy for her. It's just a mere Jiandan. The female cultivator's face lit up with joy, and she planted a kiss on old Master Zhong's cheek before crouching down. In a corner of the Donghuang continent, a long-forgotten cavern, shrouded in mystery for countless years, suddenly revealed itself, casting a cascade of thick soil upon ground. Emerging from its depths was a woman of over 50, a practitioner of the arcane arts. Although her visage bore no discernible expression, a flicker of excitement glimmered in her captivating Danfeng eyes. The corners of her eyes were etched with the marks of time, yet traces of her once unparalleled beauty remained apparent, despite the absence of any discernible spiritual energy emanating from her. She bore an aura reminiscent of one in a position of authority, making her appear no different from an ordinary person at first glance. In her hand, she clutched a jade talisman containing information about the coveted Jiandan issued by the Bai Bao Pavilion. She murmured to herself, "At last, news of the Jiandan has surfaced, though it is regrettably of only medium quality." Scanning the talisman with her spiritual sense, she swiftly located the address of the Bai Bao Pavilion. With a decisive wave of her hand, she tore through the fabric of space and confidently stepped into the rift. The mere mention of 3 Jiandan sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire cultivation community. Though the auction was still a month away, countless cultivators rushed to the scene like sharks sensing blood in the water. Even the sales of other items at the Bai Bao Pavilion surged. By Manting, who had delivered the Xiaoyan Dawn to the pavilion, was taken aback by the commotion. While she anticipated the fervor from the female cultivators, the scale of it was astonishing. Fortunately, Bai Manting had exercised caution, concealing her identity during the transaction and ensuring her physical presence remained hidden, thereby safeguarding herself from any potential repercussions. Yet, despite her precautions, she felt a twinge of anxiety and reached out to Chen Mo through a long-distance communication spell. As the true orchestrator of the events, Chen Mo merely replied with indifference. Let them fight for it. The fiercer the competition, the better. He then shielded himself from Bai Manting's spells and turned his gaze toward the bride adorned with a red veil upon the bed. Chen Mo lifted the jade, rue, unveiling the bride's face, and her starry eyes instantly captivated all of his attention, as if she embodied purity itself. She was not a cultivator, but rather Su Qiro, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the neighboring Juxing city. Su Qiro gazed in a daze at the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, her eyes filled with infatuation. She had glimpsed him from a distance at Chen Mo's wedding before, and this close encounter etched his visage firmly in her mind. Though she had many suitors, they all seemed tainted with the stench of materialism in her eyes. Only Chen Mo exuded an ethereal grace. In truth, the thought of being with him felt like a desecration of his character. After much inner turmoil, she could no longer suppress her desires and, under the cover of night, knocked upon the door of Chen Manor, leading to the joyous event of today. In the following month, Chen Mo thoroughly embraced the principle of daily marital bliss, showering each newlywed wife with affection. Their bellies began to show signs of burgeoning life, radiating maternal warmth. Upon reviewing the count of descendants, it had already soared past 500, most of whom were in the expectant phase, a matter that required patience. During this time, the Chen estate began to expand, for with so many wives and concubines, ample space was essential. The Chen family had grown prosperous, yet under Chen Mo's guidance, they treated ordinary folk with kindness. The land required for the expansion and the laborers for construction were compensated at double the market rate. Chen Montauk, having read his fair share of fantasy novels in his past life, was well aware of the folly of descendants who, relying on their family's patriarch, bullied others only to provoke a fated child, resulting in their family's downfall. He had no desire to one day be confronted by a youth declaring, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Thus, even with the family's newfound wealth, he tightened the reins on the younger generation. At last, the day of the auction arrived. The Baibao Pavilion's auction was traditionally divided into two levels. The lower level provided seating for ordinary cultivators, many of whom were not there for the Xiaoyan Dan, but rather to witness who would ultimately obtain it, while keeping an eye out for other desirable items. The upper level housed private rooms exclusively for cultivators of the Yuaning stage and above, who were the primary competitors for the Xiaoyan Dan. Typically, only 2 or 3 Yuaning cultivators would fill these rooms, yet this time, none were left empty, featuring numerous formidable beings surpassing the Yuaning stage. To protect the Xiaoyan Dan, the Baibao Pavilion had deployed a multitude of powerful guardians to deter any would-be schemers. Meanwhile, Bai Manting and Chen Mo occupied seats in the last row of the lower level, a suggestion from Chen Mo himself. Although Bai Manting had reached the Yuaning stage, she was merely at the initial level, and Chen Mo preferred to remain inconspicuous. However, as the number of cultivators continued to swell, the seating grew cramped. As Chen Mo drew closer to Bai Manting, he was astonished to detect a floral fragrance reminiscent of plum blossoms emanating from her, perfectly complementing the plum blossom mark on her forehead. Could she possess a Hanmei physique? In the cultivation world, some individuals are endowed with unique constitutions that can either accelerate their cultivation or enhance the potency of their spells. The Hanmei physique is a rare trait that facilitates faster cultivation in cold environments. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Bai Manting furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. I was merely curious about the grade of your spiritual root, Sect Master," he replied. "Second grade," she answered. Chen Mo swallowed hard. A second grade spiritual root. If he could marry the Sect Master and father a child with both a second grade spiritual root and the Hanmei physique, would he not soar to new heights in his cultivation? "Sect Master, please bear me a child to aid in my cultivation." The words swirled in Chen Mo's throat, yet he dared not voice them, fearing Bai Manting might strike him down with a single blow. Ultimately, he decided to keep his thoughts to himself. lamenting the unborn child of Hanmei physique that would never see the light of day. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Baibao Pavilion's auction. We have a total of 128 items up for bid today. You may refer to the Jade talismans distributed to you for complete information. As the host of the auction took the stage, the event commenced. Chen Mo glanced at the talisman, noting that none of the items piqued his interest. Though he did see 2 inferior foundation establishment dawn he had crafted among the offerings, despite their low grade. The sheer number of attendees resulted in the 2 pills selling for 500 medium-grade spirit stones, surpassing Chen Mo's initial expectations by 100 stones. As the auction progressed, nearly every item fetched prices exceeding their market value. The female cultivator hosting the auction could barely contain her glee, as higher bids meant greater commissions for her, ensuring she would partake in the profits. At long last, amidst the eager anticipation of all present, a display stand crafted from eternal crystal descended gently from the heavens. Upon this stand lay an intricate array of formations designed to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals. What followed was the moment we had all been eagerly awaiting, the final auction item. This was none other than 3 mid-grade Zhurong Dan, discovered within the residence of an ancient cultivator. Pay heed, for the starting bid for the Zhurong Dan is set at 100 high-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 50 high-grade spirit stones. As a demonstration, we shall release a hint of the Zhurong Dan's fragrance for your reference. The presiding female cultivator, after speaking, produced a token and lightly swept it across the crystal. An enchanting aroma wafted through the formations, reaching the nostrils of every attendee. It truly was Zhurong Dan. How delightful! The scent was identical to the descriptions recorded in texts. Merely inhaling, it invigorated the spirit. One could only imagine the pleasures of consuming it. The fortunate cultivator who discovered this Zhurong Dan must have experienced extraordinary fortune. Selling these 3 pills would likely alleviate any concerns regarding spirit stones for a lifetime. The surrounding crowd erupted in lively discussions, and Chen Mo straightened his posture, eager to witness the final bidding price. The auction commenced. The 97th private box belonged to the esteemed elder of the Chen Clan. While toying with the foundational stage female cultivator, initiated the bidding with 500 high-grade spirit stones. In his view, a pill that offered no assistance in cultivation warranted such a high price. However, if it brought joy to his beloved heir, it was worth it, for her youthful beauty allowed her to serve him better. Little did he anticipate the immediate response from the 87th box, which called out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The elder of the Chen Clan widened his eyes in disbelief. How could a pill that did not aid in cultivation command such a sum? Madness! With such funds, he could procure 2 foundational stage female cultivators for himself. As he reconsidered, he turned to the unclad heir and inquired, "Will you be obedient?" Heir, her eyes fixed on the Zhurong Dan with excitement, misinterpreted the elder's intentions and promptly replied, "I will be obedient. Whatever the elder desires, I shall comply." "Be obedient. We shall not purchase," he retorted. Heir? Chapter 18. Transformation Stage. The former saintess, Feng Qinwu. The bidding continued, escalating to 1,200 high-grade spirit stones. The occupant of box 46 announced, "I'm the sect leader of Qian Zone. At the initial stage of the separation of spirit, this Zhurong Dan is intended for my partner. I implore my fellow cultivators to refrain from error." Such bold claims. I am at the mid-stage of separation of spirit. Should anyone dare obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. A cold female voice emerged from box 28, declaring, 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. Box 11 chimed in with 2,000. The bidding voices surged, swiftly elevating the price of the Zhurong Dan from its base of 100 high-grade spirit stones to 2,000. The onlookers at the lower tier were left astounded, shocked by the rapid expenditure of these prominent figures at the separation of spirit stage. While they were aware of their wealth, they had not anticipated such extravagance. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones? Even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would struggle to produce such a sum, as evidenced by Manting's equally astonished expression. Were these individuals truly willing to go to such lengths for Zhurong Dan? Chen Montak esprit quick in it. Such an abundance of high-grade spirit stones could not only sustain the Chen family, but also support the entire Kaoshan sect without issue. Observing the upward trend in prices, The presiding female cultivator's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Their Baibao Pavilion had arranged the seating based on the strength of the registering cultivators, with the more powerful ranked higher. At that moment, the door to Box 1 swung open, and a commanding female voice resonated, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with a formation that even a separation of spirit expert cannot breach. A woman in her 50s emerged from Box 1, hovering in mid-air, revealing her true form to the assembly. She emitted no aura, yet captivated the attention of all. A gasp escaped the crowd. A transformation stage cultivator towered above these separation stage elites. Such a dimensional disparity. A formation capable of withstanding a separation of spirit expert could serve as the protective grand formation of an ordinary sect. She appeared strikingly familiar. Could it be? Yes. She is Feng Qingwu, the saintess of Qifengdian. Indeed, it is she. Since the destruction of Qifengdian, many presumed her dead. Yet she had transcended to the transformation stage. Time is merciless. The once revered saintess now stands before us. Feng Qingwu's gaze swept over the assembly, and silence fell instantly. Never mention a woman's age in her presence, whether she be a cultivator or a mere mortal. Feng Qingwu, retracting her gaze, stated nonchalantly, "It appears that no one else intends to raise the bid. Shall we not announce the results?" The presiding female cultivator wiped the fine perspiration from her brow. In truth, the price of the spirit stones had yet to meet their anticipated expectations. Under normal circumstances, the bidding could have risen considerably more. However, with the reveal of the opponent's transformation stage cultivation, who would dare voice dissent? As for the formation, while valuable, Baibao Pavilion could not take a commission on such items, thus diminishing their potential profits. I hereby declare that the first Zhurong Dan belongs to Feng Qingwu. A hint of joy flickered across Feng Qingwu's face as she produced a storage bracelet and handed it to the staff. After verification of the spirit stones and formation discs within, the staff respectfully presented the Zhurong Dan to her. Without hesitation, Feng Qingwu swallowed the Zhurong Dan, feeling its effects take hold, liberating her from the fears of aging. Suddenly, she proclaimed, "I am uncertain if the cultivator selling the Zhurong Dan is present. But should you possess higher quality Zhurong Dan, I am willing to purchase them at a premium. Feel free to contact me. This is my spiritual mark. Should any unrelated individuals dare to disturb me, they shall find themselves crushed as ants." With a single hand raised, a flurry of spiritual marks dispersed, embedding themselves deep within the minds of all present, including Chen Mo. Many experienced a spark of realization. Perhaps the cultivator in question possessed more than just 3 Zhurong Dan. If higher quality Zhurong Dan truly existed, a return to youth might not be out of reach. Due to the restrictions of the auction's formations, Feng Qingwu departed the venue. For the effects of identical Zhurong Dan do not stack, thus her goal was achieved. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, stroking his chin, wore a satisfied expression. If he wished to develop his cultivation family, ensuring the safety of his stronghold was of paramount importance. Otherwise, should his cultivation advance, and he unwittingly acquire enemies outside, upon his return, he might find his home ransacked. That would spell disaster. As for Feng Qingwu's proclamations, Chen Mo paid them little heed. After all, such private transactions lacked the guarantee of Baibao Pavilion, and he might end up stripped to the bone. Following this brief interlude, the competition for the remaining 2 Zhurong Dan intensified. Ultimately, they were sold for the impressive sums of 5,300 high-grade spirit stones and 5,900 high-grade spirit stones, respectively. In this fortunate turn of events, Chen Mo has profited immensely. After a rough calculation, he realized that he had transformed merely 3 low-grade materials, not exceeding 5 pieces of mid-grade ling stones, into a staggering 13,000 high-grade ling stones and an invaluable array disc. Chen Mo smacked his lips, lamenting that such an opportunity for sudden wealth would only come once. Meanwhile, Bai Manting began calculating her share of the ling stones. When she discovered that she would receive 1,056 high-grade ling stones, she forced a facade of nonchalance to maintain her dignity as the sect leader before Chen Mo, though her body trembled with excitement. So many ling stones. She wouldn't have to scrimp on her cultivation for quite some time. As the auction concluded, the attendees gradually dispersed. After concealing her identity, Bai Man-ting cautiously collected the Ling stones and the array from Bai Bao-ge. She meticulously inspected all items to ensure there were no traces of divine consciousness or spiritual energy that could expose her, before leaving with great care. Bai Bao-ge's reputation was indeed commendable, devoid of any underhanded dealings. Next came the delightful moment of reaping the rewards. After deducting the 1,056 high-grade Ling stones owed to Bai Man-ting and the 5% commission, which amounted to 650 high-grade Ling stones, Chen Mo still retained a remarkable total of 12,811 high-grade Ling stones. His excitement grew as he gazed at the storage bracelet containing the array disc. Besides the array disc for setting up formations, there is also a jade talisman detailing the operation and functions of the array. Upon a cursory glance at the functions, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Chapter 19. Refining Pills Again. The target. Zhilongwen Foundation Establishment Pill. The full name of this array is the Jiugong Bagua Array. It is a multi-functional formation that, as Feng Qingwu mentioned, can resist assaults from experts in the Shunshin stage, while also possessing capabilities such as spirit gathering and counterattack. What particularly caught Chen Mo's attention was the spirit gathering function. There are two types of spirit gathering. The first involves the Jiugong Bagua Array autonomously absorbing ambient spiritual energy during its operation. This energy fills the array, enhancing the cultivation speed of all cultivators within it. However, this method heavily relies on the surrounding environment. In ancient times or certain blessed lands, it might yield substantial energy, but in the present, its effectiveness is rather limited. The second method is much simpler. In addition to absorbing ambient spiritual energy, it can also utilize Ling stones as a core driver to extract and disseminate energy throughout the array's range. Most importantly, this energy permeating the air also benefits ordinary mortals, enhancing their physical constitution and offering a slight chance of producing descendants with spiritual roots. Under current circumstances, the spirit gathering function is somewhat superfluous. The natural spiritual energy is insufficient, making it difficult to absorb enough from the environment. Moreover, using Ling stones in this manner is wasteful. With such an abundance of Ling stones, it is sensible to prioritize the cultivation of those in the family with the best talents, or to use them for one's own training, who would squander them on nurturing the next generation. However, for Chen Mo, this function is akin to a divine boon. After all, as long as his descendants grow stronger, he too would benefit. Chen Mo returned to the Chen residence, brimming with excitement as he set about arranging the array. Mastering the Jiugong Bagua array would typically require centuries of effort, but with the array disc, the process became significantly easier. Following the instructions on the Jade Talisman, he buried the corresponding array discs around the Chen residence and placed a high-grade Ling stone into the spirit-gathering core. Holding the core array disc, Chen Mo shouted, "Rise." An invisible shield of spiritual energy slowly ascended from the buried array discs, ultimately enveloping the entire Chen residence like an inverted bowl. To ordinary eyes, this spiritual protective layer was imperceptible. Only cultivators like Su Su would be aware of its existence. Su Su, visibly pregnant, approached Chen Mo in astonishment. "Uzbund, is this the mountain-protecting array? It seems even stronger than the formation at the Kaoshan sect." Chen Mo nodded with a smile. This Jiugong Bagua array far surpassed the Kaoshan sect's mountain-protecting formation, which could not withstand attacks from Shunshin stage experts. Feeling that this display might be too ostentatious for cultivators, Chen Mo discreetly performed a few hand seals, causing the shield of spiritual energy to vanish. Now, even if a cultivator passed by, they would remain unaware of the formidable array hidden within. In no time, the spiritual energy within the Chen residence began to flourish. "What a rich aura!" Susu exclaimed, delighted. "Such dense spiritual energy is immensely beneficial for both me and the child." Chen Mo gently leaned against his valley, listening to the movements of the little one flowing with his bloodline, reassuring her, "As long as it's good for you both, I would gather stars from the sky for you." As for the ordinary residents of the Chen residence, they simply felt a sudden ease in their bodies. Previously hidden ailments were gradually suppressed by the abundant spiritual energy, and if they remained in the Chen residence long enough, they would be free from all ailments. He entrusted the other operation command token for the array to Su Su, ensuring that even in his absence, someone could oversee the situation. Chen Mo then checked the rate of Ling stone consumption, estimating that one high-grade ling stone was sufficient to sustain the erase operation for a week. This was manageable. The family was currently in a stable financial position, and such expenses were acceptable. 7 months later, another wave of children was born. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that several children born to his mortal concubines also exhibited spiritual roots, albeit of lower quality, at the 9th rank or even below. However, progress takes time, and he remained optimistic that one day, the Chen family would produce exceptional spiritual roots surpassing the 1st rank. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have accumulated 5,000 descendants, earning a reward of 100 years of hard-earned experience. Congratulations, host! You have accumulated 20 descendants with spiritual roots, earning a reward of a low-grade Xian-level magic weapon, the Qing Xian sword. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback as the Qing Xian sword materialized in his hand as a system reward. The sword, approximately 3 feet long, was a deep green hue, with a faint cold light emanating from its blade, truly resembling a blade of autumn frost. What a splendid sword! Chen Montak Mavilet. Recalling that if memory served him correctly, the flying sword used by his master was merely of mid-grade Xian level, and his master was a formidable figure in the late Golden Core stage. It was just as well. He had long sought a suitable magic weapon to unleash the full potential of the Qing Feng sword technique. During the last auction, he had hoped to find something fitting, but nothing satisfactory had appeared. He had planned to visit by Baoge for a purchase after establishing his foundation. Yet the system had conveniently provided him with what he needed. Chen Mo focused his spirit on the Qing Xian sword, easily imprinting his divine sense upon it, officially establishing the bond of ownership. The entire process was remarkably smooth, affirming that the system's offerings were indeed of the highest quality. After toying with the Qing Xian sword for a moment, he did not forget his primary objective and made his way to the alchemy room. Would this century's worth of hard-earned experience enable him to concoct the exquisite Zhelongwen Foundation establishment pill? Sitting cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, Chen Mo poured a century's worth of arduous cultivation experience into the art of concocting elixirs. Flashes of memories regarding alchemy surged through his mind. On the side, Ganxia, with her prominent belly, quietly observed the process, tossing in the medicinal ingredients one by one. This time, Chen Mo exhibited remarkable control over the formation speed of the herbs, executing each step with an enviable fluidity, as though he were engaged in a mundane task rather than alchemical creation. The brilliance in Ganxia's eyes shone brightly. This was the sensation she had been waiting for. Her husband was truly exceptional, although Chen Mo had been exceedingly excited. He cast aside all distracting thoughts the moment he commenced the alchemical process, focusing intently on the cauldron before him. As 3 hours passed, the cauldron began to tremble, and the sound of the elixirs colliding echoed within. Ganxia felt a wave of anxiety for her husband. She understood his aspiration to forge a perfect Zhelongwen Foundation elixir. Yet having experienced many failures herself, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Hence, she worried that her husband might be disheartened by any setbacks. Chen Mo waved his sleeve to lift the lid of the cauldron, and a plume of white mist billowed forth, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon. Ganxia sprang to her feet in delight, nervously counting the dragon roars. 1, 2, as she continued, her tone grew increasingly fervent. 5 roars, 6 roars, 7 roars. Ganxia's heart raced with anticipation. The 8th roar. In Chapter 20, she pondered, "Isn't my husband remarkable?" with her heart brimming with excitement. She yearned to hear that final roar. Its emergence would signify that her husband had achieved what others could not, creating the most exquisite Zhelongwen Foundation elixir. Alas, the dragon roars abruptly ceased, concluding at 8 roars, resulting in the creation of the 8 dragon pattern foundation elixir. Such a treasure, if revealed to the outside world, would undoubtedly prompt various factions to covet it. The 8 dragon pattern foundation elixir boasted a staggering 90% probability of becoming a heavenly grade elixir, a terrifying likelihood that even the most gifted disciples from ancient cultivation families would rarely enjoy. Regrettably, it still fell short of Chen Mo's expectations. He could not consider consuming the 8 dragon pattern foundation elixir. Despite the 9-fold chance of it becoming a heavenly grade elixir, he feared he might be among the unfortunate ones. Since he had embarked on this path of cultivation, he intended to tread steadily, excelling at each level. For only then could he hope to attain immortality and wander freely through the mortal realm. Ganxia, glancing back with concern, was pleasantly surprised to find that Chen Mo did not exhibit the despondency she had anticipated. At that moment, he sat on the ground, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. He was so close. Chen Mo understood that he was nearing the creation of the Zhelongwen Foundation elixir. Only a thin membrane stood in his way, and he simply needed to find a way to pierce through that delicate barrier. With his right hand gripping a top-grade spirit stone, he flicked it, sending the invaluable 8 Dragon Pattern Foundation elixir soaring aside. Let's begin anew. Chen Mo had previously procured a substantial quantity of medicinal materials for the purpose of crafting the ultimate Zhelongwen Foundation elixir. For 3 consecutive days, he remained in the alchemy chamber, neither eating nor drinking, while Ganxia diligently assisted him by organizing the herbs. Ganxia had already gathered over 28 Dragon Pattern Foundation elixirs. The cauldron trembled once more, signaling the moment to unveil its contents. Chen Mo inhaled deeply and waved his hand. The white mist within the cauldron transformed into the shape of a dragon, swirling around him, accompanied by the resounding dragon roar. A smile graced Chen Mo's lips. This time, there was no need for counting. It had to be the Zhelongwen Foundation elixir. Ganxia, nearly fainting with excitement, rushed to Chen Mo's side to peer into the cauldron. Inside lay a round, fragrant foundation elixir, its 9 dragon patterns clearly visible. Chen Mo stored the foundation elixir and returned to his secluded chamber. It is time to consume the elixir and establish my foundation. Heavenly Great Foundation, here I come. 3 days later, all the younger members of the Chen family gathered outside Chen Mo's residence, awaiting the emergence of their ancestor. 3 beams of radiant light surged skyward, and everyone in the Chen estate sensed the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Su exclaimed in astonishment, 3 flowers gathering at the apex. This is a heavenly grade foundation. However, she quickly grew concerned that the commotion might attract unwanted attention and hastily concealed the energy fluctuations with a formation. Moments later, Chen Mo emerged from the chamber. Adorned in white robes, his cultivation level unmistakably at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The crowd outside cheered in unison. Congratulations to our ancestor for successfully establishing his foundation. The golden elixir is just around the corner. May our ancestor enjoy everlasting fortune, as enduring as the heavens. Observing the unified Chen descendants, Chen Mo felt a genuine smile blossom within him. This was the family he had diligently cultivated. In 3 days, we shall hold a grand celebration, he announced. Yes, ancestor. The news of the ancestor's successful foundation establishment spread like wildfire, attracting countless well-wishers. In the eyes of cultivators, achieving foundation establishment signified a true departure from mundane existence, granting one the ability to fly with swords and wield various mystical powers. A foundation cultivator could live for up to 500 years, suggesting that the Chen family was not merely a fleeting phenomenon. Many cultivation families that had previously dismissed the Chen family hastened to visit, bringing their finest daughters to pay homage. Xiao Qian, the ancestor of the Chen family, established his foundation in less than 100 years. With an additional 400 years of life left, he may even achieve the golden elixir. If you could marry him, it would be a tremendous fortune. This Chen family is formidable. Having a foundation cultivator who can also concoct elixirs as an ancestor ensures prosperity for the Chen family for centuries to come. We must find a way to forge a connection with Chen Laozu to benefit our Wang family. On the first day, the head of the Wang family introduced his youngest daughter to Chen Mo, saying, "This is my daughter Kaiyu. Chaiyue, komegri Chen Laozu." A young girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, approached Chen Mo with a gentle smile, her eyes resembling a crescent moon, stirring his heart. On the second day, a strikingly attractive female rogue cultivator visited Chen Mo's residence late at night. "Your name is Baijie?" Chen Mo inquired in surprise upon hearing her introduction. Baijie confidently replied, "Indeed, though her appearance was not exceptionally outstanding, she exuded the charm of a neighborly lady, which captivated Chen Mo, particularly as she was yet to experience the loss of her maidenhood. During this time, numerous individuals came to pay their respects. Yet Chen Mo found no one who stirred his heart, leading him to politely decline their advances. The originally planned celebration transformed into a joyous feast. Clad in a resplendent red robe, resembling a groom, Chen Mo faced two charming beauties, enveloped in admiration from the onlookers, as he led them towards the backstage. This evening promised to be another day of diligent labor. Over the course of a month, Chen Mo fully harnessed the formidable powers of a foundation cultivator. Through tireless efforts, the two women's bellies began to swell, indicating that they were with child. Chen Mo was naturally overjoyed, arranging various supplements for them to ensure their health and well-being. Simultaneously, he began concocting beauty elixirs, ensuring that each of his many concubines received the care they deserved. The process of concocting the Xiandan is somewhat simpler compared to that of the Juziden. Thus Chen Mo effortlessly crafted a perfect quality of the 9 dragon pattern Xiandan. Upon acquiring the Xiandan, Chen Mo promptly sought out Su Su. Is this the exquisite 9 dragon pattern Xiandan? For me? Su Su's eyes sparkled with delight, brimming with joy. What female cultivator does not yearn to retain her youth? Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Su Su embraced Chen Mo and planted a kiss on his cheek. She then joyfully consumed the Xiandan, its effects rapidly taking hold. Although Su Su was still quite young, she could not escape the faintest wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, which vanished entirely under the influence of the 9 dragon pattern Xiandan. To her astonishment, she discovered that the stretch marks from childbirth on her abdomen had also completely disappeared. As an observer throughout the process, Chen Mo felt the effects profoundly. It was as if time itself had reversed for Su Su. Her appearance returned to its most beautiful state, and the enchanting fragrance of the Xiandan emanated from her body, captivating all who beheld her. Chen Mo, overwhelmed by Su Su's beauty, could not resist teasingly inquiring, "So, what do you think of your husband?" Su Su's cheeks flashed a rosy. After nearly a month of diligent effort, Chen Mo finally completed the Xiandan for all his concubines, and, after distributing them for consumption, each of them regained their most exquisite states. Chen Mo could not help but exclaim, this elixir was truly worth the effort. Satisfied with the transformations of his wives and concubines, Chen Mo set off for the Kuaishan sect. With a thought, the Qingxian sword soared into the air. Fly! Chen Mo stepped onto the Qingxian sword, gliding through the sky like a green comet streaking across the heavens. The journey that would have taken an hour by spirit boat now took merely a little over 10 minutes via sword flight. Upon arriving at Yinjian Peak, he found his master still in meditation. As she instinctively reached for the yellow wooden hairpin atop her head to defend herself against the sudden flash of sword light, she froze upon recognizing Chen Mo, as if struck by lightning. Had it been anyone else, they might not have comprehended the significance. But Shi Fei Shuang was acutely aware that Chen Mo possessed a mixed spiritual root. For him to have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement was already remarkable. To think that after such a short time apart, he had progressed to the foundation establishment stage. However, recalling the low-grade Juziden Chen Mo had previously produced, she understood. With ample low-grade Juziden, it was inevitable that one would eventually lead to a successful foundation establishment. Reflecting on this, Shi Fei Shuang advised, though you may not be able to break through to the golden core stage, you must continue to cultivate diligently and not focus solely on taking concubines. Chen Mo smiled and replied, Master, you are mistaken. I am not an ordinary foundation establishment. I am of the celestial grade. Celestial grade? Shi Fei Shuang gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? After saying this, she extended her hand to rest on Chen Mo's abdomen, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. Shi Fei Shuang fell into a daze, murmuring, it truly is the celestial grade foundation establishment. Feeling a twinge of regret, Shi Fei Shuang reflected on her decision to send Chen Mo down the mountain due to his poor spiritual root quality. Had she kept him to cultivate, perhaps he would have achieved even greater results. Instead, she allowed him to experience the mortal world, thinking it would be more enriching. Little did she know that Chen Mo was a late bloomer, now displaying remarkable prowess. Not contemplating further, Chen Mo's hand glowed, producing a 9-dragon pattern Xiandan before Shi Fei Shuang. The captivating fragrance instantly captivated her senses. This is a token of filial piety from your disciple. Please accept it. Master, Chen Mo respectfully offered the Xiandan. Shi Fei Shuang swallowed hard, striving to steady her emotions. Initially, she thought Chen Mo was joking when he mentioned crafting a higher quality Xiandan for her benefit. To her astonishment, he was serious, and now, not long after, she held the exquisite 9-dragon pattern Xiandan in her hands. Once, she had saved this little boy, and now he had grown into someone so formidable. Miracles seemed to occur in his presence. As Fei Shuang consumed the Xiandan, its effects swiftly manifested. The fine lines on her face disappeared, her skin rejuvenating to the state of her 18-year-old self, radiant and translucent. Fei Shuang, realizing something extraordinary had transpired, excitedly retrieved a mirror to behold her reflection. Momentarily taken aback, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she marveled at her most beautiful visage in this lifetime. Chen Mo, too, was dumbfounded, having never witnessed his master appear so exquisitely beautiful. Moreover, the most striking aspect was that while she had returned to the appearance of a youthful maiden, the aura she exuded was still that of a ripe peach, blending these two contrasting qualities into an alluring charm. Absolutely stunning, Chen Mo exclaimed, regaining her composure. Fei Shuang, aware of Chen Mo's penchant for flattery, nonetheless felt elated. After admiring her appearance for a moment, she cast a spell to revert to her previous form, lest outsiders suspect that she had consumed the Xiandan and create trouble for him. As always, my master is thoughtful, Chen Mo complimented. After bidding farewell to his contented master, Chen Mo held the passage Jade Talisman and flew directly toward Yujian Peak. Upon landing, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from within. Mid-stage Yuanying? Chen Montak mom ulet in astonishment. Truly, one could not underestimate the impressive cultivation speed of the second-grade spiritual root. At Chen Mo's telepathic prompting, Bai Man Ting emerged before him, adorned in a blue palace dress, clearly in high spirits. The typically aloof expression on her face bore an uncommon hint of a smile. Thanks to the prior sale of Xiandan for Chen Mo, she had accumulated a substantial sum of spiritual stones, allowing her to indulge in her cultivation and breakthroughs. Chen Mo tossed her a Xiandan. Bai Man Ting caught it effortlessly, her eyes widening in shock upon recognizing what it was. Is this for me? Indeed. Did I not promise you a Xiandan? Chen Montak replied. Bai Man Ting held the exquisite 9-dragon pattern Xiandan as if in a dream. Logically, he could have easily given her a lower grade or even mid-grade Xiandan, yet he chose to bestow upon her this rare treasure. She had been present at the auction, where powerful figures had expended vast resources merely to compete for a mid-grade Xiandan. If that golden core stage expert, Feng Qing Wu, were to learn that a 9-dragon pattern Xiandan was available here, he would likely go to great lengths to acquire it. Seeing Bai Man Ting's touched expression, Chen Mo smiled. Aren't you going to take it? If not, please return it to me. Having stated it was for her, how could she possibly give it back? Bai Man Ting retreated a couple of steps, genuinely worried that Chen Mo might reclaim it. Chen Mo chuckled internally. This was the strategy of fishing with a long line. As long as he could eventually reel in Bai Man Ting, a mere Xiandan was inconsequential. Bai Man Ting excitedly swallowed the Xiandan. However, due to her already high aptitude, having cultivated for only over 200 years, the marks of time on her were not pronounced, and she merely restored the slight wrinkles around her neck. The enchanting fragrance of the Xiandan blended harmoniously with her own plum blossom scent, enhancing her allure. After admiring her beauty for a moment, she turned serious and addressed Chen Mo. You have arrived at an opportune moment, as I had a matter I wish to bring to your attention. Recently, a group of rogue cultivators has been exploiting the name of our Kaoshan zone to sell inferior spiritual pills at exorbitant prices. Many individuals have come to us after purchasing these products. Chen Mo frowned slightly. It was hard to believe that anyone could fall for such a scam. Did they not inspect the pills before the transaction? The perpetrators were cunning, presenting others with the genuine pills during inspection, only to swap them out at the time of the deal. Bei man ting Zeit in Resignation. Moreover, they never return to the same place twice. Each time our people arrive, they are left empty-handed. I merely wish to inform you that, due to this situation, our recent sales of pills have been somewhat affected, and our profits may decrease in the coming months. However, I've already arranged for someone to handle the issue, and it should not take long. Chapter 22. Kaoshan Zone Products. Guaranteed Excellence. After departing from Yujian Feng, Chen Mo did not return directly to the Chen residence, but instead flew towards the nearest market for cultivators. Although Bai Man Ting was already taking action, Chen Mo felt an unsettling disquiet. Was it mere coincidence that they managed to evade the Kaoshan zone each time? While it was possible they possessed extraordinary luck, Chen Mo suspected that there might be a traitor within Kaoshan zone who leaked their movements, enabling the rogues to consistently elude capture. With that in mind, Chen Mo was determined to discover who dared to encroach upon his territory. This market for cultivators was not particularly large, and the practitioners who frequented it were primarily at the qi refining stage. Thus, when Chen Mo arrived on his Qing Xian sword, he immediately captured everyone's attention. This foundational stage master is incredibly handsome. Moreover, he appears quite youthful. Do you not recognize him? He is the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family responsible for alchemy at the Kaoshan zone. Those exquisite spiritual pills were crafted by his hand. My goodness. Then he must be extraordinarily wealthy. A premium spiritual pill is worth at least 50 inferior spirit stones. A number of female cultivators gathered, gazing at the striking foundational stage master, secretly swooning. How splendid! If only I could become his Tao partner, the path of cultivation would surely not be lonely. Alas, I have heard he is obsessed with alchemy, likely a cultivation fanatic with little interest in beauty. This is the common perception among most female cultivators. The more gifted the practitioner, the less inclined they are towards romantic pursuits. The pursuit of longevity is their sole aspiration. And only upon reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation would they consider indulging their primal desires. At that moment, someone in the know interjected, "You are mistaken. He is a notorious polygamist, averaging 5 or 6 concubines a week, perpetually a groom. The number of concubines at home likely exceeds the total population of this market." The female cultivator's eyes brightened. How fortuitous! Many self-assuredly attractive female cultivators stepped forward, pressing their handkerchiefs imbued with their spiritual marks into Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo could not refuse them outright, so he graciously accepted each one, mentally associating the handkerchiefs with their respective faces, intending to contact them later when he departed. However, Chen Mo was taken aback by how many rogue female cultivators awaited his assistance. It appeared that even without investigating the traitor, he could return here multiple times. Amidst the heartfelt farewells from the female cultivators, Chen Mo wandered around the market, hoping to encounter the group selling counterfeit pills, as he might also come across some intriguing items. After all, weren't the fated ones often discovering treasures at street stalls? Various divine techniques and advanced artifacts could be waiting for him as well. Regrettably, after a thorough search, he found neither the counterfeiters nor any extraordinary items. Disappointed, Chen Mo decided to contact the beautiful rogue female cultivators to soothe his wounded spirit with the handkerchiefs he had just received. Within minutes, 3 female cultivators stood before him. One of them, named by Cu, possessed a beauty that ranked among the top 10 he had ever encountered. Standing at least 180 centimeters tall, she wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her perfect S-curve figure, particularly notable in the front. She exuded an air of aloof elegance, yet in Chen Mo's presence, she appeared exceedingly obedient. Chen Mo found this contrast particularly appealing. The other 2 female cultivators, while slightly less striking than by Cu, were still exceptionally beautiful. Typically, the 3 would attract a throng of admirers of the market, but their high standards were only swayed upon encountering Chen Mo, captivated by his looks and strength. After all, which woman could resist a man of great power, wealth, and charm, who was also considerate? A group of male cultivators watching from a distance suddenly heard the sound of something shattering. It was the sound of their hearts breaking. Chen Mo summoned the Qing Xian sword before the 3 women. With a thought, the sword grew considerably larger, and Chen Mo leapt onto it, beckoning the 3 women to join him. As they stood on the sword, rising into the air, they nervously clung to his arms. Chen Mo felt a delightful thrill from the touch of their grasp. Upon returning to the Chen residence, the 3 women were taken by the Chen family's descendants to change and freshen up. The Chen residence operated like a finely tuned machine. Every descendant was well versed in the procedures of the wedding ceremony, having participated in it countless times. The sounds of drums and gongs echoed once more. Unbelievable! The ancestor of the Chen family has taken yet another concubine. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Mo became the groom, marrying 3 entirely different beautiful cultivators each day. The details of those 3 nights are best left unmentioned. The following day, Chen Mo once again flew to the previous market for cultivators. Today, an even greater number of female cultivators were present. News of Chen Mo taking 3 qi refining female cultivators as concubines had spread, attracting many eager to try their luck. To their astonishment, they indeed encountered Chen Mo, rushing forward to present him with their handkerchiefs imbued with spiritual marks. As Chen Mo's hands grew weary from receiving handkerchiefs, the male cultivators could only seethe with envy. Alas, they were outmatched in strength and looks. After wandering the market for a couple of rounds, without any new discoveries, Chen Mo returned home with 4 female cultivators for marriage. He had visited for several consecutive days. Aside from bringing back a bevy of beautiful companions, he had seen no sign of the counterfeiters. Left with no choice, Chen Mo resolved to try a different market in hopes of finding the sellers of fake drugs. This decision was purely motivated by the desire to locate the counterfeiters, not due to the declining quality of the female cultivators at the current market, which made it increasingly difficult to find any who caught his eye. The next market he planned to visit was known as the Baibao Shiji, situated a bit further from Chen Mo's location. However, it was managed by the Baibao Gu, ensuring a larger scale and a greater number of visiting cultivators. More importantly, the previous day, individuals from Kaoshanzong had visited this market. Upon arriving at the market, Chen Mo flew in on his sword, drawing far less attention this time. At least there was no throng of female cultivators rushing to stuff handkerchiefs into his arms. After all, the presence of numerous cultivators made it quite normal for a few foundational stage practitioners to appear. As he strolled through the market, Chen Mo noticed that the quality of the items for sale was significantly higher, and he even spotted several of the pills he had previously concocted, though they were being resold for profit. Just as Chen Mo believed he would return empty-handed, a sign caught his attention: exquisite dragon pattern spirit chi pill, produced by Coin Sect, guaranteed to be a premium product. Chapter 23: The Ancestor of the Chen Family Online Counterfeiting. Taking advantage of the Coin Sect's reputation, many cultivators had gathered here. Recently, the exquisite dragon pattern spirit chi pill sold by the Coin Sect had been snatched up frantically at the market. Although this pill, suitable for the chi refinement stage, was of little interest to foundation establishment cultivators, the majority of the cultivation world was still adept at the chi refinement stage. However, the price of the Coin Sect pills was not cheap. Even the lowest quality dragon pattern spirit chi pill cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, this stall clearly indicated a price of 40 low-grade spirit stones for a dragon pattern spirit chi pill and 60 for a 3 dragon pattern spirit chi pill. Each tier was slightly cheaper than those of the Coin Sect. The seller was a chi refinement cultivator dressed in the garb of the Coin Sect, though Chen Mo had never seen him before. Behind him stood 2 foundation establishment cultivators who were resting with their eyes closed, also dressed as disciples of the Coin Sect. Their trading method was quite astute. They first collected spirit stones and then waited to distribute the pills after the sales concluded. Chen Mo surmised that they would likely tamper with the containers holding the pills, making their escape before the unsuspecting buyers realized the deception. Some individuals did attempt to acquire the pills early, but a glare from the 2 foundation establishment cultivators made them obediently wait, reassuring themselves that the price was low and a little patience was acceptable. After grasping the scheme, Chen Mo retreated to the side to use his transmission technique to inform Bai Manting of the situation and the possibility of an insider within the sect, urging her to come and apprehend the culprits. As for himself, he would merely observe the unfolding drama, as these matters were originally meant to be handled by the people of the Coin Sect. Just as Chen Mo awaited Bai Manting's arrival, the crowd around the stall grew larger. Suddenly, a female cultivator approached, capturing Chen Mo's attention. She was graceful, clad in a blue short skirt, with bright, expressive phoenix eyes, lustrous black hair, and a delicate face. However, her expression was one of anxiety, her eyes betraying a hint of worry, evoking a sense of compassion. She murmured softly, "Since there are exquisite spirit chi pills here, there must also be exquisite jade dew pills. A single dragon pattern should suffice to heal my sister." She then pushed her way through the crowd, finally reaching the front, only to turn pale upon seeing that the exquisite dragon pattern jade dew pill required 60 low-grade spirit stones. Instinctively tightening her grip on the spatial ring on her right hand, she realized she only had 32 low-grade spirit stones, falling short of what was needed to purchase the life-saving jade dew pill. Desperate, she asked, "Could you offer a discount on the dragon pattern jade dew pill? I only have 32 low-grade spirit stones. If you're not buying, then step aside." 60 low-grade spirit stones at such a low price, and you still want to haggle? The female cultivator bit her lip, but, thinking of her sister's injuries, insisted, could I trade a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact instead? Get lost. If you have no spirit stones, stay away. Don't disrupt my business. The Chi Refinement Cultivator replied angrily, realizing that the time wasted on this female cultivator could have earned him many more spirit stones. He shot a glance at the Foundation Establishment Cultivator behind him. A faint pressure of Foundation Establishment Cultivation immediately enveloped the area. The female cultivator, possessing low strength, found it difficult to breathe, yet she still attempted to plead, "Please, my sister is severely injured." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator, showing signs of impatience, waved his hand, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy toward the female cultivator. If struck by this wave, she would not die, but would suffer significant internal injuries. The attack was exceedingly ruthless. Although fighting was prohibited within the market, such covert confrontations involving a Foundation Establishment Cultivator usually went unregulated. The female cultivator watched helplessly as the wave of spiritual energy approached, her body immobilized by the oppressive pressure, leaving her no chance to evade. Just as she instinctively closed her eyes, she realized that the anticipated attack did not occur. Instead, a melodious voice rang in her ears. "Not only are you selling counterfeit pills under the guise of the Koyan sect, but you would also dare to lay hands on such a beautiful fairy?" Startled, the female cultivator opened her eyes to find a young man in a white robe standing before her. The wave of spiritual energy merely stirred a gentle breeze around him, causing his robe to flutter slightly, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. It was Chen Mo. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the surrounding crowd gasped and instinctively took a few steps back. A fraud? Selling counterfeit pills? Is that true? With so many people buying, it can't possibly be a scam, right? However, many had yet to receive any pills, especially those who had already handed over their spirit stones, who immediately surrounded the Chi Refinement Cultivator. If he claims they are fake, he must provide evidence. We've all checked the pills, and they are indeed produced by the Koyan sect. Chen Mo stepped forward, declaring, "Evidence? I am the evidence myself." At that moment, someone recognized Chen Mo and exclaimed, "He is the ancestor of the Chen family known for refining pills. All the pills from the Koyan sect are crafted by him. The alchemist himself has come to expose the fraud." The three culprits glared at Chen Mo with intense hatred, realizing that someone was now searching for the market's overseer. Exchanging glances, they tossed all the spirit stones they had just collected into the crowd. A frenzy ensued as all cultivators scrambled for them. The two Foundation Establishment Cultivators quickly seized their companion and fled, oblivious to the fact that Chen Mo had secretly left a spiritual mark on the Chi Refinement Cultivator, ensuring he could be tracked down within 3 days, no matter where he tried to escape. Chen Mo turned to the female cultivator, taking out a 9-dragon pattern jade dew pill from his spatial ring and handing it to her. "Take this to your sister. Do not fall for such tricks again." The female cultivator stared wide-eyed at the jade dew pill in her palm, astonished that such a precious pill was given to her. However, thinking of her injured sister who would finally have a chance for healing, she was overwhelmed with joy. "My name is Wang Yuyan. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. If you ever need my assistance, I would never decline." Wang Yuyan, that is indeed a lovely name. Chen Mo observed her features and found them fitting of such a name. He summoned the Qingxian sword and said, "Get on. Where's your sister? I will take you to find her." Wang Yin hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate to trouble the senior further, but then noticed the unabashed greed in the eyes of other cultivators behind her. Alarmed, she realized that these individuals seemed poised to devour her alive once the senior departed. Understanding that the senior had been considering her safety all along, she ceased to protest. Together, they ascended on the Qingxian sword, vanishing from the sight of the onlooking cultivators. Chapter 24. Midstage Yuanying. The strength of by Manting. Wang Yin's sister was located not far from a market, and they arrived within just a few minutes. After setting her down, Chen Mo took his leave. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and the notion of repaying kindness is far from Chen Mo's character. However, Wang Yuyan stood motionlessly, gazing at Chen Mo's retreating figure, seemingly entranced. It was not until she heard her sister's pained gasp from within that she abruptly snapped back to reality, hastening to fetch medicine for her sibling. Meanwhile, Chen Mo soared towards the direction of the spiritual energy mark, just as Bai Man Ting arrived, and the two rushed towards the location of the counterfeit medicine peddler. These three cultivators did not halt after leaving the marketplace. Instead, they continued to fly westward, traversing nearly 100 kilometers before ceasing their movement. Yet, as Chen Mo's position nearly aligned with theirs, he still could not discern their figures. Only a verdant expanse of trees lay before him. Chen Mo was confident that his spiritual mark could not be mistaken. They must be nearby. This invisible situation likely indicated that the adversaries had set up a formation. When it came to formations, Chen Mo was at a loss, despite having a 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation at home. He operated it with a formation disc and understood nothing of the underlying principles. Upon sharing this conjecture with Bai Man Ting, he was surprised to see her radiate confidence. "Have you studied formations?" Chen Mo inquired, astonished, for Bai Man Ting did not strike him as someone inclined towards such scholarly pursuits. Without uttering a word, her unique Yuan Ing stage spiritual pressure enveloped the area. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. He had momentarily forgotten that Bai Man Ting was indeed a formidable figure of the mid-Yuan Ing stage. Even if formations were present, they could not be overly sophisticated, as those resorting to selling counterfeit medicines were unlikely to afford high-grade formation discs. Suddenly, the red plum blossom on Bai Man Ting's forehead burst forth, manifesting into a colossal plum blossom imprint that surged forward with overwhelming force. Even though this attack was not aimed at Chen Mo, the sheer potency of her spiritual pressure rendered him breathless. He was compelled to retreat a short distance to alleviate the suffocating sensation. As the plum blossom imprint advanced, a sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting echoed in the air. A rather desolate hilltop materialized before them, the formation forcibly dismantled by the plum blossom imprint. 2 beams of sword light split from the hilltop, darting in different directions, one of which bore a cultivator of the Qi refining stage. Bai Man Ting let out a light laugh. "Dare to insult my Koshan sect? Come back." A pair of spiritual hands materialized, forcefully retrieving all 3 individuals. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the corner of the dismantled formation, wielding a flying sword aimed at Chen Mo. Even Bai Man Ting had been unable to detect his presence due to the formation's concealment. Bai Man Ting's expression shifted. Not good. This person's cultivation has reached the mid-building foundation stage. Moreover, she was now at a distance from Chen Mo, who was merely at the early building foundation stage. Should anything happen, the hard-won medicinal sales channels of Koshan sect would be jeopardized. Just as she turned back, an excruciatingly bright green sword light shot forth, soaring skyward as if to shatter the heavens. The sword light sliced through the air, the Qing Xian sword effortlessly cleaving the opponent's flying sword into 3 fragments. In the blink of an eye, the mid-building foundation cultivator vanished, leaving only a rain of blood. The Qing Xian sword swiftly returned to Chen Mo's feet, bringing back the opponent's storage bag as well. Bai Man Ting approached, unable to hide her astonishment. During her own building foundation stage, she too could battle above her level, courtesy of her unique physique and techniques. Yet she could never achieve such a swift and effortless kill as Chen Mo had. Bai Man Ting refrained from questioning Chen Mo on how he accomplished this, recognizing it as his personal secret. Still, her gaze towards him brimmed with curiosity, as each encounter seemed to unveil new surprises. Meanwhile, the 3 cultivators, now ensnared by the spiritual hands, lost their resolve upon witnessing their leader's demise and divulged everything. The slain male cultivator had been the leader among them, having dabbled in alchemy, but his concocted pills were mostly of low quality, yielding scant profit. Coveting the wealth of Koshan sect, he had harbored such treacherous intentions. As for Chen Mo's suspicions of an insider, they were indeed correct. They had colluded with a disciple from the inner sect of Koshan, who reported on the movements of the sect's search parties in exchange for a 10% cut of the profits from their dealings. Bai Man Ting's expression darkened upon hearing this. She had not anticipated the presence of a traitor within Koshan sect. The 3 cultivators continued to plead for mercy, begging Bai Man Ting to spare their lives. With a slight furrow in her brow, Bai Man Ting tightened her grip with the spiritual hands. A crisp cracking sound echoed, and their pleas abruptly ceased. Chen Mo, observing from the side, inquired, "What do you plan to do with that inner sect disciple?" "To dare betray the sect, abolish his cultivation, and expel him from Koshan sect," Bai Man Ting declared coldly. Chen Mo shook his head. "That is insufficient." Bai Man Ting appeared momentarily taken aback. I suggest you first destroy his dantian, then extinguish his spiritual root. Devoid of spiritual energy, he will age rapidly within an hour. When he is old and frail, he will plead for you to end his life, at which point you may act, or simply allow him to die of old age. Furthermore, all of this must transpire under the watchful eyes of the entire sect. Bai Man Ting shuddered. Was this method not excessively cruel? Chen Mo added nonchalantly. As the leader of Koshan's sect, you must understand the principle of balancing grace with severity. It is evident that the allure of these spiritual stones is not unique to him. If we do not exhibit the sect's might, such betrayals will inevitably recur. I can only tolerate this occurrence once. If it happens again, I shall consider changing partners. In that moment, Bai Man Ting finally comprehended why the Chen family, founded by Chen Mo, possessed such abundant resources and a vast lineage, yet had never been embroiled in scandals of oppression. Chen Mo's perspective on such matters was incisive. By contrast, he resembled a grand sect's leader, while she still felt too inexperienced. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Very well, I understand." After concluding this matter, Chen Mo returned to Chen Mansion. He retrieved the storage bag obtained from the slain mid-building foundation cultivator. It was now an unclaimed item, and he effortlessly probed inside with his consciousness. Within lay a jumble of assorted items, including dozens of mid-grade spiritual stones and some low-grade spiritual energy pills. There were also several ancient-looking booklets and an inscrutable white stone. Chen Mo, perplexed by the white stone, cast it aside and turned his attention to the booklets. These booklets appeared to have weathered the passage of time, with signs of wear and tear evident on their covers, which bore no titles. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. What if they contained heavenly grade techniques? However, upon opening a booklet, his mind momentarily faltered. The booklet displayed vividly illustrated springtime scenes, seemingly refined through some special method, allowing the images to continuously shift as if performing live. Oh, this pose is quite intriguing. I haven't tried it yet, Chen Mo mused, observing for a brief moment before planning to find an opportunity to practice. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Old Ancestor. 2 celestial maidens have come to visit, one of whom claims to be called Wang Yuyan. Do you wish to meet her? Chen Mo glanced at the vividly depicted image in the book, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Please let her in. Chapter 25. Forever insufficient for you and me outside Chen Manor. Wang Yan was accompanied by a lady dressed in a purple wide-sleeve shoe garment, her elder sister, Zi Shuangfei. Zi Shuangfei possessed a quintessential doll-like visage. Though slightly older than Wang Yuyan, she still bore the appearance of a young maiden. At this moment, her complexion was radiant, a stark contrast to the grievous injuries she had previously endured. Yin, when you meet the old ancestor of the Chen family, be sure to exhibit proper etiquette. He is my savior. Sister, do not worry. He is quite amiable. At first, I had no idea he was the old ancestor. I merely thought him a particularly kind senior. Wang Yuyan stood at the entrance of Chen Manor, peering inside, eagerly anticipating the sight of a certain individual. Zi Shuangfei could not help but feel curious. Her sister had never shown interest in any man before. Yet after a trip to the market where she returned with medicinal pills, she became lost in thought, as if someone from the heavens were seeking her out. What could be so captivating about this old ancestor of the Chen family? Before long, a servant of the Chen Manor hurried over, inviting the 2 maidens inside, stating that the old ancestor awaited them in the grand hall. The sisters entered the manor hand in hand, instantly awestruck by the rich spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere. Such abundant spiritual energy. How wonderful it would be to cultivate here. Even without absorbing spirit stones, merely drawing from the ambient spiritual power would greatly accelerate their progress. This thought echoed in both their minds simultaneously. The hardships of wandering cultivators were truly arduous. They had never experienced the sensation of absorbing mid-grade spirit stones before. So encountering such a wealth of spiritual energy was nothing short of astonishing. Once they were led to the grand hall, Chen Mo had already been waiting. Upon seeing the old ancestor of the Chen family for the first time, Zi Shuangfei's body quivered. He was entirely different from her expectations. Although she had gleaned a rough description of Chen Mo's appearance from Wang Yuyan, witnessing the ethereal young man in the white robe before her, and recalling that he was her savior, caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Wang Yuyan, suppressing her excitement, introduced Senior, "This is my sister, Zi Shuangfei. Thank you for the medicinal pills. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, turning to Zi Shuangfei with gentle inquiry. Is your injury fully healed? If not, I have more potent revitalization pills. No, thank you, old ancestor. My injuries have healed. Zi Shuangfei promptly declined, shaking her head. Revitalization pills were typically reserved for foundation establishment practitioners, and their cost was staggering. She never expected the old ancestor of the Chen family to be so generous. It appears the rumors of his kindness were indeed true. May I ask, what troubles did you encounter, young lady? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Before Zi Shuangfei could respond, Wang Yin clenched her teeth and exclaimed, it was that rogue cultivator Jiang Yao. He wished to become my Dao partner, and after I rejected him, he became enraged and attempted to force me. Sister was injured while protecting me. Jiang Yao was quite notorious among cultivators, often bullying female disciples without backing, leveraging his strength at the 8th level of qi refinement to act tyrannically. Chen Montauk snorted coldly. The matter of Dao partners should be a mutual choice. To use force and inflict harm is a disgrace to our kind. With a single motion of his hand, he sensed the lingering spiritual energy of Jiang Yao on Zi Shuangfei. With a thought, the Qingxian sword transformed into a vibrant green arc and soared forth. Moments later, the sword returned, not a drop of blood staining its blade. Chen Mo sheathed the Qingxian sword and nodded to the two maidens. Now you need not worry about him troubling you again. The sisters exchanged astonished glances. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but his appearance was equally striking. Furthermore, Chen Mo was renowned nearby as a genius in alchemy. If only one could become his Dao partner. The next day, the sounds of drums and gongs resounded once more. Unbelievable. The old ancestor of the Chen family is once again taking a concubine. Invitations were dispatched in waves. Those attending the wedding banquet were predominantly cultivators. As Chen Mo's prowess grew, more individuals were eager to establish amicable relations with the Chen family, at the very least to avoid enmity. Many male cultivators acquainted with the two maidens lamented inwardly, for the world had lost two more beauties. The old ancestor of the Chen family truly is fortunate. As the wedding ceremony commenced, they bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their parents. The couple bowed to each other. They were led into the bridal chamber. In the bridal chamber, Chen Mo, filled with excitement, slowly lifted Zi Shuangfei's red veil. I have arrived, Shuangfei. The joyous candles flickered, casting shadows on the window. The following day would see the wedding with Wang Yuyin, promising another round of festive celebrations. Chen Mo reveled in his happiness. 1 month later, both maidens announced the joyous news to Chen Mo. Husband, we are expecting a baby. Chen Mo ordered a significant quantity of spirit stones to be sent to their chambers, elevating the spiritual energy concentration to an extraordinary level. He devoted extensive time each day to accompany the two maidens. Finally, after 10 months, 2 baby girls were born. Hearing the cries of the infants from the delivery room, Chen Mo was about to push the door open when the system notifications sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, on having your first descendant with a special physique. You are rewarded with the cultivation method, Qingling Xiangong, and 100 years of arduous training experience. You have obtained the special physique, Qingling body, enhancing your own physique to Qingling body. Chen Mo was initially taken aback, then filled with joy. A special physique. One of these children possessed a unique constitution. Although the Qingling body is relatively common, cultivators with this physique find it easier to avoid demonic deviation during training, and their cultivation speed surpasses that of others with the same spiritual roots. The Qingling Xiangong is a low-grade, earth-level technique only cultivable by those with the Qingling body, surpassing the previous low-grade, profound technique, Chang and Jing, by an entire tier. The entirety of Qingling Xiangong flooded into Chen Mo's mind, its profound mysteries entrancing him. However, he did not linger on the technique for too long and instead entered the delivery room to accompany his 2 beautiful wives. Upon examining the 2 infants, he discovered that it was indeed Wang Yuyin who had given birth to the daughter with the special physique. However, her spiritual root quality was not exceptionally high, both sharing the same 5th-grade spiritual root as Chen Mo. He named the little girl Chen Muyu, incorporating her mother's name, which deeply moved Wang Yuyin, prompting her to embrace Chen Mo. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Yuyin exclaimed in surprise, "You want more?" Chen Mo, filled with affection, replied, "Of course I want more. For you and me, it will never be enough. I wouldn't mind having 10 or 8. Chapter 26. I wish to take more concubines. 10 months later, Wang Yuyin and Zi Shuangfei each gave birth to children a day apart. Unfortunately, this time there were no special physiques among the newborns. Moreover, the quality of their spiritual roots has diminished somewhat. In fact, Chen Mo had already discerned this earlier. It seemed that the more children they bore, the lower the spiritual root levels of those children became. Hence, once they had given birth to several offspring, Chen Mo would commence employing certain safety measures. This way, by reducing the process of nurturing life, they could devote more time and effort to their cultivation, thereby ensuring they could accompany him for a sufficiently prolonged period in the future. As for the century-long cultivation time rewarded by the system previously, Chen Mo allocated 50 years to his cultivation, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The remaining 50 years were dedicated to array techniques. After the incident involving the sale of counterfeit medicine, Chen Mo realized that possessing a certain level of knowledge regarding formations was essential. Otherwise, encountering an enemy adept in array techniques would easily lead to being manipulated. Seated in his study, Chen Mo held a white stone in his hand, his expression contemplative. This stone was acquired from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and initially, he could not discern its significance. However, due to the evident importance the other party placed on it, he would often handle it idly. Initially at a loss, Chen Mo began to notice its peculiarities as he gained a modicum of understanding regarding array techniques. The white jade stone bore several intricate formations, distinct from the arrays currently circulated in the cultivation world. They were entirely the handiwork of ancient cultivators. Were it not for Chen Mo, few would have been able to detect the anomalies within. However, the formations were exceedingly complex, and with his current strength, Chen Mo could only identify their extraordinary nature without being able to decipher them. He decided to store the white jade stone carefully. Since its mysteries could not yet be unraveled, he would prioritize procreation, believing that time would eventually provide the answers. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Enter. The current head of the Chen family approached Chen Mo with utmost respect. Observing his grandson, who bore a resemblance to Chen Xingnan, Chen Mo inquired, "What is it?" Given that Chen Xingnan was merely an ordinary individual of considerable age, Chen Mo encouraged him to rest and relinquish the headship to his son, Chen Yu. Esteemed Ancestor, our influence in the imperial city has faced considerable resistance from the royal family, seemingly due to their concerns regarding the rapid development of the Chen family. With Chen Mo's advancement in foundation establishment, the expansion of the Chen residence had significantly accelerated, drawing the attention of the entire Dezhou dynasty. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He had little interest in the imperial throne, for his ultimate aspiration was to establish the foremost cultivation family in this realm. Nevertheless, the limitations imposed on their mundane influence were far from ideal. He casually remarked, "If the Emperor of Dezhou is so short-sighted, let us make a change. Inform all descendants of the Chen family that from today onward, those interested in pursuing an official career may do so, should any issues arise. They can seek assistance from the 8th prince." "Yes," Chen Yu replied, his tone brimming with excitement. The Chen family had already become an exceedingly powerful force in the mundane world, with even those descendants lacking spiritual roots harboring their own ambitions. They had refrained from entering the officialdom, knowing that their ancestor disdained royal conflicts. Naturally, they were elated to receive their ancestor's approval. Just as Chen Yu bowed and prepared to depart, he heard the ancestor's voice behind him. "Proclaim this. I wish to take several concubines. Should any fair maidens wish to present themselves, they may do so." "Yes." Chen Yu closed the door, silently marveling. Truly, his ancestor was remarkable. He could hardly keep up with such vitality. His 5 beautiful wives had nearly exhausted him. Observing his ancestor with so many concubines, he seemed unfazed by the strain. This news quickly spread, capturing the attention of nearby cultivators. "My heavens, he wishes to take more concubines? Can he manage it all?" There seem to be few beautiful female cultivators left around here. It has been ages since I beheld a captivating beauty. Many male cultivators felt their desires ignited. An increasing number began to delve into alchemy, hoping to replicate Chen Mo's legendary feats. After all, who wouldn't want to be a groom every night? Entering the bridal chamber daily? Unfortunately, such aspirations often ended in explosions and significant losses. The female cultivators were even more agitated. It was well acknowledged that the Chen family's ancestor treated his wives and concubines exceptionally well, leading to the saying, "Better to marry the ancestor of Chen than a golden core man." In their eyes, even a formidable golden core cultivator might not bestow such treatment upon their partners. Many female cultivators, possessing even a modicum of beauty, flocked to the Chen residence, hoping to catch the eye of the ancestor and ascend to a higher station. Before long, the Chen residence was filled with an array of stunning female cultivators vying for the attention of the ancestor. Among them was one particularly striking figure, Han Yi, whose powerful aura set her apart. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, merely a single foundation establishment pill away from advancing. However, quality foundation establishment pills were prohibitively expensive. Unwilling to settle for a mediocre foundation establishment, she rushed over upon learning of the ancestor's ability to refine such pills. Standing amidst the crowd, she felt a tumult of emotions, torn between the fear of being overlooked by the ancestor and the moral dilemma of her actions. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Chen Mo, clad in a flowing white robe and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, approached the gathering of female cultivators. Upon seeing Chen Mo's handsome visage and the aura of power he exuded, a unique sense of ethereal charm emanating from him, Han Yi felt her heart race uncontrollably. Arriving at the sight of a row of stunning female cultivators, Chen Mo scanned the assembly, searching for someone to his liking. His gaze suddenly brightened as it landed on Han Yi, clad in a pristine white gown, accentuated by a wrap that emphasized her figure. She wore a layer of sheer gauze on her shoulders that fluttered gently in a breeze, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes resembling those of startled deer. With a delicate fan and a white orchid, a slender waist dances in the heavenly gauze. With the words that sprang to Chen Mo's mind, amidst the disappointed gazes of the other women, he dismissed them and approached her directly. "What is your name?" "Han Yi instinctively har gaze. I oem Han Yi." "A splendid name." Chen Montag exclaimed in admiration. Although Han Yi was nervous, she lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling like stars. "What brings you here?" Chen Mo had already detected that Han Yi's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, merely a foundation establishment pill away from advancement. I am Han Yi," she stammered, seemingly unsure whether to speak. "But I do not like lies. I initially came for the foundation establishment pill, but upon seeing you, I changed my mind." As she continued, her tone became increasingly fluid. "Even if you choose not to give me the foundation establishment pill, I still wish to be with you." The more Chen Mo listened, the more he found himself pleased, prompting him to tease, "With me, for what purpose?" In an instant, Han Yi's face turned crimson. "I wish to become your partner." "Ha ha, merely becoming partners is insufficient. You must also bear me several plump little ones." Chapter 27. The treasures of this place are destined to be mine. On the night of the wedding, Chen Mo presented Han Yi with two exquisite gifts, a Jalongwen Jiayandan and a Jalongwen Zujiden. Han Yi se es videnet in astonishment, gazing at Chen Mo as if she had seen a ghost. Although she was already aware of Chen Mo's attentiveness to his concubines, she had imagined herself being fortunate enough to receive a single high-grade Zujiden, which would allow her to reach the Earth-grade foundation stage. Little did she expect Chen Mo to be so generous. "How do you find these gifts? Do you like them?" "I love them." "Then how shall I repay my husband for such kindness?" Observing Chen Mo seated by the bedside, Han Yi demonstrated her affection through her actions. A sleepless night ensued. A week later, the Chen family announced that Han Yi had successfully broken through to the foundation stage, becoming the second foundation stage cultivator of the Chen family. Immediately capturing everyone's attention, the ancestral figure of the Chen family seemed quite extravagant, even gifting a Zujiden. However, the quality of the Zujiden remained unknown. If I had known, I would have sought out the Chen family's ancestor as well. Acquiring a Zujiden would make it worthwhile, even if I had to sacrifice myself. Don't flatter yourself. No one will want your body. Regardless, the strength of the Chen family was indeed steadily rising. This news attracted a multitude of female cultivators who were stuck at the peak of the qi refining stage. However, Chen Mo always demanded genuine feelings, and those who approached merely for the Zujiden, being insincere and of mediocre appearance, were all turned away, not even allowed to step foot within the Chen estate. Meanwhile, Chen Mo enjoyed a tranquil life within the Chen residence, indulging in taking concubines, cultivating, procreating, and refining pills. These blissful days seemed to pass by all too swiftly. Chen Mo felt as though he had married thousands of concubines, yet a decade had already slipped away. During these 10 years, numerous events unfolded. With Chen Mo's consent, ambitious descendants of the Chen family entered the Dazhou dynasty through various means, successfully ousting the inept emperor from the dragon throne. Although the name of the Dazhou dynasty remained unchanged, the occupant of the throne had transformed into the son of Chen Mo and Zhou Lingwei. The former 8th prince was respectfully invited back to the imperial city to reside. Initially, there were invitations extended to Chen Mo to live in the imperial city. Even plans to relocate the entire Chen residence there, but Chen Mo declined. He did, however, visit the palace once, attempting to sit upon the so-called dragon throne, only to find it uncomfortable, preferring an ordinary chair instead. Presently, the Chen residence had expanded to occupy the entirety of Linen City, with former residents relocated to the outskirts for expansion. The interior of the Chen estate flourished with vitality. The first batch of descendants possessing spiritual roots had matured to a stage suitable for cultivation, except for Chen Changsheng, who was sent to receive guidance from Shi Feishuang. The others remained within the Chen estate, practicing the Xian grade, lower grade Chang and Jing. With abundant spiritual energy and unlimited supply of spirit stones, their cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Since they began their training, Chen Mo noticed a reduction in his own workload, as the spiritual energy they absorbed also contributed to his enhancement. It was akin to gaining an increase in spiritual energy without the need for additional cultivation. Although the number of descendants capable of cultivation was still limited and their realms relatively low, the speed of spiritual energy growth was not rapid. However, it was conceivable that as the number of descendants gradually increased, Chen Mo's cultivation speed would reach a terrifying level. Notably, Chen Mo's child with Ganxia exhibited an unexpected interest in alchemy, and Chen Mo generously imparted his extensive knowledge of pill refining. The child learned swiftly. Despite currently possessing only the strength of the first layer of qi refining, with Chen Mo's assistance in supplying spiritual energy, he could produce low-grade spiritual pills with minimal risk of explosion. This delighted Ganxia greatly. Over the years, Chen Mo had integrated much of his arduous cultivation experience into formations. Even the Jiugong Bagua formation at his doorstep had been dismantled several times. However, the ability to dismantle did not imply that Chen Mo could arrange such formations, as doing so required a certain level of cultivation, at least the spirit separation stage for feasibility. Chen Mo had come to understand its principles, enabling him to disrupt it using some clever techniques. As for the white jade stone, Chen Mo had developed his own theories. It likely served as a cornerstone for a certain formation, inscribed with profound designs. In the current context, aside from Chen Mo, no one else would be able to discern its secrets. The formation served two primary functions, sealing and hiding, both executed to perfection. Chen Mo was deeply curious about what ancient cultivators had concealed, but to uncover the specifics, he needed to trace the origins of the white jade stone. Consequently, he had instructed the Chen family to keep an eye out for stones of that material. Yet no news had emerged. Ascending into the sky, the aura of his perfected foundation stage radiated from him. In truth, should Chen Mo desire it, he could instantly attain the golden core stage, as he was a celestial grade foundation cultivator, facing no bottlenecks at this juncture. However, in pursuit of a perfect golden core, Chen Mo had been compressing the spiritual energy within his body. The more abundant the energy, the larger the golden core would ultimately be, thereby enhancing his power. In midair, Chen Mo cast a glance at the group of children in the backyard, engrossed in their meditative practices. Tendrils of spiritual energy were drawn into their bodies, and Chen Mo's own energy incrementally increased. Nodding in satisfaction, he stepped onto the Qingxian sword and made his way to the nearby Baibeiguan. Chen Mo had long been intrigued by the mysteries surrounding the white jade stone, and the lack of discovery regarding its origins only heightened his curiosity. Recently, he had commissioned the personnel at Baibeiguan to investigate. Just moments ago, he finally received a transmission from Baibeiguan, indicating that they had located the source of the white jade stone. Thus, Chen Mo hurried to Baibeiguan. After paying 3 high-grade spirit stones, he finally acquired the answer he sought. The white jade stone first appeared at the edge of the Hengduan mountain range, where spiritual energy fluctuations were detected, prompting many cultivators to believe that rare treasures had emerged, leading them to rush to the site. However, they found only a ground strewn with white jade stones, and the competition was fierce, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet, upon acquiring the stones, they discovered that no matter how they researched them, the stones exhibited no reaction. Akin to ordinary rocks. Over time, interest waned, with only a handful of cultivators persistently attempting to unravel the mystery of the white jade stones. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. It would indeed be a marvel if anyone could decipher them. The stones were covered in formations long lost to the ancient cultivators, primarily serving the functions of sealing and hiding. Although the formations inscribed on the stones were only fragments, they still held power. Even a master of formations would struggle to uncover the secrets within this white jade. It seemed that the treasures of this place were destined to belong to him. Chapter 28. The Little Fox Who Yao Yao. After acquiring the precise location from Bai Beiguan, Chen Mo wasted no time and immediately summoned his sword to rush there. In no time, he arrived at the site where the white jade stone had been discovered. This location was not far from Linen City. In fact, Chen Mo would often pass by here on his way to the Kaoshan sect, but had never paid it any heed before. It appeared as a towering cliff thousands of meters high, devoid of vegetation, with some black stones exposed on the surface of the earth. There seemed to be no abnormalities whatsoever. Chen Mo flew toward the base of the cliff, where the Bayou stone, as mentioned by the Baibao Pavilion, was said to have been discovered. Upon reaching the bottom of the cliff, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In one corner, there were faint traces of a formation. It appeared to be due to the missing section of the Bayou stone. What an impressive formation, were it not for the absence of part of its foundation. I might not have even noticed its existence. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Mo's eyes, and he began to study the damaged formation. The more he examined it, the more his astonishment grew. The area covered by this formation was vast, likely encompassing the entire cliff. Even with nearly 500 years of experience in formations, it took Chen Mo an entire week to finally discover the means to enter it. In a mere second, he formed over 100 hand seals, ultimately creating a temporary passage through the gap. Confirming the area was quiet, he swiftly set up a simple concealment spell to prevent any accidental intrusions before entering the passage through the formation. Once inside the formation, the scene before Chen Mo transformed dramatically. The sheer cliff vanished, replaced by an ancient-looking bronze palace. It appeared as though someone had meticulously hollowed out the cliff to place this palace within. The exterior of the bronze was worn, bearing the marks of time, leaving one to wonder how long this palace had existed in this space. The almost palpable spiritual energy surrounding him nearly elicited a sigh of comfort from Chen Mo. Though situated within a cliff, the illumination resembled that of daylight. Looking up, he noticed some glowing objects above him. Upon flying closer, he discovered they were high-grade spirit stones inscribed with formations, used merely for lighting rather than cultivation. Additionally, he spotted various spirit herbs flourishing around the palace, many of which were typically expensive in the outside world. Yet here, they resembled mere weeds carelessly discarded. Whoever constructed this place was undoubtedly extraordinary. With this thought, Chen Mo soared toward the palace. Given the treasures outside, the interior must surely contain elixirs of immortality. However, just as he was about to approach the palace, a sudden female voice interrupted him. "Do not go." Chen Mo's hair stood on end, and he gripped the Qing Xian sword tightly, ready to strike. This place had been sealed for countless years, yet there was still a living being. When he turned toward the source of the voice, surprise filled his eyes. It was a vixen. Not far from the palace lay a vibrant red fox, its fur reminiscent of flames. Under normal circumstances, one would find it exceedingly adorable. However, in this moment, it appeared heart-wrenching. Its fur was disheveled, marked with faint traces of blood, and its once lively red eyes now lacked vitality. The voice had emanated from her. With a gentle sweep of his spiritual consciousness, Chen Mo discerned the severity of her injuries. She originally had 3 tails, but one was now severed, the wound distressing to behold. Multiple bruises indicated she had been harmed by human cultivators. The most grievous of her injuries was a gaping wound in her chest, from which blood flowed freely. No wonder her voice had sounded so weak. She was gravely wounded. From her 3 tails, Chen Mo estimated her cultivation level to be at the foundation establishment stage. Such a fox would grow an additional tail with each major breakthrough, each tail embodying a unique innate magical ability. 2 tails represented the Qi refinement stage, while 3 indicated foundation establishment. However, her injuries had severely diminished her strength to the 9th level of Qi refinement, rendering her incapable of maintaining her human form. If left untreated, she would surely perish once her spiritual energy was depleted. A mere foundation establishment level was clearly insufficient to classify her as a native of this area. Frowning, Chen Mo inquired, "Who are you? Why do you prevent me from approaching?" The fox struggled to lift her head and replied, "I am Hu Yao Yao. Do not go to the palace. There's a formation there that will harm you just as it has harmed me." Hu Yao Yao's gaze lingered on the blood-stained wound on her chest. Chen Mo, upon hearing this, looked toward the palace but discerned no visible formations. He then retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his storage ring and threw it toward the palace. The stone shattered into dust as it neared the palace, revealing the concealed truth. 2 formations were set up on the palace. One was primarily defensive, preventing unauthorized access, while the other concealed the fluctuations of the first formation, completely masking its presence. Were Chen Mo to approach, he might have sensed the formation's activation in time to react, but he would likely sustain injuries. With this realization, Chen Mo dismounted from his flying sword and produced a premium Jiolong resurrection pill, offering it to the little fox. Since she had kindly warned him, he felt compelled to return the favor. Hu Yao Yao's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that merely warning such an attractive human would afford her an opportunity to save her life. Eagerly, she consumed the resurrection pill, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. Soon, most of her wounds were mending, and her cultivation stabilized at the 9th level of Qi refinement, no longer declining. However, her severed tail would only regenerate once she ascended back to the foundation establishment stage. Once Hu Yao Yao regained her mobility, she immediately bowed to Chen Mo. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving my fox life." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "Aren't you supposed to be in the demon domain of Beihan continent? How did you end up here, and what are your severed tail?" "I know nothing of any demon domain. I was born alone in the Hung Duan mountain range. Recently, having reached foundation establishment, I transformed into human form and ventured out to play. I encountered 2 human cultivators who were initially kind to me, even treating me to roast chicken. Then, I foolishly revealed I was a fox spirit, and they attempted to kill me to skin me alive." As she recounted this, Hu Yao Yao's expression turned despondent. "I thought they were friends, so I fled, but they pursued me here. Out of desperation, I severed my tail to activate my innate ability to escape, only to find myself here, and hoping to find treasures in the palace led to my injury. Then you arrived, benefactor." At the mention of him, Hu Yao Yao's mood brightened, her fox head bobbing with enthusiasm. Chapter 29, Benefactor, I have reached foundation establishment and can now transform. After listening to Hu Yao Yao's tale, Chen Mo fell silent. This naive fox was far too easy to deceive. Just moments ago, she had appeared dejected, yet now her spirits soared, reminiscent of a child. Moreover, her lack of knowledge about the demon domain was intriguing. She had lived her entire life in the Hung Duan mountain range. However, based on Chen Mo's understanding, the fox spirit held a revered status within the demon race, with the legendary 9-tailed fox being among the mightiest beings capable of contending with cultivators at the Mahayana stage. A spark of realization lit up Chen Mo's eyes. "Indeed, Hu Yao Yao, how long did it take you to progress from Qi refinement to foundation establishment?" "I can't recall, but it doesn't seem like it was very long. Perhaps around 7 or 8 years. 10 years? Hu Yao Yao blinked innocently. From the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, such a pace of cultivation surpasses even by manting. Deep within Chen Mo's heart lay a lingering suspicion. Perhaps Hu Yao Yao was the illegitimate daughter of some formidable fox spirit, which could account for her terrifying aptitude. It was no wonder she appeared so innocent, easily deceived by human cultivators. After all, she was merely 10 years old. Nevertheless, such formidable talent still belonged to the demon clan. He pondered what kind of rewards might be bestowed upon him should they have a child together. Chen Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought. As for the transformation of the other party back into human form at the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mo felt no apprehension. After all, she was a fox spirit. How could a fox spirit possibly be unattractive? A smile crept across Chen Mo's face as he glanced at Hu Yaoyao, contemplating how to entice a fox spirit to accompany him home for the purpose of procreation. Suddenly, voices emerged from the formation at the cliff's edge. The fox had personally informed him that her third tail could break through the formation. At that moment, she had escaped by severing her tail. Thus, she must be hiding within this concealed formation. Indeed, that fox had splendid fur, a brilliant crimson hue. If skinned and sold to those Yuaniing female cultivators, it could fetch several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Senior Wang Yang, you are a renowned master of formations in this vicinity. Please lend your assistance. I assure you, your reward will be substantial. Chen Mo cast a glance at Hu Yaoyao, whose eyes brimmed with hatred. Goodness, she had revealed all her secrets, including the nature of her innate spells, to others. Hu Yaoyao twitched her fox ears and looked at Chen Mo. Her lively fox eyes filled with a fervent desire for revenge and a plea for help. At the cliff's edge, two burly male cultivators followed another man holding a formation plate as they inspected the surroundings. Both male cultivators were at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while Wang Yang was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. However, due to his considerable talent in formations, he garnered respect from the two. Soon, Wang Yang discovered traces of a formation's layout. Rubbing his somewhat graying beard, he declared, "Found it. There is indeed a simple formation here. However, let me dismantle it effortlessly." The two male cultivators exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy, eager to seize the fox once the formation was dismantled. 10 minutes passed. Wang Yang was still fiddling with the formation plate. Just a bit more time. This formation has some intricacies, but I will soon break it. 20 minutes later. Wang Yang grew interestingly frustrated. Who set up this formation? It appears simple, yet it is a labyrinth of interlocking mechanisms. Unless all restrictions are simultaneously lifted, it cannot be activated. An hour elapsed. Beads of sweat formed on Wang Yang's forehead as he noted the growing impatience of the two male cultivators behind him. In a moment of desperation, he forcibly summoned a drop of his essence blood and spat it onto his formation plate. Utilizing the power of his essence blood, he finally dismantled the illusion formation that Chen Mo had casually set up. The two male cultivators, long awaiting this moment, were filled with delight. Just as Wang Yang was about to take credit, a flash of azure sword light erupted from the recently dismantled formation. The sword light expanded before his eyes, and he lost consciousness, reduced to nothingness by the Qingxian sword. The two male cultivators at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage attempted to resist. One's fist became as hard as iron, a rare body cultivator, while the other summoned a verdant square artifact, which rapidly enlarged in an attempt to block the sword light. However, as the sword light swept past, the proud body cultivator's fists were severed, blood gushing forth. The other cultivator fared even worse. His artifact was shattered into fragments, and the sword's momentum surged through his chest, leaving a gaping wound where his heart could still be seen beating its final rhythm. Chen Mo emerged from the formation, with Hu Yaoyao at his side. Upon seeing Hu Yaoyao, the body cultivator finally realized they had been outmaneuvered. Their adversary had bided his time until they had relaxed their vigilance to strike. Unfortunately, this realization came too late, as the Qingxian sword pierced his chest, obliterating his last chance at survival. "Thank you, benefactor. You are so powerful. Thank you for avenging me. From now on, Hu Yaoyao wishes to follow you." Though these two male cultivators were also at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, they merely possessed ordinary foundation establishment talents. Moreover, in pursuit of the golden core, they had nearly solidified all their internal spiritual energy. Even in a direct confrontation, they would find no advantage. However, if they attempted to flee, it could lead to complications. After all, they were now aware of the formation's existence. If this information were to leak, it might invoke memories of the Bayusher incident, ultimately complicating matters further. Chen Mo smiled, stroking Hu Yaoyao's fox head. Just moments ago, he was pondering how to win over this little fox spirit, and now it seemed he had already achieved most of his goal. Now, he simply awaited her return to the foundation establishment stage. To be cautious, Chen Mo moved the three corpses far away before incinerating them, scattering their ashes to the winds. Only then did he lead Hu Yaoyao back to the base of the cliff. After meticulously arranging the formation at the entrance to ensure absolute security, he re-entered. Chen Mo scrutinized the palace ahead, seeking a way to dismantle the formation within. He needed to discover an entrance. Otherwise, guarding a treasure without access was akin to having a stunning beauty in bed while being told one could only gaze but not touch. An unbearable situation indeed. Beside him, Hu Yaoyao was evidently excited, chattering away. Benefactor, do you have chickens at home? Yes. Can you make roast chicken? If you desire it, then certainly. Hu Yaoyao swallowed hard. Can I eat one a day? To focus on studying the formation and hasten the onset of their life together, Chen Mo pondered for a moment before replying. If you reach the foundation establishment stage and transform into human form, I will take you back to the Chen residence. At that time, you can have as many roast chickens as you wish. Hu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched a high-grade spirit stone she had pried from the wall, dedicating herself to her cultivation. This was the first time in over a decade that Hu Yaoyao had focused so intently on her practice. 3 days later, Chen Mo heard Hu Yaoyao's joyful voice behind him. All right, benefactor, I have reached the foundation establishment stage and can transform. Chapter 30, Celestial Demon Body. Celestial Demon 9 Transformations. In just 3 days, she had progressed from the 9th level of Qi refining to foundation establishment. Although she had previously cultivated through this realm, achieving such speed was a testament to Hu Yaoyao's extraordinary talent. Naturally, the stronger her innate gifts, the more delighted Chen Mo became. For it was ultimately for the sake of their future child. Turning back with eager anticipation, he was immediately captivated. She wore a slightly transparent white gauze, delicate as a flower, with willow-like eyebrows and bright, clear eyes. A fiery red mark resembling a flame adorned her forehead, and her alluring lips beckoned to be kissed. Her slender waist was as delicate as a willow leaf, barely graspable by hand. If her fox form had already evoked sympathy, her human form was irresistible, embodying the essence of a fox spirit. Hu Yaoyao joyfully leaped before Chen Mo, grasping his hand and exclaiming, Benefactor, take me back to eat chicken. Chen Montag smilet in Queering. Do you desire chicken, or do you wish to be with me? Without hesitation, Hu Yaoyao replied, both. If I had to choose, I want to be with you, benefactor. Oh, because my benefactor treats me so well, that medicine must be quite expensive. Since my benefactor is so kind, I wish to reciprocate that kindness. The next day, the sounds of drums and gongs once again echoed from the Chen residence. I understand. The ancestor of the Chen family is about to take a celestial being as his bride, right? This time the bride is a fox spirit, more beautiful than any celestial maiden I have ever seen. A demon clan? How thrilling. I must go and see. I wonder if the child born from the union of the ancestor of the Chen family and the fox spirit will be called a Ren Yao or a Yaoren. In the wedding hall, Chen Mo and Hu Yaoyao stood hand in hand. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes when Hu Yaoyao suddenly whispered, Benefactor, when can we have chicken to eat? This instantly drew laughter from the guests. On the night of their wedding, a fragrant roasted chicken sat before Hu Yaoyao. The sounds of her savoring the dish were incessant. Hu Yaoyao displayed the natural talent of a fox spirit, her hands moving frantically with such speed that one could see afterimages in the air. As she continued to indulge, a look of intense satisfaction soon graced her face. It was not until Chen Mo gently remarked, All right, you can stop now, that Hu Yaoyao reluctantly released her hold, extending her delicate tongue to lick off the grease that had accidentally smudged the corner of her mouth. The once whole roasted chicken was reduced to a pile of bones. Chen Mo could not help but marvel at Hu Yaoyao's talent for consuming bones. With just a gentle suck, the meat would completely separate from a bone, as if she could execute multiple intricate maneuvers with her tongue in an instant. A sleepless night passed. In the following month, Chen Mo frequently took Hu Yaoyao to practice beneath the cliffs, studying formations and creating demons. Soon, Hu Yaoyao excitedly placed her hand on her belly, declaring, Husband, I think I'm pregnant with our child. Wonderful, Chen Mo exclaimed with enthusiasm, repeating the word thrice. Although he had heard of relationships between humans and demons, he occasionally worried about the possibility of reproductive isolation given the differences in their species. However, after becoming pregnant, Hu Yaoyao's appetite had increased significantly, and her hunger grew more frequent. Chen Mo found this quite normal, considering that now it was one body feeding two souls. Yet 8 months passed, and Hu Yaoyao's belly had only slightly rounded, leaving Chen Mo unable to determine whether it was due to overeating or pregnancy. Chen Montag was zomavat dumbfounded. According to his extensive experience, a belly at this stage should be considerably larger. Could it be that a fox spirit's gestation period was exceptionally long? With no other choice, Chen Mo could only continue to wait, and this wait extended to a full year. Finally, Hu Yaoyao announced excitedly to Chen Mo that she was about to give birth. This child had been carried for a full year and 8 months, and during this time, the price of chickens around Linen City had tripled due to Hu Yaoyao's insatiable appetite. On the day of the birth, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. As if a torrential rain were about to fall, Chen Mo paced anxiously outside the delivery room, awaiting the arrival of his child. The birthing process seemed to drag on interminably, and with each shout from the midwife, Chen Mo's heart raced with anxiety. Finally, the midwife exclaimed in excitement, "It's here! It's here!" Accompanying her words was the resounding cry of a newborn. As the skies darkened, the gathering clouds dispersed, revealing powerful phantoms appearing in the heavens. Each of these phantoms exuded an overwhelming aura. The mightiest being Chen Mo had ever encountered was the transformation stage practitioner Feng Qingwu. Yet the presence of these figures was even more formidable. A glimmer of realization flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. These figures were clearly powerful beings of the Demon Clan. Among them, he spotted the phantom of a fox spirit with 9 tails, along with other demon beasts whose names he could hardly pronounce, each showcasing their immense forms. Following their appearance, the phantoms bowed in unison towards the Chen residence, as if acknowledging the presence of their king. This spectacle immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators nearby. What was this? A celestial phenomenon? Was a rare treasure about to emerge? These seemed to be powerful demon beasts recorded by the will of heaven and earth, all bowing in reverence towards that direction. What could it possibly be? The heavens have responded. A treasure must be born. Let's go and investigate. Numerous cultivators hastened to the scene, eager to uncover the source of the extraordinary disturbance. However, who could have imagined that the cause of such a commotion was merely a newborn? In the demon's sovereign palace of the demon domain on the northern cold continent, an extremely desolate place where the demon clan had long been weakened, hiding there was the only way to avoid being hunted by human cultivators. At this moment, an extraordinary beast with the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and 2 horns, all covered in pure white fur, was discussing important matters with other great demons when it suddenly sensed something, raising its head towards the eastern wilderness with eyes full of excitement. Speaking in human language, it declared, "This is a great auspicious sign. Ever since the great demon's sovereign vanished during the tribulation, this is the first time I have felt such a positive omen. And a grand one at that. This is our demon clan's opportunity. We must seize it. Send word immediately. Dispatch people to the eastern wilderness. There lies our destiny." The other great demons around it responded eagerly. "As you command, Lord Bai Zhe." Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood outside the delivery room, watching the demon beasts bow in reverence, before transforming into a soft purple light that entered the room. Concerned for his child's safety, Chen Mo quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to see the purple light gently merge with the child's body. The system's voice chimed clearly in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have your first half-demon offspring, receiving the reward of the technique Tan Yao Jiu Bien 100 years of cultivation experience. You have obtained the special physique Tian Yao body, enhancing your own physique to that of a Tian Yao." What is a Tian Yao body? What is Tian Yao Jiu Bien? Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding Tian Yao Jiu Bien flooded Chen Mo's mind. This was an ancient and lost top-tier celestial cultivation technique, possible only for those possessing the special Tian Yao body. The demon clan excelled in physical combat, and the Tian Yao body represented the pinnacle of physical development. In battle, one could activate their physical form for transformation, and with each transformation completed, their physical strength would double. If one could achieve the ultimate Tian Yao Jiu Bien, the accumulated physical power would be exceedingly terrifying. In ancient times, a demon clan powerhouse with the Tian Yao body had suppressed an entire era, causing all human cultivators to tremble in fear. It was a time when the demon clan ruled supreme. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo quickly noticed the changes within himself. After acquiring the Tian Yao body, both his cultivation and physical strength experienced rapid enhancement, and the spiritual energy that had long been compressed within him began to show signs of solidifying. A smile graced Chen Mo's lips. It seemed that today was indeed the perfect opportunity for him to break through to the golden core stage. Approaching Hu Yaoyao, he gently caressed her cheek, saying, "Wait for me to establish my golden core. I will return shortly." With determined strides, Chen Mo stepped outside, feeling his spiritual energy flowing smoothly within him, his body rising effortlessly into the air without the need for a flying sword. The foundation establishment stage serves as the foundation for a cultivator's practice, relying primarily on the spiritual energy within one's body for attacks, hence the need for tools to achieve flight. In the realm of Jindan, one can harness a fragment of the forces of heaven and earth, effortlessly navigating the cosmos without the aid of tools. Standing aloft in midair, Chen Mo felt the spiritual energy within him beginning to undergo a profound metamorphosis. As a cultivator of the highest caliber, possessing the innate ability to establish a foundation, a breakthrough to Jindan was merely a matter of sufficient spiritual energy. His internal energy swiftly coalesced, emitting blinding golden rays from his lower abdomen. The gathering of fellow cultivators, initially in pursuit of rare treasures, soon became aware of Chen Mo's extraordinary transformation. After a brief moment of astonishment, they were filled with elation, promptly settling into a meditative posture to commence their own cultivation. The moment of breaking through to Jindan heralds a temporary manifestation of the celestial principles, accompanied by an abundance of scattered insights. While these insights held little value for Chen Mo, they could save years of arduous effort for cultivators below the Jindan stage. Thus, it is customary for Jindan cultivators to invite younger generations to witness such an occasion. Chen Mo focused his breath, and in that pivotal moment, the almost tangible spiritual energy within him was entirely compressed into a golden dan, roughly the size of a fist. A radiant golden glow erupted from his being, illuminating the surroundings as though he had transformed into a blazing sun. At the moment of the dan's formation, Chen Mo experienced an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if he had merged with the universe itself. He perceived the happenings within a radius of several thousand miles, including the expressions of those cultivators absorbing the fragments of celestial insights below. After silently digesting all the revelations, Chen Mo gradually opened his eyes, concluding his breakthrough to Jindan. The members of the Chen family were ecstatic. The ancestral figure had ascended once more. The cultivators outside the Chen residence, having nearly absorbed the insights, rose in unison to extend their congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the ancestor of the Chen family on forming the Jindan. Ascension is imminent." A smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he addressed the gathered cultivators. "Today, inspired by the heavenly phenomenon, I fortuitously established my Jindan. In 3 days, I shall host a grand banquet." He then swiftly departed for the birthing chamber, where Hu Yaoyao cradled their newborn. Eagerly, Chen Mo approached to discover a baby boy, inheriting all the virtues of his mother, complete with a fiery red fox tail. "My lord, we have yet to name him," Hu Yaoyao remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo decided, "Let us call him Chen Jiuyao." It seemed Jiuyao understood he had been named, giggling joyfully, melting Chen Mo's heart. However, the commotion surrounding Jiuyao was considerable, and his demonic traits were overtly apparent. Without cultivation, he could not control them. After careful consideration, Chen Mo entrusted Jiuyao and Hu Yaoyao to the formation at the cliff's base, where the spiritual energy was considerably stronger than that of the Chen estate, fostering their growth. Simultaneously, Chen Mo had been diligently studying the formation inscribed upon the palace for the past year and 8 months. He had successfully broken through the outermost concealment formation, yet the remaining formation proved challenging. Even now, he had only grasped a semblance of understanding, with much work remaining. Resolutely, Chen Mo devoted all his recently acquired century's worth of arduous cultivation experience to the formation. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, and with the time he had invested, he had cumulatively dedicated 500 years to the study of formations. This is a staggering concept. The system's cultivation time denotes a state of unwavering focus without sustenance or distraction. It is likely that ordinary formation masters would require millennia to achieve equivalent results. As Chen Mo assimilated this knowledge, he gazed once more at the bronze palace, where intricate, arcane patterns emerged before him. The core trajectory of the formation was vividly laid out for him, an instinct honed over years as a formation master, enabling him to dismantle formations with remarkable speed. With a smile, Chen Mo approached the palace, where what once seemed impenetrable now yielded effortlessly to his touch, akin to strolling through one's own garden. Hu Yao Yao, munching on a chicken leg, watched in astonishment as her husband stepped into the bronze palace. Upon his arrival within the palace, Chen Mo was astounded by its opulence. The seemingly ordinary bronze material surpassed even his Qing Xian sword. Though not an expert in crafting, he could sense the formidable nature of the material. It would be effortless to forge a flying sword of earth-grade quality from such resources. To think that such precious materials were utilized for mere habitation spoke volumes of their owner's formidable strength. Chen Mo meticulously examined his surroundings. This appeared to be a grand hall, strewn with high-grade spirit stones and miscellaneous items, with footprints imprinted on the ground, remnants of an unknown passage of time. The footprints were few, suggesting a single individual, yet they were chaotic, indicative of someone who had traversed this space repeatedly. As he ventured deeper, Chen Mo gathered the spirit stones, for even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. After passing through the hall, he discovered hasty, blood-written inscriptions upon the walls. They have come. They have come. All must die. They all must die. Where are the immortals? Why do they not come to save us? These inscriptions bore a resemblance to the earlier footprints, both chaotic in nature. Some phrases overlapped, covering the entirety of the wall, and it took Chen Mo considerable time to decipher their meaning. This left him deeply concerned about the mental state of the individual who inscribed them. Proceeding further into the palace, he encountered numerous rooms, each adorned with similar frantic writings. After exploring several empty chambers, Chen Mo felt a sense of disappointment. How could such a grand palace possess no worthwhile treasures? Pressing on, he finally stumbled upon the palace's master within a secluded meditation chamber. The figure had long since perished, undeterred by the passage of years. He wore a black and white Taoist robe, which was similarly inscribed with frenzied words. A gaping wound in his chest indicated the cause of death. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. This individual was clearly not a body cultivator. Yet his corpse had remained intact for so many years, suggesting he was at least a tribulation-transcending expert. Delving into the remnants of the corpse, Chen Mo confirmed his suspicions through the traces left within. A tribulation-transcending powerhouse had met his demise in this place, and the external formation bore no signs of damage. Raising questions about the identity of those referred to as they, did even the immortals choose to remain passive? The fate of ancient cultivators remains shrouded in mystery, as the cultivation world has experienced a significant historical void. This is why so many relics of ancient cultivators have been lost to time. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo resolved to set aside these troubling thoughts, a surge of confidence swelling within him. No matter what challenges lay ahead, his current focus must be on expanding the Chen family through procreation. The more offspring he had, the stronger he would become. Only by attaining unparalleled strength could he confront any threat. A storage ring? Chen Mo's eyes suddenly caught sight of a ring on the corpse's hand, emanating a faint glow. He promptly removed the ring. As the owner had already passed away, the consciousness within the ring was naturally feeble, allowing Chen Mo to effortlessly erase it and imprint his own mark. Upon probing inside, Chen Mo was instantly elated. No wonder the bronze palace was devoid of any treasures. All of it had been taken by this individual. This storage ring was far superior to what Chen Mo currently possessed, boasting at least tens of thousands of square units in space. The majority was filled with high-grade spirit stones, even surpassing that of a spirit stone mine in extravagance. There were at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones within. Furthermore, he spotted several hundred rare top-grade spirit stones, entirely pure and devoid of any impurities, resembling perfect works of art. Such exquisite crystals were unattainable in the outside world, although theoretically, a single top-grade crystal contained the spiritual energy equivalent to 100 high-grade stones. The purity of this energy was unparalleled, making it usable in combat, for spell casting, and essential for inscribing formation eyes in large arrays. The presence of these items justified the extensive time Chen Mo had invested in the study of formations. Additionally, there were several cultivation techniques, all at least of the Xian grade upper tier, likely spoils from his vanquished foes. A smile graced Chen Mo's face. The abundance of techniques was perfectly suited for his descendants to choose from based on their varying paths. Currently, they could only practice the Xian grade lower tier Chang'an Sutra. But with access to superior techniques, their cultivation speed would accelerate, equating to an enhancement in his own progress. However, he noted the absence of magical artifacts, which was somewhat regrettable. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Of course, the most powerful artifact should be nurtured within the body. Chen Mo harnessed his spiritual energy to meticulously scan the corpse. Indeed, he discovered a sword pellet within the individual's Niwen palace. Extracting it and marking it with his consciousness, a 3-foot-long black flying sword was now grasped in Chen Mo's hand. This flying sword possessed its own consciousness, quivering slightly as if celebrating its newfound freedom. The sword revealed its name to Chen Mo, Chongxian, classified as a mid-tier celestial grade sword. While it appeared unremarkable, a mere sweep through the air sent ripples through the surrounding space, as if capable of tearing it apart. Chen Mo's face split into a grin. This was a tremendous windfall. With a mid-tier celestial sword and his formidable golden core, he could likely contend with even an early-stage Yuan-ing expert. Regrettably, he lacked any powerful offensive techniques. The Xian grade lower-tier Qingxian sword technique seemed a bit excessive for the Chongxian sword. Chen Mo had confirmed earlier that the techniques within the storage ring did not include any suitable swordsmanship. He was not greedy. As he continued his search through the storage ring, his expression brightened. A bronze-style talisman appeared in his hand. This palace was indeed a magical artifact, and of no low grade, achieving the status of a mid-tier celestial artifact. After marking this talisman with his own imprint, the palace became entirely his personal property. Once recognized as its master, the palace could expand and contract at Chen Mo's will, even allowing for alterations in its internal layout and design. Without hesitation, he enlarged the palace and established thousands of rooms. It seemed that during its crafting, materials used for the storage ring had been incorporated. For despite the addition of so many rooms, the exterior remained unchanged, as though those spaces had been folded away. With a mere thought, the inscriptions on the walls were instantly erased. Chen Mo had previously contemplated bringing his family over, but hesitated due to concerns about attracting attention, thus instructing his descendants to gradually expand the Chen residence towards this direction. This way, it would not be overly conspicuous. However, with the palace now at his disposal, he could first bring over the most gifted children within the clan, laying a solid foundation for them from a young age. With another thought, he lifted the corpse and vanished from the palace, reappearing outside. This was one of the privileges of being the palace's master. While not particularly useful in everyday life, it certainly facilitated nighttime visits. Hu Yaoyao was startled by Chen Mo's sudden appearance, quickly covering Jiuyo's eyes in astonishment. "Is he the original master of this palace?" she queried. Chen Mo nodded, using the newly acquired Chongxian to carve out a deep pit in the ground. "Your husband is truly kind to help with the burial," he said with a smile. After all, he was a major figure in the tribulation stage, and being interred here might allow spiritual herbs to flourish abundantly in the future. Chapter 33. Chen Shishu, please wait a moment. After dealing with the corpse, Chen Mo retrieved several array discs from the storage ring. After refining them one by one, he discovered that the array laid across the entire cliff and the concealment array on the palace were one and the same, known as the Yuanling concealment array. The offensive array on the palace, however, was formidable, named the Tiangang Beidou array, capable of unleashing a strike against any hostile cultivator approaching, potentially injuring even tribulation stage practitioners with a full-powered attack. The reason Hu Yaoyao had survived was purely because she had only ventured near the edge and bore no hostility. Moreover, the array had lost its controller, significantly reducing its potency. Chen Mo casually refined a jade pendant to control the array and handed it to Hu Yaoyao, instructing her on its use, then crafted a batch of jade talismans for passage. Once conditions permitted, these items would be distributed to the Chen family's disciples with spiritual roots. After departing from there, Chen Mo made his way to the Kaoshan sect. Having recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, he had not returned in quite some time. Upon reaching Yinjian Peak, his master, Shi Feishuang, was meditating at the summit, given that Chen Mo possessed the passage token for Jian Peak. Fei Shuang was unaware that someone had passed through the mountain's array. It was only when Chen Mo stood before her that she noticed his presence, and instinctively, she tried to cast a spell to conceal her appearance. Upon recognizing Chen Mo, she ceased her efforts. "Aren't you at the Chen residence? What brings you here so suddenly?" Before Chen Mo could explain, Fei Shuang noticed a change in his cultivation level, her expression shifting in surprise. "You have broken through to the golden core?" Fei Shuang was aware that Chen Mo had achieved the celestial grade foundation, making his breakthrough to the golden core a natural progression. However, it had only been a few years since he reached the peak of the foundation stage, and if his internal spiritual energy had not accumulated sufficiently, forcing a golden core formation would hinder his future progress to the infant stage. Having grown up alongside his master, Chen Mo could easily guess her concerns from her reaction and promptly displayed his golden core. Fei Shuang's eyes widened in shock. "The size of fist? So thick? This is not a Dan, it is clearly a ball." Chen Mo struggled to swallow his golden core back, grinning. "Now you can rest assured. I certainly wouldn't joke about my cultivation." Fei Shuang's mouth remained agape as Chen Mo presented her with a golden hairpin shaped like a phoenix. The hairpin, an exquisite artifact known as the Huangji Zhan, is of a superior grade. Once infused with spiritual energy, it takes flight, summoning a phoenix constructed of the same energy to assail its enemies, rendering it an exceptionally practical tool. Upon first sighting it in his storage ring, Chen Mo resolved to gift it to his master, despite his master possessing a cultivation level in the late golden core stage. Her finest artifact is merely of the low-grade Xian level, long overdue for replacement. Fei Shuang, captivated by the hairpin, could hardly part with it. Its design far surpassed the yellow wooden pin adorning her hair, and it was a powerful artifact to boot. What female cultivator would not desire to enhance her beauty and strength? However, realizing that Chen Mo must have expended considerable resources to acquire this pin, she insisted on returning it to him. "Please do not refuse. This pin is too beautiful, and no one else deserves it but you." Feeling warmth in her heart, Fei Shuang refrained from further insistence and turned her back to Chen Mo, requesting, "Please help me put it in." Chen Mo stepped forward to support her hairstyle, removing the yellow wooden pin and replacing it with a Huangji Zhan. "What do you think? Does it look good?" "It looks splendid." Chen Mo's words were not mere flattery. After taking the rejuvenation pill, his master's blend of youth and maturity was intoxicating, further accentuated by the Huangji Zhan, which bestowed upon her an air of regal elegance. "You have a sweet tongue," Fei Shuang chided playfully, though her heart swelled with joy. She had not anticipated that despite having numerous concubines, Chen Mo would still think of her his master. After exchanging pleasantries and gifts, Chen Mo took his leave. Once he departed, Fei Shuang gazed at the empty silver sword peak, feeling a sense of desolation, instinctively touching the Huangji Zhan atop her head. It seemed that only when Chen Mo was present did the silver sword peak come alive. With this thought, Fei Shuang produced a jade talisman and called out, "Chang Sheng, today's training tasks are doubled. Do not descend the mountain until you have absorbed 2 inferior spirit stones." A youthful voice from the talisman exclaimed in shock, followed by a wail. Fei Shuang could not help but chuckle. It's lively again. Chen Mo had initially intended to visit the Jian Peak, but upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was respectfully halted by an inner sect disciple. "Junior Brother Chen, I apologize, but the sect master is currently in seclusion. If you have matters to discuss, I can relay them for you." Before he could finish, the disciple's voice suddenly rose an octave. "You have already reached the golden core stage?" Chen Montauk nodded. In the realm of cultivation, strength takes precedence over seniority. Upon seeing Chen Mo's attainment, the disciple promptly altered his address, adopting a more respectful demeanor. "Uncle Master Chen, if you have urgent matters, I can convey them on your behalf." Chen Mo had no pressing matters, so he decided to leave it be and turned to depart. Meanwhile, the inner sect disciple was overwhelmed with emotions. He had been cultivating for over 300 years, still at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Chen Mo had entered the sect after him and progressed far more rapidly. How infuriating! Others can indulge in numerous concubines and achieve the golden core so swiftly. How enviable! As Chen Mo prepared to return to the Chen residence, he encountered several female cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, adorned in red silks or wielding flying swords. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, giving them an ethereal, fairy-like appearance. Upon spotting Chen Mo, their attention was immediately captivated, and they could not help but marvel at the sight of such a transcendent being. Moments later, realization dawned upon them. The esteemed ancestor of the Chen family could float unaided, a feat only achievable by those at the golden core stage. The ancestor of the Chen family has indeed formed his golden core. The female cultivators, riding their swords, abruptly halted. They had heard tales of Chen Mo, some even recalling his visage during late-night cultivation sessions, but previously lacked the opportunity to approach him. This serendipitous encounter in the air presented a perfect occasion. Exchanging glances, they cast aside their modesty as female cultivators and abruptly shifted direction, pursuing Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's cultivation allowed him to outpace them effortlessly, prompting their calls of Uncle Master Chen. Please wait. Chapter 34. The Celestial Leap in the Cultivation World. 3 days later, Chen Mo's marriage ceremony commenced with 3 female cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. The guests present were all cultivators, primarily elders from nearby cultivation families, alongside representatives from smaller sections. With Chen Mo attaining the golden core, the Chen family finally boasted a powerful presence among the major families within the Zhou dynasty. Although many cultivation families existed, most of their elders remained at the Foundation establishment stage. After all, those with the talent to reach the golden core often pursued longevity over mundane matters. How astonishing! He has directly married 3 beautiful female cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. This makes us mere Foundation establishment elders feel quite ashamed. The Chen family now possessed 1 golden core and over a dozen Foundation establishment experts. It can only be said that the Ancestor Chen is indeed formidable, managing the family with such vigor. Wait, isn't that the esteemed leader from the Kaoshan sect sitting alone at a table? Why has she come for such a trivial matter as marrying a concubine? It seems one of the female cultivators here is a disciple from Yujian Peak. Since she is both the sect leader and the peak master, it makes sense for her to attend. The subject of their discussion, Bai Man Ting, sat alone at the farthest table. Recently, she had been feeling despondent after failing to break through to the late Yuanying stage during her seclusion. Just as she emerged, she received an invitation to Chen Mo's marriage, specifically to a disciple from her Yujian Peak. Although not her student, they had been close friends, prompting her attendance. Observing Chen Montak, adorned in a resplendent red robe as the groom, Bai Man Ting marveled internally. To be honest, he does look quite handsome in that attire. Red suits him well, though his usual white robes seem to complement him better. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. The couple bows to each other. They are led to the bridal chamber. That evening, a sleepless night ensued. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Mo was occupied as a groom, dedicating due respect to each female cultivator he wed. A month later, the 3 Foundation establishment female cultivators caressed their bellies, coyly announcing to Chen Mo, "Husband, I believe I am with child." Chen Mo promptly instructed the servants to furnish their rooms with ample spirit stones and attended to their every need with utmost care. During this time, Hu Yao also became pregnant once more. Initially, witnessing Hu Yao's arduous labor during childbirth made Chen Mo reluctant to hasten her to give birth again, believing that focusing on cultivation was paramount. Yet, each day, Hu Yao would draw circles on his chest, playfully coaxing him. How could Chen Mo resist such temptation? Although he suspected that Hu Yao might be seeking more roasted chicken due to her pregnancy, he possessed no evidence. This time, Hu Yao's pregnancy seemed to progress normally, with her belly swelling at a rate comparable to that of the 3 Foundation establishment female cultivators. 10 months later, on a day ripe for new beginnings, 3 boys and 2 girls were born simultaneously. Among them, Hu Yao surprised Chen Mo with a pair of twins, a brother and sister, both blessed with tales akin to their elder brother. Although not possessing the body of a celestial demon, one can still consider their cultivation talent to be rather commendable. The Yao clan and half-demons rely solely on their physical forms for cultivation, hence the absence of any concept of spiritual roots. Currently, the construction site of the Chen residence has encroached somewhat near the edge of cliff. Chen Mo intends to visit the Bai Baogu to procure materials necessary for the arrangement of formations, hoping to connect the Tiangang Beido formation to the Jiogong Bagua formation of the Chen residents, thereby significantly enhancing its security. Upon arriving at Bai Bao, Chen Mo purchased an abundance of items required for setting up the formation. A bald monk, who had attained the peak of foundational establishment, approached Chen Mo, bowing respectfully before cheerfully inquiring, "Amiba, I am the humble monk Wu Wei. Might you be a master of formations?" Dressed in a yellow robe and sporting 9 ring scars atop his head, Wu Wei exuded an aura of compassion, his round head and Buddha-like ears imparting a sense of benevolence. One could even faintly hear the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish being struck nearby. However, Chen Mo, unfamiliar with the monk, returned the greeting and replied, "I possess a slight understanding." A flicker of delight sparkled in Wu Wei's eyes. "Would the esteemed benefactor be willing to assist me? One of my junior disciples has become ensnared by a formation, and I wish for your expertise in unraveling it to rescue him." Chen Mo shook his head apologetically. "I fear my knowledge is insufficient to aid you." He thought to himself, why would he squander his time helping someone when there was no personal gain involved? Noticing Chen Mo's disinterest, Wu Wei's eyes glimmered with cunning. He glanced around at the surrounding crowd, seemingly concerned about being overheard, and then employed a sound transmission technique to speak privately to Chen Mo. "Do not rush, esteemed benefactor. Have you heard tales of someone mistakenly entering the abode of an ancient cultivator and obtaining a priceless rejuvenation pill?" Chen Mo's footsteps abruptly halted. He was all too familiar with this tale, for it was a fabrication of his own making. Seeing Chen Mo pause, Wu Wei continued via sound transmission. "I apologize for misleading you initially. It was simply a precaution against revealing too much too soon. Originally, I intended to disclose this information after getting to know you better. But since you do not appear to be a duplicitous individual, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I have expended considerable resources to acquire the location of that ancient cultivator's estate. Regrettably, it is protected by an extremely intricate formation, and only by dismantling it can one access the treasures within. If you're interested, should we discover any valuable items, such as that rejuvenation pill, we could share the spoils." Chen Mo scrutinized the monk named Wu Wei. He had not anticipated that such an ostensibly honest monk would weave lie upon lie. The so-called cultivator he had found was none other than himself, and the existence of that ancient estate was nothing but a figment of deception. Moreover, the monk had deliberately highlighted the value of the rejuvenation pill to incite Chen Mo's greed. This all appeared to be a variant of a scam prevalent in the world of cultivation. "I apologize, but my knowledge is too limited to assist you with the formation laid by ancient cultivators. You should seek help elsewhere." After stating this, Chen Mo swiftly ascended, providing no opportunity for further entanglement. However, once Chen Mo departed, he retrieved a formation stone inscribed with a concealed formation, which he had previously etched. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, Chen Mo's figure vanished abruptly before stealthily returning, wishing to ascertain the monk's true intentions. Wu Wei momentarily stood in surprise, believing Chen Mo had genuinely left, only to be astonished that someone could withstand such temptation. Nevertheless, Wu Wei dismissed the incident, turning his attention to another male cultivator who had just emerged at the pinnacle of foundational establishment. He approached respectfully, inquiring, "Amiba, I am the humble monk Wu Wei. Might you be a master of formations?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Wu Wei's expression brightened. "Would you be willing to assist me? One of my junior disciples has become ensnared by formation, and I wish for your expertise in unraveling it to rescue him." Chapter 35. The Cultivator of Demonic Arts. The Blood Pill. Soon, Chen Mo noticed that this male cultivator, completely unguarded, was following Wu Wei into the distance. Chen Mo trailed quietly behind him. This male cultivator possessed a cultivation level comparable to Wu Wei's, also at the peak of foundational establishment. Standing atop Wu Wei's enlarged prayer beads, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had already struck a deal with Wu Wei. Should he assist in breaking the formation, he would receive a 10% share of any rewards that might arise. No wonder he had noticed the magpies chirping merrily today. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Wu Wei led the male cultivator westward until they arrived at a secluded valley devoid of human presence. Wu Wei dismounted from the beads and respectfully stated, "This is the location of the estate. I implore you to lend your hand." The male cultivator gazed into the valley, where strands of spiritual energy coiled upwards amidst the symphony of birdsong and fragrant blossoms, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Was this not the quintessential appearance of a celestial abode? The male cultivator also dismounted and ventured into the valley. Meanwhile, Chen Mo observed from a distance, frowning slightly. He discerned two formations present in the valley. One was a rather rudimentary illusion formation that Wu Wei had utilized to create an ethereal atmosphere. In reality, the valley was utterly devoid of plant life, barren and desolate, with only the exposed dark red soil emanating a faint stench of decay. The other formation, however, was intriguing. Even with Chen Mo's current level of expertise, he was unable to penetrate its depths at a glance, only sensing that it seemingly contained elements of ancient formation techniques, warranting further observation. Although the male cultivator recognized the existence of a formation within the valley, he mistakenly believed it to be one laid by ancient cultivators. He promptly retrieved his specialized formation disc mint for dismantling formations and began searching for weaknesses within it. Upon entering the valley completely, the illusion formation dissipated, and the surroundings transformed into a veritable sea of blood. The waves surged ominously, splashing droplets upon the male cultivator, rapidly eroding a significant portion of his spiritual energy. His expression darkened. What is the meaning of this, Monk Wu Wei? Another monk, bearing a resemblance to Wu Wei, approached him slowly, and they spoke in unison. Amit Ba, esteemed benefactor, please do not take offense. We simply wish to invite you to assist us on our path of cultivation. The two monks exchanged knowing glances before reiterating, Amit Ba. Good indeed. The male cultivator, realizing he had been ensnared, erupted in a tirade of curses within the formation. Wu Wei merely waved his hand, silencing the male cultivator's voice. The blood sea within the formation could corrupt one's spiritual energy. All they needed to do was remain patiently, and soon the male cultivator would exhaust his energy, gradually dissolving into this sea of blood. Watching the male cultivator struggle within the formation, Wu Wei sighed in dissatisfaction, lamenting, "What a pity. I encountered a benefactor at the initial stage of the golden core, yet alas, he is far too vigilant. Otherwise, the refinement of the blood pill could have progressed much swifter." Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. Blood pill? In this world of cultivation, there existed a subset of cultivators who, for various reasons, became inferior foundational cultivators. According to orthodox cultivation practices, they would never be able to break into the golden core stage in their lifetime. However, there once was a remarkably gifted genius who introduced the concept of external pills. By utilizing external substances to form a pill, although they could not enjoy the lifespan of a golden core cultivator, they could still wield the power of the external pills to contend with those at the golden core stage. The blood pill, in particular, was an exceptionally unique type of external pill, as it could only be forged using vast quantities of the blood and souls of cultivators. Consequently, this method of cultivation was held in disdain by orthodox cultivators and was labeled as demonic cultivation. Chen Mo had always believed that such demonic cultivators had long since faded into obscurity, yet he was taken aback to discover that they were lurking right beneath his nose. And, judging by the situation, they had likely hunted numerous cultivators in this area. At this moment, another monk, a large and jovial figure, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What difficulty is there? Wu Wei Shitty, I have invited a patron who has just entered the early stages of Jindan. Just wait a moment longer, and they will become a blood elixir within you." Oh, the monk Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Wu Xin Shi Xiao, hurry and show me which patron is so kind as to lend me their strength. The hefty Wu Xin took out a formation plate, revealing another cultivator within the array. She sat cross-legged above a sea of blood, garbed in a pale blue gown, adorned with a pure white satin belt at her waist. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back, delicately held by a silver ribbon. Her skin was as smooth as white jade, and her eyes deep and icy. Coldly scrutinized the two monks below. Most strikingly, the blood sea beneath her was encrusted with a thick layer of ice crystals, seemingly frozen in place by her will. Scattered around were several empty bottles, their previous contents having been devoured by this woman. Even though she was in the early stages of Jindan, it was still exceedingly challenging for her to contend against a formation that could summon the forces of heaven and earth. Wu Wei's astonished voice broke the silence. "Amit Ba, is this not Feng Yixue, the leader of the Xianbing sect?" Indeed, the Xianbing sect had fallen on hard times lately, without spirit stones. Even a Jin cultivator could barely sustain themselves. Alas, it was unfortunate that they lacked foresight. If they truly knew of an ancient cultivator's abode, they would never have divulged such information. Wuxin shook his head, appearing quite disdainful of these cultivators who were blinded by the allure of spirit stones. Feng Yixue, trapped within the formation, clenched her teeth in frustration at their mockery. She had indeed underestimated her adversaries, thinking that they would not dare deceive her given their apparent foundational level of cultivation. Who would have thought that the large monk possessed such a formidable formation, leaving her with no means of escape? Although she had temporarily frozen the blood sea, maintaining this ice required a continuous supply of spiritual energy, and her reserves of restorative pills were nearly depleted. If she did not devise a plan soon, she might very well become a part of that blood sea. As she gazed at the filthy sea of blood beneath her, a glimmer of determination flashed in Feng Yixue's eyes. If she truly found herself cornered, she would rather self-destruct than allow her cultivation to fall into the hands of these two monstrous monks. Chen Mo had also heard of the Xianbing sect. While it was not located in the Hunduan Mountains, it had interactions with the Kaoshan sect, being somewhat of a minor sect. He recalled that they had sent congratulations during his wedding. Wuxin continued, "By the way, this Feng Yixue possesses the rare ice spirit body, achieving Jindan in just over 400 years. If she were to be refined into a blood elixir, it would surely have exceptional effects." Umitba, how splendid! The ice spirit body? A rare constitution. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement and desired to draw closer to observe the blood sea formation, hoping to devise a plan for her rescue. Unaware of any hidden trump cards, Chen Mo was accustomed to strategizing before acting. Moreover, even though the monk named Wuxin had successfully condensed a blood elixir, his cultivation was merely at the foundational perfection stage, making it unlikely that he could see through Chen Mo's disguise. Just as Chen Mo began to glean some insights into the formation, he was taken aback when Wuxin's expression suddenly darkened, and his lips moved as if conversing with someone. He then waved his hand, concealing the blood sea formation, and the valley returned to a peaceful visage. He turned his gaze toward Chen Mo's location, declaring, "Umitba, since a patron has graced us with their presence, why not descend and join us?" Chapter 36. The 9 Transformations of Heavenly Demons. A single punch shatters the blood elixir. How could he detect my presence? Was it mere coincidence? Or did he possess some ability I was unaware of? Chen Mo did not immediately dismantle the formation. Instead, he took 3 steps to the left, and Wuxin's gaze followed suit. It was then that Chen Mo confirmed that he had indeed been discovered. He promptly withdrew the formation, positioning himself in midair. "It is you?" Wu Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Wuxin Xixiao. He is the Jindan cultivator I just mentioned." Wuxin instantly understood. He had just realized that a cultivator was above them, initially thinking the individual was merely passing by. Had they not seen the blood sea formation, they might have ensnared one more victim. Since this person had dealings with Wu Wei, it indicated that he had been tracking Wu Wei all along. Everything they had just done had been observed. This individual could not be allowed to live. Wuxin and Wu Wei acted in perfect harmony, launching their attacks simultaneously. 2 strings of prayer beads flew toward Chen Mo unfazed. Chen Mo manifested a black sword, the Chongxian. With a swift stroke, the black sword chi effortlessly reduced the 2 strings of prayer beads to dust. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that his opponents were considerably weaker than he had anticipated. The 2 monks, now spitting blood, were left in shock, their magical artifacts shattered, and their spirits severely impacted. Wu Wei expelled a blood elixir, its rounded form glowing a vivid red and exuding a strong, foul odor. Merely inhaling the scent caused Chen Mo to feel dizzy. Fortunately, a wave of refreshing energy surged through his mind, dispelling the discomfort. The blood elixir merged with Wu Wei, causing his body to swell grotesquely, transforming him into a massive, twisted monstrosity over 10 meters tall, covered in sores reminiscent of a toad, with drooping flesh nearly obscuring his eyes. A deep, resonant voice emanated from this colossal figure, Umitba. "Why not take refuge in my Buddha?" "Take refuge with you? Perhaps you should look in a mirror to see what you've become." Chen Montauk exclaimed, uncharacteristically resorting to coarse language, for the sight was utterly repulsive. A flash of anger crossed Wuxin's eyes as he shouted, "Patron, you are losing your composure." With that, Wuxin swung his palm down toward Chen Mo, seeing his confidence. Chen Mo dared not underestimate him and promptly activated his technique. The 9 transformations of heavenly demons. Third transformation. With his current Jin Dan strength, Chen Mo could only achieve 3 enhancements, but possessing the heavenly demon body, his physical form was already stronger than most cultivators at the same level, amplifying his already formidable strength threefold. Chen Mo felt a surge of power coursing through him as he clenched his fist and struck back at Wuxin's descending palm. The clash of fists and palms produced a sound reminiscent of shattering bones. Wuxin's face displayed disbelief as his flesh and blood disintegrated into fragments. The blood elixir separated from his body, now covered in countless fissures, and with a gust of wind, it crumbled to ash. Wuxin could not utter a single word before collapsing, breathless and lifeless. Fang Yixue, still ensnared within the blood sea formation, felt her heart momentarily halt at the sight. She could see and hear the outside world from within the formation. The illusion only obscured her presence from those beyond its confines. Upon first laying eyes on Chen Mo, Fang Yixue immediately recognized him. After all, there are few male cultivators in the vicinity who possess such remarkable skills, striking appearance, and extraordinary demeanor. Moreover, the reputation of Chen's ancestral patriarch is, in a sense, renowned throughout the realm. However, she had never heard of the patriarch engaging in any battles, leaving her unaware of Chen Mo's true combat prowess. Initially, upon witnessing Wu Xian summon the blood Dan to transform into that monstrous entity, she was concerned that Chen Mo was being overly reckless and thought it prudent to notify other cultivators to join forces in slaying the 2 demon monks. To her astonishment, Chen Mo effortlessly dispatched the blood Dan-infused Wu Xian with a single punch. The sight of Chen Mo, clad in a white robe reminiscent of an ethereal, celestial being, was further accentuated by the grotesque form of the corpulent creature. This image was indelibly etched in Fang Yixue's mind. It was likely that she would never forget it. Meanwhile, the other monk, Wu Wei, was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat and attempted to flee, only to have his head severed by Chen Mo's sword. Chen Mo, pursing his lips, mused that the blood Dan was disappointingly weak. He had been overly cautious, only to discover that it was nothing more than a flimsy opponent. Ultimately, Chen Mo's caution proved excessive, for he now possessed a heavenly-grade cultivation technique and artifact, along with a golden Dan the size of a fist. Even a formidable figure in the tribulation phase would undoubtedly be envious of his configuration. Chen Mo collected all the items from the 2 monks into his storage ring. As there was still some intriguing aspect about them, he wished to investigate. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. The celestial maiden awaited him within the formation. Having located the array disk that controlled the blood sea formation from Wu Xian's storage bracelet, Chen Mo quickly discerned how to operate it. He effortlessly dismantled the array that concealed the fluctuations and subsequently utilized the array disk to cancel the blood sea formation, retracting the grand array. Observing the blood sea swiftly dissipate beneath his feet, Fang Yixue realized she was finally saved. She respectfully bowed to Chen Mo, expressing her gratitude for his assistance. A life-saving grace she would never forget. Before Chen Mo could respond, a male cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, Qi Heng, scrambled out from the side, his clothes stained with blood. He had nearly succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into the blood sea. Had it not been for Chen Mo's timely intervention, he might have already become a part of it. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I, Qi Heng, have no way to repay this debt. If you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to risk my life." Chen Mo then recalled that there was still another male cultivator inside. "There is no need for such formalities. These demon cultivators deserve to be eradicated, and I merely did what was necessary." Qi Heng was moved, recognizing that this senior was not only kind-hearted but also sought no reward. Suddenly, Qi Heng produced a jade talisman and presented it to Chen Mo, saying, "This is my family's teachings on formations. It may not be of great significance, but it is the only valuable item I possess. I implore you to accept it and not decline." Chen Mo felt a stirring in his heart. This was indeed a valuable item. Although he had many years of experience with formations, most of it was theoretical, and his practical encounters were comparatively few. Thus, He accepted the Jade Talisman without further refusal. Qiheng finally sighed in relief and bowed to take his leave. Meanwhile, Fang Yishu bit her lip, her expression somewhat awkward, as she possessed nothing of value to repay Chen Mo's life-saving grace. Chen Mo, perceiving her thoughts with a single glance, smiled gently and said, "There is no need for such formality, Sect Master Fang. The relationship between Xianbing Sect and Kaoshan Sect has always been close. My saving you was not for the sake of seeking recompense. I believe that, even had I been trapped in the formation, you would have undoubtedly come to my aid." Fang Yishue's expression softened slightly, yet she continued to ponder how to repay this life-saving grace, suddenly recalling the illustrious moniker of Chen's ancestral patriarch. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, leading to a blush that spread across her cheeks. Chapter 37. Chen's ancestral patriarch marries again. Fang Yishue was taken aback by her own thoughts. It was only their first meeting. How could she entertain such notions? Yet, reflecting on her over 4 centuries of cultivation, she recalled many nights spent yearning for companionship. If she were to forge a partnership, Chen Mo seemed an exemplary choice. In terms of strength, his cultivation was on par with her own, and in terms of appearance, he was the most captivating male cultivator she had ever encountered. Furthermore, although she was a sect master, Chen Mo was also the ancestral patriarch of the Chen family, rendering any disparity in status negligible. Having a companion like Chen Mo on the path of cultivation would surely alleviate her loneliness. Moreover, the image of Chen Mo shattering Wu Xin with a single punch had struck a chord deep within her heart. What girl has not fantasized about being rescued by a hero at a critical moment of life and death? Fang Yishue gazed at Chen Mo, her eyes brimming with affection. A week later, the sounds of drums and gongs reverberated once more through Linen City. What? Chen's ancestral patriarch is marrying a primary wife this time. Not just taking a concubine. It was said that this time, the bride was a golden Dan fairy. How pitiful. I am over 30 and have yet to find a wife, while he has already wed countless fairies. Not only fairies, but she is also the sect master of Xianbing Sect, far surpassing us in status. Chen's ancestral patriarch is truly a role model for our generation. The joyous occasion between the Chen family, a prestigious lineage of cultivators, and Xianbing Sect was already the talk of the town. All nearby cultivators were aware that Chen's ancestral patriarch was soon to wed the sect master of Xianbing Sect as his primary wife, and they eagerly presented their congratulatory gifts, with Kaoshan's sect naturally following suit. Even Shifei Shuang and Bai Manting came to the scene to offer their blessings. The guests at this wedding were all at least foundation establishment stage cultivators, as this occasion was markedly different from the previous one. This was a marriage, not merely the taking of a concubine. More importantly, with this union, the Chen family would now boast 2 powerful golden Dan cultivators, far surpassing that of ordinary small sections. In the wedding hall, Chen Mo, adorned in a gold-trimmed red robe, and Fang Yishue, with her phoenix hairpin, were a perfect match, embodying a harmonious union of talent and beauty. Under the auspices of the officiant, the ceremony unfolded flawlessly, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the ancestors. The couple exchanged vows. They were led into the bridal chamber, watching the newlyweds depart hand in hand. Shifei Shuang left the banquet and made her way to the back courtyard of the Chen residence, where Chen Mo's small wives resided. As she approached, she could already hear the cheerful sounds of children playing, alongside the gentle reprimands from Su Su and the others. Su Su, who had been tending to the children, quickly noticed her master's arrival and excitedly rushed over. Her master rarely visited the Chen residence. She usually went to Kaoshan's sect to pay her respects. As Su Su strolled through the tranquil back courtyard with Shifei Shuang, the latter observed Su Su's expression, noticing that her attention was entirely devoted to the children, her face glowing with happiness. Unable to contain herself, Shifei Shuang inquired, "Su Su, aren't you sad that Chen Mo is marrying today?" Su Su chuckled, "Not at all. My husband is truly a dragon among men. It is entirely normal for him to have wives and concubines. Moreover, despite having so many sisters, he has never treated any of us unfairly. With a husband like him, what more could I ask for? Moreover, I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Yishue is a formidable cultivator at the Jinan stage, and in the future, she will be able to accompany my husband on the path of cultivation for a longer duration. I am too elated to feel any sadness. As Fei Shuang gazed into Su Su's eyes, she discerned that every word spoken by Su Su was heartfelt. Su Su, with a hint of implication, remarked, "In this lifetime, I have confronted my own heart. Being with my husband, I harbor no regrets. The most crucial aspect is to leave no regrets behind. Don't you agree, master?" Fei Shuang fell into silence. In the boudoir, Chen Mo gently lifted Feng Yishue's red veil with a jade rui. Observing her skin, fair yet tinged with pink, it seemed as though one could wring water from it. Chen Mo could not resist the urge to touch her. Suddenly, Feng Yishue said to Chen Mo, "Husband, I want you to know that my affection for you is not due to the lack of spiritual stones in the Xianbing sect." "I understand," he replied. "Moreover, that day when you defeated that monk with a single punch was truly impressive. I find myself dreaming of it frequently these past few days." "I know." As Feng Yishue was about to continue, a small red box unexpectedly appeared in Chen Mo's hand. "A gift for you." Feng Yishue, slightly taken aback, opened the box to find a rejuvenation pill adorned with 9 dragon patterns, leaving her momentarily stunned. With her lips parted in astonishment, she finally managed to utter, "Is this the rejuvenation pill?" No beautiful female cultivator would wish to let her youth fade. Even Feng Yishue, who was easily deceived by Wu Xian, was partly swayed by the mention of this pill. To her surprise, this long-lost rejuvenation pill had appeared in Chen Mo's possession. "What? Don't like it? Then give it to me. I shall prepare another gift." No." Feng Yishue instinctively protected the rejuvenation pill. "Just joking. If I hand it to you, it's yours." In a burst of excitement, Feng Yishue consumed the rejuvenation pill, and an alluring fragrance began to emanate from her body. Her eyes sparkled with profound affection. Chen Mo waved his hand to extinguish the dragon and phoenix candles, causing the temperature in the room to rise swiftly. 2 weeks later, Feng Yishue sensed the life burgeoning within her womb. To ensure the child would inherit her exceptional qualities, Chen Mo took Feng Yishue to a cliffside. Feeling the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy within, Feng Yishue's mouth fell agape in awe. They subsequently explored the Bronze Palace, and Feng Yishue's admiration for her husband deepened. The foundation he possessed surpassed her wildest imagination. As the sect leader of Xianbing, her perspective on matters was inherently different. She soon realized that the resources Chen Mo had exhibited were sufficient to establish a sect far greater than the Kaoshan sect. The only thing lacking was time. Chen Mo did not conceal his ambitions from his family, openly declaring, "Indeed, my goal is to develop the Chun family into the most powerful force in the entire cultivation world." Witnessing Chen Mo's unwavering confidence, Feng Yishue trembled with excitement. The admiration she harbored for strong individuals erupted within her. She did not regard Chen Mo's lofty aspirations as mere fantasies. Given time, these foundations would transform into formidable strength. Feng Yishue could even envision her husband suppressing the heavens, and merely pondering it sent her heart racing. Chapter 38. I possess a method to achieve an invincible yuanying. After the fierce battle, Feng Yishue, glistening with fragrant sweat, stepped outside the palace. Chen Mo followed closely behind, a smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Feng Yishue had mentioned wanting to give him a gift, but remained coy about what it was, playfully teasing his curiosity. Due to the abundant spiritual energy in the atmosphere, the soil outside the palace was exceptionally fertile, with various spiritual herbs flourishing nearby. Feng Yishue closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to something. Eventually, she arrived at the leftmost position, where the spiritual herbs grew remarkably lush, and she nodded in satisfaction. "This is the spot." Turning to Chen Mo, she said, "Husband, were you not curious about the source of our Xianbing sect spiritual spring?" The Xianbing sect spiritual spring had once been renowned for its sweet waters, which contained traces of spiritual energy. Selling this water was a primary means for the sect to acquire spiritual stones. However, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dwindled, the quality of the energy in the spring gradually declined, leading to the sect's weakening. Although the spiritual energy in this spring was not as abundant as low-grade spiritual stones, it had numerous applications, especially for qi refinement stage cultivators. Consuming it regularly could gradually enhance their spiritual power. Chen Mo's earlier inquiry about the spring's origin was to seek out more water to expedite the cultivation of the Chen family disciples. Unfortunately, Feng Yishue had only informed him that, Given the current concentration of spiritual energy, it was impossible for any new springs to emerge. Now, as she broached the subject again, could there be a turning point? With a smile, Feng Yishui continued, "In truth, within the techniques I practice, there exists a secret skill that, when combined with my ice spirit body, can create a spiritual spring. However, this requires certain conditions. The surrounding spiritual energy must be sufficiently abundant. Otherwise, no spring water will be produced." After speaking, Feng Yishui formed a hand seal, and a powerful chill emanated from her. This cold energy condensed in the air, ultimately forming a block of dark ice, large enough to encompass a person. Within this block of dark ice was a deep indentation, from which spiritual water began to bubble forth. Feng Yishui cupped her hands around the pool of spiritual spring water. "Husband, try this." Chen Mo leaned forward and drank deeply from her wrist. "So sweet," he praised. The spring water, upon entering his stomach, radiated pure spiritual energy. Though not abundant, over time, it would significantly enhance his cultivation speed. He instructed the Chen family to periodically collect portions of the spring water for the disciples' training. With that, Chen Mo accompanied the tender-hearted Feng Yishui back to their chamber to rest. After she fell asleep, he ventured into the adjoining room, where a black ring appeared in his hand. This ring, which he had taken from the corpse of the monk Wu Xian, had initially been thought to be a storage ring. However, it proved to be nothing of the sort, lacking even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. Chen Mo had nearly discarded it as an ordinary ring. It wasn't until he began researching the Blood River Formation that he realized something was amiss. The formation had been tampered with, secretly transferring a portion of the refined blood essence of cultivators elsewhere. Fortunately, Chen Mo's understanding of formations was not to be underestimated, and he quickly identified the connection to this ring. All the pilfered blood essence had been absorbed by it. Chen Mo later contemplated that with Wu Xian's strength, it would have been impossible for him to detect his presence. Thus, the only explanation was that someone had alerted him. Gazing at the unresponsive ring, Chen Mo calmly stated, "You may continue to feign your non-existence. I shall inscribe a formation seal upon this ring and suppress it at the bottom of the latrine. No one shall find you again. Your world will consist solely of filth and maggots. I will count to 3. Before Chen Mo could even utter the first number, a spirit emerged from the ring, hastily exclaiming, "Wait, wait, I'm coming out." Before Chen Mo appeared an old man with white hair and kind eyes. His form was ethereal, lacking physical substance, appearing so frail that a mere gust of wind could disperse him. Chen Mo regarded the elder with great interest, astonished to discover that the ring indeed contained a grandfatherly figure. Truly, the realm of fantasy novels does not deceive. Moreover, the fact that this individual could exist in the form of a soul indicated that he must have achieved at least the spirit-severing stage during his lifetime. "You were the one who discovered my presence and alerted the monk Wu Xian, were you not?" "Indeed." The white-haired elder stood tall, seemingly filled with pride. "Although your formation is formidable." Before he could continue, Chen Mo had already raised his hand to unleash a wave of spiritual energy. This wave caused the elder's form to flicker, nearly shattering the soul he had painstakingly solidified. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he calmly stated, "I detest being manipulated. Since you assisted him, you must pay the price." This strike served not only as retribution, but also to ascertain his true condition. Chen Mo would not let his guard down simply because the elder appeared benevolent. After all, like a Trax-like, and those two monks, though seemingly amiable, had also caused the demise of many cultivators. The white-haired elder struggled to stabilize his form, a bitter smile adorning his face. "What is it that you desire from me?" He had recognized Chen Mo's formidable nature when the latter had slain Wu Xian, which was why he had refrained from revealing himself, hoping that Chen Mo would eventually discard the ring, and he could find another Wu Xian. To his surprise, Chen Mo was convinced of his presence within the ring and threatened to seal him in a latrine. This left him no choice but to reveal himself. If his soul were truly suppressed in such a manner, it would be forever lost to him. "Introduce yourself, please, your name, your cultivation level in life, and the reason for your existence within the ring." The white-haired elder clasped his hands behind his back, evidently confident in his own title. "I am known as Shui He Jusher Luo Ho, and in life, I was a cultivator of the transformation stage. After being treacherously ambushed by those shameless righteous cultivators, my soul became attached to this ring." Shui He Jusher Luo Ho. Chen Mo stroked his chin, having never heard of him. Upon hearing this, Luoho's confidence faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "Given the vastness of the Donghuang continent, it is not surprising that you have not heard of me. Chen Montag was merely so peist." He had not anticipated that this individual had achieved a level of power surpassing his expectations, being of the same stage as Feng Qingwu. It was apparent what his relationship with those two monks entailed. He had lured them into concocting blood pills while secretly siphoning the essence of blood and flesh from the Shui heir to restore his own strength. However, Chen Mo's earlier strike had already disrupted the little power he had managed to regain. Calmly, Chen Mo stated, "Prove your worth, or you shall either die or be consigned to the latrine." Luoho's lips twitched. Had he still possessed his former strength, he would never have tolerated such insolence from a mere golden elixir junior. Yet, lacking even a physical body, he recognized the gravity of the situation and respectfully replied, "I possess a method known as the devouring pill technique that can elevate the grade of golden elixirs. By consuming the golden elixirs of 10 individuals, one can enhance the size of a golden elixir by up to 1 inch. Exceeding this limit proves ineffective. 1 inch is merely 3 centimeters, and my own golden elixir is already the size of a fist, rendering it utterly meaningless. No need for that. I also have a method of blood refinement that can forge heavenly grade artifacts, requiring the sacrifice of the souls of 100,000 lives to forge a lower grade soul devouring banner. Sacrificing 100,000 souls for a mere lower grade heavenly artifact? My medium grade heavenly artifact, the Zhongxian, is far more appealing, is it not?" "No need for that," Chen Mo replied coldly. "Is that all the worthless trinkets you have?" Luoho's gaze toward Chen Mo grew increasingly frigid, and a sense of dread filled his heart. He understood that if he did not present something of interest to Chen Mo, he would soon find himself in the latrine. "I possess a method of creation that can forge an invincible Yuan-ing." Chapter 39. Special Physique. I Spirit Body. I possess a method of creation that can forge an invincible Yuan-ing. By gathering cultivators of the 5 special physiques, wood, fire, earth metal, and water, and refining them into a human pill before entering the Yuan-ing stage. One may not directly acquire these 5 special physiques, but can instead use them to strengthen the 5 organs of the Yuan-ing. Wood for the liver, fire for the heart, earth for the spleen, metal for the lungs, and water for the kidneys. A Yuan-ing attained through this method can unleash Tao laws with every gesture, their power far exceeding that of others, rendering them unmatched during the Yuan-ing stage. Luoho stood with his hands clasped behind his back, evidently brimming with confidence in this method of creation. How difficult it is to find 5 cultivators of special physiques, especially when they must correspond to the 5 elements. Luoho quickly clarified that as long as they belong to the 5 elements, it suffices. For instance, while Feng Yishui possesses an ice spirit body, it ultimately belongs to water. Thus, the conditions are not as stringent as one might think. Chen Mo stroked his chin, deep in thought. If the ice spirit body belongs to water, then by Manting's cold plum body must correspond to wood? It turns out that I already have 2 individuals with such special physiques by my side, while by Manting has yet to be secured. There is at least a glimmer of hope. Of course, Chen Mo had no intention of refining them into so-called human pills. Such delicate beauties were too precious to him. However, if he were to have children with them, acquiring all 5 special physiques would be a splendid outcome. Moreover, possessing all 5 special physiques would surely lead to a Yuan-ing stronger than that attained through this method. Chen Mo looked at Luoho with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "So, Feng Yishui, you deliberately allowed that monk to deceive her, preparing for your future corporeal manifestation?" Luoho's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled awkwardly. One must always plan ahead for oneself. Since you had your plans, do you have any information regarding others with such special physiques? Luoho shook his head repeatedly. No more, no more. Feng Yishui was the first and only cultivator of a special physique I have encountered among the 5 elements. Chen Mo nodded and instructed him to record this method in a jade talisman. Luoho, not daring to delay, quickly wrote down a detailed method of operation. The lengthy discourse primarily outlined how to refine human pills, leaving Chen Mo feeling a chill run down his spine. These demonic cultivators truly do not regard humans as human. Aside from that, the rest of the process appeared relatively normal, as the most challenging aspect was indeed how to acquire cultivators of the 5 special physiques belonging to the 5 elements. After memorizing the contents of the Jade Talisman, Chen Mo crushed it into powder. Luo Ho, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, "I have provided you with a method, since you find the other methods unworthy. Why not simply regard me as a passing wind?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Luo Ho's expression brightened. As long as he was not held captive by this ruthless individual, he could easily entice those with weak wills among the cultivators, and restoring his physical form would be just around the corner. In the next moment, Chen Mo began inscribing a sealing formation on the ring, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. "You little rascal, you are deceiving me," Luo Ho exclaimed in a mix of urgency and anger. "Oh, I never promised to let you go." As Chen Mo's words fell, the panicked Luo Ho was sealed within the ring. Knowing that this fellow possessed considerable knowledge of formations, Chen Mo deliberately layered numerous formations to ensure that Luo Ho could not use his currently weakened soul to break free. Only then did he feel secure enough to toss him into the storage ring. "Husband, were you just speaking with someone?" A voice from the doorway interrupted. Belonging to Hu Yao Yao, a delicate visage appeared at the doorway, and Chen Mo smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Please come in. Yishue has just fallen asleep, and I'm still awake." Hu Yao Yao's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she swiftly entered the room. The springtime air was once again filled with boundless vitality. 10 months later, the long-awaited day of Fang Yishue's delivery had finally arrived. Chen Mo anxiously paced outside the delivery room, listening to the sounds of labor emanating from within. Accompanying Yishue's strained cries were the wails of a newborn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 15,000 descendants, receiving the reward of the cultivation technique Ning Bing Ju, along with a century of arduous cultivation experience. Congratulations to the host for having a descendant with the ice spirit body, gaining a special constitution that enhances the host's own ice spirit body. A flood of fragmented memories surged into Chen Mo's mind, and he instantly etched the new technique Ning Bing Ju into his memory, comprehending its intricacies with remarkable clarity. This was a low-grade heavenly technique, only cultivable by those with the specialized spirit body. Not only was its power astonishing, but its control was also terrifyingly effective. Chen Mo was overjoyed, never anticipating that it had truly come to fruition. The first child born to Yishue was indeed the ice spirit body. He softly called, "Attribute panel." Branching attributes panel. Host, Chen Mo, spirit root. 3rd grade, constitution, Qingling body, Tianyao body. Ice spirit body, cultivation level, early golden core. Techniques, Tianyao Jiu Bian, high grade heavenly. Ning Bing Ju, low grade heavenly. Qingling Xiangong, low grade earth. Chang and Jing, low grade profound. Qiling Ju, low grade yellow. Magic techniques, Qing Feng Jianju, low grade profound, current proficiency, minor accomplishment. 4 methods of immortal cultivation. Artifact refining. Pill refining, 300 years of arduous cultivation. Talismans, formation, 500 years of arduous cultivation. Remaining cultivation experience, 100 years, current offspring, 15,000. Chen Mo dedicated the entirety of the century's worth of cultivation experience to enhancing his cultivation level. Although his descendants were also cultivating and providing feedback, a direct elevation remained somewhat challenging. The spiritual energy within Chen Mo surged rapidly, propelling him from the early golden core stage to the mid-golden core stage, marking a significant advancement. While this progress was slower than during the Qi refinement phase, Chen Mo was not disheartened. After all, though his spirit root had improved, he had reached the golden core stage. Compared to others, who often took centuries to rise a minor realm, his speed was remarkably impressive. After addressing these matters, Chen Mo excitedly entered the delivery room, tenderly kissing Yishue's forehead as she reached out to receive the newborn from the midwife's arms. Truly, the ice spirit body was remarkable. Even at birth, the child exhibited signs distinct from ordinary children. Her eyes were a pure ice blue, reminiscent of eternal, unmelting frost, and she emanated a gentle chill, just like Fang Yishue. Her spirit roots surpassed Yishue's, reaching the 3rd grade, identical to Chen Mo's. "My dear husband, look, she has inherited my constitution and your spirit root." The couple gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their expressions filled with profound love. A month later, Yishue caressed her small belly, expressing her distress. "Oh no, my husband, I think I might be pregnant again." "It's nothing. It's just another child. The Chen family has ample space for him. We could have dozens without worry. Chen Mo gently reassured Yishui, only to receive a playful glare in return. Who said, I want to bear you dozens of children? Given how eager you are at night, perhaps there will be more than just dozens, Chen Mo teased, causing a rosy hue to bloom on Yishui's cheeks. Suddenly, a chorus of laughter interrupted them as a group of children, all resembling Chen Mo, rushed over to play with their father. Chen Mo joyfully engaged in a game of eagle and chicks with them. Meanwhile, a throng of beautiful women stood nearby, having witnessed the passage of time. The Chen residence had expanded to the edge of the cliff, transforming this paradise into the family's backyard. Thus, Chen Mo began relocating his descendants and lovely companions, for the abundant spiritual energy here was beneficial for their cultivation. Just as Chen Mo was enjoying himself, he noticed Zhou Lingyu standing nearby, looking somewhat hesitant, as if troubled by something. Approaching her, he asked, What troubles you, Lingyu? Why do you wear such a frown? Has your husband been neglecting you? Lingyu shook her head. My husband treats me exceedingly well. However, recently, Heir sent word that the ancestral elder behind the Descendant Empire has broken through to the late Golden Core stage. He has instigated several conflicts, and Heir has been quite distressed, unable to eat or sleep. I am merely worried for him. Chen Mo gently smoothed the furrow in Lingyu's brow. What is there to worry about? If they have provoked my Lingyu to such displeasure, then I shall take action. But you must not frown like that. It is not becoming. Lingyu looked at Chen Mo with concern, but that person has reached the late Golden Core stage. I fear, do not fret. Do you not trust your husband? Wait for me in bed. I shall return shortly. With Chen Mo's current cultivation level, traversing the North Sea by dawn and returning by dusk was no longer mere legend. Soon, he strode confidently into the palace of the Descendant Empire, hovering above it, as if he were treading upon the very palace itself. Rather than exhaust himself searching, he chose to wait in a most conspicuous location for others to come to him. This audacious behavior quickly captured the attention of all within the Descendant Empire, who gazed up in awe, only to behold Chen Mo's graceful figure, akin to an otherworldly immortal. The officials and emperor within the palace were incensed, feeling utterly humiliated by such a display. Quickly summoned the ancestral elder. The Descendant Emperor exclaimed in frustration. Should Chen Mo linger here, his reputation would be tarnished. Yet, no matter their fury, they were powerless against him. This moment starkly highlighted the disparity between cultivators and mortals. Soon, an elder at the late Golden Core stage flew in from the west. Upon scanning with his divine sense, he discerned that Chen Mo's cultivation was merely at the mid-Golden Core stage. A flicker of rage crossed his face. Such arrogance from mere junior. You seek death. Hearing the elder's powerful voice, the Descendant Emperor's expression brightened. His ancestral elder had finally arrived to support him. The elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The Descendant Empire had long desired to annex the Dezhou Empire. Previously, they knew of a Golden Core elder within the Dezhou, so they had postponed their actions until they could break through themselves. Now that he had reached the late Golden Core stage, and though the opponent had advanced to the mid-stage, he was still a minor realm below. How dare he come to them? Perfect. Once he eliminated this junior, the Dezhou would belong to the Descendant Empire, thus providing him with abundant resources for his cultivation. With that thought, the elder's gourd soared from his waist, unleashing countless sword energies that hurtled toward Chen Mo. This exquisite magical artifact of intermediate quality is a treasure he has always taken pride in, acquired through collaboration with several companions. In his relentless pursuit of exclusivity, he did not hesitate to betray his friends for it. Now, the moment has come for this gourd to demonstrate its extraordinary capabilities. The multitude of sword energies surged forth with an awe-inspiring might, seemingly capable of tearing the very sky apart, leaving no one able to resist. The observing Emperor of the Sun was filled with exuberance, while the ministers nearby seized the opportunity to flatter him, exclaiming that with the Ancestor's intervention, victory was assured, and soon the entirety of Dezhou would be theirs. The arrogance of the Dezhou cultivators was indeed a boon, as it would make the act of returning their leader's severed head all the more effortless, likely leading to Dezhou's surrender without a fight. Although the Emperor did not voice his thoughts, his expression betrayed a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, in midair, Chen Mo remained composed in the face of the impending strike. No matter how many sword energies were unleashed, he would respond with a single, definitive strike. A flash of black light darted past, as Chong Xian, enveloped in an overwhelming force of sword energy, slashed towards the myriad of sword beams. Though the number of sword energies emanating from the gourd was vast, their might paled in comparison to that of Chongqian. Upon impact, the sword energies shattered like glass struck by a heavy object. The shattered fragments scattered, causing the once observant ministers and the emperor below to change their expressions drastically, scrambling to flee. Yet, they could not escape the shards of sword energy. One by one, the remnants obliterated the palace, and the emperor's head was severed cleanly by the shards. His head rolled on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, realizing that his own ancestor had become his death knell. Many ministers were left feeling a chilling dread. Observing this scene, the elder and the heir sensed the gravity of the situation. The terrifying sword energies were even more formidable than those unleashed by a perfected golden core cultivator. Without hesitation, the elder abandoned any thoughts of resistance and turned to flee, dismissing the fallen kin below as mere mortals. Even the emperor was merely a descendant several generations removed. Preserving his own life and subsequently installing a puppet emperor would not pose a challenge. After shattering all the sword energies, Chongqian pressed forward relentlessly towards the elder. Just as the elder was about to escape the reach of Chongqian's assault, Chen Mo pointed from a distance, softly uttering, "Freeze." Suddenly, thick black ice erupted beneath the elder's feet, rapidly encasing him entirely. In a state of panic, the elder found himself immobilized within the icy grip, while Chongqian's blade descended upon him. Chapter 41. I shall collect all the beauties of the sun to gift to my father. Within the imperial palace of the Dezhou dynasty, the ministers held their heads low, afraid to meet the gaze of the sovereign seated upon the throne. This ruler was none other than Chen Xingting, the child of Chen Mo and Zhou Lingyu, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe and crowned with a flat-top cap. A closer inspection would reveal traces of Chen Mo's features in his visage. However, he wore a furrowed brow, his eyes reflecting a troubled demeanor, and even in silence, the ministers were wary of provoking his ire. Do none of you have opinions regarding the sun's repeated provocations? A heavy silence enveloped the ministers until one finally stepped forward, speaking cautiously, "Your Majesty. In my humble opinion, they are emboldened by the presence of a late-stage golden core immortal behind them, which is why they dare act so presumptuously. If we could summon the Grand Emperor, perhaps." Chen Xingting shook his head resolutely. "As a son, I've already troubled my father too many times. How can I impose upon him again? Moreover, in terms of cultivation, the adversary is even slightly stronger than my father. Otherwise, they would not dare to be so brazen." The palace fell silent once more, until suddenly, a sharp voice of a eunuch pierced the air. "The Grand General has delivered the latest report. The sun has voluntarily retreated, offering a tribute of tens of thousands of taels of gold and ceding territory of 100 miles as compensation." All the ministers were invigorated. Chen Xingting could hardly contain his excitement, rising from his dragon throne, marveling at the Grand General's valor. Yet, the messenger clarified it was not the Grand General. It was the Grand Emperor. He single-handedly stormed into the Sun Palace. Chen Xingting was taken aback, realizing that his father had intervened. He recalled a recent conversation with his mother, suspecting she had informed his father of the situation. The messenger continued, "The Grand Emperor stands atop the Sun Palace, trampling it underfoot, while the Sun Emperor and his subjects dare not utter a sound, not until their ancestor arrived." A wave of anxiety washed over Chen Xingting. Knowing their ancestor was a late-stage golden core cultivator, he urgently inquired, "And then? What transpired?" The Grand Emperor clashed with their ancestor. With a single move, he vanquished the opposing ancestor. Even their palace was eradicated, the Sun Emperor slain, and countless ministers perished. The compensation was cobbled together by the only surviving chancellor. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. The Sun's late-stage golden core ancestor had perished. The Sun Emperor was dead. Countless ministers had been killed. Was the Grand Emperor truly this formidable, leaving not a single survivor? A fervent excitement sparked in Chen Xingting's eyes. His father, despite being engrossed in his cultivation, had not forgotten about him. However, the Sun had previously relied on their late-stage golden core ancestor to provoke them repeatedly. And now they thought to settle matters with mere compensation? Impossible, Chen Xingting declared. Notify the Grand General to reject their compensation. I intend to annex the entirety of Desun. Yes, your majesty is wise. The atmosphere in the court shifted, no longer burdened by the previous tension. As Chen Ting gradually settled back onto his throne, he murmured, once Desun is subdued, I shall collect all the beauties of Desun to present to my father. Desun had suffered such a severe blow, with their palace destroyed. The news could not be concealed. Even neighboring small nations became aware of the developments. Many of the smaller states that had once relied on Desun now sought to realign themselves, as they possessed no formidable ancestors of their own, openly expressing their willingness to submit to the Zhou dynasty. To demonstrate their sincerity, these nations not only offered their unique products and vast quantities of gold, but also sought to please the ancestor of the Chen family. Fortunately, the preferences of the Chen family ancestor were not difficult to ascertain, especially with Chen Ting's intentional disclosures. Soon, it was known that the ancestor had a penchant for acquiring concubines. Consequently, various small nations sent forth their most beautiful women to the Zhou dynasty. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his desire to please Ling Yu would yield such unexpected delight. Though these individuals were mere mortals lacking spiritual roots, their beauty was undeniable, as they had been chosen from their respective nations for their allure. Even among Chen Mo's concubines, they would hold a distinguished place. At this moment, the beautiful women sent by the various small nations stood within the Chen residence. Each bore a nervous expression, anxious about their fate, for in a sense, they were commodities intended to curry favor with the Zhou dynasty. The fate of such commodities depended entirely upon their owner. The so-called ancestor of the Chen family was perhaps a figure they had heard described, but certainly not in great detail. They only knew that he was immensely powerful, having slain another immortal with a single sword strike. However, this did not afford them any sense of relaxation. After all, achieving such a terrifying level of power likely indicated advanced age. If misfortune struck and they encountered an elderly man with failing health who indulged in peculiar whims, it would indeed be a fate worse than death. Amidst the tense speculation, Chen Mo appeared before the gathered women clad in a pristine white robe. In that moment, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. What a refined and gentle gentleman he was! Who could have imagined that the venerable ancestor, having reached the golden core stage, would appear so youthful? His every glance and smile seemed imbued with an enchanting allure that captivated the heart and soul. Having acquired multiple special physiques, Chen Mo's aura had undergone a significant transformation. For instance, the Tian Yao physique bestowed upon him a hint of wicked charm, while the Bing Ling physique enveloped him in an air of aloofness. Coupled with his naturally gentle demeanor, this blend of unique qualities rendered Chen Mo irresistibly captivating in the eyes of these women. Even if they were informed that there was no need to remain in the Chen residence, their disappointment would surely overshadow any feelings of joy. As Chen Mo's gaze swept across the women, each one lowered her head instinctively upon meeting his eyes. Although Chen Mo had seen much in his time, he couldn't help but marvel at their beauty in this instance. These women were truly exquisite, having been selected from an entire nation, their looks and grace exceptional. The only drawback was their lack of spiritual roots. Yet Chen Mo bore no disdain. After all, it was not impossible for ordinary individuals to bear children with spiritual roots. It merely held a lower probability. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. Quantity could prevail. Particularly striking was a classical beauty presented by the Canglanghua. Eager to impress, showcased her talents before the onlookers. Her form seemed delicate as if lacking bones, allowing her to bend and twist in ways that defied the laws of human anatomy, leaving Chen Mo parched with desire. Chapter 42. Taking concubines again, gifts from various nations. These enchanting beauties exuded a strong, exotic charm, making it difficult for Chen Mo to make a selection, leading him to decide against choosing at all. Only children make choices. I want them all. Chen Mo addressed the women softly. I have never been one to impose. If any among you have been coerced into coming and wish to return, please step forward now. I assure you that I will safely escort you home without holding your nation accountable. Unexpectedly, had Chen Mo refrained from making this offer, perhaps some would have considered leaving. However, after hearing his words, the women felt even more touched. This venerable ancestor of the Chen family not only possessed immense power, but also cared for their sentiments. Typically, Cultivators regard ordinary mortal women as mere playthings. Missing this opportunity would mean never finding such a fitting and desirable partner again. The women exchanged glances, and ultimately, none chose to depart. All opted to stay. Chen Montag laukit hateli, excellent. 3 days hence shall be our joyous occasion. 3 days later, the grand wedding ceremony commenced. The scale of this concubinage was considerable. With a total of 12 women, each representing a nation, Chen Mo ensured that every detail was attended to, granting each beautiful bride her own day for the wedding, thereby necessitating at least 12 days for the entire affair. Furthermore, since these brides hailed from nearby small nations, their countries naturally sent representatives to witness the celebrations. The sound of drums and gongs resonated throughout Linen City. Astonishingly, the venerable ancestor of the Chen family was set to marry the foremost beauties from 12 nations. Although they were not celestial maidens, they surpassed them in grace. My goodness, I can hardly fathom the joy of the Chen family as ancestor. 12 women, 1 per day. Are they lining up? Surely, this ancestor's vitality cannot be mere iron. It must be forged from gold. The wedding festivities spanned a full 12 days, with a grand sedan chair and accompanying processional stretching from one end of Linen City to the other. Countless mortals thronged the streets, eager to catch a glimpse of the brides. Though veiled, the ethereal forms of each bride hinted at their breathtaking beauty, leaving many men drooling with envy. Inside the Chen residence, the atmosphere was festive and jubilant. Fortunately, during the previous expansion, Chen Mo had instructed that the wedding hall be widened. Otherwise, it would have been quite inadequate. Sanglan Gui sent a pair of verdant jade auspicious symbols. Beichong Guo delivered 100 golden jujubes. Guning Guo presented 50 luminous pearls. Zhou Hui Wang Guo contributed 12 statues of the Guanyin deity. The list of gifts took at least half an hour to recite, not including additional personal offerings. The Chen descendants responsible for recording the gifts were nearly exhausted, requiring several shifts to keep up. The guest list was packed, not only filled with representatives from these nations, but also from various cultivation families and smaller sects, all bringing their own daughters along. With his mid-golden core cultivation, Chen Mo could effortlessly defeat late golden core elders with a single sword strike. Such feats were astonishing in the eyes of these smaller sects, as they typically only heard of prodigies capable of battling above their level, usually those core disciples of major sects equipped with advanced cultivation techniques and artifacts, facing off against struggling loose cultivators. Yet, Chen Mo shattered this traditional perception. He was not a core disciple of a major sect, often preoccupied with managing his family, and his harem was vast, leaving little time for cultivation. Nonetheless, he still managed to vanquish late golden core powerhouses. This was Chen Mo's first public display of combat, earning him fame overnight. Everyone could perceive the immense potential within Chen Mo, even if he never broke through to the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core, he could still be regarded as the foremost individual below the nascent soul. It is well known that a golden core cultivator can live for 2,000 years. Thus, forging a connection with Chen Mo would ensure one's family enjoyed prosperity for a millennium. However, perhaps due to Chen Mo's elevated standards after encountering these 12 beauties, he found himself utterly disinterested in women of average appearance, carelessly tossing aside handkerchiefs as mere trifles. As the gracefully poised brides began to enter the hall, every male present, save for Chen Mo, found their breaths growing heavier. Had gazes been lethal, Chen Mo would have been mercilessly pierced by the stares of these men. Amidst the envious glances, Chen Mo commenced the 12-day wedding ceremony. Each day, the groom remained the same, yet the brides each possessed their own unique charms and striking beauty. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the parents. The couple exchanges vows. Into the bridal chamber. This sequence repeated over the course of 12 days. The prominent families, sects, and neighboring small nations lamented their financial burdens from gifting, nearly exhausting their resources. Yet, Chen Mo reveled in his delight. This was the true essence of being a groom day in and day out, and entering the bridal chamber each night. In the month that followed, Chen Mo diligently expanded his lineage. Soon, the bellies of these lovely brides began to swell little by little. 10 months later, 15 children were born over the course of 2 to 3 days, and among them, a frail woman gave birth to triplets, 2 of whom possessed the rare 9th grade spiritual roots. This joyous news sent Chen Mo into a state of ecstatic delight, for the probability of awakening spiritual roots had significantly increased compared to her own initial experience. This fortunate turn of events was attributed to the abundant spiritual energy in their living environment, further enhanced by the spiritual spring created by Yishui last time. Now, even ordinary individuals had a considerably objective chance of manifesting spiritual roots. At that moment, Chen Mo unexpectedly received a message transmitted by Man-Ting. Nearby, there existed a sect called Xianyu Yuan, whose leader, Heir Daoren, was anticipated to break through from the great perfection of the Golden Core to the nascent soul stage within a month. An invitation was extended to Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators from various regions to attend the ceremony, and by Man-Ting inquired whether Chen Mo would join her. It was then that Chen Mo realized she too had received an invitation, though she had overlooked it due to her recent preoccupations. The moment Heir Daoren achieved the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, a fragment of the heavenly Tao's insight would descend, offering potential enlightenment to the attendees, possibly sparing them years of arduous cultivation. Thus, Chen Mo had no reason to decline the invitation. They agreed to set out together in a week. To avoid wasting time, Chen Mo indulged all her concubines before taking flight towards the direction of Kaoshan Zone. However, she was taken aback to discover that the journey comprised only herself and by Man-Ting. Initially, she had assumed that her master, Shi Fei Shuang, would accompany them. But by Man-Ting revealed an unexpected piece of news. Your master has already broken through to the great perfection of the Golden Core and is currently in seclusion, striving for the nascent soul stage. Chen Mo's brow furrowed, her tone unusually urgent. Did she not just achieve the great perfection of the Golden Core? How can she be attempting to reach the nascent soul stage already? Cultivators who rushed to advance their realms often faced perilous consequences, ranging from demonic deviation to death. Instinctively, Chen Mo wanted to check on her master, but by Man-Ting stopped her, explaining, "She informed me of this after entering seclusion. The formation on Yinjian Peak has been activated. If you forcefully interrupt her, it may lead to unforeseen accidents. Besides, she is usually steady in her actions. If she chose this moment to break through, she must have confidence." Upon hearing by Man-Ting's words, Chen Mo composed herself, realizing that her master was not one to act recklessly. Perhaps this time, she truly felt assured. With this understanding, Chen Mo ceased her worries regarding her master's seclusion and merely requested by Man-Ting to inform her when her master emerged. By Man-Ting naturally acquiesced to this request. The two then proceeded to fly towards Xianyu Yuan. On their journey, by Man-Ting introduced Chen Mo to the circumstances surrounding Xianyu Yuan. This sect was established by a group of female cultivators who refused to be oppressed, starting from humble beginnings and evolving into a mid-tier sect comparable to Kaoshan Zone. Adhering to their founding principles, they only accepted female disciples, rejecting male cultivators regardless of their potential. Thus, even Heir Daoren, on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, was a female cultivator, due to its origins as a sect formed by loose cultivators. Xianyu Yuan was not situated in a prime location, but rather in a somewhat remote area, even bordering the West Desert continent. Upon their arrival, Chen Mo and by Man-Ting could distinctly sense the desolate atmosphere surrounding them. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted into the sky. By Man-Ting's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "What a fortunate coincidence! We have arrived just in time for the breakthrough." Such breakthroughs were often elusive, with individuals possessing only a vague sense of timing, leading to situations where attendees had to wait half a year for the breakthrough to occur. Fortunately, as cultivators, they could easily pass the time through meditation and practice. The two quickly flew to Xianyu Yuan, where a designated female cultivator controlling the formation opened a passage for them to enter. As they traversed the formation, Chen Mo furrowed her brow. As a formation master, she instinctively began to analyze the array before her. The formation was rather rudimentary. Even the formations she casually set up were superior to this protective mountain array. However, recognizing it was not her domain, she refrained from commenting further. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious plaza of white jade, where numerous cultivators were already present, all deeply engrossed in meditation, awaiting the opportune moment. At the forefront stood Heir Daoren, clad in a black robe. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Though the name Heir was not particularly appealing, it perfectly matched her demeanor, exuding a cold elegance reminiscent of moonlight. Yet, upon closer inspection, an uncanny allure emerged, akin to a dark crescent moon that compelled onlookers to gaze longer. The black robe concealed her graceful figure, yet her exposed skin appeared strikingly pale, and her delicate features were captivating, with her hair simply styled in a bun. At that moment, she emanated a formidable aura, with a golden core the size of a fingertip gradually emerging, already showing signs of fissures. Clearly, the moment of breaking through to the nascent soul stage was imminent. Bai Man Ting settled into a secluded position and began to circulate her cultivation technique. Perhaps concerned that it was Chen Mo's first encounter with such an event, she advised, "Focus on your cultivation, and you will receive fragments of heavenly Tao insights that will greatly benefit your practice." Chen Mo nodded. Truth be told, she had lost track of how long it had been since she dedicated time solely to cultivation, as her days were consumed by other pursuits for advancement. Now, seated cross-legged, she instinctively activated her high-grade, celestial technique, Tian Yao Jiubian. Bai Man Ting immediately noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Mo, her eyes widening in shock. Chen Mo resembled a vortex of spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing an immense amount of spiritual force. The speed at which she drew in this terrifying energy exceeded Bai Man Ting's expectations. She worried whether Chen Mo's body could withstand such a deluge of power. She recalled that during her own mid-golden core stage, she could not have endured such a forceful influx. Before Bai Man Ting could voice her concerns, Heir Doran's golden core shattered completely, revealing a beautifully ethereal nascent soul seated atop the fragmented core. A torrent of heavenly Tao insights surged into Heir Doran's body, with numerous fragments scattering into the surrounding spiritual energy. The cultivators present hurriedly circulated their techniques, eager to capture these fragments of insight. Seeing that Chen Mo exhibited no adverse effects, Bai Man Ting slowly closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the fragments of understanding. At that moment, Chen Mo was fully immersed in her cultivation, as vast amounts of spiritual energy, intertwined with fragments of understanding, poured into her being. These fragments of insight are the pure embodiment of the will of the heavens and the earth. Even in their fragmented state, they provide immense benefit. In an instant, an expression of profound comfort appeared on Chen Mo's face, while the others felt a sense of peculiarity. The fragments of heavenly insight triggered by the Black Moon Taoist breakthrough to the Yuanying stage seemed exceedingly rare, significantly fewer than those experienced by other cultivators. Consequently, the other practitioners could only secretly compete, channeling their techniques with full force in hopes of acquiring more fragments of insight. The only ones truly aware of the reason for this scarcity were Bai Man Ting, who was in close proximity to Chen Mo and the Black Moon Taoist herself, who was undergoing her breakthrough. During the process of absorbing the heavenly insights, although the Black Moon Taoist's divine sense was greatly enhanced, allowing her to perceive disturbances within tens of thousands of miles, it lacked the finesse to discern Chen Mo's appearance. She had noticed that on one side of the square, a cultivator was madly absorbing spiritual energy and fragments of insight like a black hole. This piqued her curiosity about the identity of this formidable practitioner. The process of comprehension lasted for half an hour. Finally, the heavenly insights ceased, and the Yuanying in front of the Black Moon Taoist became remarkably substantial, as if it truly possessed flesh and blood, resembling a miniature version of an infant. Other cultivators also halted their practices, and Chen Mo, who had been deeply focused on his cultivation, suddenly sensed the disappearance of the fragments of heavenly insight and gradually ceased his practice as well. To his astonishment, he realized that despite having cultivated for only half an hour, his internal spiritual energy had increased significantly, equating to decades of arduous training. Bai Man Ting, who stood nearby, felt particularly disheartened. Being closest to Chen Mo, she had gained no benefits as all the fragments had been absorbed by him. The other cultivators congratulated in unison. Congratulations, Black Moon Taoist, on your successful transformation into an infant. The day of your ascension is surely approaching. The Black Moon Taoist nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze, however, was curiously fixed on Chen Mo. At a glance, Chen Mo stood out in the crowd, clad in a white robe. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, while a ray of sunlight poured over his hair, adding a touch of warmth to his presence, akin to a polished jade or celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Just from this single glance, the Black Moon Taoist found it difficult to look away. Initially, she had thought him to be a formidable peer capable of absorbing spiritual energy at such a terrifying speed. But she was surprised to discover he was a young and handsome cultivator. Furthermore, from Bai Man Ting's presence beside him, the Black Moon Taoist deduced Chen Mo's identity. He was indeed the notorious ancestor of the Chen family, known for his penchant for taking concubines. Noticing the host of the venue looking in his direction, Chen Mo offered a slight bow as a gesture of congratulations. The Black Moon Taoist reciprocated the gesture, and soon, a multitude of familiar cultivators approached, showering him with words of congratulations. Bai Man Ting quietly informed Chen Mo of the recent events. Chen Montag was startet, Fortunately, their previous location had been rather secluded, avoiding the attention of others. It seemed prudent to exercise caution during public cultivation sessions in the future. After a brief pause, Bai Man Ting produced a small red box from her hand, suggesting they present their congratulatory gift and take their leave. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, understanding that it was customary to present a prepared gift after attending a public ceremony. He had previously prepared a few exquisite medicinal pills, yet now felt somewhat reluctant to offer them, given that he had absorbed the majority of the fragments of insight. His thoughts shifted, and Chen Mo soon devised a plan. At that moment, most of the other cultivators had already departed, and the two approached slowly, with the Black Moon Taoist's gaze continuing to be curiously fixed on Chen Mo. After Bai Man Ting offered her congratulations and exchanged pleasantries, Chen Mo stepped forward to speak. "My apologies, Black Moon Taoist. I had prepared a modest gift, but upon arrival and experiencing such bountiful gains, I feel it inappropriate to present it now." The Black Moon Taoist chuckled lightly, responding, "There is no need for such formalities. Ancestor Chen, my breakthrough was indeed an invitation to all. The fragments of heavenly insight are naturally plentiful for those capable of acquiring them." However, acknowledging the situation was less than ideal, she contemplated an alternative plan. After a brief pause, Chen Mo continued, "I can assist Xianyu Academy in perfecting the protective formation as my congratulatory gift." Upon hearing this, the nearby cultivators exchanged glances of astonishment, engaging in whispered discussions. Isn't the protective formation of Xianyu Academy set up by its founder, Xianyu Taoist? It can withstand even the attacks of a split spirit stage expert. I heard that the Black Moon Taoist also has some knowledge of formations and has gained recognition from Formation Master. If she hasn't found any flaws, could Ancestor Chen be overestimating his abilities? He is Ancestor Chen, the notorious talent in alchemy who can slay late-stage golden core experts with a single sword strike. Is he truly so accomplished in all fields? Even Bai Man Ting discreetly advised Chen Mo not to overreach. Their reaction was understandable. In their view, mastery in alchemy, formations, or sword techniques requires considerable time and dedication to yield results. Even someone with a natural talent for formations would need several years to study the intricacies of a single function, let alone improve upon it. Chen Montag, taken aback by the intense reactions of the others, instinctively glanced at the Black Moon Taoist. To his surprise, the host merely exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in her eyes, but did not refuse him. "Since you are willing to assist in enhancing the formation, I shall graciously accept your offer." The Black Moon Taoist was genuinely curious about Chen Mo's capabilities. Previously, while in a state of heavenly insight, she had sensed the formidable power contained within him, even noting that his physical body was stronger than that of an average Yuanying stage cultivator. Though she believed her formation had little room for improvement, Chen Mo did not strike her as someone prone to empty boasts, prompting her agreement to his request. With this, Chen Mo smiled and nodded, heading straight toward the protective formation. The Black Moon Taoist intended to instruct the female cultivator responsible for controlling the formation to open a passageway. But she was astonished to see Chen Mo enter the formation's attack range without hesitation. What transpired next left everyone stunned. No fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from Chen Mo. He moved through the formation as if taking a leisurely stroll. Everyone was taken aback, as this confirmed Chen Mo's assertion that certain vulnerabilities existed within the formation, allowing him to navigate it with ease. The Black Moon Taoist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Possessing some knowledge of formations herself, she was most familiar with her own sex protective formation. Yet, she had never realized it contained so many flaws. If an ill-intentioned individual possessed the same formidable talent in formations as Chen Mo, they could freely enter and exit the sect. This would pose a catastrophic threat to any sect, as protective formations are specifically designed to deter outsiders. Once an intruder gains access, they can easily dismantle the defenses. This realization struck not only the Black Moon Taoist, but also the other watching cultivators, who regarded Chen Mo with a newfound gravity. Chen Mo traversed the formation with ease, occasionally casting a spirit power restriction to mend the flaws within the array. From the moment he first entered this formation, he noted its rudimentary design. Despite possessing formidable defensive capabilities, it resembled a net riddled with holes. He had felt an itch to act then, but restrained himself out of respect for the territory of others. Now, he finally had his chance. Bai Man Ting, who had been observing Chen Mo closely, was left astounded. Her mouth agape. She was keenly aware that he had entered alongside her, meaning this was his first encounter with the formation as well. Yet, with just a single glance, he identified its vulnerabilities and executed such nonchalant repairs. Bai Man Ting found herself increasingly perplexed by the disciple who had emerged from Yin Jianfeng. Chapter 45. Earning Spirit Stones, Taking Concubines, Enhancing Array Skills, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Within the protective formation of Xianyu Institute, Chen Mo was wholly engrossed in the task of mending the array. Though his movements appeared casual to outsiders, each step he took was precisely placed upon the formation's flaws. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have triggered a backlash from the array long ago. As Chen Mo spent more time within the formation, more disciples of Xianyu Institute gathered in the Bayou Square outside, their attention fixated on his figure within the array. Although they could not comprehend the intricate operations involved, merely watching Chen Mo's fluid motions was an alluring spectacle. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the disciples. They spoke of him as the infamous concubine collector, the ancestor of the Chen family. How handsome he was! If only I could marry him as a concubine. Moreover, I've heard he treats each of his concubines like family, providing them with exceptional care. A friend of mine has already married into the Chen family. They enjoy the luxury of spirit springs for their daily needs. What? Aren't spirit springs a specialty of Xianbing sect? I thought they were no longer available for sale. You're not aware? The sect leader of Xianbing has already married the ancestor of the Chen family. The people of Xianbing sect are now allied with Kangshan sect and the Chen family. Spirit springs are nothing to them. Xianyu Institute exclusively admits female disciples, and they often engage in gossip. A powerful male cultivator like Chen Mo, who possesses such a notable reputation, is naturally a favored topic of discussion. As the chatter continued, many disciples gazed at Chen Mo with increasingly fervent eyes. Finally, Chen Mo reached the last step, gradually retreating until he had exited the formation, having completed the repairs. The entire formation erupted with a booming sound, rays of light shooting forth from within, and the concentration of spiritual energy within the array increased slightly. It was evident to all that Chen Mo had indeed perfected the entire formation. Taoist He, you could distinctly sense that the formation's power had increased by approximately 20% compared to before. Pleased with the outcome, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. It should now be quite difficult for anyone to traverse unimpeded. Of course, aside from himself, one must always leave a route of retreat. Chen Mo had essentially opened a backdoor within the formation, allowing him the freedom to enter and exit at will. Just as Chen Mo was admiring his work, Taoist He approached him and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Ancestor Chen, for your assistance in repairing our mountain protection array. Taoist He understood that the fragments of heavenly insights Chen Mo had absorbed were trivial compared to the repair of the protective array. This was a favor owed by Xianyu Institute to Chen Mo. Chen Mo was taken aback by the humility displayed by someone of Taoist He's caliber. A mere early-stage Yuaning cultivator and sect leader, and quickly helped her to her feet, dismissing the matter as insignificant. By the way, your formation originally had the function of gathering spiritual energy, but it had been disabled until I casually reactivated it. If you wish to further enhance the spiritual power, you may consider consuming spirit stones to increase the concentration of spiritual energy. A look of delight appeared on Taoist Heiyu's face. Their location was already remote, and the concentration of spiritual power was quite low. With the aid of the formation, even using inferior spirit stones would yield a noticeable improvement in spiritual energy concentration. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist He Yu produced a small bag of tea leaves, the fragrance wafting through the air, faintly pulsating with spiritual energy. This is our specialty at Xianyu Institute, Qiling Tea. It can help children who have yet to embark on their cultivation journey build a solid foundation, enhancing their intellect. At this point, Taoist He Yu tactfully added, I have heard that the Chun family has many children, so I offer this as a token of my gratitude. Bai Man Ting, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter at the understatement, as it was indeed a far cry from the title of concubine collector. Chen Mo accepted the tea without hesitation. Although it was rare, its price was not exorbitant, given that it was intended for children who had not yet begun their cultivation. In comparison to what he had just accomplished, it was a worthy exchange, especially since it would greatly benefit the children in his family. After exchanging pleasantries, Taoist He Yu excused herself to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, the observing cultivators began to gather around. Ancestor Chun, I am Xing Hezong sect leader, Xing He Dao Run. I would like to invite you to our sect, offering a reward of 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I am the law elder of Jin Shanzhou, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our sect as well. The reward is 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones. I am the sect leader of Chun Yongmen, and I would like to invite Ancestor Chun to our Chun Yongmen for a visit. The reward is also 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones. I am a representative from Tuling Zone. One after another, powerful cultivators emanating formidable auras. All leaders and law elders from various sects extended invitations to Chen Mo. While array masters were not uncommon, those capable of enhancing a mountain protection array were rare. Moreover, Chen Mo had completed the repairs with such ease, finishing the task in under an hour. With a smile, Chen Mo replied, that sounds agreeable. Typically, he did not have the opportunity to engage with so many mountain protection arrays, and now he could not only study them carefully, but also earn spirit stones. It was indeed a win-win situation. Bai Man Ting observed the prominent figures of the Yuan Ying stage, extending invitations to Chen Mo. Her expression complex as she pondered her thoughts. Once Chen Mo arranged the times to visit their sects, the crowd gradually dispersed. The two were about to leave when, in the next moment, the disciples of Xianyu Institute, who had been waiting eagerly, surged forward. Ancestor Chun, here is my spiritual power mark. I like you. This is my personal handkerchief. Please do not reject it, Ancestor. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today's meeting proves you are indeed extraordinary. This is a small token of affection from my daughter. Please accept it, Ancestor. Handkerchiefs were thrust into Chen Mo's hands, and even more outrageous was a female cultivator who, having forgotten to bring a handkerchief, produced her own undergarment, marked with spiritual energy, and handed it to Chen Mo before covering her face and running away. In an instant, Chen Mo was overwhelmed by a multitude of fragrances. He had never anticipated that a visit to another sect would yield such unexpected benefits. Initially concerned that too much attention might hinder his plans for procreation, it now appeared that the situation would not only be unimpeded, but would also complement his endeavors. Earning Ling Shi, taking concubines, and enhancing one's mastery of formation. Truly a threefold gain. In Chapter 46, May the Ancestor take me along? I too possess a deep fondness for the path of formations. Among these female cultivators, there happened to be two exceptionally beautiful women in the foundation establishment stage who perfectly align with Chen Mo's tastes. One is named Xioya, with shoulder-length flowing hair, adorned in a white palace dress, a delicate pearl necklace nestled within her neckline. Her expressive eyes exude warmth without a hint of vulgarity, instantly reminding Chen Mo of the term innocent school beauty from his past life. The other, named Yang Yi, is entirely different from Xioya. Her fiery red lips appear irresistibly alluring, with a bright vermilion birthmark gracing her brow. Every gesture she makes radiates captivating charm, and despite her enchanting beauty, she possesses an undeniable innocence that endears her to Chen Mo. Neither Xioya nor Yang Yi holds any significant responsibilities within the sect, and upon expressing their wishes, the sect naturally does not hinder them, allowing them to accompany Chen Mo home. Initially, it was Chen Mo and Bai Man Ting who arrived, but they departed as a quartet. Chen Mo, with Xioya on his left and Yang Yi on his right, traverses the world freely. occasionally requesting the two women to introduce him to renowned scenic spots nearby. Bai Man Ting follows closely, her complex gaze revealing much without uttering a word. Prior to their return, Chen Mo had already informed the Chen family descendants. Upon arriving home, an array of celebratory decorations had been meticulously arranged, and guests had already filled the hall, even with short notice. Notably, several small families residing near the Chen estate had designated individuals ready to rush to the banquet of the Chen family ancestor. However, the quality of their congratulatory gifts had noticeably diminished, not due to their stinginess, but because their families could scarcely afford more. After all, it is rare for anyone to hold wedding ceremonies so frequently. Fortunately, Chen Mo remains unperturbed. Marriage is merely a matter of festivity. Yang Yi and Xiaoya were ceremoniously welcomed into the Chen estate in splendid 8-bearer palanquins over 2 days. That evening, when Chen Mo presented the rejuvenation pill, Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Since entering the Chen estate, Chen Mo had already bestowed upon her countless surprises. From the exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy to the daily quota of Ling Shi she could absorb, which thrilled her immensely. Now, with the legendary rejuvenation pill in sight, she trembled with excitement, eager to find ways to repay her husband. The following day, a similar scene unfolded with Xiaoya. Chen Mo once again reveled in the joys of being a groom. 2 weeks later, both women approached Chen Mo, gently caressing their abdomens. "Husband, it seems we are both with child." Chen Mo was overjoyed, leading the two women to reside at the foot of the cliff. Although they had been in the estate for 2 weeks, they had scarcely left their beds, making this their first visit to this blessed haven. The nearly palpable spiritual energy left them awestruck. While the spiritual energy within the Chen estate was considerable, it paled in comparison to this place, which nourished both them and the life growing within them. 10 months later, 2 male infants were born, each possessing commendable 5-grade spiritual roots. During this period, aside from spending time with his wives and concubines, Chen Mo frequently ventured out to assist neighboring sects with their protective mountain formations. As Chen Mo's reputation as a master of formation spread far and wide, more sects sought his assistance. Chen Mo found himself compelled to select among these requests, as the price for merely hiring him had soared to 5,000 mid-grade Ling Shi. This was far more cost-effective than alchemy, prompting Chen Mo to reduce the time spent on pill concoction. Today, Chen Mo was en route to a sect known as Tu Ling Zone, whose practices emphasized earth attribute defensive techniques. This sect had previously invited Chen Mo when their leader, Heyu Daorun, broke through to the nascent soul stage. Though Chen Mo had heard of this sect's reputation as a monk sect, the term monk here does not refer to true monks, but rather denotes that the sect comprises solely male cultivators, as earth attribute techniques generally favor physical cultivators. Compared to other sects with various ethereal female cultivators, Tu Ling Zone naturally held less allure for Chen Mo. Upon arriving at the territory of Tu Ling Zone, he was promptly greeted. "I have long admired the illustrious name of the Chen family ancestor. Today, seeing you in person is indeed extraordinary." A muscular male cultivator, bare-chested and brimming with explosive strength, approached him. He was Huang Haonan, the sect leader and a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, whose physique would have undoubtedly secured him a bodybuilding championship in his past life. Behind him stood several male cultivators, all similarly bare-chested, proudly showcasing their musculature. Chen Mo maintained a courteous smile. Suddenly, a petite girl emerged from among the male cultivators, her long ponytail swaying as she approached. With a heart-shaped face adorned with arched eyebrows and sparkling eyes akin to black grapes, she sported 2 charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. Curiously, she came close to Chen Mo and exclaimed, "You are the Chen family ancestor? You look so handsome, far more appealing than those hulking muscle-bound brothers in the sect." Chen Mo chuckled at her candor, surprised to encounter such an outspoken girl in a sect often dubbed a monk temple. "Huang Haonan Akmuits, Iu Xin. Do not be impudent." The girl, chided, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and fell silent. Huang Haonan then explained to Chen Mo, "I apologize, this is my daughter. I have not been strict in her upbringing, leading to your amusement. It's no trouble. She is quite adorable," Chen Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the male cultivators exchanged alarmed glances. It was common knowledge that the Chen family ancestor's reputation was formidable. Would he truly steal away their precious little sister? The only single female in Tu-Ling zone? That would be catastrophic for them. Meanwhile, Huang Haonan observed Chen Mo and his daughter, considering the potential union. The Chen family ancestor was a rising star, his capabilities and character well recognized. Although he had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage, the future held promise. Perhaps a partnership would not be amiss. Yet, as the only daughter, doted upon to an extreme, such matters could not be forced. It would ultimately depend on Yu Xian's desires. The group soon arrived at the protective mountain formation. While the formation of Tu-Ling Zone was slightly superior to that of Xianyu Yuan, Chen Mo still found it somewhat rudimentary. Just as he prepared to venture alone into the formation for repairs, Yu Xian's melodious voice rang out. May the ancestor take me along? I too have a deep passion for the path of formations. In chapter 47, Yu Xian, the little sister, exclaimed, How could I possibly live without you? The hearts of the few male disciples sank. It was a dire moment. They had forgotten that their little junior sister, Yu Xian, had a profound passion for the art of formations and lacked interest in the physical cultivation. Would she truly be able to return after venturing into the array with Chen Mo for an extensive learning session? They anxiously turned their gazes toward Chen Mo, hoping to hear him utter a word of refusal. However, to their surprise, Chen Mo smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, but you must be cautious and stay close to me. Otherwise, if the array retaliates, I cannot be held responsible. Yay! Yu Xian exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Amidst the worried glances of her senior brothers, the two slowly stepped into the formation. Initially, Chen Mo believed Yu Xian was merely indulging in a playful whim to explore the array, but he soon realized that her interest in the art of formations was genuine. She effortlessly referenced numerous specialized terms related to formations, indicating that she had invested considerable effort in this field, possessing a solid theoretical foundation. However, it was evident that her practical experience with formations was limited, as her time in cultivation had primarily been devoted to her physical training. Despite her keen interest in formation arts, it remained merely a hobby pursued in her spare time. Consequently, she was entirely captivated by Chen Mo, diligently noting every move he executed with his spiritual energy and instinctively mimicking his gestures. Yet, compared to Chen Mo's fluid and graceful execution of the formation repairs, Yu Xian appeared to be simply imitating his actions. Chen Mo, attentive to her reactions, felt a twinge of joy at her evident enthusiasm. Who wouldn't wish to share common interests with a beautiful companion? Thus, he began to repair the array while simultaneously imparting some practical techniques he had developed to Yu Xian. Although she seemed carefree, she possessed an astute side. The seemingly simple techniques Chen Mo taught her would undoubtedly save her from numerous pitfalls in the future. Yu Xian was utterly astonished. In her understanding, such generosity was almost unimaginable. Every formation master or alchemist was notoriously exclusive, only passing their experiences to their own disciples or descendants. This was why, despite her love for formations, she had only been able to study some basic theoretical knowledge. Essentially, she had no guidance to enter this intricate world. To her surprise, the ancestor of the Chen family was so generous, willing to share such invaluable insights. She seized the opportunity eagerly, determined to absorb everything Chen Mo shared. However, for some unknown reason, her attention would frequently drift from Chen Mo's techniques to other aspects. His fingers were so long and aesthetically pleasing. Oh, his nose is so prominent and refined. Why does it seem that the way he repairs formations is so captivating, far surpassing the appeal of those senior brothers in the sect who only flaunt their muscles? Is this the allure of a man engrossed in his work? If Gan Xiao were present, she would undoubtedly regard Yu Xian as a kindred spirit. Both felt that Chen Mo's focused demeanor exuded an exceptionally attractive charm. Suddenly, Yu Xian noticed her heart racing, and a subtle flush crept across her cheeks. What is wrong? Is it too overwhelming? Chen Mo inquired softly from beside her. Yi Xin, blushing, shook her head, prompting Chen Mo to relax, though he slightly slowed his pace of instruction. As a gentleman, he realized that if he had previously been too rapid, he ought to adjust to a pace that ensured her comfort. Meanwhile, the group of male disciples outside the array was seething with jealousy, unable to suppress their inner turmoil. What was happening? Why was their usually boisterous junior sister blushing? What could the ancestor of the Chen family have done to her? After an hour, Chen Mo guided Yu Xian through the final finishing touches. He had already conveyed all the steps to her, although she might not immediately grasp the underlying principles. Copying his actions was certainly manageable. Uxin formed several hand seals, directing streams of spiritual energy into the array. Her excitement was palpable. This was the protective array of her sect, capable of withstanding attacks from spirit division stage cultivators. And here she was, a mere foundation establishment stage practitioner, fortunate enough to contribute to its completion. Soon, she sensed something was amiss. The consumption of spiritual energy was far too rapid. With her initial foundation establishment cultivation, she could not possibly fulfill this last step. Just as she prepared to withdraw her energy and leave the remaining tasks to Chen Mo, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged from behind her. The sudden influx of energy prompted an involuntary, delighted gasp from Uxin. A gentle voice from behind her reassured, "Do not worry, I am right behind you." Instinctively, Uxin bit her lip, continuing to perform the final repairs. With Chen Mo's energy supporting her, she successfully completed the last step. Although there were minor imperfections, Chen Mo promptly corrected them. Even he had to concede that Uxin was a prodigy in the realm of formations. The entire array emitted a soft rumbling sound, and radiant rays of light burst forth, significantly enhancing the array's power, ensuring that no one would easily infiltrate the Tu Ling sect with superior array skills again. Yu Xin, her cheeks flushed, waved her hands at her father, Huang Haonan, exclaiming, "Father, look, this is my accomplishment. Formations are far more enjoyable than physical cultivation." Huang Haonan smiled helplessly, aware of Uxin's passion for the art of formations as a father should. However, given that no one in the Tu Ling sect specialized in formations, he could only procure some texts for her study, which paled in comparison to the guidance of a master in the field. The surrounding senior brothers, upon hearing her declare that physical cultivation was dull, felt their hearts shatter. As per their agreement, Huang Haonan handed over the spirit stones to Chen Mo, marking the conclusion of the repairs to the sect's protective array. Uxin suddenly realized that the Chen family ancestor would soon depart, and a look of reluctance crossed her face. The experience of learning various formation techniques from Chen Mo had been truly exhilarating, filling her with a joy she had never before encountered. Not to mention, the culmination of her contribution to the array's repair had brought that joy to a pinnacle. This was the dream life she had long yearned for. Communicating telepathically with Huang Haonan and receiving his supportive response, she slowly approached Chen Mo, assuming she was reluctant to part with the knowledge of formations. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Next time you visit my Chen residence, I have many more formations for you to study." Uxin shook her head firmly, declaring, "I do not want a next time. I want to be able to stay forever." With that, she produced a yellow handkerchief embroidered with a vividly depicted azure dragon and offered it to Chen Mo snap. The other disciples of the Tu Ling sect suddenly heard the sound of their hearts shattering, inwardly lamenting, "Junior sister Uxin, how can I live without you?" Chapter 48. If your husband lacks strength, there is no need to worry excessively. Chen Mo did not immediately take the handkerchief, but instead looked toward Huang Haonan, the sect leader and Uxin's father. Upon receiving a slight nod from him, Chen Mo understood that Uxin had already secured her father's consent, and thus he no longer hesitated in accepting the handkerchief. Uxin, already stunningly beautiful, met all of Chen Mo's criteria with her appearance alone. Moreover, she has a profound affection for formations, and, since being with her, I have someone to accompany me while I study them. Upon seeing Chen Mo accept the handkerchief, Uxin shyly retreated to stand before her father. Huang Haonan gently caressed her hair, reminding her, "While I know your passion for formations, do not forget the physical cultivation methods of our sect. You possess the innate thick earth constitution, which makes your training and body refining techniques exceptionally effective, without any adverse changes to your physical form." To encourage Uxin to pursue her training diligently, Huang Haonan playfully added, "Your future husband is a golden core practitioner. If you do not strive to cultivate, you may not be able to accompany him for long." Uxin immediately blushed, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Mo. The thick earth constitution? Now, it was Chen Mo's turn to be astonished. Was this not one of the 5 elemental constitutions? What a remarkable coincidence. Just when he worried about the difficulty of achieving these special physiques, this brought him one step closer. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the founder of the Tu Ling Zone, the sect they belonged to, possessed this very special constitution, and the position of the sect leader had always been passed down through bloodlines. After numerous practical validations by Chen Mo, it was evident that the chances of inheriting such a special constitution were significantly higher in descendants, which could only be described as serendipity. A week later, a grand wedding ceremony was held once again, the sounds of gongs and drums resonating throughout Linen City. Unbelievable. The Chen family's ancestor had taken a wife again. A wife, not a concubine. Indeed, this time the Chen family's ancestor had married the daughter of the Tu Ling Zong's leader. Wasn't the leader of the Tu Ling Zong already in the nascent soul stage? How terrifying is this Chen family ancestor? Managing to bring home the daughter of a nascent soul powerhouse? The ancestral strength of the Chen family was already formidable, nearing the peak of the Golden Core stage. And now, with the backing of a nascent soul practitioner, he could likely be considered a local tyrant in this small region. During the wedding ceremony, representatives from various sects attended, particularly the disciples of the Tu Ling Zong, who all came to send their beloved junior sister into the realm of matrimony. Among the attendees, there were also numerous prominent figures of the nascent soul stage. However, not all of these nascent soul elites were there solely for Chen Mo. Many had come to support Huang Yu Xin out of respect for Huang Haonan. Yet, the presence of these nascent soul elites created immense pressure for the cultivators from smaller sects, leading them to question their worth. Although they were foundational stage cultivators, respected among the Qi refinement practitioners, they suddenly felt unworthy to be at the banquet of the Chen family ancestor. Amidst the sounds of congratulations, Chen Mo finally welcomed his bride, Yu Xin. She was adorned in a phoenix crown and cloud-patterned gown, with intricate embroidery depicting auspicious phoenixes soaring through the 9 heavens. Cinched at the waist with a delicate embroidered ribbon, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. On such an important day, Yu Xin naturally set aside her usual carefree demeanor. Her entire presence transformed with an unprecedented air of composure, akin to a virtuous wife emerging from a spirited girl. This transformation left the disciples of the Tu Ling Zong wide-eyed. Was this truly their once carefree junior sister? Why had her aura suddenly shifted to that of a married woman? As the sounds of entering the bridal chamber echoed, the ceremony approached its conclusion, with all the disciples of the Tu Ling Zong, including the sect leader, thoroughly intoxicated. The Tu Ling Zong was originally a monk's temple, and having produced a charming junior sister who was both beautiful and carefree, naturally attracted countless gazes from senior brothers. Having been doted upon since childhood, many had even fantasized about becoming the sect leader's son-in-law, yet who would have thought that she would ultimately be taken by the Chen family ancestor? It was akin to a fruit tree painstakingly nurtured at home, after caring for it diligently when the time for harvest arrived. The ripest and most delectable fruit grew in someone else's garden, leaving one to watch helplessly as it was picked. The feeling was indescribably frustrating. That night, when it was time to taste the fruit, Chen Mo excitedly lifted Yu Xin's veil. However, he suddenly heard Yu Xin somewhat shyly say, "Husband, although I am only at the foundation establishment stage, I am a body cultivator and possess a special constitution. If you find it challenging, there is no need to worry too much." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Challenging? Let us see who will be pleading for mercy. Joking aside, the thick earth constitution merely offers a slight enhancement for body cultivators. If one were to speak of true physical strength, the Tian Yao body would be unrivaled. That night, the room was filled with Yu Xin's pleas for mercy. During this period, Chen Mo did not attend to any other matters, but focused on helping Yu Xin realize the terrifying potential of her own physique. Just the thought of Chen Mo now made her tremble with excitement, her cheeks flushing instantaneously. Previously, she had often seen her senior brothers with large physiques flaunting before her, deeming such body cultivators unattractive. It wasn't until that night with Chen Mo that her traditional perceptions were shattered. She realized that someone like her husband, who appeared so ethereal, could possess such formidable physical strength, elevating her to the heights of ecstasy. Under these circumstances, within just a week, Yu Xin discovered that a life was blossoming within her. Upon learning this, Chen Mo was overjoyed and promptly took Yu Xin to reside at the cliff's base, intending to nurture the baby within her with spiritual energy. In an environment rich in spiritual energy, the child's aptitude would be enhanced, a fact Chen Mo had verified through numerous practices. Perhaps this is why, thousands of years ago, there were frequent reports of ascensions to the celestial realm by those at the Great Ascension stage, while now, one only hears of certain transformation stage elites emerging, with even the tribulation crossing powerhouses seldom appearing. With eager anticipation, Chen Mo finally awaited the arrival of their child 10 months later. As the sound of an infant's cry echoed, the culmination of their love was finally realized. Chapter 49. Thick Earth Constitution. Master severely injured. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,000 descendants with spiritual roots, receiving the reward of Thick Earth Profound Technique and 100 years of arduous cultivation experience. Congratulations to the host for having descendants with a Thick Earth Constitution, receiving the special Constitution's feedback, enhancing the host's own Constitution to Thick Earth. Chen Mo was elated. The Thick Earth Constitution had truly come to fruition. Memories surged forth. The Thick Earth Profound Technique is specifically designed for the Thick Earth Constitution at the low-grade heavenly level, and its cultivation is restricted solely to those with the Thick Earth Constitution. Practicing this technique not only aids in body refinement, but also grants superior control over Earth elemental techniques. Chen Mo was momentarily entranced, absorbing the subtleties of the technique. After a brief pause, he entered the delivery room and immediately noticed Yu Xian lying there, looking frail. The midwife brought forth the baby, announcing, "Congratulations, Ancestor, it is a baby boy." The infant displayed an extraordinary sensitivity. Initially, upon birth, he cried incessantly. However, the moment he laid eyes on Chen Mo, his cries ceased abruptly. His large, tear-filled eyes appeared remarkably adorable. Observing Chen Mo's gaze upon him, the baby boy excitedly flailed his limbs as if yearning for Chen Mo's embrace. Yet initially, Chen Mo failed to comprehend his intent. To everyone's astonishment, the infant leapt from the midwife's arms, and before he could touch the ground, a patch of yellow earth emerged beneath him, gently cradling him and presenting him before Chen Mo. With joy and surprise, Yu Xian exclaimed, "Is this the body of Thick Earth? Our son is remarkably wise." Chen Montak, equally astonished, lifted the child, causing the yellow earth to dissipate. Shortly thereafter, the baby seemed to exhaust all his energy, closing his eyes and drifting into a sweet slumber. "Husband, what shall we name our son?" "Iu Xin Wheat Spur. Let us call him Chen Ping'an. May he live a life of peace and safety." Yu Xian softly repeated the name, her face lighting up. "What a wonderful name. I love it." Chen Mo affectionately kissed her forehead. This name not only represented Chen Mo's blessing for his son, but also his own aspiration. No matter what dangers the future may hold, he must possess sufficient power to ensure the safety of his family. 2 days later, Chen Mo strolled through the back garden of the Chen residence, accompanied by Su Su. Basking in the sunlight, a group of children trailed behind them, among whom Chen Jiuyao, with his striking red tail, stood out. Although he was not the eldest among the children, his physique was the most robust, thanks to his innate Tian Yao body. Hu Yao Yao had been coerced by Chen Mo into cultivating. She had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but spent her days indulging in roasted chicken, entirely neglecting her path to the Golden Core stage. With her talent, breaking through to Golden Core should have been effortless. Yet her playful spirit persisted even after becoming a mother. Suddenly, both Chen Mo and Su Su's expression shifted. They had received a message from Bai Manting. Sure, Fei Xuan's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage has failed, and she has sustained severe injuries. Exchanging glances, they promptly informed the others to take the children away, before Chen Mo carried Su Su towards the Kaoshan sect. Su Su was filled with worry. In the cultivation world, a failed breakthrough at such a significant level was a grave matter, often leading to death or irreversible injuries that could hinder further progress. "Do not fret, I am here," Chen Mo whispered softly. From a moment he learned that his master had just reached the peak of Golden Core and was now attempting to push for the nascent soul stage. Chen Mo harbored a sense of foreboding. In cultivation, one must not be overly ambitious, but unfortunately his master had already entered seclusion, and disturbing her would only yield adverse effects. Soon, Chen Mo and Su Su arrived at Yinjian Peak, where they spotted Bai Manting standing outside the house. Her brow furrowed, having noticed Chen Mo's presence. "You may enter. Your master is inside. I have asked the other peak masters to leave." Her injuries were severe, and her foundation had been compromised. Upon hearing this, Su Su rushed into the room. Inside, she saw her usually formidable master lying on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper, while a young boy with red lips and white teeth was wiping the sweat from her forehead. It was none other than Chen Changsheng, the child of Su Su and Chen Mo. Although Shi Fei Shuang was the master of Yin Jian Peak, she had not taken many disciples. Aside from Chen Changsheng, there were only Su Su and Chen Mo. She had always treated them with great kindness. Witnessing her master in such a frail state, Su Su felt her heart wrench in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Looking at Chen Mo, her eyes brimmed with pleading. Chen Mo felt a pang of sorrow himself, and at Su Su's beseeching gaze, he stepped forward. Chen Changsheng willingly offered his place to his father. Chen Mo sat at the bedside, placing his hand on his master's wrist, channeling streams of spiritual energy into her body. As the energy flowed within her, Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and instructed Su Su to take Chen Changsheng away. Though concerned for her master, Su Su understood that Chen Mo had his reasons for wanting to keep certain matters from the child, and she restrained her emotions as she led Changsheng out of the room. Once they had departed, Bai Manting's cold voice echoed, "You have noticed too, haven't you? Master has sustained grave injuries. Her previously stable foundation is now like a gaping wound. If not repaired promptly, her spiritual energy will gradually dissipate, leaving her an ordinary person destined to perish from the exhaustion of her lifespan." In truth, Shi Fei Shuang's youthful appearance was merely a result of her past consumption of the Jiolong, Wenjian Dan. Otherwise, given her current condition, she would have already begun to age rapidly. The only potential means of revival lay in the Dao Yun Dan, which could restore her foundation. Bai Manting sighed. Yet this Dao Yun Dan has long since become a legend. Dao Yun Dan is a special elixir designed to heal injuries to one's Dao, requiring exceedingly rare materials that are scarcely found even in the ancient cultivation world. Once one suffers a Dao injury, they quickly lose their spiritual energy, aging and dying without the opportunity to concoct elixirs, let alone the likelihood of being unable to progress in cultivation even if they recover. Thus, this elixir, akin to the Jiyan Dan, has vanished from the annals of cultivation history. A spark of determination ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. Perhaps not. I may have a solution, but I must first stabilize the spiritual energy within my master. Chapter 50, Dao Yun Dan, the lifeline for my master. Perhaps I can devise a plan, but first, I must stabilize the spiritual energy within my master. Bai Manting's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon realizing the severity of Shi Fei Shuang's Dao injury. Her first thought was of Chen Mo, who had consistently brought forth miracles. After all, the long-lost Jian Dan had resurfaced in his hands. Perhaps he also possessed the formula for the Dao Yun Dan. However, Bai Manting was hesitant, for even if Chen Mo had the formula, concocting such an elixir was vastly more challenging than the Jian Dan, requiring at least a top-tier Long One Dan to mend Shi Fei Shuang's Dao injury. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Bai Manting made a swift decision. She approached Shi Fei Shuang, grasped her hand, and began to infuse her with continuous streams of spiritual energy. I will continuously channel spiritual energy to her, sustaining her life. You may act freely. The Kaoshan sect will provide full support for any materials required. Shi Fei Shuang was not only Chen Mo's master, but also the leader of Kaoshan sect, a powerful practitioner at the peak of Golden Core. Her death would be a tremendous loss for the sect. However, the infusion of spiritual energy could only provide temporary stability for Shi Fei Shuang. Given her damaged foundation, any amount of energy would inevitably dissipate, akin to a leaking bamboo basket. This method also placed a considerable burden on Bai Manting. Chen Montauk nodded, wasting no time as he immediately allocated the 100 years of cultivation experience he had received as a reward to alchemy. A wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into Chen Mo's mind. In a fleeting moment, Chen Mo seemed to have undergone a century of arduous cultivation, with the entirety of his memories reduced to the relentless process of forging elixirs. This cyclical endeavor repeated itself endlessly. Simultaneously, Chen Mo's comprehension of alchemy was swiftly advancing, and the ancient recipes for elixirs were firmly etched in his mind. These recipes were exclusively utilized by cultivators in the Golden Core stage. It was only upon the appearance of the final recipe for the Dao Collapse elixir that Chen Mo exhaled in relief. Upon opening his eyes, he found a blank jade talisman in his hand. Some of the required medicinal materials overlapped with those needed for the Foundation Establishment pill and could be used directly. However, Several others needed to be procured separately. Chen Mo recorded the remaining essentials on the Jade Talisman and handed it to Bai Man Ting. The remaining materials were exceedingly precious, even surpassing the cost of the completed Dragon Pattern Foundation establishment pill. Bai Man Ting merely cast a cursory glance before retrieving the Sect Master S token, commanding the other peak masters to swiftly procure the elixirs from the Baibao Pavilion at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, Chen Mo retreated to the alchemy chamber to adjust his state. Despite possessing a wealth of alchemical experience afforded by the system, he remained uncertain about his ability to fabricate a superior Tao Collapse elixir. All he could do was exert his utmost effort. Soon, the required medicinal materials were delivered one by one to the alchemy chamber. However, one crucial ingredient, the Tianling grass, was exceedingly rare, with only 5 available even in the Baibao Pavilion. To continue procurement, it would take at least a month from the announcement to someone selling it. Even with Bai Man Ting's infusion of spiritual energy, it would be impossible for her master to endure until then. The recipe clearly stated that a minimum of 2 Tianling grasses were required for a single refinement, meaning Chen Mo had only 2 chances to forge the elixir. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo adjusted himself to peak condition. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted beneath the cauldron. Once the temperature of the cauldron had sufficiently risen, he introduced several types of medicinal materials into it. Observing the materials gradually dissolve, Chen Mo murmured that the dragon bloodgrass, being highly potent, needed to be neutralized at the outset with the ice extreme grass along with various other materials. The crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood, gradually melded with the icy blue liquid. This merging process demanded exquisite control from the alchemist, as Chen Mo's consciousness guided each droplet to achieve perfect amalgamation. He dedicated 10 full hours to complete this step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as if he had fought the most arduous battle of his life. Despite some lingering inexperience, Chen Mo had exerted his utmost effort. After evaporating the sweat with his cultivation technique, he continued to introduce new medicinal materials into the cauldron. This phase was considerably simpler. He merely needed to maintain the stability of his spiritual energy and patiently await their fusion. After 5 hours, he held the 2 Tianling grasses with utmost reverence and introduced them into the pool of deep crimson liquid within the cauldron. The white Tianling grass, akin to dandelions, shed its white fluff into the medicinal liquid upon exposure to the cauldron's intense heat, producing a sizzling sound. Chen Mo focused intently on the integration of the Tianling grass, investing an hour to ensure it was thoroughly blended with the liquid. With a flourish, he unleashed his spiritual energy to cover the cauldron with its lid. By this point, Chen Mo had spent 16 hours in the alchemy chamber. Outside, Su was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Chen Mo had never taken so long to refine an elixir before, usually completing it within 3 to 4 hours. Bai Man Ting was beside the bed, tirelessly channeling spiritual energy into Fei Shuang, a process that was utterly exhausting. Even with her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, sustaining this effort was becoming increasingly arduous, and reluctantly, she had resorted to employing a high-grade spirit stone for replenishment. After another 10 hours, Bai Man Ting's high-grade spirit stone was nearly depleted. A stone that could sustain a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator for a week was only able to last 20-some hours under these circumstances. To maintain Fei Shuang's life force, Bai Man Ting needed to infuse spiritual energy into every corner of her being, which required her to continuously unleash life-risking techniques. Fortunately, Bai Man Ting possessed a naturally cold body, endowing her spiritual energy with healing properties. This enabled Fei Shuang to endure thus far. However, even Bai Man Ting began to feel a slight dizziness, signaling her own fatigue. In the alchemy chamber, Chen Mo quietly observed the cauldron, his consciousness fully enveloping it, controlling the final steps of the elixir's formation. At last, the cauldron emitted a subtle tremor, the sound of solid materials colliding resonating within. The elixir was complete. However, its quality remained to be determined upon opening the cauldron. Chen Mo felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the elixir's quality as he hesitantly released a surge of spiritual energy to lift the lid. A plume of white smoke billowed forth, followed by a melodious and exhilarating dragon's roar that filled his heart with immeasurable joy. Chapter 51, Unexpectedly, Chen Mo have also become a master alchemist disciple. The sound of the dragon's roar was perhaps the most exquisite melody Chen Mo had ever heard. Su, who had been anxiously waiting outside the alchemy chamber, was so elated that she stood up, her eyes brimming with delight. Her master was finally saved. Although neither Chen Mo nor Bai Manting had disclosed the specifics of her master-S condition, she was not naive. As the leader in the nascent soul stage, she had to rely on spirit stones to sustain her master-S life force. Her husband, who was seemingly invincible, had been in the alchemy chamber for so long, indicating that her master-S condition was far more serious than she had imagined. As the door to the alchemy chamber creaked open, Chen Mo emerged, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Su, a smile graced his lips as he invited her to accompany him to her master-S room. Bai Manting, having also heard the dragon's roar, urgently inquired upon Chen Mo's arrival. Did you succeed? Is it a supreme dragon pattern pill? Seeing Chen Mo nod, Bai Manting let out a sigh of relief. Chen Mo settled beside the bed and retrieved the hard-earned Dao collapse elixir. The pill was no larger than a fingertip, a vibrant red hue with a faint dragon pattern visible upon its surface. Gently lifting Fei Shuang, he placed the elixir in her mouth, using his spiritual energy to dissolve it. The Dao collapse elixir melted instantly, its effects rapidly disseminating, leading to a gradual healing of Fei Shuang's injuries and a deceleration in the depletion of her spiritual energy. Only when her internal energy stabilized did Bai Manting seize her infusion of spiritual energy. Moments later, Fei Shuang slowly opened her eyes, the first sight being the smiling Chen Mo. Her heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but murmur, "Mo, heir? Master, you have finally awoken." Su exclaimed excitedly, tears of joy welling in her eyes. It was then that Fei Shuang noticed not only Chen Mo, but also the sect leader and Su. As she surveyed her familiar surroundings, a look of confusion washed over her face. Did I not fail to break through to the nascent soul stage? My injuries were so severe, yet I am still alive? Fei Song instinctively glanced at Chen Mo. If there was anyone in this world capable of rescuing her from such a predicament, it could only be her disciple, Chen Mo. Each time, he seemed to bring her unexpected delight. Bai Manting softly remarked from the side, "After your failure to break through, the barrier of your seclusion opened. I have been monitoring your situation and thus brought Chen Mo and the others here. Your injuries to the Dao can only heal thanks to Chen Mo's concoction of the exquisite Dao Yindan. Otherwise, even if I were to infuse you with more spiritual energy, it would be futile." Fei Song's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Chen Mo. Soon noticing the bloodshot veins in his eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. She had certainly heard of the Dao Yindan, a remedy for Dao injuries. But wasn't that supposed to have been lost to time? However, considering that Chen Mo could produce the long-lost Zhu Yindan, it seemed less surprising that he could also locate the formula for Dao Yindan. Chen Mo reminded her, "Master, please check if your Dao injuries have healed." As Fei Song circulated her spiritual energy, she discovered that the grave injuries within her had mostly mended, though there were still some faint remnants of damage. While her life was no longer in jeopardy, further advancement in her cultivation seemed unlikely. There was no disappointment in Fei Song's eyes as she smiled and relayed this outcome to Chen Mo and the others. Bai Manting and Su gasped upon hearing this. If Fei Song were to remain at the pinnacle of the Jindan stage, her lifespan would inevitably be curtailed. Breaking through to the Yuaning stage could grant her at least 3,000 more years. Chen Mo furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly relaxed, saying, "No matter. Once I refine the Jiolong Wen Dao Yindan in some time, I will naturally assist Master in making a full recovery." Fei Song, feeling moved, was momentarily at a loss for words. When Bai Manting saw that Fei Song was temporarily unharmed, her previous fatigue surged back, prompting her to take her leave. Chen Mo, still somewhat anxious, examined his master's body once more, confirming there were no issues before inquiring about her rushed approach to cultivation this time. To his surprise, Fei Song stammered, unable to articulate her reasons. Su, sensing something, took the initiative to say, "Husband, you should step outside for a moment. There are some matters that you should not overhear." Chen Mo gazed at Su, ultimately heeding her advice and leaving the room. A moment later, Su emerged, her face slightly flushed. Chen Mo attempted to enter, but was stopped. He could only ask Su what happened. Did Master reveal the reason behind her actions? Su sighed, her hands clasped behind her back, as if grappling with a particularly delicate matter. After a brief pause, she slowly explained, Master is troubled by matters of the heart. She wishes to avoid thinking about emotional issues. Whenever she pauses, her mind recalls a certain someone. Thus, she sought to focus solely on her cultivation to break through, which led to today's events. Troubled by love? Chen Mo frowned. Does Master have someone she cares for? For some reason, a vague discomfort stirred within him as he posed this question. Noticing Chen Mo's lack of understanding, Susu could no longer contain herself, poking him in the chest with her slender finger and teasing. Why is my husband so slow to catch on today? You are usually quite adept at charming the other sisters. Do you not harbor any feelings for Master? Suddenly, Chen Mo grasped the situation, his heart soaring with joy as he swallowed hard. Are you saying that Master likes me? Susu nodded. Master is too shy to tell you. So I must ask, do you have any feelings for her? Feelings? Oh, indeed he did, even without the Zuyin Dawn. The mature elegance and wisdom exuding from Master had captivated him. After consuming the Zuyin Dawn, she transformed into a youthful beauty, yet retained that sophisticated aura of womanhood. The juxtaposition was utterly irresistible. In the room, Shu Fei Song's cheeks flushed with shyness, though she felt too bashful to speak. She was secretly observing Chen Mo's reaction with her divine sense. Especially after Susu posed the most crucial and concerning question, her heart raced. Thus, when she saw Chen Mo nod, her heart blossomed with joy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she murmured, he likes me too. After receiving Chen Mo's affirmative response, Susu turned to re-enter the room, while Chen Mo wished to follow but was blocked at the door. Husband, you cannot see the bride before the wedding. It is an ill omen. Chen Mo was taken aback. They were to marry so soon? Just the thought sent waves of excitement through him. He never imagined there would come a day when he, Chen Mo, would marry his master. 3 days later, the sounds of drums and gongs resonated throughout the city of Linen. Unbelievable. The Chen family patriarch was to wed his master. What? Master can also break through? These celestial beings do not concern themselves with such trivialities. After all, they have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Who can ascertain their true ages? Having shared so many years together, it is only natural to develop feelings. My goodness, these celestial beings truly know how to enjoy life. The wedding feast was arranged 3 days in advance, and nearly all those who received invitations attended the banquet, including the sect leader of Cao Shanzong and various peak masters. Bai Monting sat at the banquet, feeling somewhat dazed. She was unsure how to react when Shu Fei Song approached her with the intent to marry Chen Mo, although it was not uncommon for cultivators to form relationships with their disciples. Even starting their training from a young age, experiencing such an event so close to home felt utterly surreal. That night, Chen Mo gently lifted the red veil from his master's face. In their intimate setting, Shu Fei Song had not cast any illusionary spells, revealing her breathtaking beauty to Chen Mo. Instinctively, she called out more. Just that one utterance immediately evoked a flood of cherished memories shared with her disciple. Chen Mo's heart raced with excitement. He refrained from speaking further and instead leaned in for a passionate kiss. 2 weeks later, Shu Fei Song could distinctly sense a new life blossoming within her. At that moment, she finally understood why Chen Mo was able to care for so many wives so well. It was truly remarkable. Even now, the thought of it would cause a rosy hue to rise to her cheeks. As she brought some fruit over, Chen Mo unexpectedly embraced her from behind. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, she softly murmured, I am pregnant with our child. Chen Mo was overjoyed, lifting Shu Fei Song and spinning her around. Wonderful. I hope our child inherits your beauty, he exclaimed with a smile. The light in Shu Fei Song's eyes sparkled with happiness. Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled something and said, by the way, sect leader Bai Monting is coming over. Shall we go meet her together? Sect leader is coming? Shu Fei Song was somewhat surprised. Generally, Bai Monting rarely visited the Chen family except on the occasion of Chen Mo's marriage. As the sect leader, her responsibilities were ample, and finding time to cultivate was already challenging. Where would she find extra time for visits? Let us go see her. I haven't returned to Yinjian Peak in a while, so there are likely many matters needing her attention. The two set off hand in hand. Bai Monting was already waiting in the reception hall specially designated for guests at the Chen family residence. A cup of freshly brewed tea rested on the table beside her, although she had yet to take a sip. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Bai Manting looked up just in time to witness the entrance of two individuals into the room. Fei Shuang gently caressed her abdomen with her right hand, her face radiating maternal brilliance. Bai Manting widened her eyes in disbelief. How long had it been? 2 weeks? Was she already expecting? A human seed sower? Unable to contain her astonishment, Bai Manting took a sip of her tea to steady her nerves. Chen Mo, with a smile, inquired. Might I ask what brings you here, sect leader Bai? Bai Manting cleared her throat and replied. I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. The first concerns the collaboration on the Dao Yun Dan. Although this particular elixir has been lost to time, its nature is entirely different from that of the rejuvenation pill. Even if it were to be sold, it would not attract the attention of other prominent figures. Rather, it could enhance the reputation of the Kaoshan sect in this regard. Chen Mo nodded calmly, having anticipated this point. After all, the Dao Yun Dan was indeed a well-known elixir. If the Kaoshan sect could manage its sale, it would undoubtedly bolster their credibility. Furthermore, the elixir would not require mass production. Maintaining a small stock would suffice, proving to be quite manageable. Chen Mo was primarily intrigued by the second matter Bai Manting had mentioned. The second matter is a piece of joyous news. We have discovered another spiritual vein in the Hengduan Mountains. Upon hearing this, both Chen Mo and Fei Shuang exchanged astonished glances. Previously, the Kaoshan sect had relied on the spiritual stones mined from their spiritual vein to support the entire sect. Their partnership with Chen Mo to sell elixirs had arisen due to the depletion of their spiritual vein, and now, in this current environment, they had unexpectedly found a new one. Bai Manting explained, this spiritual vein was inadvertently discovered by one of my disciples from Yujin Peak. We have surveyed it, and it appears to be an unclaimed vein. Judging by the remnants, it once yielded a considerable amount of mid-grade spiritual stones, although the quality has diminished to low grade due to the decline in heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Slightly regretful, Bai Manting continued, however, its coverage area is substantial. If we continue to excavate, it should be sufficient to meet the Kaoshan sect's spiritual stone consumption for 500 years. At this point, Bai Manting paused deliberately before adding, now that you have taken the Peak Master away, the Chen family and the Kaoshan sect are effectively bound together. If the Chen family is willing, they could send people to jointly excavate the spiritual vein, sharing the profits. What do you think? Bai Manting observed Chen Mo's reaction closely. This decision was not one she had made alone. It was the result of discussions with several other Peak Masters. Even though the Kaoshan sect now possessed a spiritual vein, they could not afford to abandon their collaboration with the Chen family. After all, significant effort had been invested into establishing the sales channels for elixirs, and the profits from these elixirs had far exceeded their expectations. Moreover, Chen Mo's potential was something they valued greatly. While it currently appeared that the Kaoshan sect was stronger than the Chen family, Chen Mo had already displayed formidable strength and talent, suggesting that the Chen family could potentially evolve into a formidable entity rivaling the Kaoshan sect in the future. Most importantly, the others within the sect were concerned about another matter. Chen Mo had formed close ties with other sects through marriage, including the daughter of the Lord of the Tu Ling sect, and had even made significant sacrifices for the Lord of the Xianbing sect. Should Chen Mo choose to collaborate with these sects instead, the situation for the Kaoshan sect would become quite precarious. The discovery of this spiritual vein could serve to further solidify their relationship with the Chen family, ensuring that, for at least the next 500 years, both parties could engage in cooperative endeavors beyond just elixirs. Furthermore, whether for personal or professional reasons, Bai Manting hoped to cultivate a positive relationship with Chen Mo. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo nodded in agreement, saying, very well. When the time comes, you may directly inform me of what is required from the Chen family. With that, Bai Manting exhaled a sigh of relief. After finalizing the matter and exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her leave. Meanwhile, Chen Mo continued to live his carefree life. Soon, news of the Dao Yun Dan being available for sale spread, officially claiming that it was the result of Chen Mo's dedicated research, having successfully replicated the formula. The efficacy was purportedly identical to that of the original, which naturally drew considerable attention. It was astonishing to realize Chen Mo's talent in alchemy was so profound, and although the elixirs were not being purchased, his reputation soared. 10 months later, Fei Shuang, along with several new concubines, entered a state of impending childbirth. Chen Mo anxiously awaited outside the room. Push, you can do it. I can see the head. The midwife's calls intermingled with Shi Feishuang's groans of pain, creating a deeply distressing atmosphere for Chen Mo. Finally, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. Simultaneously, a subtle wave of energy erupted from the delivery room, prompting Chen Mo to furrow his brow in concern for Shi Feishuang's safety. He rushed inside, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The wave emanated from a newborn, who was cradled in the midwife's arms, its eyes wide open and staring intently at Chen Mo. Another reason for Chen Mo's astonishment was the intricate array of mysterious runes that adorned the infant's eyes, exuding an aura of formidable power. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the child possessed dual pupils. The system's voice promptly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your descendant has acquired innate dual pupils, granting a nurturing effect. Host's dual pupils have been activated. Congratulations, host. Your descendant has manifested a second-grade spiritual root, granting a nurturing effect. Host's spiritual root has been elevated to second grade. Dual pupils. Remarkably, they were innate dual pupils. In comparison, the second-grade spiritual root seemed almost mundane. Before Chen Mo could revel in this extraordinary news, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. A slight sting prompted him to instinctively close his eyes. Upon reopening them, the world appeared entirely transformed. Chen Mo could vividly perceive the spiritual energy wafting through the air, a substance typically invisible to the naked, yet now exceptionally clear to him. With a mere thought, a beam of golden light burst forth from his dual pupils. Fortunately, Chen Mo reacted swiftly, directing his gaze skyward. The golden light struck the Nine Palaces' 8 trigrams formation, causing the array to ripple slightly. Upon careful evaluation, he realized that this strike was comparable to the full-force attack of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Moreover, it seemed that the capabilities of his dual pupils could further enhance with his strength, potentially harboring other yet-to-be-explored applications. However, the sudden emergence of this ability made Chen Mo acutely aware of the attention it would attract. He raised his hand and cast a concealment formation over his face, ensuring that anyone with cultivation below his level would be unable to discern that he had acquired dual pupils. Meanwhile, the midwife, trembling as she held the infant, understood all too well that had Chen Mo's earlier strike been directed at her, she would have likely met with a grim fate. Though Shi Feishuang was equally astonished by Chen Mo's reaction, her attention was soon captivated by the adorable newborn. Upon witnessing the pair of remarkable eyes belonging to the infant, Shi Feishuang's astonished form trembled slightly. Darling, is our child naturally endowed with dual pupils? This is indeed a gift from the celestial beings. It is said that anyone possessing such eyes, provided they do not perish prematurely, will ultimately transcend to the great ascension realm and become an immortal. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, astonished that the child born of him and his master could possess such innate talent. Dear husband, let us bestow a name upon him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo declared, let us call him Chen-yi. Chen-yi. Only those with great resolve can achieve immortality. I adore this name. Shi Feishuang responded with a smile. She then exclaimed with excitement, my son, Chen-yi, possesses the potential to become an immortal. Chen Mo, taken aback, quickly covered his master's mouth with his hand. After a brief pause, he explained, such words must not be spoken, for they may invite resentment. With that, Chen Mo cast a protective formation over Chen-yi, concealing his striking dual pupils. He desired not for his child to be invincible in the world, but only to grow up safely. As for achieving invincibility, that was a path he would tread himself. On the edge of the Hengduan mountain range, within a temporary dark cave, an elderly man with a white beard and goat-like features was meticulously arranging various formations. Should Chen Mo have been present, he would have recognized these formations as designed to obscure one's aura. Behind the elder stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in azure, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, with vibrant red lips and pearly teeth. Her elegant, swan-like neck and subtly visible collarbone were captivating. The azure garment she wore shimmered faintly, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Yet, her eyes were filled with naive simplicity, indicating a lack of worldly experience. At that moment, she gazed obediently at the elder, setting up the formations, occasionally asking innocently, Grandfather Bai, what are you doing? Just as the elder completed the formations and exhaled with relief, he turned to her and said, Ching Ching, remember, Unless we are within our Yaoyu, you must always remain vigilant and never reveal our identity as Aoju, Yaozu. If discovered, we may attract the ire of human cultivators. Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. But grandfather, what exactly is this turning point you mentioned? I have flown with you for so long, yet I have seen nothing. Bai's brow furrowed, since he sensed a significant omen and learned that the turning point for the Yaoju lay within the eastern wasteland. He had sent his kin to search. However, those dispatched had barely left the Yaoyu before being captured and skinned by lurking cultivators. Consequently, he had no choice but to let Qing lead him away to evade their attention. Yet, upon arriving in the eastern wasteland, he found himself unable to locate the turning point. It was as if someone had intentionally obscured it. Even with his remarkable abilities, he could only faintly sense its proximity. With no clear direction at all, Bai gazed longingly towards the Hongduan Mountains, unable to suppress a sigh. Where could this turning point be? It cannot simply vanish. Chapter 54, Hu Yao's Talent. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Where could this turning point be? It cannot simply vanish. After speaking, Bai shuddered, revealing his true form as a majestic creature with a lion's body, 2 horns, goat-like features, and a snow-white coat. He was none other than Bai Zhe, who should have been in the Yao Huanggong. The woman beside him, upon seeing Bai Zhe unveil his true self, emitted a delicate call, her form enlarging to nearly fill the cave. A magnificent Qingwan, appeared, its feathers shimmering with a cerulean glow, exuding an aura of extraordinary divinity. Baisha, being beneath, grumbled, Qing, quickly shrink your size. I can hardly breathe. Oh, the Qingwan, swiftly diminished in size, casting an apologetic glance at Bai Zhe, who shook off the dirt from his body without reprimanding her. He had long grown accustomed to Qing's exuberance. After all, she had only recently celebrated a century of existence and had been nurtured under his care, lacking in experience. Were it not for the necessity of utilizing Qing's innate abilities to conceal their presence while departing the Yaoyu, he would never have taken her along. Bai Zhe knelt on his forelegs, gazing reverently at the crescent moon outside the cave, his white fur glimmering with iridescent hues, presenting a wondrous sight. Qing busied herself arranging her feathers, occasionally glancing curiously at Bai Zhe. Throughout their journey, Bai Zhe had attempted to predict their future using his innate abilities. Yet had gleaned no substantial information. Moments later, a surge of excitement illuminated Bai Zhe's face. I found it. Qing's eyes sparkled. Grandfather, where is the turning point? Bai Zhe chuckled awkwardly. The exact location remains unclear, but I have discerned the direction lies this way. He extended his hoof, pointing towards the night sky. This direction conveniently led towards the Chen family. At the base of the Chen residence's cliff, Chen Mo held a boy who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, behind whom 2 fiery tails swayed gently. Since Jiu Yao began cultivating and successfully entered the Qi refinement stage, an additional tail had sprouted, mirroring that of a fox spirit. At this moment, Jiu Yao squinted his eyes, seemingly relishing his father's embrace. Meanwhile, Hu Yao complained, Jiu Yao only thinks about leaving the Chen residence to play. I can hardly dissuade him. You must intervene. Chen Mo turned his attention to Jiu Yao, who, as if aware of his wrongdoing, lowered his gaze. Unable to meet Chen Mo's eyes, Chen Mo gently stroked Jiu Yao's head and said, It is not that I forbid you from playing. A young boy must prioritize his cultivation. If you do not reach the foundation building stage, you will be unable to retract your foxtail, and you risk being bullied by ill-intentioned individuals. You possess the Tian Yao body. Achieving the foundation building stage should be quite simple. Your younger siblings will depend on you to stand up for them if they are ever mistreated. Upon hearing that his siblings might be bullied, Jiu Yao clenched his fists resolutely. All right, I will train diligently so that no one dares to bully my siblings. Chen Montag smiled in satisfaction, jesting that he had enough children to handle disobedient ones. After placing Jiu Yao down, Hu Yao approached Chen Mo. Darling, I desire chicken. Chen Mo shot her a disapproving glance. The children are still here. Oh no, I heard there's a late-night roast chicken stall outside Linen City that is exceptionally delicious. I wish for you to accompany me. Hu Yao tugged at Chen Mo's hand, shaking it insistently, her eyes filled with longing. Chen Mo glanced at Hu Yao, who remained at the pinnacle of the foundation building stage, and sighed, How about this? Once you break through to the golden core stage, I shall accompany you for a feast. Chen Mo felt utterly helpless regarding Hu Yao Yao. Despite his constant urging for her to cultivate, the results had been disheartening, as she was either longing for chicken today or roast chicken tomorrow. In the eyes of Hu Yao Yao sparkled a cunning light. Is what my husband said true? Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Mo replied with a smile playing on his lips. Then I shall go train now, Hu Yao Yao exclaimed excitedly, darting away in a flash. Chen Mo stood there, momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself. Did she just leave like that? Can't we at least enjoy some roasted chicken together? Fortunately, as Chen Mo turned around, he spotted Shi Fei Shuang and Su Su, and his eyes lit up with delight as he approached them. A month later, a formidable surge of energy rippled through the Chen residence. The female cultivators exhibited expressions of astonishment as Chen Mo soared into the sky and addressed his beautiful wives calmly. There is no need for alarm. Yao Yao has successfully broken through to the golden core stage. You may seize this opportunity to cultivate, as there will surely be fragments of Tao comprehension. After speaking, Chen Mo swiftly made his way to the secluded chamber where Hu Yao Yao was in seclusion. Upon landing outside the chamber, he felt the immense energy emanating from within, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Hu Yao Yao's innate talent is undeniably extraordinary. To break through to the golden core stage so swiftly. How little time has passed since she began her cultivation. Chen Mo stood quietly outside the chamber, reasoning that since her aura had reached the golden core stage, she should emerge once the Tao comprehension descended. This process should not take too long. After waiting for a while, the expected Tao comprehension did not descend. Instead, the chamber door opened, and Hu Yao Yao slowly emerged. Perhaps it was an illusion, but her aura seemed even more potent upon breaking through to the golden core stage. In that moment, Chen Mo felt as though he beheld an imperious empress, her eyes radiating an undeniable authority, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. This stirred within him an impulse to cherish her fiercely. Upon noticing Chen Mo outside the chamber, Hu Yao Yao momentarily froze, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes before she quickly regained her usual composure, smiling as she spoke. All right, my husband, I have successfully broken through to the golden core stage. Come accompany me for some late-night roasted chicken. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, for he had made a prior promise to Hu Yao Yao and had no intention of reneging. Did you not experience Tao comprehension upon breaking through to the golden core stage? Chen Montauk casually inquired. Hu Yao Yao maintained her expression, saying no. Perhaps it is related to our demon race's cultivation methods. Upon reflection, it seemed that the demon race primarily cultivates themselves with only a few innate spells, which indeed had little correlation with Tao comprehension. Chen Mo did not dwell on this further and accompanied Hu Yao Yao to the late-night roasted chicken vendor. Both of them were cloaked in a veil of illusion, impervious to the eyes of cultivators but effective in avoiding the attention of mortals, as they merely wished to enjoy a meal. This area had once been considered the outskirts of Linen City many years ago, but due to the continuous expansion of the Chen family, Linen City had to extend outward, transforming what was once desolate wilderness into a scene of prosperity. Especially at night, various food vendors emerged, with a late-night roasted chicken being among the finest. However, as they waited for their chicken to be prepared, a figure lurked in the shadows. Eyes widened in shock as she fixated on Hu Yao Yao. 10 minutes earlier, Qing listened to the protests of her stomach, her face slightly pale. She and Bai Zhe had arrived near Linen City half a month ago, but had yet to witness the so-called turning point. Bai Zhe had ventured out 3 days prior for luck and had not returned. Before leaving, he had specifically cautioned her against leaving the cave, warning that the outside world was fraught with danger. Who could have anticipated that Bai Zhe would be gone for 3 days? Qing could no longer bear her hunger and decided to sneak out. Yet she remained mindful of the instruction not to reveal her identity as a demon, so she refrained from transforming into her true form to seek food. Guided by the aroma wafting through the air, she arrived at a bustling night market, where numerous individuals cast curious glances in her direction. After all, such a beautiful woman was rarely seen outside the Chen residence in Linen City. Qing intended to discreetly snatch some food and leave when she unexpectedly spotted Chen Mo and Hu Yao Yao walking hand in hand. Her expression turned into one of utter bewilderment. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Wasn't the demon emperor missing after undergoing tribulation? How could she possibly see the long-lost Demon Emperor? Moreover, the Demon Emperor appeared to possess only the cultivation of the Golden Core stage. Could it be that she was injured during her tribulation? At that moment, Chen Mo furrowed his brow, sensing someone lurking nearby. With a wave of his hand, Qing felt herself caught by an irresistible force. Chen Mo glanced at the woman who had been spying, noting her cultivation was merely at the perfected foundation establishment stage. She possessed an appealing appearance, exuding the aura of a pure and innocent university student. Chen Mo suddenly noticed a formation laid upon her. However, this formation appeared rudimentary in his eyes, seemingly designed to conceal something. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, his innate double pupils pierced through Qing's true identity. She was indeed a demon, and a Qing of notable status at that. Although a Qing could not compare to the nine-tailed fox in the hierarchy of demon beasts, it was still considered a sacred beast, endowed with formidable flying abilities. Qing had been intently observing Hu Yao, and at such close proximity, she could confirm she had not mistaken her identity. Astonished, she exclaimed, Yao, before she could finish her sentence. Hu Yao stood up, joyfully interrupting, I never expected to encounter a fellow demon here. Why not sit down and share a meal with us? Qing wished to say more, but she received a mental transmission from Hu Yao, clearly indicating that Hu Yao did not want to reveal her identity. Thus, she swiftly changed her tone. All right, I happen to be hungry as well, so thank you, Sister Yao. Chen Mo cast a skeptical glance at the two demons, feeling that something was amiss. Hu Yao said to Chen Mo, my husband, let her join us for a meal. Look how pale her face is turned from hunger. Boss, add one more roasted chicken over here. Chen Mo called out to the vendor. Qing stood by, utterly stunned, her cherry lips agape in shock, as if she could fit an egg inside. Did she hear correctly? The esteemed Demon Emperor was calling this human husband? What extraordinary qualities did this human cultivator possess to earn the Demon Emperor's submission? Only then did Qing scrutinize Chen Mo closely, momentarily taken aback. What a young man, as gentle and refined as Jade. A white robe, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, enveloped him with a distinct aura, as if he were indeed the monarch of the Demon Clan. His eyes, seemingly ordinary, possessed an uncanny ability to pierce through one's soul with a single glance. Qing found herself unable to meet Chen Mo's gaze, lowering her head as she pondered silently. It appeared that not all human cultivators were as malevolent as Bai Yi had described, ruthlessly attacking the Demon Clan upon sight. This individual felt rather amiable. At that moment, the roasted chicken that Chen Mo had initially ordered arrived. He pushed his portion towards Qing, saying, I can't hear your stomach growling. Please have a bite. If it's insufficient, I shall order more. Surprise lit up Qing's face as she instinctively swallowed hard. Really? Upon seeing Chen Mo nod with a smile, she could no longer contain herself and began to feast heartily. Her manner of eating was even more exaggerated than Hu Yao's, nearly devouring the entire chicken in one go, exuding a wild elegance. In contrast, Hu Yao's eating was far more refined, every bone licked clean as if it were a work of art. Observing Qing's voracious appetite, Chen Mo's wariness towards her diminished significantly. Was she yet another naive creature of the Demon Clan, akin to Yao? Once Qing finished her roasted chicken, Chen Mo inquired about her circumstances. Aware that the Demon Emperor wished to conceal his identity, Qing could only speak lightly. My name is Qing. I accompany Bai Yi to search for family, but regrettably, I have yet to find them, and Bai Yi has gone missing as well. I was so hungry that I followed the aroma here. Suddenly, Hu Yao interjected, Does that mean you have no family here? Qing nodded. Hu Yao quickly turned to Chen Mo, suggesting, Husband, should we take her back to the Chen residence? A lone demon out in the world is vulnerable to hostile cultivators, which could lead to unforeseen troubles. Chen Montag regarded King tuchtfully. It would indeed be a pity if such a pure and delightful little demon were to have her identity discovered by others. He remarked, I have no objections, but it ultimately depends on Qing's wishes. Qing glanced at Hu Yao and then at Chen Mo, briefly envisioning Bai Yi's warm and kind face. She soon resolved to return with Chen Mo and the others, internally murmuring, Bai Yi, I am not abandoning you. It is you who have not appeared. A wise demon knows to align with the prevailing winds, and now that the Demon Emperor is by my side, it is evident whose support is more substantial. After consuming additional portions of roasted chicken, Chen Mo had some pack to take back to the Chen residence. Upon stepping into the Chen residence, Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her. More importantly, her connection to the outside world seemed entirely severed by the formation. This was the result of Chen Mo merging the formation from the cliff with the original formation of the Chen residence, endowing it with remarkable functions. Qingqing quickly comprehended that the turning point Bai Yi had mentioned was likely within this formation. Initially, Qingqing had believed the Demon Emperor to be the so-called turning point, but as she contemplated further, doubts began to creep in. She distinctly remembered Bai Yi's excited demeanor and words when referring to the turning point. It was something that could lead their clan to reclaim its former glory. Certainly, the reappearance of the Demon Emperor was a joyous event, but hardly seemed capable of restoring their clan's past splendor. After all, the previous Demon Emperor had only slightly improved their living conditions. To say it would restore their glory was an exaggeration. Yet, what could this turning point truly be? Just as Qingqing was lost in thought, a youthful voice rang out, "Father, Mother, you're back." A lively figure approached swiftly, possessing a mere cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refinement. However, upon noticing the 2 fiery red fox tails swaying behind him and feeling the energy radiating from him, Qingqing's pupils dilated in shock. Could this be the son of the Demon Emperor? More importantly, was he a Tianyao body? Jiuyao leaped into Chen Mo's embrace, eagerly sniffing the roasted chicken he had brought. His 2 fox tails wagged excitedly, displaying uncontainable joy. While Chen Mo entertained Jiuyao, Hu Yaoyao led Qingqing to a secluded spot. Turning around, Hu Yaoyao's demeanor shifted dramatically, an aura unique to the Demon Emperor emanating from her. Despite her current cultivation being at the early stage of Golden Core, Qingqing felt as if she were witnessing the once majestic Demon Emperor of yore. In that moment, she was no longer merely Hu Yaoyao, the one saved by Chen Mo, but rather the revered 9-tailed Demon Emperor, Hu Wang. Qingqing's eyes glimmered with admiration as she instinctively knelt, exclaiming, "Qingwan pays respects to the Demon Emperor." Hearing this familiar yet foreign address, Hu Yaoyao fell into a daze. It was only after her breakthrough to the Golden Core that her memories resurfaced. She had once been the current 9-tailed Demon Fox Emperor, nearly perishing during her tribulation. To survive, she had transformed into a powerless fox, even losing her memories. She sighed softly. "Rise. Here you may call me Hu Yaoyao. The Bai Yi you mentioned must be Bai Zhe, correct?" Qingqing nodded vigorously, "Yes. Bai Yi sensed a turning point for our demon clan here and accompanied me in search of it. But he left a couple of days ago and has yet to return. Should I go back and leave a message for Bai Yi to find us here?" Hu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, quickly realizing that the turning point was none other than her child, Chen Juyao. "No, you must not disclose anything to Bai Zhe. Once I am prepared, I will seek him out myself, but until then, I wish for nothing to disrupt my current life. Do you understand?" Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, "But what if I encounter Bai Yi? I cannot lie." Hu Yaoyao felt a headache coming on. Qingqing was evidently an innocent demon, and should she return and reveal any inconsistencies, it could lead to her inadvertently spilling the truth. A solution was needed to keep Qingqing there. Suddenly, Hu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she gently probed, "Qingqing, how do you find this place compared to the demon realm?" "It is wonderful. The concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeds that of the demon realm. If I were to cultivate here, I believe I could quickly reach the Golden Core stage." Hu Yaoyao elongated her tone. "Oh, then would you like to stay here to cultivate?" In the Chen residence, there exists no distinction between genders. Even if one were to reveal their true form, it would garner little attention. Moreover, there's an unlimited supply of delectable roasted chicken each day. Upon hearing the mention of roasted chicken, Qingqing instinctively swallowed, as she had never tasted such human delicacies in the realm of demons, so fragrant and crispy. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the Chen residence, nourished by spiritual energy for years, boasted flourishing plants that were a feast for the eyes. Qingqing nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Hu Yaoyao's smile widened as she continued to inquire, "What does Qingqing think of my husband?" Although Qingqing remained uncertain as to why the Demon Emperor would pose such a question, she replied earnestly, "Senior Chen, He seems like a wonderful person, and his rapport with the Demon Emperor is quite harmonious. No, that's not what I meant. I'm asking about your feelings towards him, Hu Yao Yao clarified. Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Hu Yao Yao. It was only when she noticed Hu Yao Yao raising an eyebrow that she realized the nature of the inquiry. Her small face flushed instantly, turning crimson from her neck to her forehead. With a voice as delicate as a whisper, she stammered, "Feelings? I mean, he is just very handsome and attentive." Suddenly, Qingqing recalled her wild eating moments earlier. Had another demon witnessed her, they would surely have mocked her. Yet, Chen Mo was different. He had silently observed her. And when she ate too hastily, he even had the owner bring her a bowl of well-cooked cabbage soup, gently patting her back in concern that she might choke. Not to mention, the unique aura he exuded made it difficult for her to tear her gaze away. However, she had previously thought that, as the husband of the Demon Emperor, she could never have a chance to be with him. Hu Yao Yao seized the moment, saying, "What do you think? If you like my husband, I can help you express your feelings. This way, you can remain here without worrying about exposing yourself to Bai Zhe." Qingqing, feeling shy, replied, "But isn't he the husband of the Demon Emperor? Am I worthy?" In her eyes, a man as refined as Chen Mo could only be paired with someone of the Demon Emperor's caliber. Although she held a respectable position among the demons, it paled in comparison to the stature of the Demon Emperor. Hu Yao Yao waved her hand dismissively. "I say you are worthy. Besides, my husband has more than one concubine." Qingqing was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "More than just the Demon Emperor? Wait, the Demon Emperor is merely a concubine?" Chapter 57. A turning point unfound. The demon is lost. "Senior Chen, I like you. Let us be together." Qingqing grasped Chen Mo's hand, feeling somewhat anxious. The warmth of her hand exceeded her usual temperature, and her small face was flushed, the redness creeping down to her neck, prompting curiosity about the color beneath. Qingqing's thoughts were simple, since she knew that the Demon Emperor was willing to marry this man, even becoming one of his concubines. And that Chen Mo had so many concubines that even the Demon Emperor had lost count. It was evident how exceptional he was. In the eyes of the demon tribe, only those strong enough were entitled to such a multitude of women. Thus, what reason did she have not to take a chance? Chen Mo, meanwhile, stared in disbelief at the giggling Hu Yao Yao. What had just transpired? Had he merely been teasing a child? How could such a delightful turn of events occur in such a short span? Yet, how could he refuse a beauty so willingly presenting herself? The following morning, the Chen residence echoed with the sounds of drums and gongs. Incredible. The ancestor of the Chen family has married another demon. What? He has married another demon? Aren't other cultivators killing demons for materials? How has he managed to gather them all? If I recall correctly, this is the second demon he has taken. Given how distant we are from the demon domain, where could he have found these beautiful demons? Don't demons usually drain the essence of men? Can the ancestor of the Chen family truly withstand that? Most of the inhabitants near Lin City were ordinary people, and upon hearing news of demons, they did not appear overly anxious. After all, the demon tribe was currently weakened, and it had been ages since any major demon had emerged to cause havoc. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Chen family had previously taken a demon without any issues, leading them to gradually become accustomed to such occurrences. Within the Chen residence, Chen Mo gazed at Qingqing, adorned in her bridal attire, nearly transfixed. Previously, she had worn simple blue clothing, which, while lovely, was somewhat monotonous. However, in her striking red wedding gown, her innate grace was fully accentuated, especially her swan-like neck, which thrilled Chen Mo. Qingqing dared not meet Chen Mo's gaze. Her eyes focused on the ground, her fair neck flushing anew. The officiant smoothly announced the start of the wedding ceremony. Bow to the heavens and the earth. Bow to the ancestors. The couple bows to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. Inside the bridal chamber, Chen Mo gently lifted Qingqing's red veil, revealing her delicate skin. He grasped her hand, causing her body to tremble slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. The blush that had somewhat subsided surged back, spreading rapidly. Chen Mo could not help but swallow hard. It was true that some demons blushed all over when shy, and even their body temperature rose considerably. Qingqing, feeling embarrassed under his gaze, shyly raised a red handkerchief before her face and murmured, "Husband, you're so naughty." Chen Mo playfully brushed aside the handkerchief, grinning as he asked, Do you like it? Ching seemed to finally muster her courage, locking eyes with Chen Mo, her gaze filled with tenderness. Yes, I do. Meanwhile, outside Linen City, in a cave, Bai Zhe returned, weary from his travels, only to find the cave eerily vacant. Where are the demons? I was gone for merely 4 days. Where is that foolish bird? Ching, a sense of dread washed over Bai Zhe. What if she had been discovered and taken as materials for refining? The Qingwan, a type of demon beast, possessed a single fateful feather, which could significantly enhance the speed of flying artifacts when used in crafting. Realizing this possibility, Bai Zhe quickly transformed, bowing to the crescent moon in the sky, his white fur shimmering with a rainbow glow. Though his talent for divination had recently faltered, failing to determine the demon's turning point, he felt that divining the whereabouts of a minor demon should be simple. Moments later, the rainbow sheen faded from his body, and his expression turned ashen. Nothing, absolutely nothing. In his calculations, there was only emptiness, and he could not discern Ching's fate, whether she was alive or dead, or if it was auspicious or ominous. Bai Zhe, refusing to accept defeat, once again attempted to harness his talent, reassuring himself that it was merely a temporary lapse in his abilities, a common occurrence for any demon. With a few more attempts, things would surely improve. He appeared profoundly affected, standing dazed in place, murmuring, "It's over. Have I truly aged and lost my touch?" Now it seems that even the whereabouts of Ching cannot be accounted for, accompanying Ching on a journey to seek a turning point for the demon clan. We have yet to find that turning point, and the demon has been lost. Chapter 58. My dear husband, it seems I am pregnant again. Ever since entering the bridal chamber, Ching has seemingly tasted the sweetness of life, and Chen Mo, naturally, has been ever accommodating to her needs. Soon, Ching sensed a small life growing within her. Tenderly caressing her belly, she lovingly addressed Chen Mo, saying, "Husband, it seems I am already with child." Chen Montag was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good." He promptly took Ching to reside at the base of the cliff, where the spiritual energy was even more abundant, nurturing not only their child but also greatly benefiting Ching. Having lived in the bridal chamber until now, this was Ching's first visit to this place. She beheld the ancient and mysterious bronze palace, the abundance of spiritual herbs flourishing around, and the palpable aura of spiritual energy. Ching stood in awe, wondering if she had stepped back into a bygone era, growing up in the demon domain, which was the harshest region of the northern cold. She had never encountered such a pristine environment. The spiritual herbs grew like crops, flourishing in succession. There was a particular area where the herbs thrived exceptionally well, and she wondered what means her husband had employed to create this paradise. Since the expansion of the Chen residence to include the cliff, Chen Mo had instructed the descendants of the Chen family to purchase numerous seeds of spiritual herbs and intentionally plant them here. Now, it was a scene of vibrant prosperity. Upon sensing Chen Mo's arrival, a group of pregnant, beautiful wives emerged from the bronze palace, greeting Ching with warmth. It was at this moment that Ching finally understood why the demon emperor had said she was unaware of how many concubines Chen Mo had. She had initially thought that the several thousand residents within the Chen residence were astonishing enough, only to discover that there were even more people within this formation. In truth, Chen Mo had not restricted entry to the bronze palace solely to pregnant beauties. All wives and concubines, even mere mortals, were welcome to reside here. The palace had ample space, capable of accommodating countless dear wives. However, the base of the cliff was rather dull, and most of the wives preferred to stay within the Chen residence, as it allowed for easier outings and leisure. Before long, Ching harmoniously mingled with them. 10 months later, the day of Ching's delivery arrived. Despite having gone through this process countless times, Chen Mo remained anxious, pacing outside the door. Fortunately, Ching's labor proceeded smoothly, and soon the cries of a newborn filled the air, followed by the midwife's astonished exclamation. Chen Mo hurriedly pushed the door open, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight within. The midwife held an empty, swaddling cloth, and the infant, who should have been in it, was instead floating in the air, moving closer to Ching. The baby appeared plump and adorable, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch its chubby cheeks. However, what drew the eye most was the small pair of azure wings on its back. The feathers resembled Ching's, and there were faint ripples of energy shimmering across them. While crying, The infant flapped its wings and flew toward Qingqing, who lay on the bed. Strangely, upon being held by her, the baby immediately ceased its cries, its tears still glistening as it nestled into Qingqing's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. A radiant smile graced Qingqing's face. Chen Mo gently touched the child's wings, realizing they resembled the tail of a half-demon. It seemed that half-demon offspring retained certain features of the demon clan, which could only be concealed upon reaching the foundational cultivation stage. Qingqing smiled and asked, "Husband, do you think our child is beautiful?" "Indeed, especially those wings. They enchant me." He replied, "Really?" Qingqing's smile blossomed even more brightly. Who wouldn't relish praise from their beloved? Of course, Chen Mo whispered sweetly in her ear. Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she softly replied, "Ah, you want to have 5 more?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "What, do you not like that idea?" "I do." "Ido," Qingqing shyly affirmed. "Then once you recover, we shall have more children." 2 months later, Qingqing radiated maternal glow, cradling the child in one arm while gently caressing her belly with the other. A bit bashfully, she told Chen Mo, "Husband, I think I might be pregnant again." Chapter 59. The Sacred Body of Qingwan, a unique constitution rivaling the speed of Kunpeng. 10 months later, Qingqing, with her noticeably large belly, entered the delivery room. Chen Mo never anticipated that his jest would turn prophetic. This time, Qingqing's pregnancy symptoms were particularly pronounced, and her abdomen swelled significantly more than before. Most notably, Qingqing was acutely aware that there were not merely 1, but 5 children within her. Quintuplets. When Chen Mo learned of this news, he could only laugh and cry. His playful remark about having 5 more children had become a reality, all in one go. As the midwife urged her to push, Qingqing, now experienced, cooperated well. And soon the sounds of crying echoed from the delivery room. Chen Mo's ears were graced with the system's melodious notification. "Congratulations, the host has accumulated 25,000 descendants, receiving the reward of the technique Fenghuan Jiutian, along with a century of cultivation experience. Congratulations, the host has a descendant with the sacred body of Qingwan, receiving a special constitution as a boon, enhancing the host's physique to the sacred body of Qingwan." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then filled with joy, not expecting Qingqing to give birth to a child with a special constitution. The segments of technique memories awarded by the system integrated seamlessly into Chen Mo's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the origins and remarkable uses of this technique. Fenghuan Jiutian was a top-tier, celestial technique of the demon clan, specifically created for the sacred body of Qingwan. In terms of quality, it rivaled Tianyao Jubian. However, the two techniques differed significantly in their developmental focus. Tianyao Jubian emphasized the enhancement of physical strength, refining the body to the extent that one could challenge cultivators of higher realms solely through physical prowess. Conversely, Fenghuan Jiutian highlighted the advantage of speed. It is said that the fastest creature in the world is the Kunpeng, renowned for its swiftness. Yet the Kunpeng has become a mere legend, with only ancient cultivators leaving behind related records. Fenghuan Jiutian seeks to maximize the speed of the sacred body of Qingwan, potentially rivaling the speed of the Kunpeng. Chen Mo felt a stirring in his heart and quietly activated the technique. Behind him, a pair of azure wings, formed of spiritual energy, faintly emerged. With a mere flick, Chen Mo appeared in the delivery room without so much as a blink. This speed was at least on par with a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator. Filled with immense joy, Chen Mo realized that speed was undoubtedly advantageous. If he ever encountered an adversary he could not overpower, he could rely on his swiftness to evade them, calming his slightly agitated emotions. Chen Mo gazed into the delivery room. 5 infants, each adorned with a pair of wings, flitted about in the air like little angels, exuding an irresistible charm. Among them, one infant girl perfectly inherited all the virtues of Qingqing, her features exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll meticulously sculpted from fine jade. Behind her, a pair of wings shimmered with a greenish hue, gently fluttering and stirring up a current of air, rendering her more extraordinary than her 4 siblings born alongside her. Qingqing gazed at her daughter in a daze, murmuring, "Is this the Qingwan sacred body?" Even in the prosperous era of the demon clan, the Qingwan sacred body would be considered a formidable force. Yet, due to the waning spiritual energy of heaven and earth, The Chen clan had not witnessed the emergence of such a physique for a long time. The infant seemed to sense Qingqing's joy, and with a flap of her wings, she swiftly flew to Qingqing's side, nuzzling her small face against Qingqing's, occasionally breaking into peals of laughter. Qingqing, filled with excitement, turned to Chen Mo, fully aware that her daughter's extraordinary gift was entirely attributable to her beloved husband. Although Qingqing's innate talent was commendable, it paled in comparison to the Qingwan's sacred body. The presence of such a unique constitution in their offspring was largely due to Chen Mo. Presently, he possessed a multitude of exceptional physiques, and the abundant spiritual energy of their surroundings contributed to this rare phenomenon. "My dear husband, please give her a name," Qingqing implored. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo declared, "Since she is the Qingwan's sacred body, let us name her Chen Qingwan, hoping she can fully realize the potential of this sacred physique." "Excellent." Qingqing nodded, and Chen Mo proceeded to name each of the other infants as well. Moments later, while cradling her child, Qingqing suddenly sighed. "What is it? Are you too fatigued?" Chen Mo inquired with concern. Qingqing, appearing melancholic, lowered her gaze and softly lamented, "Alas, I did not expect to give birth to all 5 children this time. Does that mean I cannot bear any more in the future?" Chen Mo was taken aback, surprised that Qingqing remembered his earlier jest. With a wave of his hand, he reassured her, "As long as you desire, I will fulfill your wishes. However, do be mindful of your cultivation. Do not let childbirth delay your progress." Qingqing lifted her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "My dear husband, I believe I can afford to delay a few more times." In the alchemy chamber of the Chen residence, Chen Mo intended to devote the entirety of the century of arduous cultivation experience he had received as a reward from the system to alchemy. "Master, oh no, my wife's injuries have yet to fully heal," Chen Mo acknowledged. He knew he must first completely heal Shi Feishuang's injuries. Otherwise, her prolonged delay in the golden core stage could hinder her from breaking into the nascent soul stage. With the increase in their offspring, his lifespan had already far surpassed that of an ordinary great ascension cultivator, so there was no rush to elevate his own cultivation. As he poured the century of cultivation experience into alchemy, waves of memories surged into his mind, accompanied by a wealth of insights into alchemy, including techniques for refining each type of medicinal herb to optimize their efficacy. After assimilating these insights, a powerful confidence surged within Chen Mo sitting beside him. The slightly rounded Ganya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, this is the feeling. My husband is truly magnificent while refining pills." Chen Mo pointed with one hand, igniting a roaring flame beneath the cauldron. As the temperature of the cauldron rose, he swiftly added a series of medicinal herbs. The crimson liquid within the cauldron began to blend with an icy blue liquid. With his newfound methods that cleverly preserved the herb's properties, Chen Mo completed this step in merely 5 hours instead of the usual 10. After adding several more herbs, he intensified his spiritual energy output, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. Ganya, observing from the side, broke into a sweat, her eyes filled with disbelief. Alchemy is most averse to impatience. Stable flames are crucial, though she had witnessed Chen Mo refine pills countless times. This was the first instance she had seen him ignite the flames to such an intense degree. Her own alchemical skills had rapidly improved through observation, and she could now refine spirit pills without causing an explosion. Yet, she felt no confidence in controlling such fierce flames and could only silently rejoice for her husband. It appeared that his alchemical skills had advanced to an entirely new level. An hour later, Chen Mo added 2 celestial spirit herbs into the mixture. The moment the herbs touched the liquid, he further intensified the flames, while simultaneously forming a protective barrier around Ganya with his spiritual energy to shield her from the high temperatures. The flames, capable of easily melting a foundation establishment cultivator, now seemed poised to consume the entire cauldron. The temperature within the cauldron soared to an astonishing level, causing the celestial spirit herbs to dissolve rapidly. High temperatures are key to swiftly melting the celestial spirit herbs, and the greater the heat, the better their effects will manifest, Chen Mo explained softly. Ganya quickly grabbed a jade talisman to record his words. Over the years, unless she was in the midst of childbirth, she had never missed a moment of Chen Mo's alchemical endeavors, diligently noting every experience he shared. These talismans would serve as references for future generations of the Chen family interested in alchemy. After another 6 hours, Chen Mo gradually reduced the flame's intensity. As the last flicker of fire extinguished, the cauldron trembled, and a crisp, clinking sound echoed from within. Ganya eagerly awaited the outcome, and Chen Mo raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to lift the lid of the cauldron. Wisps of white mist billowed forth, accompanied by the continuous sound of dragon roars. A faint dragon might lingered throughout the chamber as Ganya excitedly counted the number of dragon roars, exclaiming in astonishment, 9 sounds. This time, it's the 9-dragon pattern Dao falling pill. Sister Fei Shuang's lingering injuries can finally be healed. My husband, you are truly remarkable. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, controlling the pill to float out. A pill the size of a fingertip, vibrant red and round, landed directly in Chen Mo's palm. 9 dragon patterns could be clearly seen upon it. He carefully placed the precious pill into a specialized jade box. Gently brushing the sweat from Ganya's forehead, he tenderly remarked, "You still carry a child. Do not overexert yourself. Others can assist with organizing the herbs. Proper rest is paramount." Ganya beamed with happiness, replying, "I am not tired at all. Being by your side brings me immense comfort." Suddenly, she joyfully patted her belly, exclaiming, "He kicked me. See, even a child agrees with my thoughts." Chen Mo shook his head in exasperation, feeling helpless. After spending some time with her, he set off to visit Shi Fei Shuang. Inside the Bronze Palace, Chen Mo utilized the palace's built-in teleportation feature to arrive directly at Shi Fei Shuang's chamber. At that moment, she was soothing the child to sleep, her features radiating maternal affection, completely unaware of Chen Mo's sudden appearance. Becoming a mother had not diminished her allure. Rather, it enhanced her charm, blending youthful innocence with mature grace, leaving Chen Mo utterly captivated. Since becoming a mother, she has acquired an additional layer of mature charm, illuminated by maternal glow. Chen Mo felt an overwhelming desire to press her down onto the bed and ravish her thoroughly. Chapter 61. Let me experience the Yuan Ying stage of my master. Chen Mo quietly observed from the side, refraining from interrupting. After a while, Shi Fei Shuang noticed Chen Mo's presence and exclaimed joyfully, "What brings you here? You should have given me a heads up so I could change into something nicer." Her attire was quite soiled due to caring for the child. Chen Mo replied with a smile, "No need to change. You look beautiful just as you are." With that, he produced a luminous jade box, meant for holding elixirs, revealing it before Shi Fei Shuang's eyes. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Is this a Dao Yundan?" Chen Mo nodded with a smile and opened the jade box, allowing the rich fragrance of the elixir to waft through the air, revealing 9 distinct dragon patterns upon it. She delicately extended her slender hand to grasp the elixir, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. "Thank you, my husband." Ever since marrying Chen Mo, she had abandoned her pursuit of cultivation. Although Chen Mo possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, creating a Dao Yundan with 9 dragon patterns was no simple feat. To simply survive and care for their child alongside her husband had become the life she had longed for. Shi Fei Shuang consumed the elixir, and soon, the remnants of her damaged Dao foundation began to recover rapidly. The subtle Dao injuries healed, and a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her body. This energy fluctuated, rapidly exceeding the pinnacle of the Jin dance stage. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with insight. Could it be that the elixir was about to catalyze her transformation into an infant? Shi Fei Shuang opened her eyes in astonishment. "Husband, the potency of this elixir is astonishing. It has not only healed my Dao injuries, but also serves as a catalyst for my breakthrough into the Yuan Ying stage. Today marks my ascension." Having learned from her previous failed attempt, Chen Mo did not dare to be careless. He grasped Shi Fei Shuang's hand and utilized the palace's teleportation power to transport them away, guiding her to a location outside the Chen residence. At that moment, the golden elixir on her chest shimmered with brilliant spiritual light, already adorned with fine patterns, indicating that she was nearing a critical moment on the verge of transformation. This step was fraught with danger. They could not be disturbed. Chen Mo retrieved the heavy xian and stood beside her, warding off all who sought to approach from the Chen family. He silently accompanied her as she underwent her breakthrough into the Yuan Ying stage. Shi Fei Shuang channeled her cultivation technique, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing upon her golden elixir, providing the final impetus. Although her cultivation had initially been some distance from breaking through, her previous forced attempt, despite its failure, had solidified her foundation. Such reckless methods of cultivation were not advisable. After all, no one could accurately gauge the severity of their injuries. One might not survive, risking death and dissolution. If not for Fei Shuang having such a capable disciple in Chen Mo, she might have already perished. It can only be said that every sip and peck is preordained, and fate is indeed wondrous. Moments latte. The golden elixir in Fei Shuang's chest emitted a faint cracking sound. A miniature, exquisitely carved Fei Shuang appeared where the golden elixir had once been, albeit still somewhat ethereal in form. The tension in Chen Mo's eyes dissipated. The most perilous phase had passed. What remained was the process of receiving the insights of the heavenly Tao. Fei Shuang tightly closed her eyes, her consciousness merging with the heavenly Tao, rapidly expanding her awareness as torrents of insights flooded into her being, enriching her yuaning. Meanwhile, Chen Mo did not delay. He promptly entered a meditative state to absorb the fragments of the heavenly Tao insights. Nearby, the other young wives and Chen family disciples also sat in meditation, striving to absorb the remaining fragments of the insights. This process continued for nearly half an hour, until Fei Shuang's yuaning was fully solidified, marking her as a practitioner at the initial stage of yuaning. Chen Mo also reaped significant benefits, having devoured most of the insights he absorbed up close. His spiritual energy surged, and those fragments absorbed by the Chen family disciples also flowed back to him, propelling his cultivation to the late Jindan stage. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, greeted by heartfelt congratulations from the Chen family disciples below. Congratulations, Ancestor Madam, on breaking through to the yuaning stage. Ascension is imminent. Congratulations, Ancestor, on reaching the late Jindan stage. Ascension is within reach. Chen Mo took Fei Shuang's hand and slowly descended from the air, resembling two celestial beings descending to earth, accepting the accolades of the crowd. After a moment, Chen Mo led Fei Shuang back to their chamber. Overjoyed, Fei Shuang playfully teased Chen Mo, "I've finally broken through to the yuaning stage. Now I can truly feel like a master. Otherwise, with your brilliance, I felt quite threatened as your instructor. I must enhance my strength. I cannot always be overshadowed by you." Chapter 62. An Unexpected Visit. The Merfo clan. News of a yuaning stage practitioner residing in the Chen family spread swiftly. Moreover, the simultaneous breakthroughs of Chen Mo and Fei Shuang became a celebrated tale. At that moment, even mid-tier sects like Tu Ling Zong and Kaoshan Zong had to acknowledge that the Chen family, although merely a cultivation family, had attained strength to stand alongside them. According to tradition, Fei Shuang brought Chen Mo back to Kaoshan Zong, although she was now married. As the peak master of Yin Jianfeng, it was necessary to inform the sect leader, Bai Manting, of her breakthrough to the yuaning stage. Upon their meeting, Bai Manting was naturally astonished by Fei Shuang's breakthrough and conveyed another piece of news to Chen Mo. The spirit vein discovered some time ago was currently facing a minor issue, as another small sect sought to stake a claim. However, the highest cultivation level of that sect was merely mid-Jindan, making it not particularly troublesome. Chen Mo paid it little mind, as in this world, the one with the strongest fist has the final say. A mid-Jindan was hardly a concern. With Bai Manting's involvement, it would likely be resolved swiftly. The two then returned home. Chen Mo continued to enjoy his leisurely life as a groom. During this time, more small sect leaders visited the Chen residence, each bringing along their most beautiful female disciples. A few of them caught Chen Mo's eye, and he casually welcomed them into his residence. However, after some time, the Chen residence unexpectedly welcomed a group of unique guests. When Chen Mo saw them, he was taken aback. Were they all merfolk? This group had human-like upper bodies, but fishtails below. Only when they walked did their tails reveal small, comical legs. Leading the group was a robust man with a sturdy build, his cultivation level low, only at the early Jindan stage, yet his demeanor was exceedingly sincere, showing great courtesy even to the servants of the Chen family. "You are the merfolk who dwell in the sea?" Chen Mo suddenly recalled having seen some scattered records about them in the past. It is said that beyond the Dongwang Dalu lies an expansive ocean, teeming with formidable creatures. Among them exists a being strikingly similar to humans, known as the so-called merfolk. They are exceedingly amicable toward humanity, yet due to their lifestyle, they seldom make appearances on land. The leader of the merfolk, a sturdy male, stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Indeed, revered ancestor, we are of the merfolk clan. You may call me Haza. Our uninvited visit is prompted by my daughter Hai, who has fallen victim to a peculiar curse. It is said that your prowess in alchemy is unparalleled, and I beseech your assistance on her behalf. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, pondering the curse, a phenomenon he had no personal experience with. Haza hastily clarified, we have captured the one who cast the curse, and I have obtained the formula for the antidote. However, our merfolk clan possesses no knowledge of alchemy, which is why we seek your help. The existence of a specific antidote for curses intrigued Chen Mo, despite his extensive knowledge. He had never encountered such a remedy. After further inquiry, he grasped the situation. Many clans of fishmen existed in the ocean, and Haza's clan was among the weaker factions. His daughter had been harmed by a nefarious individual using a unique marine creature resembling a sea urchin, which, when provoked, would unleash a curse upon its victim. The afflicted would gradually weaken, leading to inevitable death unless an appropriate antidote was concocted. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, you may bring the afflicted along with the antidote formula and the requisite herbs. I shall give it a try. However, regarding compensation, Haza, understanding the weight of the matter, waved his hand, summoning a collection of oceanic treasures before Chen Mo. Items such as century-old pearls and millennium corals appeared, amounting to a value equivalent to several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Mo nodded in acceptance, deeming the treasures adequate, particularly as they would serve as splendid gifts for his beloved wife. Moreover, he felt a genuine curiosity regarding the unique antidote formula. The world was indeed full of wonders, and acquiring knowledge of such formulas could prove invaluable for future challenges. Initially, he presumed that Haza would return with his daughter and the necessary materials. However, to his surprise, Haza produced a pristine white shell, which shimmered with ethereal light. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the shell expanded and gradually opened, revealing a beautiful mermaid within, adorned with flowing azure hair and a strikingly pale complexion, reminiscent of pristine parchment. Despite her pallor, her beauty was undeniable, with skin like jade and a graceful neck that led to a shimmering silver tail glinting in the light. Perhaps sensing the shell's opening, she weakly opened her sea-blue eyes, which held the depth of the ocean's mysteries. Chapter 63. Alchemy to Save the Mermaid. Daddy, where am I? Hai gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her confusion palpable. Under the curse's effects, even standing was a challenge for her. She was unable to rise. We have arrived at the home of the Chen family ancestor. Do you remember? I told you that he might be able to concoct the antidote. Upon recalling her father's words before their departure, Hai turned her gaze to the only unfamiliar figure present. Her breath caught in her throat at the sight of the striking youth, clad in white robes with a gentle smile. The impact of Chen Mo's presence was profound, especially in her weakened state. He appeared as if descended from the heavens, leaving an indelible impression. Is he truly the Chen family ancestor? Shouldn't ancestors be elderly? Yet, his aura is so comforting. Meanwhile, Haza respectfully presented Chen Mo with a black shell and a white stone. Chen Mo accepted them, and upon infusing the black shell with spiritual energy, it slowly opened to reveal a trove of medicinal herbs, serving as a substitute for traditional storage rings. When he turned his attention to the white stone, an antidote formula Chen Mo had never encountered before materialized in his mind. This elixir, known as Yin Xian Dan, possessed capabilities far beyond what Haza had mentioned. In addition to dispelling curses, it also had detoxifying properties, capable of counteracting poisons that even golden core cultivators struggled against. However, the process of concocting it differed significantly from Chen Mo's usual methods, proving to be more complex than even the Dao Yin Dan. Yet, even without any additional compensation, the value of this formula alone was sufficient to match the rewards for his alchemical endeavors. Haza, visibly anxious, veche Chen monta closely, fearing he might decline due to the complexity of the antidote's preparation. However, Chen Mo merely tucked the formula away and calmly stated, "You may wait here. I will need time to study this formula." I should have no trouble producing the antidote. With that, he departed for the alchemical chamber. Ganxia busied herself organizing the relevant herbs for Chen Mo, aware that many of the materials required for this antidote were parts of various marine creatures, making the task rather cumbersome. During this time, Chen Mo focused intently, meticulously reviewing the process described in the formula. Once the herbs were prepared, he eschewed the traditional cauldron, opting instead to utilize his spiritual energy to levitate several ingredients in mid-air, while maintaining a stable alchemical flame below. Various animal materials were cast into the flames, igniting instantly and soon transforming into ash. Ganxia looked on in astonishment, having never witnessed such an alchemical method. Unfazed, Chen Mo continued to add more ingredients, each quickly consumed by the flames until they too turned to ash. After 3 hours had elapsed, most of the materials had been reduced to ash. Only then did Chen Mo gather the remnants, reinstate the cauldron, and incorporate the ashes along with a few final ingredients for refinement. 5 hours later, a resonant clanging echoed from the cauldron, unlike any sound he had heard before, yet it was undeniably pleasing to the ear. Lifting the lid, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, accompanied by 3 distinct dragon roars, a development that was not unexpected for Chen Mo. Although he had never attempted this particular antidote before, the principles of alchemy remained unchanged. Mastering the core elements allowed for variations in the details. With a flourish for pristine, teardrop-shaped elixirs appeared in his hand. Merely inhaling their fragrant aroma invigorated him, dispelling all traces of fatigue. Carrying the antidotes, Chen Mo made his way to the room where Haza and the others had gathered, all of whom were anxiously clustered around the radiant shell. They were filled with dismay as they voiced their concerns. What is happening? Why has Hai's condition suddenly worsened? Could it be due to her being away from the ocean? Lying within the shell, Hai's once lustrous silver tail had dulled to a lifeless hue, and even her hair had begun to fade from blue to white. This was a harbinger of death for the merfolk. Once her hair turned completely white, it would signify the end of her life. Hold on a little longer. Chunjia Laozu has already gone to prepare the elixir for you. Soon, very soon, there will be medicine to save you. Hai lay weakly in her father's embrace and said, "Father, I'm sorry, I may not last until then." Hai could clearly feel the ebbing of her life force. Her vitality was nearly extinguished. Even if that young man possessed formidable alchemical talent, this was a type of elixir he had never attempted before, and even trial and error would consume a considerable amount of time. Not to mention the ultimate success of the elixir. Hai felt her eyelids grow heavy, so heavy that she could hardly lift them. She longed to close her eyes and drift into slumber. The sounds around her gradually became faint and indistinct. Just as she was about to completely close her eyes, a white figure suddenly appeared before her. How wonderful it is to catch a final glimpse of him before passing away. Chapter 64. Release that mermaid. Let me take her. This sudden appearance was none other than Chen Mo. Seizing the last breath she had, he tossed the Xian Yin Dan into her mouth. The medicine quickly took effect. Hai's once white hair gradually reverted, slowly regaining its original deep blue luster. Haja, standing nearby, was so overwhelmed with excitement that his heart nearly stopped, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The emotional upheaval was almost unbearable. Before long, Hai's silvery fishtail also regained its original sheen, shimmering brilliantly, and her pallid complexion gradually acquired a hint of color. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was entrusted with this task. If the elixir failed and the person perished, that would indeed be quite embarrassing. Hai slowly opened her sea blue eyes, and her first sight was of Chen Mo gazing back at her. "I'm not dead," she exclaimed in surprise, moving her arms, and then gasped, "The curse has vanished?" Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment, and overwhelming joy nearly overflowed from her heart. After all, she was not a saint who could truly accept the reality of dying young with calmness. She simply did not wish to worry her father. Haja excitedly helped his daughter sit up and bowed deeply to Chen Mo, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Chunjia Laozu, for your assistance. I shall send treasures as thanks, and should you ever require anything in the future, I will not hesitate to risk my life." Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the elixir itself was sufficient reward. Accepting more would be rather inappropriate, though having an additional ally was certainly welcome. Ha-E released her father's hand and approached Chen Mo, gazing directly into his eyes. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I have nothing to repay you with. Please accept this. After her recovery, her voice seemed to resonate with a unique melody. Though she was speaking, it sounded to Chen Mo like a song. After speaking, a radiant pink shell appeared in her hand, which she offered to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, puzzled, accepted the shell, infusing it with spiritual energy, but found no response. Ha-E's face suddenly turned crimson as she retreated behind Haja. Haja shook his head in resignation and stepped forward, explaining, "This is a token of affection from our merfolk. This shell carries a message. Female merfolk will fuse it with parts of their bodies and gift it to their beloved. If the recipient reciprocates, they can write their name on the shell, and it will be felt directly by the giver." Only then did Chen Mo understand. The meaning was akin to a human woman gifting a handkerchief to her beloved. Surveying Ha-E, he had to admit that her appearance was indeed to his liking. However, there was one small issue. She had no legs. Never mind. Chen Mo decided to address this matter later. Gently, he traced his finger over the shell, writing his name with spiritual energy. Feeling the gentle touch of his finger, Ha-E's face flushed even more, and the scales on her tail quivered slightly. Chen Mo was taken aback. Where exactly had Ha-E fused the shell on her body to elicit such a response? However, considering they were still in front of her father, he refrained from further exploration, placing the pink shell into his sleeve, occasionally teasing it with his fingertip. Ha-E's face remained flushed, and the scales on her tail were fully spread open. Her father Haja, concerned, asked if she was feeling unwell after her recent illness. Ha-E could only stammer a vague response. 3 days later, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed once more through Lin and City. Incredible! Chen Jialaozu is marrying a mermaid. Isn't it astonishing that Chen Jialaozu's experiences are so vast that even a mermaid could be included? The merfolk had not set foot on land for ages, yet Chen Jialaozu managed to find one. Is he attempting to marry every beauty in the cultivation world? On the day of the grand wedding, though it was merely a concubine taking position, it still created a sensation throughout the city. Even ordinary folk could not resist coming to witness the spectacle. After all, who wouldn't he want to see what this legendary mermaid looks like? When they finally beheld Ha-E's visage, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. I think I understand why Chen Jialaozu has taken her as a concubine. How can one be this beautiful? I always said one could trust Chen Jialaozu's taste. Even his concubines are among the most stunning. How enviable. I wish to experience the joy of Chen Jialaozu. Even imagining it feels like living a life of immortals. Young man, I advise you not to think too much. The joys of Chen Jialaozu are beyond your imagination. Listening to the discussions outside the bridal sedan, Ha-E felt an overwhelming thrill in her heart, never expecting to truly marry this man, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. In her elation, she couldn't help but hum a melody from her merfolk heritage. The lilting and melodious tune resonated, captivating the hearts of all the onlookers, including ordinary folk and chi-refining cultivators, who could not help but display expressions of infatuation. The simple humming seemed to carry an enchanting power that allowed them to feel Ha-Ye's joyous spirit. Only when the bridal sedan arrived at Chen's residence did the melody abruptly cease, and the crowd was awakened from their reverie. Feeling as though a piece of their hearts was missing, yet unable to articulate it, they could only lament. The thought of this fairy being taken by Chen Jialaozu made their hearts bleed. Release that mermaid. Let me take her. Chapter 65. Even if you desire 30 of me, I can provide them. That evening, as Chen Mo gently lifted Ha-E's red veil, her face was filled with shyness. Taking out the pink shell she had given him, Chen Mo lightly caressed it, causing Ha-E's complexion to flush instantly, and her body trembled involuntarily, her tail's scales spreading wide once more. Ultimately, the skin beneath the scales was revealed. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he licked his lips, realizing that his greatest concern was unfounded. Raising his hand, he extinguished the celebratory candles, mindful to set up a soundproof barrier outside the room. Ha-E's voice, even in ordinary conversation, could evoke strong emotions during heightened moments. It could resonate deeply with anyone. Chen Mo did not want any other man to hear her voice. It was a song meant solely for him. A sleepless night ensued. For an entire month, Chen Mo lingered in He's chamber, finding himself enchanted by the resonant sounds that, if he relaxed his mind, he could also feel. In an instant, the pleasure doubled. Soon, He excitedly touched her abdomen and exclaimed, "Husband, I think I'm pregnant." Chen Mo smiled and nodded, promptly leading her to the base of the cliff. Considering that He belonged to the Fishman clan, which inherently required water for their daily lives, Chen Mo intentionally diverted a portion of the spiritual spring for her enjoyment, which had just been completed in the past few days. When He beheld the magnificent pool formed by the spiritual spring, her eyes widened in astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy in the seawater was continuously diminishing, akin to that on the mainland. Who would have expected that Chen Mo could afford to create such an expansive spiritual spring pool, allowing her to swim freely? He joyfully leaped into the water, feeling the nourishing energy of the spring, her spirits soaring as she called out for Chen Mo to join her. Chen Mo smiled and shed his clothing. Though they had long since been open with one another, He was still taken aback by his unclothed form. Her husband was the epitome of perfection, not only in strength but also in their intimate relations. Upon seeing Chen Mo enter the water, a mischievous glint appeared in Hei's eyes as she dove beneath the surface. Chen Mo could only see her graceful silhouette swimming closer to him while he closed his eyes. Observing the disarray in the spring, Hei playfully stuck out her tongue. Fortunately, this section of the diverted spring would not be used for drinking, but rather for irrigating spiritual herbs to promote their growth. Chen Mo had checked on the herbs recently and found that their growth rate was astonishing. They appeared to have matured over several years, despite being planted for less than a year, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy. Although not immediately useful in the long run, these would serve as the foundation for the Chen family. 10 months later, Hei was ready to give birth, and the Fishman clan's birthing process was inextricably linked to water. Fortunately, they did not require the assistance of a midwife. Chen Mo remained by her side, continually offering encouragement. Before long, the fruit of their love was born in the waters of the spiritual spring. It was a baby girl who inherited many of Hei's traits: blue hair and sea blue eyes. Remarkably, upon contact with water, she manifested a silver tail akin to Hei's, reverting to normal human legs once out of the water. She was a delightful amalgamation of both worlds. Cradling her, Chen Mo channeled his spiritual energy to examine her. The results were promising. She possessed a third-grade spiritual root. Although not a special constitution, Chen Mo was not disappointed, for even in the ancient era of abundant spiritual energy, special physiques were not commonplace. As he gazed at her beaming smile, he could not help but plant a kiss on her adorable little face. How charming! I shall name her Chen Yui, he decided, eliciting a tender gaze from Hei. Husband, Hei whispered, slightly leaning closer to Chen Mo's ear, our Fishman tradition dictates that we must have at least 3 children. Chen Mo looked at her with a sly smile. Only 3? Is that not too few? I could give you 30 if you desire. Hei's face flushed with embarrassment as she submerged into the depths, wrapping her arms around Chen Mo's waist and gazing at him with enchanting eyes. According to Hei's customs, after giving birth, the child must be taken to the sea for the blessing of the sea god. Chen Mo respected their traditions and prepared to accompany Hei to the shore. The so-called blessing of the sea god involved a special reef at the seabed where a unique plant known as sea god's tears grew. Applying this plant to the child's forehead would suffice. However, while en route, Chen Mo detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if a confrontation were underway. Chapter 66, Demon Cultivator, in Fire Physique. The spiritual fluctuations were subtle, indicating that the combatants were of relatively low cultivation, likely only at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Mo, at the late stage of Golden Core, discerned, with a sweep of his consciousness, that behind a mountain, 2 men and 1 woman were in a standoff. None bore the insignia of any sect, suggesting they were all rogue cultivators. It appeared that the 2 men sought to intercept the woman, demanding something from her. The woman wore a black and gold mask adorned with a pattern of a mantishawa flower, her figure cloaked in a black robe. Her cultivation was modest, only at the late foundation establishment stage, rendering her visage indistinct, save for her cool voice that emerged. This Taiyang Shuenko was harvested by me in the valley. Your unreasonable disturbance is merely an attempt to provoke me, is it not? The 2 male cultivators, both at the peak of foundation establishment, exchanged glances revealing malicious smiles. You are mistaken, The area you reference is our cave dwelling, and this Tangshuenko is something we specifically cultivated. Naturally, taking it without permission requires compensation. Considering you're also a rogue cultivator, surrender the Tangshuenko and provide us with 100 low-grade spirit stones, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, prepare to die. Hearing their unreasonable threats, a glint of coldness flashed in the woman's eyes. The Tangshuenko was gathered from a naturally fertile valley, devoid of any formations, clearly self-generated spiritual medicine. The two male cultivators had merely chanced upon her while she was harvesting, intent on monopolizing the herbs for profit. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. Such occurrences were common in the cultivation world. Tangshuenko was merely an inconspicuous material for concocting foundation establishment pills, often found in abundance in the Chen family's alchemy room. Yet it was a coveted treasure in the outside world. The law of the jungle prevailed in the realm of cultivation. Chen Mo had no intention of intervening, adhering to the principle of non-interference in matters that did not concern him, especially as he was on an errand to bless his child. Just as he assumed the female cultivator would yield the herb, an unexpected turn of events transpired. She murmured, "My master has instructed me not to expose myself recklessly. But they are clearly seeking trouble now. This cannot be considered a random exposure, can it?" The two male cultivators, bewildered, noticed she was not complying with their demands and promptly summoned their magical artifacts, revealing their formidable peak foundation establishment cultivation. The woman's gaze turned icy as she extended her delicate hand to remove the flower mask from her face. Beneath finely arched brows lay a pair of indifferent silver pupils, cold and pitiless. Her straight nose and small, crimson lips seemed poised to spill blood, while a blood-red manzashoa bloomed between her brows, lending a touch of allure to her frosty demeanor. Her aura surged rapidly, escalating from the late foundation establishment to the peak and finally stabilizing at the mid-golden core stage. The two men, stunned, gaped, half in awe of her beauty and half in realization that they had provoked a mid-golden core cultivator. The mask upon her face appeared to be a special artifact designed to conceal one's true strength. Two male cultivators realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and swiftly turned to flee. However, the female cultivator extended her slender, fair fingers, from which two clusters of black flames emerged at her fingertips. As soon as the flames appeared, Chen Mo's expression sharpened. The fluctuations were unmistakably the methods of a demonic cultivator, and moreover, the opponent was a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. While he was not afraid of a direct confrontation, he was concerned for Ha-E, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage and a defenseless infant. Thus, Chen Mo retrieved a concealed array plate he had crafted previously to hide the three of them, planning to reassess the situation once the adversaries departed. Chen Montauk pondered, perplexed. Logically, demonic cultivators were universally reviled, and even those who practice nefarious arts should be lurking like rats in the sewers. He had encountered them twice in the Dongwon continent. Was his luck truly so extraordinary? Just as Chen Mo's thoughts spiraled, the female cultivator acted. With a flick of her jade-like fingers, the two black flames descended upon the fleeing male cultivators. What seemed like inconspicuous fire rapidly engulfed them, and as the two men instinctively channeled their spiritual energy to extinguish the flames, their efforts only intensified the blaze. The flames voraciously consumed their spiritual energy as sustenance. Soon, the two men were reduced to charred remains, their anguished cries extinguished. The female cultivator subsequently retracted the flames, which, upon returning to her palm, melded seamlessly into her being, as if the fire and she were one. Watching from a distance, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with insight. This female cultivator was not only adept in demonic arts, but also possessed a unique physique known as the Yinhua body. Such individuals, when practicing fire-related techniques, would find their efforts exponentially amplified, though they risked straying from the righteous path. It was no wonder the flames wielded such terrifying power. The female cultivator raised a finger, retrieving the storage rings of the two men, and then dispersed the ashes into the wind. Surely, no one would be the wiser now, she murmured. She expanded her consciousness to ensure no prying eyes were lurking nearby. Her master had explicitly instructed her to ensure complete secrecy whenever she acted. Even when she swept her divine sense over the area where Chen Mo and the others were concealed, she discerned nothing amiss. With her inspection complete, She felt relieved and donned her mask again, her cultivation returning to that of a late-stage foundation establishment. In her hand, a jade talisman shimmered into existence, seemingly containing something precious, a drop of blood faintly radiating spiritual energy. With the talisman in hand, the female cultivator closed her eyes and flew directly toward Chen Mo's location. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He was confident she could not penetrate his formation. Was it merely coincidence? Moments later, she arrived at the edge of his array, her expression one of confusion. To her, the area appeared utterly vacant, devoid of anything. Yet the talisman unmistakably pointed to this very spot. After a moment's hesitation, she reverently declared, "Disciple Luo Mengrui seeks an audience with the esteemed master. I implore the master to reveal themselves." A flurry of thoughts raced through Chen Mo's mind, leading him to a startling possibility. This female cultivator bore the surname Luo and practiced demonic arts, possessing the ability to locate him through some means. This connection could not be severed from the sealed Luo Ho he had encountered. Furthermore, her words suggested she had not seen her master in quite some time, likely unaware that Luo Ho had perished, leaving only his soul behind. Indeed, Luo Ho had concealed much. When Chen Mo had previously inquired about the whereabouts of other unique physiques, Luo Ho had feigned ignorance, despite his own disciple being Ainhua body. Chen Mo retrieved the ring, unsealing the formation within it. Luo Ho eagerly emerged, exhaling deeply. "I thought I had been forgotten," he exclaimed. "Wait, you've reached late-stage Jinan?" Luo Ho quickly noticed Chen Mo's current cultivation, unable to suppress a mutter about his increasingly monstrous growth rate. Just then, the formation reverberated once more with Luo Mengrui's voice. "Disciple Luo Mengrui seeks an audience with the esteemed master. I implore the master to reveal themselves." Luo Ho froze, turning slowly to discern the visage of the masked figure before him, his heart racing in shock. Despite existing in a soul state, he felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Chen Mo's icy voice cut through the air. "I recall you claimed to be unaware of the whereabouts of those with special physiques." Luo Ho instinctively swallowed hard, lamenting internally. Zenzing Chen Montag es chilling modulus intent. He could only manage a bitter smile as he recounted the entire tale. Luo Mengrui was an orphan he had fortuitously discovered, and due to her unique Ainhua body, he had taken her in, nurturing her within a secluded cave. He had presented their relationship as one of master and disciple, but in truth, he was merely cultivating a human Dan. Nevertheless, he treated Luo Mengrui exceptionally well, imparting much wisdom about the world of cultivation while portraying other cultivators as dangerous beasts, painting himself as a mere survivor. Luo Mengrui remained blissfully ignorant of the human Dan aspect, initially believing he intended to refine her into a Dan once she reached the Jin Dan stage, which would also bolster his own strength. However, following an unforeseen calamity that left him as nothing more than a fragment of soul, his plans evolved. He aimed to restore his strength and, in the process, seek out other unique physiques to potentially regain a body even more powerful than before. Little did he anticipate that his resurrection scheme would commence under the scrutiny of this formidable individual. Nor could he have foreseen Luo Mengrui's rapid advancement to mid-stage Jindan, enabling her to leave the array and seek him out through her innate bloodline. This was why she could not decipher the formation, yet still locate Chen Mo. Fearing that Chen Mo might seal him away once more, Luo Ho hastily pleaded, "Indeed, I have not been forthright. Please grant me an opportunity to atone." Moreover, he added, "I possess knowledge of another unique metallic physique." Understanding that he must prove his worth to evade a grim fate, he was willing to disclose his most guarded secrets. Chen Mo's gaze sparkled with intrigue. "How do you intend to atone?" Luo Ho bowed slightly. "I beseech you to dismantle the formation, allowing me to speak with her directly. I shall clarify everything." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, weighing the potential advantages and disadvantages of this proposition. At this moment, it is abundantly clear that Luo Ho is in an exceedingly weakened state. With the ring in his possession, he has no possibility of harboring ulterior motives, unless he seeks to experience a new life in a cesspit. As for the female cultivator outside, although her flames are enigmatic and unpredictable should a confrontation arise, my chances of victory remain at an impressive 98%. I merely wish to proceed with caution. Luo Ho's heart races with trepidation, fearing that Chen Mo might act rashly. For he has witnessed Chen Mo's true strength. Even the heartless monk who had cultivated the blood pill was effortlessly dispatched with a single blow, an absolute monster. Despite Luo Mengrue possessing the Yin fire physique and matching demonic skills, she remains no match for this beast. Just as he is engulfed by anxiety, he suddenly hears Chen Mo's calm voice. If that is the case, then you may proceed. With those words, Chen Mo retracts part of the formation, revealing Luo Ho to Luo Mengrue. Upon seeing her master appear before her, Luo Mengrue's emotions surge, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master, at last, you have chosen to see me. Ever since you left the cave, I have heard nothing of you. Her affection for Luo Ho runs deep in her eyes. He embodies both teacher and father. It was he who rescued her from the brink of starvation, meticulously guiding her in the ways of cultivation and the terrors of the outside world. He even took measures to ensure her safety, establishing defensive formations around the cave, allowing her to leave only upon reaching the golden core stage. Such a master, who considers every aspect of her well-being, is truly a rare find. Luo Ho wears an awkward smile as he prepares to speak, but suddenly, Luo Mengrue's expression shifts. What is the matter? Master, why do you possess only a fragment of your soul? Have malevolent forces harmed you? As her emotions surge, a shadowy flame flickers around her, suggesting that should Luo Ho utter a word, she would seek vengeance against any who have wronged him, regardless of the peril. In an instant, she comprehends why her master has not returned to her over the years. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Cough. Mengrue, there is no need for such agitation. My physical form has indeed been destroyed, but my soul remains. Once I regain my strength, restoring my body is not impossible. At this, the fiery apparition around Luo Mengrue slowly dissipates as she grits her teeth. Then, Master, what do you require to restore your strength? I shall find a way to procure it for you. Chen Mo, observing from within the formation, wears an increasingly perplexed expression. Good heavens! Luo Mengrue appears as a demonic cultivator, yet her thinking seems rather simplistic. However, a moment's reflection brings to mind Luo Ho's words. She has only been permitted to leave the cave upon reaching the golden core stage, indicating that her understanding of the cultivation world is limited to Luo Ho's teachings. In essence, her disposition is akin to that of a blank slate. Fear not, Luo Ho says with a benevolent smile. Mengrue, I have splendid news to share with you. Luo Mengrue pauses. Good news? Given that Master S body is destroyed, what could possibly be good news? Luo Ho, hands clasped behind his back, replies leisurely. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. You are not a child anymore. I intend to discuss a marriage proposal with you. Are you willing? The suitor is none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family, named Chen Mo, a formidable figure in the late golden core stage with boundless potential. He is destined to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Luo Ho gestures an okay sign towards Chen Mo, feeling a swell of pride. I have long known you, Chen Mo, to be a connoisseur of concubines. Should you not seize this opportunity? Chen Montag stands in Stund sie längse. Is this what they call atonement? Yet, recalling Luo Mengrue's beauty as she removed her mask, he cannot help but think, what a splendid recompense. Luo Mengrue is taken aback, wondering how the conversation has shifted to her potential marriage. While she has contemplated the idea of finding a companion during her solitary cultivation, the suddenness of this proposal is overwhelming. Moreover, Chen Mo has already attained a status akin to that of an ancestral figure, and she is uncertain of his age. Feeling a bit shy, she says, "Oh, Master, I have never even met this ancestor of the Chen family, and as for matters of the heart, I would prefer to make my own choices." As her words fall, Chen Mo has already dispelled the formation surrounding him, standing amidst the heavens and earth. Luo Mengrue's eyes brighten. Before her stands an exceptionally handsome young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His white robes flutter in the breeze, exuding a unique aura that lends him an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being freshly descended from the heavens. Chapter 69, A Second Concubine, the Demonic Cultivator. What do you think, dear disciple? How do you find the partner I have chosen for you? Luo Mengrue beams with delight, respectfully bowing to Luo Ho. I shall defer to my master's judgment. Having grown up in the mortal realm, she considers it only natural for parents to arrange marriages. To her, her master has assumed the role of a father. Her initial hesitation stemmed simply from not having seen the Chen family ancestor. Now, having encountered Chen Mo, she experiences the flutter of her heart for the first time. Naturally, she consents to her master's choice. Luoho laughs heartily. Splendid. Now you two must cultivate a harmonious relationship. I have been away for too long and shall return. With that, he willingly retreats into the ring on Chen Mo's finger, playfully winking as if to say, "Do you see how well I handled this matter?" Chen Mo is left both amused and exasperated. Yet, Luo Mengrue's willingness to marry him is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Her unique physique aligns with the fire element, and should they bear a child with a similar extraordinary trait, it would be a remarkable blessing. Moreover, her beauty has captivated Chen Mo's heart since she revealed her face. Her alluring, otherworldly charm enchants him profoundly. Although Luo Mengrui practices demonic arts, her fire magic does not necessitate cruel methods for cultivation. Rather, it is those who wield such terrifying flames who often wreak havoc, which is why it is classified as demonic. However, her actions thus far indicate that she is not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. She only retaliates against provocateurs, a quality Chen Mo appreciates. In the realm of cultivation, one must be prudent, for failing to eliminate threats can lead to trouble. Chen Mo cannot resist touching the ring on his finger. This aged gentleman within truly brings opportunities. Fantasy novels do not deceive me. Subsequently, he discreetly casts several formations to seal the ring. Thus, what began as a journey to accompany Hai Yi for the blessing of their child concludes with the unexpected addition of Luo Mengrui by his side. 3 days later, the sounds of drums and gongs resonate throughout Linen City once more. Incredible! The ancestor of the Chen family has taken yet another concubine. Taking concubines is nothing new for the Chen family ancestor. When has he not taken concubines? But this time is different. The bride he has married practices demonic arts. She is a bona fide enchantress. Is the taste of the Chen family's elder rather too intense? This news has indeed captured the attention of numerous cultivation sects and families. Normally, when a demonic practitioner appears, all cultivators would seek to eradicate them. Yet, the elder of the Chen family has chosen to defy this norm and instead take the practitioner as a concubine. This has attracted many esteemed Yuan Ing stage experts and elusive Shen stage beings to the Chen residence. Chen Mo understands their concerns. After all, the legends surrounding demonic practitioners are exceedingly terrifying. Anyone would prefer to exercise caution in such matters. The rejection of demonic practitioners stems from their gruesome methods of extracting the flesh and blood or souls of cultivators for their cultivation. While such practices can yield significant enhancements in a short period, they also cause the internal spiritual energy to mutate, turning a blood-red hue. If one were to encounter a demonic practitioner like Luo Ho at the Shen stage, it is likely that their internal energy has already transformed into a deep crimson. These powerful figures carefully observed and confirmed that Luo Mengrui practiced demonic arts solely due to her unique constitution, and she exhibited no behaviors that would raise their apprehensions. Her internal spiritual energy remained pure and untainted, prompting everyone to present lavish gifts, both as congratulations and as an apology for their initial distrust. Consequently, the assembly at Chen Mo's wedding was extraordinarily extravagant, with the least among them being cultivators at the Jin Dan stage and countless at the Yuaning stage, along with a few prominent Shen stage figures. The smaller sects and families that arrived could only present their gifts and stand outside the Chen residence to catch a glimpse of the bride. As the sounds of gongs and drums approached, the grand wedding sedan slowly descended, and the bride finally stepped out. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Luo Mengrui, who typically donned a black robe, was now adorned in bridal attire, her beauty transcending mere words. The exquisite figure that had been concealed beneath the voluminous robe was finally revealed, accentuated by the bridal gown. At that moment, her silver eyes sparkled with joy, and the delicate crimson of her lips harmonized perfectly with the blood-red flower adorning her brow, complementing the festive hues of her wedding attire. This enhanced her inherent allure to an extraordinary degree, leaving many entranced, unable to suppress their exclamations of envy. Alas, the elder of the Chen family is indeed fortunate to have found such a gem. I must hasten to find a partner myself. Soon, there may be no eligible female cultivators left nearby. Chen Mo gently took Luo Mengrue's fair hand, leading her into the joyous hall of matrimony. They bowed to heaven and earth, to their parents, and exchanged vows as husband and wife before being ushered into the bridal chamber. Amidst the blessings of family and friends, they completed their wedding ceremony. That night, as Chen Mo lifted Luo Mengrue's red veil, he found himself momentarily entranced by the blood-red flower on her forehead. This flower symbolized her unique fire constitution, and merely gazing upon it stirred an irresistible desire within him. Under Chen Mo's gaze, Luo Mengrue felt a rush of warmth envelop her, as if her very bones had softened. Unable to contain herself, she leaned against Chen Mo's chest. He supported her with one hand while extinguishing the celebratory candles with the other, drawing closer. It must be said that the fire constitution possesses remarkable qualities. It is indeed warm. For the following week, Chen Mo and Luo Mengrue reveled in a delightful game of creation within their bridal chamber, lost in bliss. Soon, Luo Mengrue noticed a small life blossoming within her. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Husband, I am a child." Chen Mo was overjoyed. If all went well, his unique fire attribute would be inherited. One chapter concluded with the revelation of the fire constitution and the Fire Demon Sutra. Overjoyed, Chen Mo relocated with Luo Mengrue to a dwelling beneath a cliff, where they sensed a bountiful supply of spiritual energy, stunning Luo Mengrue. This place offered even greater energy than her previous cultivation cave. "Husband, cultivating here will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. It will also benefit our child," she said with excitement. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. "If you're pleased, then it is good. In this bronze palace, you may choose any vacant room for your long-term residence." 10 months passed. During this time, Chen Mo had refrained from urgently seeking Luo Ho regarding individuals with a special metal attribute. He decided to let the matter rest for a while. Finally, the day of Luo Mengrue's delivery arrived, and Chen Mo paced anxiously outside the birthing chamber. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long, as the cries of a newborn echoed from within. However, the system's notification did not resonate in his ears, indicating that this child did not possess the fire constitution. Chen Mo felt no disappointment. It was merely one failure among many opportunities. Upon entering the chamber, the midwife approached with the child, announcing, "Congratulations to the elder of the Chen family on the birth of a son." A chubby, fair-skinned baby was presented, waving his arms adorably. Chen Mo took the child and brought him to his mother, who gently caressed the baby and remarked, "He is truly adorable. His nose and eyes resemble yours." Chen Mo nodded with a smile, but soon noticed a peculiar expression on Mengrue's face, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Concerned, he inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to hold him?" Mengrue shook her head. "No, it's just that I actually prefer daughters." Chen Mo chuckled, "Desiring a daughter? That is simple. Once you're fully recovered, I will assist you." 2 months later, Mengrue was pregnant again. The resilience of cultivators is remarkable, and she quickly regained her strength. 10 months later, accompanied by the cries of newborn, Chen Mo finally heard the system's delightful notification. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,500 descendants with spiritual roots, receiving the reward of the Fire Demon Sutra and 100 points of arduous cultivation experience. Congratulations to the host for having a descendant with the fire constitution, receiving the special fire constitution as a boon, enhancing the host's own constitution to the fire constitution." A flood of memories surged through Chen Mo, granting him instant comprehension of the intricacies of the Fire Demon Sutra. He had previously studied Mengrue's cultivation techniques, and this Fire Demon Sutra bore similarities to her practices, yet contained numerous distinct details. For instance, the circulation of spiritual energy and the manipulation of flames were adjusted, resulting in a far superior version of the Fire Demon Sutra. It was as if Mengrue's version was merely an initial draft, rated at a mid-tier earthly level, while the copy received from the system was at a mid-tier heavenly level. A significant leap in quality. Most importantly, practicing this sutra would not adversely affect one's mindset, eliminating the side effects associated with the original techniques. The disparities between the two sutras are indeed monumental, as a martial arts techniques and unique physical attributes manifested. A crimson manzashawa slowly emerged at the center of Chen Mo's brow. Chen Mo hastily employed a formation to obscure this mark, for he had not possessed such a special constitution prior, and its sudden appearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Once he resolved these matters, he entered the delivery room. At that moment, Meng Rui cradled their newborn in her arms and exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Chen Mo. "Husband, it's a daughter, truly a daughter. Moreover, she has inherited my constitution. She too possesses the fire physique. I can sense the shared power flowing between us." Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo noticed that the infant had inherited Meng Rui's features, her silver-hued irises mirroring those of her mother, appearing extraordinarily otherworldly. At this moment, lacking any cultivation, the mark of Ancestor was absent from her brow. However, Meng Rui hesitated, turning to Chen Mo and expressing, "Husband, the fire demon scripture I practice is the most suitable method for the fire physique, yet it carries numerous dangers during cultivation. I fear for our daughter's future practice. Perhaps we should allow her to pursue a different technique?" Chen Mo understood Meng Rui's concerns and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall devise a way to improve this technique." A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Meng Rui's eyes. Improve a technique? Merely creating a terrestrial-level technique requires the qualifications of a spirit separation stage cultivator, and enhancing one is an even greater test of strength. How can my husband, still in the late golden core stage, possess such confidence? Yet through their time together, Meng Rui had developed unwavering trust in Chen Mo. Anything that emanated from his lips seemed achievable, though she anticipated that this refinement would take at least a decade or even several decades. She was astounded when her husband presented her with the improved technique by the very next day. Holding the jade talisman inscribed with the technique, Meng Rui felt dazed. This is truly miraculous, to enhance a terrestrial-level technique in just one day. Even a transformation stage cultivator might not accomplish such a feat under Chen Mo's encouragement. Meng Rui immersed herself in the jade talisman. Various similar yet distinct incantations flashed through her mind. Her expression swiftly turned serious. The methods regarding flame manipulation alone were invaluable. Could it be that her husband truly refined this terrestrial-level technique in a single day? With her foundational knowledge, she quickly adapted to the technique. In no time, she circulated her spiritual energy along the new pathways, feeling a notable increase in her power. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Chen Mo smiled and inquired, "How is it? Is this new technique effective?" Finally coming to her senses, Meng Rui exclaimed, "It works splendidly. My husband is truly remarkable. You have even improved the technique. This revised method must possess at least a celestial level standard." In that moment, Chen Mo's image in Meng Rui's heart soared to an unparalleled height, leaving her in awe. She had previously thought that possessing the fire physique along with a third-grade spiritual root was already exceptional talent. Yet compared to her husband, it seemed trivial. Chen Mo playfully remarked, "Now that I am so impressive, how shall you reward me, Meng Rui?" Instantly, Meng Rui's face flushed with color. "Can a reward for my husband be unconventional?" In the secret cultivation chamber of the Chen family, Chen Mo was enveloped in a faint layer of black flames. These flames danced around him as he reveled in their warmth without any sign of pain. After a moment, he extinguished the flames and slowly opened his eyes, which flickered with a fiery glow. The fire physique was indeed extraordinary. When used to attack foes, it could siphon their spiritual energy for combustion, making it exceptionally suitable for combat. A flash of light shimmered in Chen Mo's hand as the unremarkable ring reappeared in his palm, reflecting on the passage of time. Nearly 2 years had elapsed. It was time to unravel the formations inscribed upon the ring. The ethereal yet somewhat disoriented spirit of Luo Ho promptly emerged, instinctively absorbing spiritual energy to replenish itself before bowing respectfully to Chen Mo. His eyes were filled with joy and trepidation. Had Chen Mo waited a few more years to release him, he would likely have perished completely. Satisfied by Luo Ho's demeanor, Chen Mo noted that the sealing formation he had set was no simple matter, effectively isolating spiritual energy outside the formation. Within the ring, Luo Ho could neither see nor hear anything, nor could he absorb spiritual energy to fortify his spirit, leaving him to sense his gradual weakness in the void without recourse. This experience would surely teach him a lesson, deterring any future mischief. Chen Mo coldly inquired, "What is this about the special metal attribute you mentioned?" Luo respectfully replied, "I wonder if you have heard the notion that special physiques flow through bloodlines. Families with such attributes tend to give rise to descendants with similar traits more easily." Chen Mo nodded. He was well aware, having fathered several himself. Seeing Chen Mo's acknowledgement, Luo sighed in relief and continued, "During my travels in the western desert continent, I encountered a sword cultivator of the Qi gene physique, an ancestral figure of a family. I sought to enhance my cultivation and turned him into a human pill, but I left his clan untouched. Over the years, it is possible that a new Gung gene physique has emerged, although I cannot guarantee it." After speaking, Luo discreetly observed Chen Mo's expression, fearing a potential inquisition, as this was merely a possibility and did not ensure the discovery of the metal attribute's whereabouts. Chen Mo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The likelihood of special physiques being inherited through bloodlines was not negligible, yet with the decline of heavenly spiritual energy, not everyone could hope to attain such talent. Whether this family had birthed a new Gung gene physique remained to be investigated. He would need to visit in person. After instructing Luo to inscribe the address and information of the Cultivation family onto the Jade Talisman, Chen Mo coldly asked, "Is there anything else?" Luo shook his head vigorously. "No, truly nothing else. I am unaware of other special physiques." Chen Mo fell silent, his gaze lingering on Luo. This individual was inherently a demonic cultivator, and though he currently appeared harmless due to his constraints, should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly revert to his sinister nature. Now that he had learned the family's location, should he spare Luo's life? Luo felt a jolt of fear. The Reaper had turned his gaze upon him. As Luo contemplated a struggle to prove his worth, Chen Mo shook his head and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to reseal the ring. However, this time he did not completely sever the flow of energy, allowing some to escape to sustain Luo's spirit within the ring. This individual, after all, is a seasoned veteran in the period of distraction, possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience. It is prudent to keep him close, for he may prove useful in the future. With the ring tucked away, Chen Mo began to contemplate his journey to the West Desert. The family he sought was known as the Xianlin family. Although situated in the West Desert, they occupied a peripheral position, not too distant from the eastern wilderness continent. Based on Chen Mo's current speed, he estimated he could reach there in no more than a day. Considering it was an unfamiliar land, he resolved not to take his beloved companions along for the journey. Before departing, he made certain to care for his wives, ensuring that he had sown seeds in every fertile patch of black soil and provided adequate watering before taking his leave. As he activated his cultivation technique, ethereal azure wings of spiritual energy faintly manifested behind him, and he vanished from the horizon at an astonishing speed, leaving his many ladies gazing wistfully at his disappearing figure. A day later, Chen Mo arrived at the location of the Xianlin family as planned, only to furrow his brow in dismay. According to Luo's accounts, this Lin family was originally a formidable cultivation clan, with their patriarch having achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Had it not been for Luo's influence, it would have been only a matter of time before the patriarch broke into the nascent soul stage. Even in the absence of their elder, it was expected that numerous foundation establishment cultivators remained, not to mention the refining Qi practitioners and ordinary family members. Yet, as Chen Mo surveyed the area, he was met with desolation. The peak that the Lin family once occupied appeared as if it had been inexplicably truncated, leaving only half of the mountain standing, devoid of any trace of formation fluctuations. Chen Mo silently assessed the situation and deduced that the one responsible for this severing must be a sword cultivator, likely at the early stages of the Golden Core. Had the Lin family been vanquished? Did this mean his journey was in vain? Undeterred, Chen Mo resolved to seek out a nearby cultivation market for information. Soon, he discovered a market operated by the Purify Pavilion, and after parting with several low-grade spiritual stones, he gleaned the unfolding events from several wandering cultivators. The patriarch of the Lin family not only possessed a rare metal body, but also exhibited extraordinary talent in the sword path, equipped with an earth-grade low-tier sword technique of unknown origin. With this unique physique and the corresponding sword technique, the Lin family's development surged, inciting envy among neighboring factions. Absent any unforeseen events, The Lin family seemed poised for steady growth. However, one day, news of demonic cultivators emerged, leading to the slaying of dozens of practitioners. The Lin family's golden core patriarch pursued them with his sword, only to never return. The subsequent events unfolded simply, lacking the protection of their golden core elder. The Lin family, now possessing an earth-grade low-tier sword technique, attracted the covetous gazes of numerous sections. Among them was a force known as the Ling Jian sect, whose leader, a mid-golden core cultivator, directly assaulted the Lin family, severing their mountain and seizing their sword technique. The Lin family members either perished or fled, and their peak was left abandoned, descending into desolation. After hearing this, Chen Mo felt a deep sense of regret, further solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, one could face mortal peril for merely discovering a spirit herb, or witness their entire clan's annihilation due to possessing an earth-grade low-tier technique. Strength must be acquired, beginning with marrying 5 uniquely gifted fairies. Just as Chen Mo resigned himself to a fruitless return, a wandering cultivator unexpectedly remarked, "If you seek members of the Lin family, you might find fortune at Xingluogu." Xingluogu? Chen Mo had not heard of this place before. The cultivator gestured westward, stating, "It is not far from here. There exists a formation leading to Xingluogu, established by the nascent soul elder Bai Yun, which serves as a safe haven. As long as one pays spiritual stones, they may reside within, for dueling is prohibited there." At one time, many members of the Lin family sought refuge from persecution within, though I cannot say if they still remain. Chen Mo tossed 2 low-grade spiritual stones to the individual as a token of gratitude and promptly set off toward Xingluogu. Upon arriving at this so-called Xingluogu, Chen Mo was struck by its beauty. The temperature of the West Desert was notably higher than that of other continents, with many areas exhibiting signs of desertification. Only the spiritually rich mountains fared slightly better, yet within Xingluogu, verdant vitality flourished in abundance. After paying a low-grade spiritual stone, Chen Mo entered the valley. The fee was modest. A single stone was sufficient for a month's stay, albeit the accommodations were rather rudimentary. Chen Mo promptly expanded his divine sense, aiming to scan the entirety of Xingluogu, although each residence was shielded by formations that blocked divine senses. Such trifles posed no challenge for Chen Mo. After evading the formations, he acquired a comprehensive understanding of the valley's layout. The central area radiated with the fluctuations of a nascent soul, likely indicating the presence of the elder Bai Yun. Exercising caution, Chen Mo circumvented this area, as his intent was solely to locate the Lin family without disturbing anyone. Most of the inhabitants of Xingluogu were refining qi cultivators, with a few at the foundation establishment stage. Thus none detected Chen Mo's divine sense scan. At that moment, he realized a significant issue. Others would not openly identify themselves as Lin family members, making it difficult to discern identities solely through divine sense. Just as he prepared to leave in disappointment, he suddenly halted. Chen Mo's divine sense had detected a female cultivator practicing in the farthest reaches of Xingluogu. This woman had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, her attire remarkably simple, with patches visible in several places. She possessed a standard oval face, her eyebrows sharp like willow blades, lips thin, and a prominent nose. Although her skin bore a slight tan, it did not diminish her striking presence, akin to a heroic woman. At that moment, she wielded a flying sword, its entire form of vibrant yellow, with sharp sword energy visibly emanating from the blade. A sword cultivator indeed. Chen Mo's interest piqued, and he intended to greet her after her practice concluded. However, she abruptly ceased her training, donned a black cloak, and cast a spell to alter her appearance into that of a male. She then evaded the gazes of others and departed, heading outside of Xingluogu. Intrigued, Chen Mo followed her. The sword-wielding female cultivator seemed to have a clear objective. After exiting Xingluogu, she flew eastward on her sword. Upon reaching her destination, she concealed herself in a thicket, erecting a simple hiding formation nearby. Chen Mo's curiosity deepened. Not only had she disguised herself as a male cultivator, but she had also concealed her presence in ambush. What was her intention? Approximately half an hour later, Chen Mo's expression shifted to one of realization. A group of refining qi cultivators approached, lacking in power, yet clad in uniform sect attire. Were they members of the Ling Jian sect? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss about these individuals. The cultivators in the refinement stage possessed exceptionally keen senses, vigilantly observing their surroundings as they swiftly approached the female practitioner. Among them, the foremost was a burly male cultivator whose strength had reached the 9th layer of refinement stage, likely serving as their leader. He warned the others with a tone of caution, stating, "Be careful. There have been numerous incidents of stolen resources from the sect lately. If we lose anything else, we might find ourselves in dire straits." No sooner had he spoken than the female practitioner suddenly launched an attack, her flying sword slicing through the air, emitting a pale yellow sword energy aimed directly at the 9th layer male cultivator. Although he attempted to evade at the first moment, the disparity in strength was too great. The sword energy was already upon him, its brilliance causing a tingling pain against his skin. Just as the female practitioner's face brightened with the hope of a decisive strike, a pale yellow flying sword appeared out of the blue, forcefully deflecting her attack. The assailant was a previously unnoticed disciple at the 4th layer of refinement stage. He stepped forward, sweeping his hand across his face, and in an instant, his original visage vanished, revealing a dark and foreboding countenance. The surrounding disciples of the refinement stage gasped in unison, recognizing him as senior brother Sun Moran, the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall. The spiritual energy emanating from Sun Moran was extraordinarily potent, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and he was even on the verge of breaking through to Dan formation. With a cold sneer, Sun Moran declared, "Did you truly believe that our Lingjian sect is defenseless? After pilfering so many of our resources, you dare attempt the same trick again? This time, both the elders and disciples of the law enforcement hall are present, and it seems luck is on my side. I shall unveil your true identity." With that, Sun Moran flicked his wrist, unleashing his spiritual energy, which shattered the female practitioner's disguise, revealing her true face. Upon recognition, Sun Moran was taken aback for a moment, then his expression transformed into one of delight. "Lin Yuru, so it is you, the remnant of the Lin family. If I capture you, the sect will surely reward me with a mid-grade foundation establishment pill." Lin Yuru's complexion darkened. She had not anticipated that the Lingjian sect had been prepared to apprehend her, realizing that she had been overly complacent. Sun Moran summoned his flying sword, the pale yellow sword energy continuously surging towards Lin Yuru. In response, she could only summon her own flying sword. The two pale yellow sword energies intertwined in the air, neither side able to gain the upper hand. The other disciples of the refinement stage looked on in astonishment, as Sun Moran's cultivation was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while Lin Yuru, despite being at the mid-stage, was capable of contesting him. This demonstrated the remarkable talent she possessed in swordsmanship. Chapter 73. Oh, what if I intend to intervene? Concealed in the air, Chen Mo observed with greater clarity. Aside from Lin Yuru's evident swordsmanship talent, it appeared that the two were employing techniques of the same origin. However, Sun Moran seemed to struggle with the intricacies of controlling his flying sword, while Lin Yuru exhibited no such difficulties, wielding her sword with fluidity and grace. This was the true reason behind her ability to contend against a stronger opponent. Chen Mo also noted Sun Moran's words, realizing that the female practitioner he had casually taken an interest in was indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Upon reflection, it was reasonable. After all, she dwelled in Xinglua Valley, and her family background was evidently humble. Her admirable swordsmanship talent and animosity towards the Lingjian sect aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the Lin family's descendants. As he watched the two flying swords entangled in a stalemate, Sun Moran's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a low voice. "The Lin family is truly insidious. Even their cultivation techniques have been divided into two versions. What we received was a flawed version of the Yujin sword technique." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru felt a surge of anger, her face flushing crimson as she retorted, "That was the result of your Lingjian sect's shameless robbery from my Lin family." "Huh. Treasures of the world rightfully belong to the capable. Who instructed your Lin family ancestors to be so foolish as to pursue a demonic cultivator? I advise you to surrender peacefully and hand over the original Yujin sword technique. Perhaps it will spare your life." Sun Moran spoke with confidence. Given that their cultivations differed by two minor realms, even if Lin Yu could contend with him momentarily due to her techniques. The advantage of his realm would soon manifest. His spiritual energy would undoubtedly outlast hers. Moreover, he had already notified others through the sect's communication Jade Talisman. It would not be long before the elders of the law enforcement hall arrived. Lin Yu was already a fish in a barrel. Lin Yu was acutely aware of her predicament, yet felt utterly helpless. With the flying sword before her, even if she wished to escape, she could not. If she chose to break free and flee, the opponent's sword would surely pursue her relentlessly. No matter how she struggled, it would be futile, merely prolonging her demise by a moment. A glimmer of despair flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Would revenge ultimately remain a mere wish? Her grandfather had disappeared while pursuing a demonic cultivator, and the Lingjin sect had brazenly demanded the techniques, annihilating the Lin family with a single strike. Countless Lin family disciples had perished under that sword, and even the mountains had been cleaved away. As if it were not enough to seize their resources and techniques, the Lingjin sect sought to eradicate them completely. Even when she and the remaining survivors had sought refuge in Xinglua Valley, the sect did not relent, laying in ambush outside day and night, waiting for them to emerge. Although the consumption of spirit stones in Xinglua Valley was minimal, the sheer number of people made it untenable. They faced a grim choice. Either all would remain until the spirit stones were exhausted, emerging to be slaughtered, or one would bear the burden of providing all the spirit stones. She vividly remembered the words her mother had spoken to her that day. Yu, be obedient. You're the best child. Stay in Xinglua Valley, and if the opportunity does not arise, forget about the Lin family's matters and live well. You must take care of yourself. Your uncle will become a star in the sky watching over you. Each of them shared similar sentiments, none urging her to seek revenge. For the Lingjin sect was a formidable entity with golden core ancestors overseeing it. They did not wish to see Lin Yu mired in hatred for a lifetime. At that time, Lin Yu was merely a child, holding spirit stones and watching her mother and the remaining clan members leave Xinglua Valley, never to return, just as her grandfather had. Yet how could she forget such an indelible hatred? She thought of nothing but overthrowing the Lingjin sect. Otherwise, she would have no face to confront her deceased kin. But now, it seemed she was at the end of her journey. A moment of disorientation clouded Lin Yu's vision, as if she could see her mother softly speaking to her. Do not tire yourself too much. Let go. It was at this moment that a flaw appeared in the flying sword she controlled. A glint of malice flickered in Sun Moran's eyes as he seized the opportunity to evade Lin Yu's sword and shot directly towards her right chest. By the time Lin Yu realized what was happening, it was too late. The sword energy was already upon her. If struck, Lin Yu would not die immediately, but she would lose her ability to move, becoming a prize for Sun Moran in exchange for a Foundation establishment pill. She would be subjected to all manner of torment to extract the original Yujin sword technique. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yu's face turned as pale as paper, and she instinctively closed her eyes. A metallic clang resonated. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she heard the sound of someone spitting blood. Lin Yu opened her eyes in astonishment, and upon seeing the scene before her, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing dazed in place. Beneath her feet lay two segments of a flying sword. They were referred to as such because these two pieces distinctly belonged to the same sword, the flying sword of Sun Mo Ran. What terrifying power could have shattered this sword into two? The sound of blood spitting that she had just heard was the consequence of Sun Mo Ran's internal injury caused by the destruction of his sword. Amidst her astonishment, Lin Yu also noticed a figure in white robes before her. From her vantage point, she could only see Chen Mo's back. Yet, merely from that silhouette, she sensed his striking elegance, and the aura emanating from him made her pupils tremble. He was in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The cultivator who had saved her was, in fact, a senior of the late Golden Core stage. As Chen Mo turned around, Lin Yu was momentarily entranced. Any notions of elegance were utterly overshadowed. This man seemed like a celestial descended to rescue her. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Chen Mo inquired, "Miss, are you unharmed?" Lin Yu quickly regained her senses, touched her right chest, and repeatedly waved her hands, saying, I am fine. Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Meanwhile, Sun Mo Ran's expression darkened. His sword had been destroyed, and he could only imagine the immense cost in spirit stones it would take to repair it. More importantly, If this unexpected savior took Lin Yuru away, his chances of obtaining a foundation-building pill would vanish. He would indeed suffer a loss without any gain. Given that Chen Mo's cultivation was superior to his own, he could only suppress his anger and clasp his hands, saying, "Senior, this is a private matter between our Ling Jian sect and the Lin family. I kindly ask you not to interfere." Chen Mo turned to look at him, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, and what if I choose to intervene?" Although it was a given that the cultivation world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest, the actions of the Ling Jian sect bore a striking resemblance to those of demonic cultivators. Not only did they kill and seize treasures, but they also aimed to eradicate the Lin family's bloodline completely. In the face of such injustice, we cultivators ought to draw our swords in aid. This had nothing to do with Lin Yuru's beauty. Protected behind Chen Mo, Lin Yuru stared wide-eyed, feeling a warmth swell in her heart. It had been many years since anyone had been willing to stand up for her. However, she soon realized that, by having a senior advocate for her, he would undoubtedly offend the Ling Jian sect. Biting her lip, she said, "Thank you, senior, but the sect leader Li Chao is already a perfected golden core cultivator." Before she could finish, Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I will take charge of this matter today." Sun Mo Rant's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, a voice filled with anger resonated from above. "What audacity! You dare to meddle in the affairs of my Ling Jian sect." A middle-aged male cultivator descended from the sky, exuding a faint aura of late golden core power. The outer disciples of the Ling Jian sect immediately recognized the identity of this male cultivator. He is elderly. He is the chief elder of the law enforcement hall, Li Qian. He is also senior son's master. Sun Mo Rant's face brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Master, this person relied on his golden core cultivation to attack me, a junior, even severing my sword with a single strike, and he stands behind that Lin family scourge, Lin Yuru." Li Chong glanced at the broken sword on the ground, his brows knitting in concern. The manner of its breakage suggested a significant disparity in the sword's material. Although his disciple's sword was average, he had procured it himself. While its quality was only of the mid-grade Xian, it was already approaching the level of the earth grade. To be severed by a single strike indicated that the opponent wielded at least an upper-grade earth sword. Could it be that this young cultivator had a formidable background? He immediately asked with caution, "Who are you? State your name." "Without changing my name or altering my surname, I am a loose cultivator, Luo Ho," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. "A loose cultivator?" Li Chong let out a sigh of relief, then sternly declared, "A mere loose cultivator dares to meddle in the affairs of my Ling Jian sect? You even dare to sever my disciple's sword? I see that sword of yours is quite impressive. Offer it as compensation, and we can let this matter rest." Li Chong's eyes fixated greedily on the floating sword beside Chen Mo. "Since you desire it, then take it." Chen Mo smiled, and the sword, Chong Xian, sliced through the air with formidable sword energy toward Li Chong. Li Chong's brows furrowed in anger as he scoffed, seeking death. Instantly, his sword flew forth, imbued with a pale yellow sword energy, significantly stronger than that of Sun Mo Ran. The two sword energies intersected without producing any earth-shattering noise. Instead, the pale yellow energy melted away like spring snow. As he observed the swiftly approaching sword energy, Li Chong's expression changed drastically. This was bad. He activated his spiritual power to flee, yet was still met with the sword, which severed the left half of his body. Despite possessing the cultivation of the late golden core stage, he did not perish immediately, but instead wore a face of terror, attempting to escape from this harbinger of death. Chen Mo remained impassive, manipulating the sword energy to deliver another decisive blow, effortlessly completing the task, leaving no survivors among the Ling Jian sect. "What a pity," Chen Mo sighed. "If only I had a stronger sword technique, there would have been no need for a second strike." Lin Yuru's eyes were filled with shock. With a single strike, he had cleaved the Ling Jian sect's law enforcement elder in half. This was the second in command of the Ling Jian sect, not a mere cabbage. At that moment, a scarlet light emerged from Li Chong's corpse and entered Chen Mo's body. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, quickly locating the red light within him. However, it proved difficult to eliminate through conventional means, though it did not affect his control over his spiritual power. "Senior, you must leave quickly. This is a tracking method of the Ling Jian sect. It cannot be removed directly and will only dissipate after 3 days, Lin Yu said anxiously. But before she could finish her sentence, black flames suddenly erupted from Chen Mo's body. These flames engulfed the red light, incinerating it completely. Although the Ling Jian sect possessed some means, they were merely trivial. This demonic fire could easily consume them. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yu and smiled. Do you wish to seek vengeance? I do. Then come with me. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before she could utter the words where to, she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms wrap around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Her heart raced wildly, and the distance between them was exceedingly close. She could even hear Chen Mo's heartbeat. Her face flushed with a rosy hue. Moments later, she glanced around and was taken aback. The mountain gate of the Ling Jian sect was already in sight. Chen Mo's speed was astonishing. Before she could react, they were nearly there. Senior, the Ling Jian sect has a protective mountain formation. Only a cultivator of the spirit transformation stage can breach it. Chen Mo nonchalantly, no worries. A mere protective formation cannot hinder me. The two swiftly arrived at the mountain gate of the Ling Jian sect, where several patrolling disciples looked up, only to see a streak of blue light flash by, unable to discern whether anyone was present above. They only knew that the blue light shot directly into the protective formation. Upon entering the formation, Chen Mo suddenly scooped Lin Yu into his arms. Lin Yu's heart jolted in shock as she attempted to turn away. Chen Mo gently commanded, "Do not move. This protective mountain formation is more sophisticated than I anticipated and can only be navigated by me. Once we are inside, I will set you down." Instantly, she complied, afraid to stir any further. Their current position was undeniably intimate. Her head nearly nestled into Chen Mo's embrace. The heat radiating from her face could almost cook an egg. Chen Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was not an act of mischief on his part. The protective formations of the western desert continent indeed surpassed those of the eastern wilderness in complexity, and his actions were solely for their mutual safety. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Ling Jianzong and the other elders, poised for confrontation, wore expressions of bewilderment. The sole lantern of the law enforcement elder had extinguished, signifying a formidable adversary. But to their astonishment, this so-called threat was merely a pair of lovers. Moreover, these two had the audacity to breach the protective mountain formation alone. Sect leader Li Chao stood before the assembly, his countenance frigid, resembling that of the law enforcement elder, Li Chong. Suddenly, he coldly commanded, "Where is the formation master? Have him manipulate the formation to obliterate this couple. I demand he accompany my brother in death." Chapter 75. Thunderous roars, yet no rain. Yes. Another elder promptly engaged the formation disc, intent on sealing Chen Mo within its confines. This girl looks somewhat familiar. Isn't she that Lin family's wretched spawn? Several elders recognized Lin Yu's identity. The gaze of sect leader Li Chao sharpened. So this male cultivator was defending the Lin family? How fortuitous. Let them perish within the formation. Lin Yu must possess a jade slip crucial for recording such vital techniques. The protective mountain formation immediately shifted, the air crackling with thunder as if the heavens were incensed and ready to unleash punishment. The formation's assault reached the level of Yuanying, while Lin Yu, with merely a foundation-building cultivation, was rendered utterly daunted, instinctively closing her eyes, feeling as though death was imminent. Yet, she suddenly heard Chen Mo's soothing voice, "Do not fear. I have come to assist you in avenging your grievances." Amidst the cacophony of thunder, bolts of celestial lightning surged towards Chen Mo, yet each strike narrowly missed him, perfectly embodying the phrase loud thunder but little rain. No, there was not even a drizzle. Nestled in Chen Mo's embrace, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. For years, she had been alone, enduring every hardship by herself. Deep down, she believed herself resilient, capable of withstanding anything. However, in this moment, she felt an authentic lightness. For at least now, she was not alone. Sensing the rhythm of Chen Mo's heartbeat against her ear, an unprecedented safety enveloped her. Chen Mo walked steadily towards the heart of the formation, while sect leader Li Chao seethed with rage, demanding to know why Chen Mo was not being crushed to dust. The elder managing the formation wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "It is not that we are refraining from attacking, but rather that his position entirely evades the formation strikes. as if he possesses foresight. This individual boasts extraordinary mastery over formations. The protective mountain formation alone cannot restrain him. A formation master? Li Jiao Bundarat Parplaksha. Could he have set a trap for the law enforcement elder? If so, then this day would surely be his last. A cultivator specializing in formations could indeed set traps in advance and manipulate the celestial forces to their advantage, transcending levels with ease. Yet, this was the territory of Ling Jianzong. Even if a formation master had infiltrated, he could not possibly grant them the opportunity to set up their formations. Nevertheless, a sense of unease crept into his heart. If this individual merely excelled in formations, what audacity drove him to provoke Ling Jianzong? Moreover, after the demise of his brother, there should have been a mark left upon the opponent, one that could not easily be dispelled and would only dissipate after 3 days. By what means had this male cultivator achieved such a feat? Despite his boiling fury, Li Chao forced his mind to steady, approaching this sudden adversary with caution. Before long, Chen Mo, cradling Lin Yuru, had reached the inner sanctum of Ling Jianzong. Upon seeing Li Chao, Lin Yuru's eyes ignited with fierce hatred. This was all his doing. It was he who had stormed the Lin family's peak, cleaving it in two with a single strike, marking the beginning of their family's decline. Even in death, she would not forget this face. Sensing her slight tremor, Chen Mo gently patted her back. Li Jiao, along with the other elders, rose into the air, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Spare the pretense." "I am a lone wanderer, with no affiliation to any sect, merely an observer of your Ling Jianzong's tyranny. Today, let me test the limits of your strength." Arrogant. Upon realizing Chen Mo's status as a rogue cultivator, Li Chao's murderous intent became unabashed. The full power of his golden core cultivation erupted as a golden glowing flying sword lunged directly at Chen Mo. The elders behind him swiftly summoned their own flying swords, preparing to eliminate this audacious intruder on the spot. Unfazed, Chen Mo waved his left hand, and a torrent of profound ice surged forth from their flying swords. Their velocity waned, and some, already weak in control, plummeted to the ground upon freezing. Even the flying sword manipulated by sect leader Li Chao was blanketed in a layer of ice crystals, drastically slowing its speed. This is profound ice? How could such a terrifying ice attribute technique exist, capable of freezing even flying swords? Was he not a formation master? Amidst the elders' horrified gazes, Chen Mo extended his right hand, gesturing towards them with precise flicks. Each elder he pointed at suddenly erupted in black flames. Initially small, akin to mere sparks, these flames quickly expanded as they channeled their energy, spreading like wildfire. What is this fire? Amidst the cacophony of screams, Li Chao, hearing the anguished cries of his fellow elders, felt a wave of terror wash over him, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. He spat a mouthful of blood onto his flying sword, which promptly regained its normal cadence and appeared before Chen Mo kill him. If we eliminate him, all our troubles will vanish. We can still seize the original sword techniques from the Lin family. Even if many elders perish today, it matters not. I will grow stronger, and there will be no shortage of loyal supporters. As the flying sword approached, Lin Yuru exclaimed, "Be careful." Yet, Chen Mo remained unperturbed, silently invoking Tian Yao Jiubian. Third, transformation. His physical strength surged threefold. With the swiftness of lightning, his left hand shot out. Clang! The sound of flesh meeting metal rang clear. Chen Mo firmly pinched the sword's tip between his index and middle fingers. Despite the sword's frantic thrashing and the piercing sound of its blade, it remained harmless against his fingertips. This is impossible. Even a body cultivator could not achieve this level. Li Chao let out a frenzied roar. The power of Chen Mo exceeded his imagination. Although he was merely at the late stage of the Jin Dan, the formidable physique, the ability to freeze all things with Xian Bing, and the enigmatic magic fire, were these not techniques beyond what a mere individual could possess? Chen Mo set down the stunned Lin Yuru and activated his technique, Feng Wan Jiutian. Instantly, azure wings of spiritual energy sprouted from his back, and with a gentle flap, a ripple of azure spread out. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo appeared before Li Chao. Chapter 76. The ancestor of the Chen family is marrying an outsider. Spare me. Everything in the Ling Jin sect is yours. Li Chao's initial fury had dissipated, replaced by overwhelming fear. Chen Mo smiled. If I kill you, everything in the Ling Jian sect will also belong to me. The sword, Chongxian, appeared in Chen Mo's hand, and with a casual wave, Li Chao's head fell to the ground. Chen Mo did not forget to insert Chongxian into his body, violently shattering all of his cultivation and spiritual energy. The wails of the other elders faded into silence, their forms reduced to charred remnants crashing to the ground. Returning to Lin Yuru's side, Chen Mo gently spoke as they soared into the air. Beautiful this sword. It will be quite impressive. With that, Chongxian ascended, its azure sword energy swelling as it heavily sliced towards the peak of the Ling Jian sect. While breaching the protective array from the outside might be challenging, from within, it was effortless. With one strike, the array shattered. The mountain crumbled. The sect was doomed. Lin Yuru felt her heart stop, staring blankly as the mountain collapsed. Rocks crashing down. The scene was reminiscent of the day at the Lin family. 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. She murmured, "Father, mother, grandfather. The Ling Jian sect is finally gone." After uttering this, she bowed towards the direction of the Lin family and handed Chen Mo a jade slip. "Thank you, senior, for avenging my family. I, Lin Yuru, will never forget your great kindness. This is the Lin family's Eugene sword technique, the source of all this calamity. I hope you do not disdain it." Chen Mo accepted the jade slip without hesitation, recognizing that the sword technique he currently practiced was rather inadequate. If he were to decline, Lin Yuru would struggle to accept it. Upon seeing Chen Mo accept it, relief washed over Lin Yuru's face. "What do you plan to do next?" Chen Montak inquired. Lin Yuru's expression turned perplexed. What to do? I seem to have never considered this question. Her life's pursuit had been to diligently cultivate and attain the strength of the Jin Dan to take revenge on the Ling Jian sect. She had tirelessly practiced for this goal, which explained her rapid advancement from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. But now, with the Ling Jian sect gone, what was she to do? She was astonished to realize she had never experienced much in life. And now that her revenge was no longer a goal, she found herself devoid of other interests. However, there was one thing that brought her feelings beyond vengeance. Chen Mo. Beside him, she felt a sense of relaxation and safety for the first time, and his appearance and cultivation were the pinnacle she had ever encountered. She blushed, looking at Chen Mo, and stammered, "I have nowhere else to go. I wonder if you have a Dao partner?" Chen Montak nodded, unwilling to deceive Lin Yuru. Her face turned pale, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Of course, such a handsome and formidable man could not possibly be without a partner. Surely, many female cultivators pursued him in secret. However, if you are willing, you could become one of my Dao partners. Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled with joy as she looked up in surprise. "Is that true? Really?" "Of course." Chen Mo replied with a smile. Lin Yuru's beauty and character greatly pleased him, and even if she were not a descendant of the Lin family, he would have acted similarly today. Knowing the events that had transpired with her family only intensified his desire to cherish her. Lin Yuru was equally elated. To her, a young Jin Dan cultivator like Chen Mo, even if he were a loose cultivator, was undoubtedly a sought-after type. It was perfectly normal to have multiple Dao partners with such formidable strength. Later, Chen Mo handled various aftermath matters, ensuring no one could trace the Chen family of Dong Huang through any clues. If anyone were to investigate, they would only find a loose cultivator named Luo Ho. What Luo Ho has done has nothing to do with me, Chen Mo. However, this was merely a precaution, as the Ling Jian sect's forcible seizure of the Lin family's technique was already common knowledge, and no one had stepped forth to uphold justice. Now, with the Ling Jian sect's peaks severed, it was evident they could not distance themselves from the Lin family. At most, it would become fodder for gossip. Returning to the Chen residence with Lin Yuru, they had already received news in advance through sound transmission and sent out numerous invitations. The sounds of drums and gongs filled the air. Unbelievable. The ancestor of the Chen family is marrying a fairy once again. I heard this time it's a beauty from the western desert continent. My goodness, has the Chen ancestor found no satisfaction in our Donghuang continent? So in the future, will I need to look elsewhere for a wife? Not necessarily. There are still plenty of candidates the ancestor hasn't chosen. That night, Chen Mo gently lifted Lin Yuru's red veil. Lin Yuru eagerly initiated a kiss, feeling as though her dreams had come true. Not only had she resolved her vendetta, But she had also gained this ideal husband. Although he seemed to have a few concubines, that was of little consequence. The important thing was that she could finally be with him intimately. A week later, Lin Yuru's face radiated excitement. "Husband, I think I might be pregnant with our child." Chen Mo immediately lifted Lin Yuru, spinning her around joyfully. Lin Yuru's ancestry had produced the Gung gene physique. If their offspring inherited this unique constitution, it would be delightful. As of now, Chen Mo possessed the Yinhua physique, Bingling physique, and Ho Tu physique. If he were to acquire the Gung gene physique, he would only lack a wood attribute constitution, thereby completing the collection of all 5 elemental special physiques. The thought of possessing 5 distinct special physiques in his Yuan Ying form filled Chen Mo with exhilaration. He had already experienced the formidable strength of these special physiques. Even possessing just one, combined with the corresponding techniques, could allow one to battle above their level. With multiple special physiques and a powerful gene dan, Chen Mo could even single-handedly eradicate a minor sect. Such was the might of special physiques. Lin Yuru, however, does not possess a special constitution, which diminishes the likelihood of her descendants exhibiting the Gung gene physique. Chen Mo, hesitant to take any chances, had long since taken her to reside at the cliff's base, nourishing her body daily with spiritual springs and elixirs. Time passed day by day, and soon it arrived at the moment of Lin Yuru's delivery, 10 months later. Chapter 77. The Forbidden Land of Xiangu. The birth of a celestial treasure. Outside the delivery room, a resounding wail of a newborn echoed. After 3 hours of anxious waiting, the child had finally arrived. Although the system's notification sound was absent, Chen Mo already knew the outcome and felt no disappointment. It was akin to opening a mystery box. Whether a child with exceptional talents would emerge was left to fate. All Chen Mo could do was to continuously sow the seeds of opportunity and create the best possible environment. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuru was intently gazing at the infant in her arms, feeling as if her life had gained newfound value and significance. Chen Mo gently caressed the baby's forehead, a thread of spiritual energy coursing through. A 5th-grade spiritual root, quite commendable. At the very least, it will be effortless to cultivate to the foundation-building stage. My dear husband, do you think she is adorable? Indeed, yet not as adorable as my Yuru. Chen Mo responded with a smile. You flatter me. I am nowhere near as charming as she is. Lin Yuru retorted, casting a playful glance at him while secretly reveling in the affection. Lin Yuru turned to Chen Mo earnestly, saying, Do you know? Ever since the fall of the Ling Jian sect, I have felt something was missing within me. As if a piece of my heart was absent. Marrying you has filled that void, allowing me to reclaim what was rightfully mine and discover new meaning. You are indeed a significant part of that missing piece. The look of love in her eyes melted Chen Mo's heart, prompting him to whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Lin Yuru's cheeks flushed instantly. Oh, are you still wanting more? Chen Mo grinned mischievously. If we indulge a few more times, won't that empty space within you be filled? Lin Yuru glanced at the child, imagining a row of 7 or 8 such adorable little ones lying together, and thought she would never feel empty again. That will have to wait a while, she mused. Of course, Chen Mo replied. After Lin Yuru recovered, Chen Mo entered an indefatigable mode, diligently pouring all his love into her each night. 10 months later, 2 baby boys were born, one with a 3rd-grade spiritual root and the other with a 5th-grade spiritual root. Lin Yuru increasingly relished this experience, unable to resist its allure. Another 10 months passed, and Lin Yuru was once again due to give birth. Chen Mo patiently awaited outside the delivery room, knowing that just one more child would bring his total descendants to over 50,000. After all, his progeny were actively branching out. With a larger base, the number of births would naturally increase. Although the enhancement from each child born would be lesser, the sheer volume would accumulate significantly. Chen Mo's spiritual awareness swept across the entire Chen estate. All the members of the Chen family with spiritual roots were meditating in the training grounds, led by the noticeably sturdier Chen Jiuyao, who was nearing the peak of the Qi refinement stage and on the verge of breaking into the foundation-building realm. Behind him were his siblings, all diligently practicing. This training ground was specifically arranged by Chen Mo with a spirit-gathering formation to concentrate spiritual energy, facilitating their cultivation. Every bit of spiritual energy they refined would simultaneously nourish Chen Mo, Now, even without actively cultivating, Chen Mo's internal spiritual energy was increasing at a rate comparable to that of an average golden core stage cultivator. A sudden surge of accomplishment washed over him. This was the fruit of his years of hard work. Suddenly, a clear cry of a newborn rang out. At last, the system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have accumulated 50,000 descendants. You are rewarded with the law decision, divine sword of thunder, and 100 years of arduous cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You now possess a descendant with the Qi gene sword body, receiving the unique constitution's benefits, enhancing your own constitution to the Qi gene sword body. Initially taken aback, Chen Mo's heart soared with joy. The Qi gene sword body? This constitution was even more formidable than the Gung gene physique, providing additional benefits for sword cultivators. A torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind, revealing the secrets and knowledge of the divine sword of thunder. His breath grew heavier. This technique, crafted by an immortal, was a top-tier celestial grade skill, rivaling even the legendary Tian Yao Jiubian, and only those with the Qi gene sword body could summon thunder without harming themselves. While others might attempt to practice this technique, should they attract divine lightning, they would likely be charred to a crisp before their enemies could strike. Chen Mo had long been in search of an appropriate sword technique to complement his Zhen Xian, and he had not anticipated this perfect match would manifest so fortuitously. Suddenly, a golden light shot up from the delivery room. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a sharp, golden flying sword, though it appeared more as a phantom than a tangible object. The aura of this spectral sword was so formidable that it seemed poised to tear the very heavens asunder. The skies churned with clouds, as if an unparalleled sword were about to cleave the heavens. Another celestial phenomenon? Chen Montak Momulat. The last time such a spectacle occurred was at the birth of Jiu Yao. To think the Qi gene sword body could also gain the recognition of heavenly will, producing such an extraordinary manifestation. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last long, sparing them from attracting too much attention. Otherwise, it would be reminiscent of the last time when the myriad demons came to pay homage, and it would soon be discovered that something was amiss. On the Nanchun continent, a golden radiance suddenly shot forth from the Xiangu Forbidden Land, one of the 4 great forbidden zones. Its speed was so swift that it was impossible to discern what lay within. Many cultivators outside the Forbidden Land took note of this golden light, their eyes widening with intense desire. The Xiangu Forbidden Land was said to be the place where an immortal had perished, where countless desperate cultivators had entered and never returned. Rumors spoke of the elixirs possessed by the immortal, claiming that consuming one could lead to ascension. While they all understood the improbability of such tales, the allure of an immortal's treasures was undeniable. Surely, what emerged was a celestial treasure. Did it possess sentience? Choosing its own master? The golden light raced eastward, and many cultivators sought to intercept this monumental opportunity. But alas, the radiance was too swift, leaving them far behind. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. It appears this celestial fortune belongs to me, the Wu Gui Dao Run. A hunched elder cultivator suddenly expanded in size, positioning himself directly in the path of the golden light, reaching out with a colossal hand towards it. The expression of those spirit separation stage cultivators trailing the golden light shifted dramatically. Wu Gui Daoran was a returning void stage cultivator, surpassing even the transformation stage by a significant margin. With his intervention, this celestial opportunity was surely beyond their grasp. Chapter 78. Seizing the Child's Fortune. The Divine Sword of Thunder. The Taoist Wu Gui gazed at the golden radiance nearby with immense joy. His lifespan was already nearing its end, and without further opportunities, it would be impossible for him to break through to the tribulation stage. He had originally contemplated venturing into the Xiangu Forbidden Area to test his luck. To his astonishment, before even entering the forbidden grounds, this celestial treasure had already flown forth of its own accord. It seemed that this item was fated to be with him. With unwavering confidence, Taoist Wu Gui gathered the golden light into his palm. A smile barely graced his lips when his expression abruptly changed. With a piercing sound, the golden radiance pierced through his hand. In the incredulous gaze of Taoist Wu Gui, the golden light passed through his body and continued eastward. His once formidable form rapidly deflated like a balloon losing air, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The Taoist of the returning void stage had thus met his demise. The group of cultivators who had been in pursuit, stunned and bewildered, halted in their tracks. The golden radiance had already carved out a rift in space and vanished without a trace. What kind of malevolent entity lurked within the Xiangu forbidden area that could annihilate a returning void cultivator in an instant? The celestial treasure only seeks those fated to possess it. One could only conclude that Taoist Wu Gui had been overly confident in attempting to forcibly seize the treasure. Who would ultimately claim such a precious item? Chen Mo had just entered the birthing chamber when he beheld the child in the midwife's arms. It was a male infant, still an infant, yet possessing striking features that hinted he would grow to become an unparalleled sword cultivator. Lin Yuru appeared somewhat anxious. "Darling, what was that just now? Is our child all right?" "Fear not. Our child possesses a scarlet gold sword body. This is a celestial phenomenon that the heavenly Tao has manifested in response." Chen Mo reassured her. Lin Yuru let out a sigh of relief, her excitement surging. "Does that mean he can assist the unjust, just like you, dear husband?" "Ha ha. Our son will undoubtedly surpass his father." Chen Mo took the child from the midwife, ready to name him, when suddenly his expression shifted. A flaw had been breached in the formation he had set up outside Chen Manor. A streak of golden light surged into the birthing chamber. Instinctively, Chen Mo summoned his flying sword. Chong Xian, mindful of the fragile newborn in his arms and his beloved behind him, he had to safeguard them. To his surprise, the golden light came to a halt before him. The radiance gradually dimmed, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a golden flying sword, strikingly similar to the celestial phenomenon that had just appeared. "Is this the sword soul?" Chen Montak pondat astonishit. The sword soul could only manifest when a flying sword had been refined to its ultimate form, a feat typically achievable only by cultivators of the Great Ascension stage. How could it appear here? Moreover, why did it resemble the celestial phenomenon accompanying the birth of his son? Yet, upon reflection, Chen Mo began to comprehend. The ethereal figures that had emerged during the previous celestial phenomenon, which had appeared as the myriad demons paying homage, were remnants of powerful beings from the cultivation realm, recorded by the heavenly Tao. Thus, it seemed reasonable that a flying sword with a sword soul would also be documented. At this moment, Chen Mo could easily sense the emotions emanating from the sword soul, a blend of confusion and bewilderment, as if it were questioning, why are there two scarlet gold sword bodies here? The sword body stood upright, its hilt gliding past Chen Mo and the infant, contemplating and seemingly selecting. Ultimately, perhaps due to Chen Mo's own cultivation at the late golden core stage, the hilt of the sword's soul swayed toward him. "Do you wish to follow me?" Chen Mo found himself in a daze. The hilt shook vigorously, as if nodding in affirmation. The prospect of having a sword soul willingly accompany him was an extraordinary boon, and Chen Mo naturally would not refuse. Though it was merely a sword soul without any physical form, he had no idea where the sword's true body resided. Unexpectedly, upon sensing Chen Mo's consent, the sword soul merged directly into Chong Xian. The black blade of Chong Xian suddenly erupted with streams of golden light, the dark hue gradually receding as impurities fell away. The entire sword seemed to undergo a transformation. Moments later, the once dark Chong Xian had vanished, replaced by a golden flying sword. Chen Mo could distinctly feel that its rank had now far surpassed the mid-grade of the heavenly class, even exceeding the upper grade. Attempting to control the flying sword felt as effortless as an extension of his own arm, as the sword soul seemed to have fully integrated with Chong Xian. However, this was merely a preliminary fusion. With continued refinement and honing, the sword's quality could further elevate. Observing his son excitedly reaching out to grasp Chong Xian, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This little one aspires to be a sword cultivator from such a tender age. Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled that perhaps he had inadvertently usurped his son's fortune. With a smile, he planted a kiss on the infant's cheek. "Let your father guard it for now. When you need it, I shall return it to you." Chen Mo held onto this confidence, believing that by the time his son grew, he would no longer need to rely on this flying sword to establish himself in the cultivation world. After settling the child, Chen Mo first repaired the formation before returning to his meditation chamber. The divine sword thunder control technique differed from other cultivation methods. It required persistent study to master. With his previous aptitude, a century of arduous training had allowed him to achieve modest success in the Qin Xian sword technique. Now that he possessed a scarlet gold sword body, his innate talent in the sword path should have significantly improved. What level could he reach if he devoted a century to the divine sword thunder control technique? Without hesitation, Chen Mo closed his eyes, infusing his recently acquired century of training experience into the divine sword thunder control technique. Chapter 79. The Return of Demonic Traces. A torrent of cultivation experience surged into Chen Mo's mind. In a daze, he seemed to see himself refining his sword technique under the heavenly thunder. The divine lightning unable to hinder Chong Xian's flight through the electric light, even adorning the sword body with lightning. This scene replayed endlessly day and night, as if nothing else in life could distract him from the path of the sword. After a while, Chen Mo digested these insights and slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of lightning flashed in his pupils. It appeared that even with the scarlet gold sword body, this technique could not directly achieve the highest realm of returning to simplicity. Chen Montak Pondat Kvitli. Nevertheless, the arduous cultivation over the past century had not been in vain. This sword technique had reached an extraordinary level. Although he had yet to engage in actual combat, Chen Mo was confident that, with the Zhongxian and the Divine Sword Yulei true formula, ordinary Yuaning stage cultivators would not pose a challenge to him. It was important to remember that Zhongxian contained a sword soul, providing additional enhancement to the sword technique. Upon exiting the secluded chamber, Chen Mo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A communication jade talisman had been intercepted outside the formation. Typically, those familiar with him would have set a white list on the formation, allowing the talisman to fly directly into his hands. Who could it be? Someone unfamiliar yet seeking him. With a sense of curiosity, Chen Mo opened the formation, and a black moon-shaped jade talisman fell into his hand. The Black Moon Taoist? How peculiar. Chen Mo activated the talisman with his spiritual energy, and a voice filled with concern emanated from it. Dao friend Chen Mo, recent sightings of demonic cultivators have been reported near my Xianyu Academy. Fearing they may target us, I am anxious and wish to request your assistance in strengthening the protective mountain formation. Should you agree, a generous reward awaits. Demonic cultivators? Could it be another of Luo Ho's disciples? That shouldn't be the case. Ever since Luo Mengrui located Luo Ho through his life essence, Chen Mo had specifically added restrictions to the formation. It should not be possible for them to approach in such a manner. Chen Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. Overthinking would be futile. He released Luo Ho from the ring. Upon appearing, Luo Ho exhibited excitement, only to be deflated upon noticing Chen Mo's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Jindan. This killing god, at such a rapid pace of advancement, would certainly leave him without a chance in this lifetime. When Luo Ho heard Chen Mo mention the appearance of demonic cultivators nearby and wondered if it was his disciple, he shook his head vigorously, declaring, "Impossible. I have only taken Meng Rue as my disciple. Besides, I do not know any other demonic cultivators. Those I am acquainted with are either dead at the hands of righteous cultivators or have fallen to my own blade." "All right, I understand." Chen Mo waved his hand, preparing to seal the ring once more. "Wait," Luo Ho suddenly interjected. "I just remembered, isn't there a rare treasure at Xianyu Academy called Qi Ling Tea?" "Indeed." Chen Montaka filmed. The Qi Ling Tea had been gifted to him by the Black Moon Taoist previously, and it proved beneficial for enlightening the Chen family disciples. "Then that must be it," Luo Ho mused, stroking his somewhat graying beard. Though he was unsure of who it was, he could surmise their intentions. With his hands clasped behind his back, he assumed a riddle-like demeanor. Chen Mo shot him a cold glance. "Do not play riddles with me. Speak plainly, or face the consequences." "Cough, cough, no need to rush. You know, we demonic cultivators can easily fall into madness when refining human pills or consuming blood essence. If we fail to thoroughly cleanse the cultivator's spirit and resentment, our minds may be disturbed during the process. This is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should the spiritual sea be breached, one risks descending into a mindless beast. Yet, there exist certain rare treasures capable of safeguarding one's intellect from disruption, and Qi Ling Tea is among the most accessible. Most other treasures with similar effects are controlled by powerful sections." Chen Mo began to understand. Qi Ling Tea could serve as insurance for demonic cultivators, preventing the loss of their minds. Furthermore, Qi Ling Tea was primarily used by mortals yet to cultivate, making it relatively common. Given that Xianyu Academy was originally established by wandering cultivators, it would naturally attract the attention of demonic practitioners. Understood, Chen Mo said as he raised his hand, casting the formation to seal the ring once more. In light of this, Chen Mo decided to pay a visit. After all, merely fortifying the formation could yield substantial rewards, and it would be a tragedy for a beauty like the Black Moon Taoist to perish at the hands of demonic cultivators. After arranging matters within the Chen residence, a pair of azure, spiritual wings manifested behind Chen Mo, gently flapping. His figure swiftly vanished into the horizon. The last time he had traveled to Xianyu Academy with by Man Ting, it had taken nearly a day. This time, with the acceleration of Feng Luan Jiutian, he arrived at the vicinity of Xianyu Academy in just half an hour. Chen Mo did not rush forward. Instead, he hovered in mid-air, pausing as a frown creased his brow. The surrounding environment had changed. Several valleys appeared to have shifted subtly. Chen Mo scanned his surroundings deeply, wielding Zhongxian, and discreetly erased an inconspicuous peak. Only then did he proceed toward Xianyu Academy. Prior to his arrival, Chen Mo had already contacted the Black Moon Taoist. Upon nearing, the protective mountain formation activated, and the Black Moon Taoist came forth to greet him. After a prolonged absence, the Black Moon Taoist retained her captivating presence. Adorned in her flowing black robe, her skin pale and flawless, with exquisitely delicate features framed by a simple updo that radiated charm with every gesture. However, her brow was furrowed in worry, easing only slightly upon seeing Chen Mo. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Mo directly inquired about the situation. The Black Moon Taoist expressed her concerns. Recently, several small sects nearby have encountered troubles. Their protective mountain formations are operational, yet all cultivators within have perished, their souls extracted, and their flesh and blood essence stripped away. Thus far, we have identified 3 such sects, all of which possess relatively low cultivation, the highest being Midjindan. However, there may be additional sects that have also fallen victim, of which we remain unaware. This is indeed the work of demonic cultivators, Chen Mo affirmed. So, these sects' protective formations are functioning normally? Haven't even ones I previously repaired? If even the formations he had mended could be bypassed so easily, this demonic cultivator would be rather formidable. The Black Moon Taoist shook her head. Currently, none of the known sects are among those. The formation of Jin Shan's sect, which he repaired, was once attempted to be breached but ultimately failed. This demonic cultivator likely possesses considerable formation skills, but they are still beneath yours. This is precisely why I sought your assistance in strengthening the formation. My disciple once spotted a suspicious figure nearby, fearing they might target Xianyu Academy. Chen Mo's expression turned serious. Not perhaps, but surely they will target Xianyu Academy. The Black Moon Taoist furrowed her brows in surprise. Did you detect something unusual? When I arrived, I noticed subtle changes in the mountains and rivers surrounding Xianyu Academy. You may not have noticed, but these alterations are clearly intended to harness the power of the nearby mountains, using the forces of heaven and earth to launch a direct assault on Xianyu Academy. If they complete their formation setup, given the current strength of Xianyu Academy's formation, we may not be able to withstand it. Upon hearing this, the Black Moon Taoist's expression darkened, and she immediately soared into the sky, her consciousness spreading outwards. A look of dread filled her exquisite eyes as the mountains and rivers around Xianyu Academy subtly gathered, forming the character for kill. Moreover, a chilling aura lingered among the mountains, hidden with extreme cunning. According to reason, she should possess some understanding of formations. If she had conducted a thorough examination, she should have discovered this situation long ago. However, this demon cultivator operates with extreme caution, and all the changes in the terrain have accumulated gradually over time. Chen Mo even suspects that this demon cultivator may have initially targeted the Qi Ling Cha within Xianyu Yuan, and upon realizing that the formation could not be forcibly breached, began to painstakingly arrange the formation to draw upon the power of the Earth's veins, simultaneously launching attacks on other minor sections. The Heiyuet Taoist approached Chen Mo, bowing respectfully and expressing gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your reminder. Otherwise, given a few more days, the entire Xianyu Yuan would likely fall victim to this demon cultivator. I implore you to assist in breaking the grand formation. If this scene were witnessed by other cultivators, it would surely astonish them. The cultivation world has always revered strength, and the Heiyue Daoist, now a Yuan-ing stage cultivator, humbly bows to a Jin Dan great perfection cultivator. Chen Mo helped the Heiyue Daoist to his feet and pondered for a moment. There is indeed another method. If we merely dismantle the grand formation, the demon cultivator will surely realize something has changed and will likely go into hiding. However, as the saying goes, a thief can only steal for a limited time. How can one guard against a thief indefinitely? Instead of that, it would be wiser to use this to our advantage and draw the snake out of its hole. 2 days later, within a cave approximately 1,000 miles from Xianyu Yuan, a disheveled, red-haired cultivator was meditating. He appeared to have thick eyebrows and big eyes, resembling a simple and honest person. However, his attire seemed to have been worn for an extended period, with faint traces of blood visible, and a few unruly chest hairs peeking out. In his hand, he held a black banner, the top adorned with a skull as white as jade, while the banner's surface displayed countless faces writhing in agony and despair. As the red-haired cultivator circulated his technique, streams of crimson flesh essence erupted from the black banner, causing his body to tremble with delight. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The sensation of rapidly enhancing one's strength was utterly captivating. However, as the flesh essence continued to surge, a sudden expression of anguish and sorrow appeared on his face, mirroring the tormented expressions of the faces on the banner. The red-haired cultivator promptly halted his technique, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and sighed deeply. Still not enough. This sure Hun fan cannot completely transform the lingering grievances and remnants of the soul. Fortunately, the Qi Ling Cha is nearly within reach. Today marks my moment of harvest. The red-haired cultivator seized the sure Hun fan and soared towards Xianyu Yuan. Moving aside the final mountain range, he unleashed a surge of red spiritual energy, activating the entire formation. The red-haired cultivator exhaled a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned of the Qi Ling Cha's existence, he felt as restless as a monkey itching to scratch. If he could obtain the Qi Ling Cha, he would not need to worry about succumbing to demonic deviation before reaching the Fun Shin stage. Initially, he had intended to rely on his experience with formations to sneak into Xianyu Yuan, but little did he know that the formation was set by a master. Rendre c'est impossible. The sect leader of Xianyu Yuan was also a Yuan-ing stage cultivator, on par with him. Thus, he could only leverage the geographical advantages to slowly lay his plans. Fortunately, there were other minor sects available for cultivation. Otherwise, these past 3 months would have been unbearably tedious. A thunderous sound erupted from the grand formation before him, and the red-haired cultivator patiently awaited the outcome. Each strike from the mountain's power equated to a full force attack from a Fun Shin stage cultivator. According to his calculations, the Xianyu Yuan's formation could withstand at most 5 attacks, at which point he could wait for an opportunity to seize a target. The red-haired cultivator could not help but lick his lips. He had never tasted a Yuan-ing stage cultivator before and wondered if the flavor would be even more exquisite. Suddenly, a black moon began to rise slowly. The red-haired cultivator's hair stood on end. Where in this world was there a black moon? This was the Heiyue Daoist spell. The black moon shot towards him, and the red-haired cultivator had no choice but to raise the sure Hun fan before him as a shield. Upon impact, the black moon collided with the sure Hun fan, resulting in a violent explosion of spiritual energy. The red-haired cultivator was propelled backward by the shockwave, a faint trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. To his dismay, a third of the faces on the sure Hun fan were obliterated by this strike, causing him to grimace in pain. How much effort would it take to replenish that? He had suffered a significant setback, having been ambushed. If not for the souls within the banner shielding him from most of the damage, he would have been severely injured by this single blow. It seemed he had unknowingly revealed his position. The red-haired cultivator glared at the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations and soon discerned 2 figures hovering in midair, having dispelled their concealment formation. The figures were the Heiyue Daoist in black robes and Chen Mo in white robes, with a black moon rising slowly behind them. 2 individuals? One at the Yuaning initial stage and the other at the Jin Dan Great Perfection. Just as the red-haired cultivator was about to flee, he halted abruptly. Did these mere 2 individuals think they could obstruct him? A cruel and sinister expression spread across his face, even if they had discovered him. Since the sect leader of Xianyu Yuan had emerged, he could not simply retreat. He shook the sure Hun fan in his hand. unleashing a torrent of vengeful spirits that surged forth with piercing screams and overwhelming malice, launching an assault on the two. Fepter Gahdexankamentajuxi, Gingling Distai. The most suitable special physique for demon cultivators. Just as the Heyu Daoist prepared to shatter these vengeful spirits with a black moon behind him, he suddenly recognized a familiar face among them. Though her visage had twisted in torment, he could still faintly discern her features. Elder son from the Tuo Luo sword sect, and the leader of the Hong Lian mountain manor. The Heyu Daoist's expression shifted in shock. All of these individuals belonged to nearby minor sect families, and he had not anticipated that many had fallen victim to this calamity. Yet, despite his astonishment, the Heyu Daoist did not relent, continuously casting spells as the black moon hurtled toward the vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood quietly to the side. This was the Heyu Daoist's request. Chen Mo had already helped Xian Yu Yuan detect such a significant crisis in advance, and the Heyu Daoist felt immensely grateful. Moreover, this was inherently a battle between Yuan Ing stage cultivators, and, as a mere Jin Dan Great Perfection cultivator, Chen Mo felt it would be inappropriate to intervene, fearing that his involvement could lead to unforeseen consequences, were it not for Chen Mo's ability to help maintain the concealment formation. The Heyu Daoist would have preferred that he remain within the sect until the battle concluded. Chen Mo had no objections. It was a perfect opportunity to observe the clash of Yuan Ing stage cultivators. Indeed, the disparity in strength between Yuan Ing stage cultivators and regular Jin Dan stage cultivators was astounding. The battles among Jin Dan stage cultivators relied solely on their internal spiritual energy, with the power dependent on the purity and size of the energy within the golden core. In contrast, Yuan Ing stage cultivators could channel their spiritual energy to manipulate the world's natural energies for attacks, making their spiritual energy a mere lever to pry open the forces of nature, resulting in a power incomparable to that of regular Jin Dan stage cultivators. Chen Mo was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. The Heyu Daoist unleashed several rounds of black moons, obliterating the oncoming vengeful spirits, scattering them across the heavens and the earth. It appeared he had gained a significant advantage, yet the red-haired demon cultivator showed no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile crept across his lips. Just as the Heyu Daoist was about to deal with the red-haired demon cultivator after clearing away the vengeful spirits, the crimson-haired demonic cultivator gently shook the soul-devouring banner. The vengeful spirits, previously scattered, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming sense of grievance. All these resentful energies surged towards the Heyu Daoist, each spirit seemingly questioning her within her mind. Why did you kill me? Why? Why must I be obliterated? Waves of black resentment, almost tangible, entwined around the Heyu Daoist, who revealed a visage of anguish and sorrow, her form swaying helplessly in the air. Even the black moon behind her faded silently as it lost control. The sheer magnitude of this resentment was staggering. Even Chen Mo, standing nearby, felt its repercussions. Fortunately, it only inflicted a slight impact upon him, as a sudden surge of pure energy burst forth in his mind, instantly refreshing him and erasing all lingering resentment. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback before recalling the pure spirit child that Wang Yin had once bestowed upon him. The pure spirit body maintained clarity of mind, free from the fear of succumbing to madness, a trait Chen Mo had also obtained through nurturing. The Heyu Daoist was becoming increasingly disoriented, her features appearing blurred even to Chen Mo. She raised her hand to unleash a gentle surge of spiritual energy, hoping to send Chen Mo away. Her path had already been tainted by the demonic cultivator, rendering Chen Mo's presence here perilous. Regrettably, she had completely succumbed to chaos, and her spiritual energy dissipated before it could even reach Chen Mo. She had utterly lost control over her body, and a powerful sensation of weightlessness overcame her as she helplessly plummeted towards the ground. Suddenly, a white figure materialized before her. This figure caught her mid-fall and bore the weight of all the resentment single-handedly. With the relentless waves of grievance no longer assaulting her, her surroundings gradually became clear, though she found herself still unable to muster her spiritual energy. It was then that she recognized it was Chen Mo who had lifted her, and the overwhelming resentment that had so profoundly impacted her began to dissipate upon contact with him. The Heir Taoist could even sense Chen Mo's somewhat labored breathing. Warmth emanated from him, accompanied by a subtly pleasant fragrance, much like Chen Mo himself. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired demonic cultivator stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. Even he could not bear the full brunt of such resentment at once, relying on the soul-devouring banner to gradually refine it and maintain his clarity. How could this gold-core cultivator achieve such a feat? It dawned upon him that this must be the legendary pure spirit body, perfectly suited for a demonic cultivator. Such a physique could sustain clarity during cultivation, preventing one from falling into madness. For ordinary cultivators, it was merely a commonplace trait, as it did not enhance their combat capabilities or speed of cultivation. However, in the hands of a demonic cultivator, it became an unparalleled holy body. It could freely absorb the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood without risking mental contamination, allowing one's cultivation to soar like a rocket. Desire flared intensely in the eyes of the crimson-haired demonic cultivator. He coveted Chen Mo. This treasure was even more valuable than Qiling tea. If he could capture him and refine him into a pill, he could ascend to the void returning stage without fear of falling into madness. He cackled wickedly. The Heir Taoist had lost her power to resist. A mere gold-core great perfection cultivator was as easy to handle as a child. With a thought, crimson spiritual energy morphed into a pair of blood-red hands, reaching for Chen Mo. The Heir Taoist, still cradled in Chen Mo's arms, sensed the surrounding turbulence and quickly warned, "Be careful. Run." Chen Mo replied calmly, "No need to worry. He should be the one concerned." The Heir Taoist was taken aback, nearly convinced that Chen Mo had been driven mad by the surrounding terrifying resentments. In the next moment, she witnessed Chen Mo summon a golden flying sword, its blade exuding blue-white sword energy. What kind of sword energy is this? The Heir Taoist had never encountered such a hue before. However, upon closer inspection, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This was not merely sword energy, it resembled divine thunder. The heavy Xian sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the formidable blood-red spiritual hands. It ascended into the sky, and the atmosphere darkened ominously. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, with blue-white divine thunder flashing within, mirroring the brilliance of the Xian sword. Chen Mo gently commanded, "Go." The Xian sword erupted with thunderous radiance, its sword energy surging forth, infused with immense thunderous might, striking at the crimson-haired demonic cultivator. The sword's body crackled with arcs of electricity. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be dominated by the flying sword, enveloped in layers of thunderous light. Chapter 82. This Chen family ancestor is truly a formidable figure. The Heir Taoist stared in awe as the thunder descended, her face etched with terror. Was this the might befitting a gold-core great perfection cultivator? She was certain that if she were to face such an attack, even with ample preparation, she could not withstand it. The crimson-haired demonic cultivator was infuriated. He had sensed something was amiss the moment the flying sword appeared and effortlessly shattered his spiritual hands. As the thunder approached, pain flashed in his eyes, and he summoned the soul-devouring banner. The pristine white skull atop the banner detached and lunged towards the thunder. This skull was an oddity he had unearthed from the grave of a spirit separation cultivator, having undergone extensive refinement over time, thus qualifying as a rare treasure and the core of the soul-devouring banner. The skull opened its mouth, attempting to bite the flying sword amidst the thunder. Unfortunately, it disintegrated into bone dust before even making contact with the sword. The sword's momentum remained unabated as it continued to stab at the crimson-haired demonic cultivator. With a resounding explosion, a mist of blood enveloped the vicinity of the flying sword, countless bits of flesh and blood scattering. The Heir Taoist sighed with relief, astonished that Chen Mo could indeed slay a nascent soul cultivator with his gold-core great perfection prowess. She looked at him with a complex expression, only to find that Chen Mo's demeanor had not relaxed. He remained fixated on the location of the blood mist. Hadn't he already perished? Just as the Heir Taoist pondered this, a miniaturized crimson-haired demonic cultivator suddenly emerged from the blood mist, panic-stricken, stepping on a fragment of the soul-devouring banner. This was his nascent soul. In that moment, he expended his nascent soul energy to maximize his speed, desperate to escape this terrifying place. Run. Quickly flee. This person is a harbinger of death. he is too terrifying. As long as his nascent soul could escape, reconstructing his physical form would not be a daunting task. Chen Mo pointed with one hand, and a thick layer of mysterious ice enveloped the nascent soul, freezing it in place, unable to move. As he gently descended with the heir Taoist, she regained control over her body and was set down. The heir Taoist gazed at the frozen nascent soul, her eyes filled with astonishment. This was an exceedingly advanced ice-based technique. Unless one was a practitioner of such methods, it was impossible to freeze a nascent soul. Yet, Chen Mo was not an exceptionally formidable sword cultivator. In the heir Taoist memory, sword cultivators were typically proud, believing solely in the sword in their hands. There was even a saying that only those who held an unwavering faith in the sword could tread further along the path of swordsmanship. Individuals like Chen Mo, who cultivate both swordsmanship and Tao techniques, are not uncommon. However, those who aspire to excel in both disciplines often end up rather mediocre, as the pursuit of mastery in these arts requires a substantial investment of time to develop spiritual power. It can only be said that Chen Mo's innate talent far exceeds the expectations of the heir Taoist. The mastery of formations, swordsmanship, and Tao techniques, coupled with his already renowned alchemical prowess, reveals that the Chen family's ancestral figure is indeed a formidable entity. It is no wonder that, having just emerged from the turmoil of resentment, the heir Taoist suddenly comprehends why so many disciples from the sect wish to accompany Chen Mo in his departure. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, who is oblivious to the heir Taoist's complex expressions, he approaches the red-haired demon cultivator's yuanying and unbinds the restraints upon its head. As soon as the red-haired demon cultivator realizes he can speak, he immediately pleads for mercy. "Please spare me. I was blind to your greatness, and I will no longer covet the Qiling tea." Silence. "You shall answer my questions, otherwise you will perish." The tip of the heavy sword is aimed at his yuanying, and under the threat of death, he hastily divulges everything Chen Mo wishes to know. His name is Feng, a former loose cultivator who has harbored a keen interest in formations since the inception of his training. He was later absorbed by the small cultivation family, the Wang family, and developed feelings for the eldest daughter, Wang Miao. She reciprocated his affections, but to stabilize family ties, the patriarch, Wang Feng, arranged her marriage to the son of a nearby clan leader. Feng had once pleaded with the patriarch on his behalf, only to be rejected, as his cultivation was still too weak. Despite his passion for formations, he was unable to alter the course of events. Wang Miao, seeing no hope of escaping her fate, chose to take her own life rather than marry someone she did not love. When he learned of her demise, he was nearly driven mad with grief and sought revenge, believing that if not for the patriarch's forced marriage, his beloved would not have met such a tragic end. However, his cultivation was still nascent, and when he confronted Wang Feng, who was at the initial stage of the Golden Core, he nearly faced death himself. At that moment, a woman appeared and effortlessly killed the patriarch. Observing his vengeful spirit, she imparted to him the methods of demonic cultivation, instructing him to refine and absorb Wang Feng. His power surged rapidly, and she guided him to consume the entirety of the Wang family, ultimately annihilating the clan that was to wed Wang Miao. The woman seemed to have no ulterior motives, as if she were merely enjoying the spectacle of an innocent man succumbing to the path of darkness. Once Feng reveled in his newfound strength, she departed without leaving a word or a trace, as though she had grown disinterested in the game that had concluded. Feng then wreaked havoc, but even after becoming a demon cultivator, his fascination with formations remained unwavering. Utilizing his mastery of formations, he stealthily obliterated several families and minor sections. He executed his schemes with great caution. The protective formations of these minor sects continued to function normally, often only revealing the absence of survivors long after he had vacated the area. His cultivation advanced rapidly, and he later discovered the tomb of a once-regarded ancestor of a fated family, where he crafted the soul-devouring banner from the ancestor's skull. Yet, even amidst this swift ascent in power, he suffered backlash from his methods and required the unique properties of Qiling tea to continue his practice. Thus, he sought information about Qiling tea and found his way to Xinyu Yuan, from which point Chen Mo and the others were already aware of the events that transpired. After Feng concluded his tale, he gazed at the heir Taoist and Chen Mo, pleading, "I was wrong. Grant me a chance. I will no longer practice demonic arts." nor will I covet Xian Yu Yuan. The Heyu Daoist turned to Chen Mo, seeking his counsel. She had previously heard of Chen Mo's marriage to Luo Mengrue and had even attended the banquet as a guest. Yet, despite both indulging in demonic practices, their actions were markedly different. Luo Mengrue had never crafted demonic pills. She merely practiced a technique leaning towards the demonic path, while Feng and not only cultivated demonic arts, but reveled in the suffering of countless cultivators. Feng and anxiously looked at Chen Mo, akin to a captured criminal awaiting the final verdict from the judge. Chen Mo fell into contemplation. The words spoken by Feng and bore a semblance of credibility, suggesting that an intriguing figure lurked within this narrative. Did the woman who imparted the demonic arts to you ever disclose her name or reveal her cultivation level? After a moment of reflection, Feng replied, she never divulged any information about herself. As for her cultivation, I only know she could effortlessly slay those at the initial stage of the Golden Core, and I have not witnessed her in action since. I see. Then it is clear to me. Chen Mo nodded and spoke flatly. Prepare to meet your end. Feng's complexion shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, the heavy sword pierced his yuanying, churning within. Before he could utter another word, Feng met his demise. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the Heyu Daoist's eyes. Chen Mo collected Feng's belongings, and together they soared towards Xian Yu Yuan. The formation, which appeared to harness the power of the mountains, had not been directed towards Xian Yu Yuan, as Chen Mo had already dismantled its internal structure, leaving Feng under the illusion that his plan was proceeding seamlessly. They landed upon the white jade square, the very site of their initial encounter. I truly thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have perished at the hands of that demon cultivator. The recollection of the resentment that had plagued her mind instilled a sense of dread within the Heyu Daoist. Subsequently, a green light emerged from her hand. A tea tree, no larger than a palm, materialized before Chen Mo's eyes. This diminutive tree bore dozens of tender leaves, each radiating a vivid green hue, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Even its trunk and roots appeared as if sculpted from fine jade, making it resemble a work of art rather than a mere plant. Is this the Qiling tea tree? Chen Mo exclaimed in astonishment. This item held immense value. The prosperity of Xian Yu Yuan hinged upon this tree, and now it was being presented to him as a token of gratitude. While he had been informed that a significant gift awaited him, this seemed excessively grand. Please do not take offense. This is a sapling I have cultivated from the Qiling tea tree. The true Qiling tea tree is the very foundation of Xian Yu Yuan and cannot be decided upon by me alone. However, this sapling, if planted in a place rich in spiritual energy or irrigated with a spirit spring, will grow rapidly and become indistinguishable from its mother tree. Chen Mo then accepted the sapling. This treasure would prove quite beneficial, as the Qiling tea he had brought back previously had greatly aided his children in beginning their cultivation early. With their exceptional innate talents, they now stood ahead of the curve, and Chen Mo eagerly anticipated their future accomplishments. Initially, he had only hoped to procure more Qiling tea, yet he had managed to return with a sapling as well. The Heyu Daoist observed Chen Mo accept the gift, her expression still a touch conflicted. The Qiling tea tree was originally intended as a substantial offering to reinforce the formation. At that time, it had seemed sufficient. Now, with Chen Mo's assistance, not only in fortifying the formation, but also in eradicating the demon cultivator, the gift appeared somewhat meager by comparison. However, apart from this Qiling tea tree, Xian Yu Yuan possesses no other valuable items. The gaze of Heyu Daoist swept around the surroundings, and she soon noticed a group of disciples from her sect, already holding handkerchiefs and waiting for her departure. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth, accompanied by a rosy hue on her face. Chen Mo, who had been studying the small Qiling tea tree, was suddenly interrupted as a white handkerchief was thrust into his embrace. The handkerchief was embroidered with a black moon. What is this? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Heyu Daoist, who was blushing and stammering. My fellow Daoist, your selfless act of rescue has prompted me to present you this handkerchief, which records the secret technique of the Heyu Jiluan that I have cultivated. It is a chance encounter of my own, and I wish to bestow it upon you. Oh, so it is a secret technique. Wouldn't it be better to record it on a jade talisman? Chen Mo had initially thought Heyu Daoist had something else in mind. He then began to meticulously study the handkerchief, Seeing Chen Mo genuinely delving into the secrets contained within, Heyu Daoren felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Shaking her head before dismissing the group of disciples holding handkerchiefs. Have you all finished your training for today? Hurry back to your cultivation. Admonition. The disciples could only leave with some reluctance. She then approached Chen Mo, gazing at him intently as he immersed himself in his study, ostensibly to protect him as a fellow Taoist. Chen Mo's mind was already absorbed in the secret technique of the He Yu Jilin. This technique is indeed a form of Taoist art, albeit more complex and powerful, thus classified as a secret technique akin to a method of constituting spiritual energy. With his multiple unique physical constitutions, Chen Mo experienced not only physical changes, but also a significant enhancement in comprehension. In the past, he would have found many obscure and perplexing aspects within such content, yet now he could grasp the essence at a mere glance. Moments later, Chen Mo set the handkerchief aside and closed his eyes. Heyu Daoren was somewhat astonished. Had he comprehended and memorized the mysteries so quickly? It had taken her nearly half a month to fully understand the content when she first acquired the secret technique. A series of spiritual energies began to coalesce behind Chen Mo, vaguely forming the shape of a black crescent moon. However, compared to the secret technique released by Heyu Daoren, there remained a considerable gap. Perhaps the term crescent would be more appropriate. As the spiritual energy gradually infused, the black crescent moon expanded as if being inflated. It grew larger and, in no time, reached the size of the black moon previously released by Heyu Daoren. A question flashed through her mind. Just how formidable was his golden core to sustain such a powerful He Yu Jilin? As the black moon continued to enlarge, Heyu Daoren's astonishment intensified. Eventually, 3 black full moons appeared simultaneously behind Chen Mo. Heyu Daoren could no longer contain herself, pressing one hand against her chest, overwhelmed by the tumult of her emotions. 3 full moons. Such a feat could only be achieved by thoroughly mastering this He Yu secret technique. She had to admit that despite having possessed this technique for over a decade, there were still many aspects she had yet to perfect. Comprehension is a cruel thing. Ignorance persists without guidance, and one may remain trapped at their current bottleneck for a lifetime. This bottleneck resembles a thin membrane. Once breached, entry is granted. However, for those who fall just short, no matter how creatively they try, they cannot break through that membrane. Chapter 84. The Fusion of He Yu. The true mystery of He Yu Jilin. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mo remained focused on channeling his spiritual energy. He had been operating according to the mysteries of the He Yu Jilin and had seemingly achieved the optimal state for this secret technique. Yet, he felt a sense of discomfort. It was akin to having sown seeds at a critical moment, just as they were about to sprout, only to have it abruptly halted. It seemed that further developments were expected behind the He Yu Jilin. Chen Mo withdrew his spiritual energy, allowing the black moons behind him to gradually dissipate. As a notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a secret technique for the first time, adding a secret technique panel. As a reward for this initial activation, you receive the complete secret technique He Yu Jilin. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. It turned out that secret techniques were distinctly categorized from flaw in the system, much like the 4 methods of cultivating immortality. A torrent of information regarding the He Yu Jilin surged into Chen Mo's mind, revealing that the content given to him by Heyu Daoren was merely a fragment, encompassing only about a third of the true secret technique. The essence of the He Yu Jilin lay beyond that. He became completely engrossed, rapidly absorbing the mysteries of this black moon secret technique, causing his internal spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably. Heyu Daoren was taken aback. Initially, seeing Chen Mo disperse the black moon led her to believe he was concluding his practice, only for a new black moon to slowly materialize. Moments later, she watched as the 3 black moons behind Chen Mo gradually fused together, ultimately forming an enormous black round moon. She stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. This is not right. Although her own He Yu Jilin had not reached Chen Mo's level, she was well aware that the maximum limit was 3 black moons appearing simultaneously. How could Chen Mo achieve fusion? Moreover, The massive black moon emitted an ominous aura. Fortunately, Chen Mo no hasta el intent. Once he digested these memories, the black moon behind him slowly dissipated, and he opened his eyes with a hint of delight. This secret technique was extraordinarily formidable. After receiving the system's information, Chen Mo realized that secret techniques are entirely distinct from Faja and Gongfa. Each secret technique possesses no rank. They are unique entities that either amplify one's combat prowess or enhance cultivation speed. Take the Heyu Luan, for instance. It is purely an offensive secret technique. The fusion of the 3 black moons is not Chen Mo's limit. He could continuously condense more black moons, similar to games he played in his past life. 3 moons of equal size could merge into a larger moon, which could further fuse, though this process demands exceptional control. Any moment of distraction or interruption would prevent continued fusion. Theoretically, if Chen Mo possessed sufficient spiritual energy and time, he could utilize this secret technique to endlessly stack the Heyu Jilun, ultimately creating a terrifying black moon capable of annihilating immortals. Although there are many constraints, the potential is limitless, which naturally left Chen Mo immensely satisfied. Heyu Daoren approached eagerly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. You have actually further perfected the Heyu Jilun? Chen Mo smiled and nodded. He couldn't very well disclose that it was a reward from the system. Heyu Daoren scrutinized Chen Mo with a mix of complex emotions. Part of her felt congratulatory towards his mastery of the Heyu Jilun, while another part experienced a sense of unwillingness. This Heyu Jilun had been discovered by her during her golden core stage in an abandoned cave, containing only this fragment. Yet, even as a fragment, its power was astonishing. Others had begun to refer to her as Heyu Daoren due to this iconic black moon, and over time, she had grown too lazy to correct them. After such a lengthy period of self-study of esoteric arts, I find myself eclipsed by Chen Mo's brief foray into the same. Is this the essence of competition among individuals? Nevertheless, the Heyu Daoist understands that some matters cannot be forced. If you're interested, you may practice the secret art, and I can assist you in identifying the issues at hand. Chen Mo is not one to shy away from reciprocation. Since the other party has imparted secret knowledge to him, offering guidance that could save her years of effort is certainly not a detriment. Of course, he will not divulge the complete version of the Heyu Jilun, but will merely provide insight into the incomplete techniques she has already mastered. Really? The Heyu Daoist's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, then extended his hand to rest on her fair wrist. A wisp of spiritual energy permeated her being. Upon feeling the contact, her cheeks flushed and her mind became a blank slate, leaving her uncertain of her next actions. Now, proceed with the secret art. Chen Mo's gentle voice resonated. For some reason, the sound of his voice gradually calmed her heart, and her spiritual energy began to flow naturally. In truth, consenting to another's spiritual energy circulating within oneself is inherently a perilous endeavor. Should Chen Mo choose to deliberately provoke her with his energy during her practice, it could easily lead to a backlash of the secret art. Yet, she felt an instinctual certainty that he would not harm her. As a black moon slowly ascended behind her, numerous disciples nearby quietly gathered, their eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before them. In the expansive, white jade square, Chen Mo, clad in white robes, held the hand of his sect leader, whose face was adorned with a rosy hue, while a black moon loomed behind them, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. With an unwavering expression, Chen Mo discerned the source of her difficulties and softly instructed, I have identified the issue. Maintain the operation of the secret art, then alter the flow of your spiritual energy. Subsequently, Chen Mo conveyed the intricacies of her incomplete understanding in a manner that was both profound and accessible. Throughout this process, she experienced a whirlwind of emotions, ranging from confusion to admiration, and finally to enlightenment. Ultimately, her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and the black moon behind her gradually became more defined, with a second moon beginning to form. Overcome with excitement, she stifled her joy to continue her practice of the secret art. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, affirming, excellent. At this rate, coalescing a third black moon should pose no problem. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, the Heyu Daoist could no longer contain her inner delight, and the nearly formed second black moon dissipated. What happened? Did you encounter a problem? Chen Mo inquired, furrowing his brow as he leaned in with concern. The proximity between them increased, and her eyes brimmed with panic, unable to meet his gaze. "Did something go awry in your practice?" Chen Mo asked in a soothing tone. No. The Heir Daoist's face flushed crimson. "Then what is it?" Chen Mo, puzzled, wondered why the Heir Daoist, who had been successfully practicing moments ago, suddenly appeared so bashful. After being pressed for answers, her face grew even hotter, leaving her at a loss for words. The surrounding disciples, witnessing her distress, grew anxious, and one mischievous disciple amplified their voice with spiritual energy, exclaiming, "Our sect leader is smitten." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Heir Daoist raised her hand, sealing the surrounding spiritual energy to prevent further sound transmission. Within the Xianyue Academy, comprised entirely of women, the atmosphere was harmonious, leading to such playful teasing of their leader. The Heir Daoist shot an annoyed glare at the disciple, who sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Chen Mo's hand, which had been resting on her arm, now grasped it firmly as he gently inquired, "Is there truth to what they say?" The Heir Daoist's face reddened further, and she nodded slightly. Suddenly, a surge of strength enveloped her, and before she realized it, Chen Mo had drawn her into his embrace. Instinctively, she attempted to twist away, but was met with an extraordinarily tender voice that quelled her movements. "I like you too." The news of the impending union between the Chen family's elder and the Heir Daoist spread like wildfire. The Heir Daoist, a bona fide Yuanying stage cultivator, represented formidable strength within her sect. Although the Chen family's elder had not yet reached the Yuanying stage, his combat prowess as a perfected Jindan stage cultivator was beyond question, especially since his former master, now his wife, Fei Shuang, had already broken through to the Yuanying stage. It was indeed a powerful alliance. To celebrate this union, a grand wedding was planned for 3 days hence. Invitations were dispatched to various sects and families within the cultivation community. White Manting was engaged in discussions regarding spiritual veins with the peak master of Lingbao Peak, Ho Pingkong, a Jindan perfected cultivator. Despite his slight stature resembling that of a monkey, was a most reliable figure and a core member of the Kaoshan sect. Suddenly, a jade talisman inscribed with joyous characters soared into White Manting's hand. "Oh, is the Chen family's elder to marry again?" Ho Pingkong jested. Given that messages from the Chen family elder arrived every few days, it was a routine occurrence that even the Kaoshan sect and other families had grown accustomed to. White Manting casually glanced at the message, intending to send a disciple to represent her sect, as Chen Mo's weddings had become too numerous for her to attend personally. However, upon reading that the bride was the Heir Daoist, her eyes widened in disbelief. After all, they had recently visited the Xianyue Academy together, and now so soon. Chen Mo had managed to win the heart of a Yuanying stage sect leader. Upon hearing this news, Ho Pingkong appeared momentarily stunned. Having cultivated for nearly a millennium, he had yet to find a suitable dual cultivation partner. Though he considered himself average in appearance and ability, was it truly so difficult to find a Yuanying stage fairy? Meanwhile, Chen Mo had fulfilled his ambitions, ascending from the Jindan stage to a partnership with a Yuanying stage cultivator. Ho Pingkong sighed, lamenting the disparity between their fates. He then noticed White Manting's slightly furrowed brow and mused, "Alas, this opens up more avenues for collaboration for the Chen family elder. Moreover, the Xianyue Academy is your wife's sect. I say, sect leader, why not make a sacrifice?" White Manting paused, bewildered. Sacrifice what? Perhaps sacrifice a bit of beauty to bind our Kaoshan sect with the Chen family completely. White Manting shot him an incredulous glare, but refrained from further comment. 3 days later, the sounds of gongs and drums reverberated throughout the city of Linen. Unbelievable! The Chen family elder is marrying a celestial being once more. The procession of the wedding spread across Linen, adorned with lanterns and flowers, as many followed the palanquin carried by 16 bearers, eager to catch a glimpse of the bride. They had heard tales of the bride being a Yuanying stage celestial, ensuring that this occasion would be unlike any other. Within the Chen residence, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Due to the need to allocate space for the disciples of the Xianyue Academy, the seating at the banquet consisted solely of cultivators at the Jindan stage or higher. Upon reaching the realm of Jindan, individuals generally become acquainted with one another, and the atmosphere during this period naturally improves significantly. Some Jinan cultivators even take the initiative to seek guidance from Yuanian cultivators regarding their cultivation queries, and such inquiries are rarely met with rejection. Bai Manting also sat amidst the banquet, seemingly disinterested in socializing, as she indulged in glass after glass of wine. Before long, a figure clad in a crimson robe, Chen Mo, emerged from the inner hall, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm, exuding a warm and refined aura. Among the seated cultivators were several female practitioners of the Jinan stage, who were affiliated with the Xianyu Academy. They had previously known little about the ancestral figure of the Chen family, and part of their motivation for attending was to uncover the identity of the remarkable individual who had subdued the heir Taoist. To their surprise, Chen Mo turned out to be such a dashing gentleman. A few familiar female cultivators gathered around a table, whispering amongst themselves. Heavens! This Chen family ancestor appears so youthful and handsome. Unfortunately, he has already been claimed by the heir Taoist. Otherwise, I would have thought it nothing difficult. You may not have heard, but this Chen family ancestor has taken countless wives and concubines. Even if he already has a partner, as long as he takes a liking to you, it could be a matter of mutual affection. Moreover, I have heard that, although this Chen family ancestor is a notorious concubine collector, he treats these concubines exceptionally well. Their daily expenses are never curtailed, and even a small concubine in the foundation building stage receives resources for cultivation that rival those of a Jinan cultivator. Indeed, several female practitioners' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they promptly approached Chen Mo, offering fragrant handkerchiefs. While most of their appearances could be deemed ordinary, one lady veiled in delicate silk captured Chen Mo's interest. After accepting the handkerchiefs, the sound of the bride's arrival echoed from outside. Accompanied by lanterns, the heir Taoist, adorned in a phoenix coronet and barefoot, gracefully entered the wedding hall. All present were rendered speechless. The heir Taoist, usually draped in a loose black robe, revealed an enchanting beauty after changing into her wedding attire and preparing herself. Chapter 86. The twins, both second-grade spiritual roots. The hue of red seemed to exist solely to complement the heir. Her fair skin made all female cultivators feel self-conscious, although she was called heir. Her complexion was undeniably more beautiful than moonlight. The vivid red of her lips incited an irresistible urge to kiss her passionately. She walked slowly along the red carpet to Chen Mo's side. Their fingers intertwined as they exchanged smiles. Countless envious glances were cast upon the couple, but they could not help but commend the divine match made in heaven. They bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their esteemed elders. The couple bowed to each other. They were ushered into the bridal chamber. With the officiant's words, the wedding ceremony swiftly concluded. Chen Mo lifted heir in his arms, carrying her toward their nuptial chamber. Laughter and cheers erupted behind them. Upon entering the chamber, Chen Mo gently placed heir on the bed. Unexpectedly, heir's arm slipped around Chen Mo's neck, pulling him down onto her. Chen Mo gazed at the beauty before him, his heart racing, and then playfully licked her earlobe. She widened her eyes in shock, feeling a faint electric current coursing through her body, leaving her in a state of blissful numbness. Chen Mo wore a mischievous grin. 2 weeks later, heir's abdomen remained unperturbed, and Chen Mo began to feel a sense of unease. After all, his planting skills had gained widespread acclaim, with every female cultivator having shown signs of pregnancy within 2 weeks. Eventually, heir shyly confessed, "Actually, I discovered a week ago that a baby was developing, but I was worried that if I told you, we wouldn't be able to share a bed. Chen Montak Laukit. Once the child is born, I will comfort you properly." The following day, he took heir to the base of a cliff. Heir's eyes widened in astonishment. Such abundant spiritual energy? This place as spiritual power is nearly tangible. I have only seen such paradises in texts, yet they truly exist? Chen Mo smiled silently beside her, then took her hand, guiding her deeper into the mystical realm. The further they ventured, the more evident her astonishment became. There's so many spiritual herbs here? Spiritual herbs have become increasingly scarce due to the dwindling spiritual energy in the outside world, often requiring considerable time to find suitable herbs in the wild. This scarcity was also the reason for the high prices of elixirs. Heir had previously visited a sect specializing in cultivating spiritual herbs, where the cultivation methods were meticulous. Each herb was planted according to its specific growth habits, and even the spacing between each plant was precisely calculated. Dedicated cultivators tended to these herbs daily, applying spiritual rain to sustain their basic growth needs. Yet, despite such careful nurturing, the herbs often perished unexpectedly. Who would have imagined that in Chen Mo's garden? These delicate spiritual herbs grew as freely as common weeds? The planting density and the surrounding wild grass indicated that these herbs thrived with little human intervention. Suddenly, Heiyue noticed a stream of liquid flowing beside the herbs. Upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a spiritual spring? Since marrying into the Chen family, she had been drinking from a spiritual spring, which was extravagant. However, considering that the sect leader Xianbing had also married into the family, it seemed somewhat acceptable. Who would have thought that the most opulent source would be found here, with springs abundant enough to irrigate the spiritual herbs? Chen Mo nodded with a smile, explaining that the water used for irrigating the herbs was derived from the pond, which, aside from Hai E and a few small half-merfolk, was occasionally used by other female cultivators for bathing, providing remarkable relaxation. Using this bathing water to nourish the herbs was hardly wasteful. Look over there, Chen Mo pointed ahead. Following his gesture, Heiyue immediately noticed a sapling, nearly half a person's height, adorned with lush, vibrant leaves that appeared irresistibly delightful. She recognized it as the Qiling tea tree she had gifted to Chen Mo 2 weeks prior. However, she was perplexed by its rapid growth in such a short time. Seeing her expression of curiosity, Chen Mo smiled contentedly. It was not in vain that he had specially transplanted the Qiling tea tree here. He had merely wished to hasten its growth so that future generations of the Chen family could commence their cultivation sooner. With this intention, Chen Mo had planted the sapling atop the grave of a tribulation-transcending cultivator, uncertain if it absorbed the essence of that cultivator's spirit. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy and the continuously flowing spring water, the Qiling tea tree grew swiftly. At this rate, it would likely begin producing genuine Qiling tea leaves within a few short years. Heiyue gently caressed the tea tree and suddenly noticed an anomaly, exclaiming in surprise, "I don't recall this pattern on the previous mother tree." Chen Mo stepped forward to examine the most robust main trunk, where an enigmatic pattern adorned its surface. This pattern appeared rather unfamiliar, resembling an oval-shaped spherical design. As Chen Mo scanned it with his spiritual energy, he found no abnormalities. Was this pattern indicative of something positive or negative? Heiyue slowly shook her head, uncertain. In the Xianyue Academy, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. This alteration seemed to have emerged only after the tree acquired abundant spiritual energy. The two spent half a day trying to unravel the mystery, but ultimately decided to abandon their efforts. After all, they had not detected any issues with their spiritual energy, and perhaps this tree simply preferred to grow in such a manner, resulting in this peculiar pattern. They resolved to observe the situation quietly. Before long, 10 months had passed. Heiyue was about to give birth for the first time. Chen Mo paced anxiously outside the delivery room until he finally heard the sound of a baby's cry. Although he did not receive a notification from the system, he felt no disappointment and entered the room. To his astonishment, he discovered a pair of twins. 2 baby boys looked identical, as if they had been sculpted from the same mold, their cries synchronized. Chen Mo channeled his spiritual energy to probe the 2 children's bodies. Indeed, they were true twins. While they did not possess any extraordinary constitutions, their spiritual roots were of the same exceptional quality. Both exhibited second-grade spiritual roots. Chapter 87. The Anomaly of the Xianyao Valley and Qiling Tea. Cradling the 2 brothers in his arms, Chen Mo beamed with joy. As his own spiritual roots' unique quality gradually improved, the likelihood of producing superior offspring had significantly increased. It was foreseeable that when he eventually attained a first-grade spiritual root, or even an exceptional grade 1, his children would greatly benefit from it. Given sufficient time, they could potentially form a renowned family of cultivators that would astonish everyone. Setting a modest goal, he aspired to establish a lineage within the realm of cultivation. Heiyue gazed affectionately at Chen Mo, her lips parting as she said, "Husband, the children are so adorable." Chen Mo nodded with a smile, allowing the midwife to take the children away. He and Heiyue soon became busy again. 10 months later, Heiyue gave birth to a baby girl. However, this time her spiritual root was only 3rd grade, naturally falling short compared to her 2 brothers. Chen Mo had mentally prepared himself for this and felt no significant disappointment. After settling the child, he and Heiyue left the Chun residence hand in hand. Heiyue, are you certain that the Xianyao Valley knows what this phenomenon is? Heiyue responded with unwavering confidence, asserting that if even the Xianyao Valley was unaware, then no one on the entire eastern wilderness continent would possess that knowledge. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. The couple's journey this time was prompted by the issues surrounding the small Qiling tea tree. Over the past year of Heiyue's pregnancy, the small Qiling tea had grown at an astonishing rate, and the leaves it bore had begun to exhibit some awakening effects, though not as potent as the mother tree. This was nonetheless remarkable, considering the Qiling tea in Xianyue Academy had taken thousands of years to reach its current state, while this small tree had achieved such growth in a comparatively brief period. Initially, this was a cause for celebration, but the pattern on the small Qiling tea had also enlarged considerably. The original oval design had become clearer, surrounded by other patterns that continuously morphed and materialized, resembling human facial features. Chen Mo and his dear wife were not well versed in the study of such unique spiritual plants, leading Heiyue to suggest a visit to the Xianyao Valley, where they might find answers. The Xianyao Valley held a considerable reputation, as a majority of spiritual medicines on the market were produced there, and even the materials sent to the Chun residence by the Kaishan sect were largely sourced from the Xianyao Valley. Before departing, Chen Mo took the precaution of setting up a formation beside the Qiling tea tree, instructing Shi Feishuang to monitor the area for any unusual occurrences. Their speed was astonishing. Heiyue had initially worried that her husband, being at the peak of the golden core stage, might struggle to keep up, prompting her to slow down a bit. However, to her surprise, Chen Mo flew over and lifted her, arriving at the entrance of the Xianyao Valley in no time. Under ordinary circumstances, even with all his efforts, it would have taken him at least another hour to reach there. Such an impressive husband. Hayu vispiret in Chen Mo's ia. Utterly oblivious to the fate of the single outer disciples patrolling the Xianyao Valley. After revealing their identities, they were respectfully invited inside. The Xianyue Academy and the Xianyao Valley had frequent interactions, and Chen Mo's status as the esteemed ancestor of the Chun family certainly commanded respect. Word of their arrival quickly spread throughout the Xianyao Valley. The ancestor of the Chun family, known for refining top-tier elixirs, has come to our Xianyao Valley. Really? Where is he? Forget it. He has already been received by the sect master. I heard that besides his exceptional alchemy skills, he excels in many other areas too. Of course he does. Have you seen how many concubines he has? Oh dear, sister, you are so mischievous. I was referring to his skills and formations. In the welcoming pavilion of the Xianyao Valley, constructed from purple bamboo, the three sat together. Chen Mo, Heiyue, and the valley master, Tang Zhilan. Dressed in a delicate green palace gown, Tang Zhilan adorned her hair with a blooming blue orchid, her gentle demeanor radiating feminine charm. Her cherry-red lips appeared irresistibly tempting. At that moment, she was gracefully preparing tea for the two. Chen Mo looked around and could not help but gently flick his finger against the purple bamboo, producing a melodious sound akin to that of a musical instrument. He could not restrain his admiration, remarking that only the Xianyao Valley could create a dwelling from such exquisite materials as Qingxiang bamboo. Tang Zhilan set down the teapot, smiling as she said, "This is a blessing left by our predecessors. Where can we find such craftsmanship nowadays? The tea is ready. Please do sample it." Although it cannot compare to Sister Heiyue's Qiling tea, it possesses its own unique flavor. "Oh, Zhilan, you are being too modest," Heiyue replied, lifting her teacup to explain to Chen Mo, "This tea is made from flowers of spiritual herbs. One could only taste it here in the entire cultivation world." Chen Mo raised his cup and took a sip, instantly feeling a delightful fragrance lingering in his mouth, reminiscent of floral scents wafting through his nostrils. "Excelente," he praised before setting down the cup and getting straight to the point. He had meticulously inscribed the patterns from the Qiling tea tree onto a jade talisman before leaving, in order to facilitate their discussion. After hearing his description, Tang Zhilan furrowed her brow and took the jade talisman for further examination, falling into contemplation. Heiyue and Chen Mo exchanged anxious glances and asked, "What do you think? Do you know the cause of this phenomenon? Is it good or bad?" Tang Zhilan nodded and then shook her head, stating that it was difficult to say. Based on their description, it seemed that the small Qiling tea was on the verge of developing its own consciousness. developing its own consciousness. Does that mean it could become a demon? Can spiritual herbs truly become demons? Indeed, spiritual herbs can become demons, though it is exceedingly rare for them to do so, Tang Zhilan explained, setting down the jade talisman. Typically, as long as plants and animals come into contact with spiritual energy over time, they can easily awaken their consciousness and become sentient. However, Lingji and Lingyao have long accumulated spiritual energy, making the emergence of consciousness quite challenging. Yet, once they transform into demons, they can surpass ordinary demon clans and grow stronger. The benefits include a rapid enhancement of their medicinal properties, but the downside is that they would ultimately become a demon. Dan Zilan, so mewat pu dao, tapped her head and noted that this small Qiling tea had been in Xianyu courtyard for a while without developing consciousness, making the sudden change rather peculiar. She wondered what could have caused it. Chen Mo, on the other hand, appeared to have an epiphany. He seemed to grasp the underlying reason. Chapter 88. A free labor should not be wasted. If Chen Mo's conjecture was correct, it should relate to the corpse of that formidable figure in the tribulation period. He had moved the Qiling tea to the grave of that great figure, hoping for its swift growth, not realizing that it had absorbed the essence and thereby birthed consciousness. Chen Mo inquired, now that it has begun to develop consciousness, if it continues to interact with humans, it should not pose any significant issues, right? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Zhilan nodded, stating, in theory, that is indeed the case. If we can ensure it does not come into contact with any ill-intentioned individuals. Even as a demon, it can still be a good demon with a sincere heart. Reassured, Chen Mo thought of the newly awakened demon as a blank canvas, which would take on the likeness of whoever it interacted with. Just considering the innocent who Yao Yao and Qingqing made this clear. At that moment, a voice full of dissatisfaction echoed from outside the pavilion. Where's the Chen family's ancestor? I want to see why all the premium rolling grass is being sold to him. Is it just for the San Long One Foundation establishment pill? I have crafted those before. Alongside, other female cultivators urged him to stop, saying, Elder son, you cannot enter. The Valley Master is occupied with important matters. Important matters, my foot. Today, the rolling grass is the most pressing issue. An elderly man with a beard as long as his arm disregarded the disciples' attempts to stop him and barged in. Tang Zhilan's expression changed immediately, and she stood up, her late Yuanying cultivation level manifesting without reservation. Sun Yu, have you lost your mind to cause trouble in my immortal medicine valley? Startled by the chaotic spiritual energy, the cultivator named Sun Yu trembled, stroking his beard and repeatedly saying, Master, please do not be angry. I merely heard that this batch of excellent rolling grass was all taken by the Kaoshan sect, while our Fenton Hall could only secure some mediocre ones. They have only refined a few San Longwen Foundation establishment pills. I was dissatisfied, so I came to inquire. Upon finishing, Sun Yu instinctively looked around, searching for the Chun family ancestor. Tang Zhilan coldly replied, the allocation of medicinal materials is determined by me. If you have any objections, speak to me directly. It has nothing to do with the Kaoshan sect or the Chun family ancestor. Moreover, the price paid by the Kaoshan sect for the rolling grass is already 20% higher than what your Fenton Hall offers. Good things belong to those who can afford them. Sun Yu's expression stiffened, tilting his neck as he gritted his teeth. If you want to raise the price, just say so. It's only a 20% increase, and our Fenton Hall can bear it. Finally, Chen Mo grasped the situation. It turned out that Sun Yu was coming for him. The name Fenton Hall sounded extremely familiar. It was founded by a group of cultivators passionate about alchemy. Although it had become somewhat desolate over time, it was still a significant producer of elixirs in the eastern wilderness continent. However, after collaborating with the Kaoshan sect and Chen Mo, they quickly lost their original market share. Fortunately, the elixirs crafted by Chen Mo were of the highest quality, primarily targeting the high-end market, which left a considerable portion for the Fenton Hall. The rolling grass was one of the main materials used in refining foundation establishment pills, which likely was why Sun Yu had come seeking it. Tang Zhilan's expression turned sour. In front of Chen Mo and Hei Yu, Sun Yu was being so rude. Had it been anyone else, she would have made them suffer. Yet, she understood that Sun Yu was merely a person devoted to alchemy, not necessarily harboring malicious intentions. Just as Tang Zhilan was feeling troubled, Chen Mo suddenly stood up and said, I am Chen Mo. What do you wish to discuss? As he passed by Tang Zhilan, he whispered, this matter arose because of me. Let me handle it. She gazed at him with eyes full of waves, thinking to herself that it was no wonder he had managed to win over Sister Heiyu. His thoughts were quite intricate. Sun Yu stroked his white beard, scrutinizing Chen Mo with keen eyes. You're the Chen family ancestor? Most people were astonished upon first meeting Chen Mo, as one would expect a golden core ancestor to appear elderly. Yet, Chen Mo appeared surprisingly youthful. With a smile, Chen Mo nodded. Now that the main character had appeared, Sun Yu seemed uncertain about how to proceed, as he had merely come to select medicinal materials. Upon discovering that the higher quality Rongling grass had been entirely taken by the Kaoshan sect, he had become displeased and, upon hearing the disciples discussing the arrival of the Chen family ancestor at the Immortal Medicine Valley, he rushed over in a fit of anger. After a moment of silence, Sun Yu raised his head and declared solemnly, I wish to challenge you to a duel. A duel? In what regard? Let us compete in refining foundation establishment pills. Flames of battle ignited in Sun Yu's eyes. If I win, then the Rongling grass and other high-quality spirit herbs should be divided in half with our Fendon Hall. Oh, and if you lose? Sun Yu frowned, the wrinkles on his face nearly squishing a mosquito. Gritting his teeth, he said, if I lose, all the 300 mid-grade spirit stones I brought to purchase spirit herbs will belong to you. Chen Mo shook his head, finding this wager unequal. The rights to high-quality spirit herbs could not simply be exchanged for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, these spirit stones belonged to Fendon Hall. He did not wish to deal with the aftermath of winning. Sun Yu soon realized his proposal was somewhat naive and quickly asked, then how would you like to wager? Chen Mo suppressed his smile, his gaze piercing like a sword as he fixed it on Sun Yu. Simple. If you lose, you will come to Qin Manor to refine elixirs for 30 years. The moment this was said, everyone's expression changed. The condition of refining elixirs at Qin Manor for 30 years was blatantly clear. Chen Mo sought to employ a free high-level alchemist. However, considering the content of both wagers, they seemed somewhat balanced. Sun Yu's expression turned exceedingly conflicted as he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained unfazed, having already pondered this matter. Qin Manor had now developed a certain scale. Aside from elixirs, it also had formations and spiritual springs as various means to earn spirit stones. The time consumed in refining elixirs was considerable, and for Chen Mo at this stage, it might not be worth the effort, especially since such a lengthy period could afford him the opportunity to marry several new concubines. Delaying his pursuit of concubines would only hinder his path to becoming stronger. Originally, Chen Mo had planned to cultivate his child Chen Xia with Gan Xia to inherit this alchemical enterprise, thus continuing the family legacy. However, given Chen Xia's young age, it would require time for him to bear such a significant responsibility. Conversely, this opportunity for free labor was simply too good to pass up. Chapter 89. Alchemical Competition. Sun Yu's face shifted between shades of green and white. At this moment, he realized he had acted impulsively. However, retreating now was not an option. If he backed down, the disciples of the Immortal Medicine Valley were already quite gossipy, and the news of Elder Sun's humiliation would spread far and wide. The Jiji Dan produced by the Kaoshan Zone reaches the pinnacle of quality with a triple dragon pattern, adhering to a premium route. However, it is evident that the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family cannot consistently produce a triple dragon pattern with each furnace opening. Given this, my previous creations of the finest quality Jiji Dan also bore the triple dragon pattern, albeit with a degree of instability. Yet if one were to consider the odds, it does not seem entirely hopeless. Sun Yu ultimately made up his mind, gritting his teeth and declaring, very well. With a mere glance from Tang Jilan, the disciples outside hurried to gather the required herbs for concocting the Jiji Dan. Soon, 2 sets of herbs were laid before the 2 men. Chen Mo smiled and said, since you are the senior, please choose first. Although the quality of the 2 sets of herbs had been selected to be as close as possible, there were still subtle differences in quality. Since the intention was to recruit Sun Yu as a laborer, it was essential that he felt convinced. Sun Yu snorted and began his selection earnestly. He quickly took the finest Rongling Chow, disregarding the other herbs of higher quality. Don't say, I am bullying you. I will take this primary Rongling Chow, and you can have the rest, he stated. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Sun Yu's nature was not inherently malicious. Although there was an opportunity to exchange all the herbs for the highest quality, he chose only one, while the other herbs, though not as impactful as Rong Ling Chao, were sufficiently abundant, making the overall quality of both parties quite comparable. Many disciples from the Xian Yao Gu surrounded the scene, eager to witness this rare contest between alchemists. Unwilling to miss the excitement, each side chose a relatively spacious area and retrieved their respective alchemical furnaces. Before Chen Mo stood a furnace provided by Kaoshan Zone, its surface dark and unremarkable. In contrast, Sun Yu's furnace exuded a more imposing presence, gleaming in golden hues, faintly adorned with dragon patterns, symbolizing its capability to produce exceptional elixirs with each use. Tang Lan frowned slightly as she observed the dark furnace in Chen Mo's possession. Meanwhile, the disciples of Xian Yao Gu began to murmur quietly. Why does the ancestor of the Chen family have only a low-grade Xian-level furnace? Elder Sun's furnace is of a low-grade earth level. There is inherently an additional advantage during the alchemical process, making it less prone to explosions. Will the Chen family ancestor suffer a loss? Such a handsome figure, it would be a pity. They recalled that both had previously produced exceptional triple dragon pattern GG Dan. Now, with such a significant disparity in their furnaces, was Elder Sun not guaranteed to win? Sun Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, aware that the Dan Hall specialized in alchemy, and the furnace was the lifeblood of an alchemist, naturally requiring a superior one. He had not anticipated that Chen Mo's furnace would be of such low grade. As Sun Yu manipulated the flames, controlling them with his essence, he added some herbs into the furnace and turned to look at Chen Mo, his eyes widening in surprise. Just as Chen Mo prepared to open the furnace for alchemy, a woman clad in a pink robe stepped forward, personally delivering the necessary herbs into the furnace. This woman, with delicately arched brows and eyes filled with spring, had skin as smooth and pale as fine jade, and her cherry-red lips glistened enticingly. Strands of hair framed her face, adding to her allure. The onlooking disciples collectively gasped in surprise. Isn't she Feng Sanyang, the renowned alchemist from our Xian Yaogu? It usually requires a queue to seek her services. Why is she willingly assisting the ancestor of the Chen family today? They recalled that Feng Sanyang had expressed great curiosity about the Chen family ancestor, leading to speculation about her intentions. Chen Mo was equally astonished, realizing that this proactive woman was indeed an alchemist from Xian Yaogu, explaining her familiarity with the herbs and the order of their addition. After placing the herbs into the furnace, Feng Sanyang turned to Chen Mo and bowed slightly. I am Feng Sanyang, a junior. I hope it is not too presumptuous to ask if I may assist in adding the herbs, so I may observe and learn. After speaking, she felt nervous, realizing she had acted impulsively. As an alchemist from Xian Yaogu, she had long heard of Chen Mo and was even astounded by the techniques used in a premium spirit energy pill she once purchased. Today, upon hearing of his presence at Xian Yaogu for an alchemical contest, she hurried over. Upon seeing Chen Mo's appearance, she found him to be ethereal and captivating. As he prepared to open the furnace, she could not restrain herself and stepped forward to help, only to realize her abruptness and worry that the Chen family ancestor might be displeased. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Since you were eager, then stay and assist me. Yes. Feng Sanyang felt a surge of joy within her. What she was doing was not particularly complicated, and Chen Mo could have managed without her assistance. However, who could refuse such a stunning beauty before them? Moreover, her eyes bore a striking resemblance to Ganxia's. Meanwhile, Sun Yu was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Was this preferential treatment? After all, he was also an elder in the field of alchemy. Why did no one assist him with the herbs? Even if it were a novice, it would suffice. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yu dismissed these thoughts and channeled his frustration into focus as he concentrated on crafting the GG Dan. The alchemical process was purely a matter of expertise for those in the know, while others merely observed the spectacle. Most could not comprehend the intricacies involved, only judging the outcome by the final product. Only Feng Sanyang remained fixated on Chen Mo's furnace, occasionally stealing glances at his focused demeanor. Soon, the sounds of clangs and chimes emerged from Sun Yu's side, indicating his success. A smile of delight crossed his face, perhaps due to the stakes involved. He was particularly attentive this time. The entire process flowed smoothly, akin to a serene stream. He had a faint premonition that this time might even surpass his existing record. Open. Sun Yu raised his hand, unleashing his essence to fling the furnace lid open. As wisps of white smoke billowed forth, The sound of dragon roars reverberated through the air. The onlookers were filled with excitement, counting the number of dragon roars. Moments later, the furnace fell silent. 4 roars. It is an exceptional 4-dragon pattern GG Dan. Good heavens, this surpasses even the Cao Shan Zong's offerings. Sun Yu's smile widened as he retrieved the elixirs. 3 plump, 4-dragon pattern GG Dan. Many gazes turned green with envy. These individuals were already at the peak of qi refinement, mere steps away from becoming foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, they understood that such exquisite GG Dan was beyond their reach. As the Cao Shan Zong's Tri-Dragon Pattern ones were typically purchased by esteemed families or sects to reward outstanding disciples. For a qi refinement cultivator, amassing enough wealth on their own was nothing short of a fantasy. Sun Yu cheerfully stored the elixirs before turning his gaze toward Chen Mo. From the moment the Dan Hua ignited, it became evident that Chen Mo had reached the final moment of his endeavor, and the outcome would soon be revealed. In truth, the result had been predetermined from the instant he commenced the furnace. This was the pinnacle of the C-Long 1-grade foundational elixir, and its revelation would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Dan Hall to unprecedented heights. In time, the cost for others wishing to solicit his alchemical talents would far exceed the previous rates. As the sounds of collision echoed, Chen Mo completed the final steps, extinguishing the Dan Hua. Just as he prepared to unveil the furnace, Feng Shenyang, brimming with excitement, implored, "May I have the honor of opening the furnace for you?" With her heart racing, Feng Shenyang approached the furnace step by step. All present held their breath, eager to witness the prowess of the illustrious Chen family ancestor in alchemy. A thin layer of spiritual energy enveloped her hands, her expression focused, akin to a pilgrim in reverence, as she gently lifted the lid from the furnace. A plume of white smoke billowed forth, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. The sound resonated with grandeur, surpassing the earlier commotion caused by Sun Yu by more than a mere fold. The gathered disciples displayed expressions of disbelief, as the dragon's roar reverberated like thunder, reminiscent of the legendary dragon whispering in their ears. A subtle aura of dragon majesty enveloped the entirety of the Xian Yao Gu. The roars continued, each more potent than the last, causing many to instinctively clutch nearby objects. Feng Shenyang, positioned closest, felt the sensation acutely. Her excitement caused her hair to stand on end. With every dragon's roar, her body trembled slightly. Finally, after 7 resounding roars, tranquility descended. The multitude of disciples fell into a profound silence. Even Tang Jilan, the Valley Master, could not conceal her astonishment. The creation of supreme elixir is the aspiration of every alchemist, and even crafting a single one with a single dragon pattern is something an alchemist would boast about for ages. Yet, here was Chen Mo, effortlessly producing a C-Long 1-grade foundational elixir. Her cultivation had reached the late Yuanying stage, allowing her to discern that Chen Mo was rather nonchalant about this contest. Throughout the process, he had glanced at Feng Shenyang several times, yet he still effortlessly overshadowed Sun Yu's performance. Only 2 individuals in attendance were unsurprised by the outcome: Chen Mo himself and, naturally, his wife, He Yu. Observing the reactions of those around her, He Yu secretly laughed. If they were so astonished now, how would they react should her husband reveal his other capabilities? She had witnessed him effortlessly perfecting secret techniques. Sun Yu, in disbelief, rushed to the furnace. Upon seeing the 8 C-Long 1-grade foundational elixirs within, his complexion turned ashen. He had lost. He had truly lost. And it was a resounding defeat. It was not merely the disparity in the number of dragon patterns, but also in the quantity of elixirs produced. His success in crafting 4 dragon pattern foundational elixirs was partly due to distributing the medicinal effects across those 4 pills, discarding any excess liquid. Had he allowed the liquid to coalesce naturally, he could have produced 8 foundational elixirs, but the quality would have maxed out at a single dragon pattern. He lifted his gaze to Chen Mo, astonished by the vast chasm between them, a gap of total domination. After a moment of stupefaction, he suppressed all emotions. Offering a bitter smile and bowing to Chen Mo, "The world has its share of talented individuals. I was presumptuous. I shall serve the Chen residents in alchemy for 10 years, as per our wager." In the realm of cultivation, meritocracy reigns supreme, and after witnessing Chen Mo's alchemical prowess, Sun Yu no longer harbored any underestimation. Chen Mo clasped his hands together, remarking, "Senior Sun Yu, with your extensive experience, we can exchange alchemical insights upon your arrival at the Chen residence, and I am confident we will mutually enhance our skills." Sun Yu nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. If he could indeed exchange alchemical knowledge with Chen Mo, his own skills would surely advance significantly. Considering the trade-off of 10 years of alchemical service for the guidance of an expert, it was not a loss at all. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Yu departed temporarily to convey the news to the Dan Hall. Feng Sanyang produced a handkerchief and tucked it into Chen Mo's belt before reluctantly taking her leave. Soon, only Chen Mo, Hei Yu, and Tang Jilan remained in the Yingzhuju. Tang Jilan prepared a fresh pot of tea for Chen Mo, apologizing. "I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate such an occurrence." Chen Mo waved his hand. "Master Tang, you are too courteous. This situation arose from my actions. How can I blame others?" However, he acknowledged that since this was indeed within the Xian Yao Gu, it was partly due to his role as the host. As she spoke, Tang Jilan produced a small furnace, declaring that it would be difficult to find peace of mind without offering a form of apology. This Dao Xianding was a high-quality earthly artifact, a legacy from her master. The furnace bore the inscription Dao Xian in small seal script, exuding an aura of antiquity. Such a high-grade, earthly artifact was typically reserved for prominent figures within the Dan Hall. Tang Jilan continued, "Since my master passed, no one has utilized it for alchemy. Our Xian Yao Gu has few masters in this field, and with Feng Sanyang likely to depart soon, keeping this furnace here would be wasteful. I would prefer to gift it to you as a token of apology from Xian Yao Gu." Chapter 91. May the Ancestor show favor. Hei Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having dealt with the Xian Yao Gu for quite some time, she was well acquainted with Tang Jilan. This furnace, aside from its high grade, was also one of her master's heirlooms. Tang Jilan and her master had shared a renowned bond, and it was unexpected that she would part with such a relic for Chen Mo. Evidently, her husband had truly astonished her, prompting her to invest in nurturing their connection. Chen Mo waved his hand, and the Dao Xianding flew into his grasp. Holding it, his eyes reflected satisfaction. It was undeniable that a furnace of such quality would greatly benefit him, potentially saving him about 10% of his time in alchemy without compromising the final results. "Since Master Tang insists, I shall not refuse. Should you require any alchemical assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me," Chen Mo stated with a smile. Tang Jilan beamed with satisfaction, for this was precisely her intention in bestowing the Dao Xianding upon Chen Mo. With this matter settled, Chen Mo and Hei Yu prepared to depart, and before leaving, he reached out to Feng Sanyang. Upon receiving Chen Mo's message, Feng Sanyang was overjoyed. She had not anticipated being honored in such a manner. Although her cultivation was not particularly high, resting at the initial stage of Jin Dan, and her alchemical skills were merely marginally better than average, allowing her to craft a single dragon pattern elixir with difficulty. Typically, as a guest alchemist invited by the Xian Yao Gu, leaving abruptly would not be a simple matter. However, since Master Tang had already given the order, her departure was facilitated with ease. Chen Mo, with his left arm wrapped around Hei Yu and his right arm embracing Feng Sanyang, was truly enjoying the blessings of having two companions. The pale blue wings of spiritual energy behind him swiftly propelled the trio toward the Chen residence. Meanwhile, Sun Yu made his way to the Chen mansion alone at a leisurely pace. Before the three returned home, everything necessary for the taking of a concubine had already been prepared within the Chen estate. The sounds of gongs and drums resounded throughout the city of Linen, heralding the news that the venerable ancestor of the Chen family was taking another concubine. Alongside this announcement came the astonishing news of the ancestor's recent triumph over the elders of the Dan Burning Hall in an alchemical contest. This revelation sent shockwaves through numerous cultivation families and sections. The alchemical products of the Dan Burning Hall were renowned across the entire eastern wasteland, primarily for their abundance of low-grade elixirs, which catered to the largest demographic of low-level cultivators. This reputation had long established the Dan Burning Hall's prominence. Only the Gaoshan sect had been able to somewhat suppress them, and even then, only concerning high-grade elixirs. For instance, when a cultivation family sought to procure a significant quantity of mid-grade or lower-grade elixirs, they invariably prioritized the Dan Burning Hall. reserving the Gaoshan sect for the premium elixirs used to nurture core disciples. Alas, the Dan Burning Hall had become a stepping stone for others to gain recognition. An elder son was utterly oblivious to this. It was disheartening that elder son, a core figure of the Dan Burning Hall, had been bested by the Chen family ancestor, unable to surpass him despite years immersed in the art of alchemy. Many families across the eastern wasteland remained unaware of the Chen family's illustrious reputation in cultivation. Now, with Chen Mo leveraging the Dan Burning Hall's renown, his own fame was solidified. Various sects expressed immense curiosity regarding this enigmatic ancestor of the Chen family. Upon investigation, they were astounded to discover the breadth of the Chen family's dealings, which extended beyond mere collaboration with the Gaoshan sect for elixirs. It appeared they also engaged in partnerships with the Xianbing sect concerning spiritual springs, and recently, Chen Mo had wed the leader of the Xianyu Academy. It was likely they would soon enhance production of Qi Ling tea as well. Consequently, many became particularly intrigued by the Chen family ancestor, who seemed to embody extraordinary capabilities. In terms of strength, he had achieved a remarkable feat by effortlessly slaying a late-stage golden core cultivator with a single strike at the mid-stage of golden core. In just a few years, he had broken through to the pinnacle of golden core, with the nascent soul realm imminent. Regarding alchemy, the elders of the Dan Burning Hall had no choice but to concede defeat, willingly serving the Chen family for a decade as unpaid laborers, crafting premium elixirs that incited fierce competition among the major families. In terms of formations, the Chen family ancestor even assisted various sects in repairing their protective mountain formations, undeniably earning the title of a master in formations. Naturally, while inquiring about Chen Mo, one would easily encounter the moniker of concubine crazy associated with the ancestor. The potential within Chen Mo was palpably evident, and given his generous nature towards his wives, children, and concubines, many chose to bring their unmarried daughters to the city to attend the ancestor's wedding banquet. Let's attend the wedding banquet of the Chen family ancestor. Oh, and bring along my granddaughter who is currently in seclusion. Daughter, come with your father to the wedding of the Chen family ancestor. If you are fortunate enough to catch his eye, it shall be your blessing. On the day of the wedding, the venue was packed with curious attendees eager to glimpse the appearance of Chen Mo, the man who had captivated so many beautiful female cultivators. Those among the female cultivators who had received advice from their family elders were particularly anxious. If Chen Mo were to be unsightly, even in the dark, that would be utterly unacceptable. Or if he were an elderly man, what meaning would there be in marrying him? The inability to experience the utmost joys of life would be a torment. Most attendees had heard descriptions of the Chen family ancestor's appearance. Yet such matters are often perceived as hearsay. They longed to see for themselves to ease their minds. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the groom, clad in a resplendent red robe adorned with a five-clawed golden dragon, gradually made his entrance. He donned a purple gold crown, his lips red and teeth white, and his face radiated a smile as warm as the spring breeze. The female cultivators present were instantly captivated, and without needing reminders from their families or sects, many approached Chen Mo eagerly. Chen family ancestor, this handkerchief is embroidered by my own hands. I hope you will show me favor. I beseech the ancestor for your benevolence. Amidst the enthusiastic calls and the resentful glares from the male cultivators present, a stack of fragrant handkerchiefs appeared in Chen Mo's hands. Chapter 92, one of the 9 secrets. The word secret. The bride approaches. With this announcement, Feng Sanyang gracefully made her way forward. Chen Mo gently took her fair and delicate hand, and as their gazes met, an undeniable affection blossomed between them. Feng Sanyang unabashedly reciprocated Chen Mo's feelings with her radiant eyes. Amidst the chorus of congratulations for the newlyweds, Chen Mo embraced Feng Sanyang and entered the bridal chamber. Unlike most female cultivators Chen Mo had encountered, Feng Sanyang was warm and exuberant. Chen Mo delighted in savoring this joy. Within a week, Feng Sanyang approached Chen Mo, gently caressing her belly, and shyly announced, "Husband, it seems I am with child." Chen Mo joyfully kissed her twice on the cheek and took her to reside beneath a cliff, where they drank the finest spiritual spring water infused with Qi Ling tea, ensuring their child would benefit from its wondrous properties even in the womb. Meanwhile, during this time, Sun Yu had settled into the Chen residence and found himself somewhat reluctant to leave. Initially, He had anticipated that his 10 years at the Chen residence would be a torturous ordeal, even preparing himself for a life of idleness. To his astonishment, on his very first day, he was taken aback by the sheer density of spiritual energy within the Chen estate. Just breathing it in left him feeling invigorated. This was not all. Although he had come to the Chen residence to refine elixirs, the resources allocated to him for cultivation were no less than those he received as an elder of the Dan Burning Hall. In fact, he enjoyed a daily cup of spiritual spring water, one extraordinary privilege. Even the elders of the Dan Burning Hall did not receive such treatment. While spiritual spring water was precious, consuming it daily was a luxury. The Chen residence felt like a paradise. To top it off, every time he stepped outside, a group of lively, adorable children would greet him, calling out Grandpa's Sunday. At his age, witnessing such charming children melted his heart. If all this were not enough, the most unforgettable aspect was that during his alchemical endeavors, Chen Mo would occasionally come by to offer guidance on minor issues he encountered while refining elixirs. These were mostly bad habits he had developed over time, which he rarely paid attention to, but after Chen Mo pointed them out, his efficiency and the efficacy of his elixirs improved slightly. Was this not a scholarly pursuit, rather than mere labor in the art of alchemy? Chen Mo had not anticipated that his desire for leisure would evoke such feelings in others. Nevertheless, it is, in a sense, a fortuitous development. His motivation for guiding the alchemical pursuits of his companion stemmed from the recognition that he was still some distance away from consistently producing exceptional elixirs. To fully delegate this task, it was imperative to enhance the quality of his companion's concoctions. Fortunately, Sun Lao possessed a wealth of alchemical experience, albeit having taken a few missteps along the way. Under Chen Mo's guidance, the elixirs produced have consistently achieved the standard of a single dragon's pattern. With Sun Yu's assistance, the collaborative relationship between the Chen family and the Kaoshan sect did not consume an excessive amount of his time. After all, his primary focus remained on becoming stronger, particularly in the realm of taking concubines. The means by which he garnered spirit stones were merely a strategic approach to achieving his goals. Currently, both he and the Chen family had reached a state of temporary abundance in spirit stones. Thus, he was eager to expedite his path to greater strength. However, thoughts of ascendance weighed heavily on Chen Mo's mind. He had already manifested the 4 elemental attributes, with only the final wood attribute remaining to complete the quintessence of the 5 elements. Regrettably, aside from Bymanting, there were no others possessing the special wood attribute. During this period, Bymanting had been preoccupied with matters concerning the spiritual veins, and it was rumored that her small sect remained unwilling to relent, likely to instigate further troubles. Resolving to set this matter aside, Chen Mo acknowledged that he still had time before breaking through to the yuaning stage. He would let things unfold naturally. With this realization, Chen Mo turned his gaze to Feng Sanyang by the bedside, her abdomen slightly rounded. You have worked hard. It is not arduous. My husband bears the greater burden. 10 months later, the child of Feng Sanyang and Chen Mo was born with a resounding cry. The spiritual root attribute was not particularly exceptional, possessing only a 4th-grade spiritual root. It seemed that 1st-grade spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, let alone the extraordinary variants above that tier. Nevertheless, given Chen Mo's current prowess, the limitations of spiritual roots had been significantly diminished. After all, spiritual roots only influenced the speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy. If Chen Mo diligently cultivated every day, it would have a considerable impact. Presently, the younger generation of the Chen family served as a constant source of energy, perpetually augmenting his cultivation. The birth of a child was undoubtedly a momentous occasion, and Chen Mo lavished meticulous care on Feng Sanyang and their newborn. Yet, during these tender moments of care, the two inevitably experienced moments of passion. Initially, they managed to contain their desires, but once Feng Sanyang had sufficiently recuperated, Chen Mo could no longer hold back. Feng Sanyang soon found herself pregnant again. Under Chen Mo's attentive nurturing, 10 months swiftly passed, and the fruits of their love were born on a day under the blazing sun. The long-awaited notification from the system echoed in Chen Mo's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 2,000 descendants with spiritual roots, receiving the reward of the secret technique Zimian 100 years of arduous cultivation experience. Taken aback for a moment, a torrent of memories flooded into Chen Mo's mind. Dajazimi was said to have been created by the eternal emperor of the immortal realm, and for reasons unknown, it had found its way into this realm. Its effects could only be described as transcendent. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, even those akin to the Dao wounds suffered by Shi Fei Shuang, the use of Jazimi could restore one to their former state, granting a second chance at life. If mastered to the highest level, it could even enable one to be reborn from a drop of blood, a veritable divine technique of immortality. Filled with elation, Chen Mo opened the secret technique panel. Currently, it displayed only 2 techniques under his cultivation. One was the primarily offensive Hei, Yujilin, and the other was the newly acquired Zimi. The proficiency of secret techniques was categorized similarly to spell techniques, spanning from initial understanding to mastery, eventual excellence, and the pinnacle of enlightenment. Presently, both techniques displayed a proficiency of initial understanding. Even at this rudimentary level, Chen Mo could distinctly sense that by employing Jazimi, he could regenerate even a damaged physical form. This was the terrifying potential of Jazimi without hesitation. Chen Mo allocated all of his recently acquired 100 years of arduous cultivation experience to Jazimi. He was eager to discover the proficiency that a century of diligent practice could bestow upon this secret technique. Chapter 93. Oh, is that not the esteemed leader of the Kaoshan sect? A deluge of memories surged into Chen Mo's consciousness, each fragment depicting him tirelessly employing Zimi to mend his injuries. With each repetition, the technique grew increasingly intuitive. Soon, Chen Mo opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating his countenance. After a century of rigorous training, the proficiency of Jazimi had advanced to a level of modest accomplishment. While it appeared to progress more slowly than the sword technique, it was important to note that these were fundamentally distinct forms of cultivation, with secret techniques being inherently more complex. Satisfied with reaching a level of modest achievement, Chen Mo entered the room and offered his usual words of comfort to the recently fatigued Feng Sanyang. In the ensuing months, Chen Mo indulged in a life of blissful leisure at home. Thanks to the renown of the Dan Burning Hall, the number of female cultivators seeking to enter the Chen family increased exponentially, with various prominent cultivation families frequently sending their eligible young women to propose marriage. Although Chen Mo found most of them lacking and declined their advances, several possessed exceptional beauty and figure. In the spirit of mutual affection, Chen Mo was more than willing to accept them as new concubines, often marrying one each day, while the Dan Burning Hall was reluctant to concede. The wager had been set forth by their own elder. In terms of alchemical prowess, the sect leader was likely only marginally superior to the elders, and certainly not to the level of Chen Mo's creations. Thus, the Dan Burning Hall had no choice but to swallow their pride. Amidst Chen Mo's enjoyment of life, Shi Fei Shuang entered his quarters with a grave expression. This is dire news. The Kaoshan sect is in turmoil. There are new disturbances concerning the spiritual veins, and sect leader by Manting and Ho Pingkong have been ambushed by Yuan Ing stage cultivators. The sect leader suffered grave injuries and fled into the Hengduan Mountains, while Ho Pingkong perished, his soul extinguished. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo swiftly took flight towards the Hengduan Mountains, accompanied by Shi Fei Shuang. On their way, he inquired about the details of the situation. Although Shi Fei Shuang resided in the Chen family, her origins were rooted in the Kaoshan sect, and she remained deeply invested in its affairs. She recounted that the spiritual vein had originally attracted the attention of another minor sect, the Xianyun gang. However, their leader, Fan Jian, was only at the mid-stage of Jindan, and upon the appearance of Bai Manting, a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, Fan Jian readily agreed to withdraw from the competition for the spiritual vein. What was initially thought to be the conclusion of the matter took a turn for the worse. Sometime later, Fan Jian's daughter married the leader of the Feng Lei Pavilion, located on the edge of the eastern wilderness continent. The Feng Lei Pavilion was perilously close to the northern cold continent and housed 2 late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators. Fan Jian then offered the spiritual vein to them, while simultaneously inviting Bai Manting to negotiate. Ostensibly seeking cooperation, he was, in truth, harboring an ambush, intent on annihilating the Kaoshan sect's main forces and monopolizing the spiritual vein. Under the ambush of 2 late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators, Bai Manting and Ho Pingkong found themselves utterly defenseless, with Ho Pingkang's soul obliterated on the spot. Only by Man Ting, relying on her unique constitution, managed to barely break through their magical artifacts and escape into the Hungduan Mountains. At this moment, the two late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators were scouring the area for her whereabouts. Due to her severe injuries, Bai Man Ting lacked the strength to return to the Kaoshan sect on her own and could only relay a message back. On Shi Fei Shuang's face, besides anxiety, there was even a hint of murderous intent. Both being peak masters, Shi and Ho Pingkong had shared a long-standing friendship. In terms of talent, Ho Pingkong was slightly superior to Shi Fei Shuang and had a promising chance to break through to the Yuan-Ing stage. It was inconceivable that he had fallen so abruptly. The urgent task at hand was to locate Bai Man Ting before the two late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators did. Chen Mo exerted all his internal spiritual energy, reaching his utmost speed. The two moved like a shooting star across the sky. Within the Hungduan Mountains, countless towering peaks stretched endlessly, adorned with numerous ancient trees that blotted out the sun. Typically, any cultivators passing through would pause to inhale the fresh air. However, at this moment, Bai Man Ting had no interest in such trivialities. Her once fair feet were now caked in mud, having not touched dirt in many years. The light blue palace attire she wore was splattered with droplets of blood, resembling clusters of cold plum blossoms, an alarming sight to behold. She pressed her right hand against a wound at her waist, blood flowing incessantly from the injury. A faint black aura was spreading from the wound. As she channeled her spiritual energy through her right hand to heal the injury, the dark essence persistently obstructed her recovery. Letting out a soft sigh, she leaned against a towering ancient tree and cast a protective layer of spiritual energy around herself, rendering her hidden. Merely running away was insufficient. She needed to devise another plan. The duo currently possessed ample spiritual energy, and with a little time, they would inevitably discover her location. Moreover, with her poison-inflicted injuries preventing the wound from healing, her condition would only deteriorate if she delayed further. Bei Menting is Lhotsreist. And the haunting image of peak master Ho's body exploding filled her mind, causing her breath to quicken. She longed to skin and drain the blood of Fan Jian, the one who had betrayed her. Three figures streaked across the sky, and Bai Man Ting instinctively held her breath. Although she was aware that her spiritual barrier would conceal her presence, she could not dismiss her fear in a moment of life and death. Evading this search would buy her valuable time. By then, she hoped to recover some of her spiritual energy. Although her injuries might worsen, she would at least retain enough strength to fight back, perhaps even achieve a mutual destruction. She dared not release her divine sense to probe the situation, as the fluctuations would be easily detected. For now, she relied solely on her unique spiritual energy to deceive her pursuers. Once she saw the figures pass overhead, she finally exhaled, having gained a fleeting moment of respite. She sat cross-legged, channeling her energy and maximizing every second to restore her condition. Suddenly, the wind around her seemed to still. A mocking voice echoed, "Oh, isn't this the esteemed sect leader of Kaoshan sect? A mid-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator. What a sorry sight you are hiding here." Bai Man Ting's expression darkened as she turned toward the source of the voice. A tall, slender man stepped forward. Crunching leaves underfoot, it was Fan Jian, the leader of the Xian Yun gang. In his hand, he wielded a compass artifact, its needle pointed directly at Bai Man Ting. Accompanying him were two burly cultivators, both exuding late-stage Yuan-Ing energy. Bai Man Ting immediately grasped the situation. The enemy had likely locked onto her general vicinity with their artifact, and upon passing overhead, they quickly noticed the change in direction, realizing her concealment. The two late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a cruel smile. Bai Man Ting, had you cooperated sooner, that golden core waste wouldn't have had to die. Now what will it be? Will you consider accepting our proposal? Surrender the spiritual vein, and let us enjoy ourselves, and we shall spare the rest of Kaoshan sect. Though Fan Jian was also a golden core cultivator, regarded as a waste, he bore no anger, instead supporting his companions Bai Man Ting. I advise you not to overestimate your worth. These two seniors view you as a blessing. Submit obediently for a chance at survival, rather than clinging to your sect leader's pride. A sneer flashed in Fan Jian's eyes. He was well aware of the nature of the brothers Shan Yulong and Shan Yuhu. The promise of survival was mere deceit. They merely wished to witness a proud sect leader devolve into a debased wretch pleading for pleasure. Once they had their fill, Bai Manting's life would be forfeit. After all, given her unique constitution, it would not have been easy to subdue her had it not been for this surprise attack. If they spared her life. Once she broke through to the late Yuan-Ing stage, defeating them 2-on-1 would not be impossible. Bai Manting spat contemptuously, "You must be dreaming. Even if I die, I will never satisfy your vile whims." Channeling the scant spiritual energy remaining in her body, a faint crack appeared on her Yuan-Ing. "Give it to me." D. Extracting the last vestiges of her power, the plum blossom mark on her forehead rapidly expanded. Despite her grievous condition, she unleashed a force far exceeding her usual capabilities. A colossal crimson plum blossom, spanning dozens of feet, materialized, its petals and stamen astonishingly lifelike, as if such a flower truly existed, resilient against the harshest of elements. The red blossom surged toward the three foes. As it descended, the thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground was sent swirling into the air. A flicker of hope ignited in Bai Manting's eyes, lacking the strength to release her divine sense. She could only watch with her eyes to determine if her strike bore any fruit. Soon, the leaves settled, revealing the three figures in a somewhat disheveled state. Yet they were merely disheveled. The brothers Shan Yulong and Shan Yu, who had blood trickling from their mouths, their patience wearing thin. "You shameless woman. If you insist on rejecting our hospitality, then don't blame us for being forceful." They advanced towards Bai Manting. A bitter smile crept across her face. Was it ultimately futile? It seemed she had exhausted all her trump cards, though she had sent a message to the Kaoshan sect. It was more a warning for them to flee than a plea for help. For some reason, the image of Chen Mo's smiling face flashed in her mind. It was a pity. Had she known she would face such peril today, she would have sought him out more often. Bai Manting did not entertain the thought of anyone else coming to her aid, for within the Kaoshan sect, besides herself, the highest cultivation level belonged to Shi Fei Shuang, who had just entered the Yuan-Ing stage. As for Chen Mo, he was still merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage. While he might be invincible among Golden Core cultivators, he was powerless against late-stage Yuan-Ing adversaries. Bai Manting suddenly let out a soft sigh, her body filled with chaotic spiritual energy. The faces of the brothers Shan Yulong and Shan Yuhu changed simultaneously as they exclaimed, "Self-detonation?" Bai Manting was a mid-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator. If she truly self-destructed, the explosive power would likely obliterate even a perfected Yuan-Ing cultivator. Just as the brothers prepared to retreat swiftly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from their left, and a phoenix composed entirely of spiritual energy manifested before their eyes. This majestic creature was engulfed in blazing flames, its feathers seemingly sculpted from fire, and it bore a long fiery tail as it charged toward the three. The familiar spiritual energy phoenix momentarily distracted Bai Manting, halting her chaotic energy. She vividly remembered the Huangji hairpin that Chen Mo had gifted to Shi Fei Shuang, who had been ecstatic at the time, demonstrating the phoenix multiple times in her presence, eager to wear the hairpin daily for all to see. Shi Fei Shuang had arrived? Bai Manting turned her gaze to where the phoenix had appeared, and indeed, a familiar figure emerged. Shi Fei Shuang's expression was grave as she focused intently on controlling the phoenix to attack the three. Unfortunately, as a beginner in the Yuan-Ing stage, even with the aid of the Huangji hairpin, she could only cause minor disturbances. Shan Yulong raised his hand, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that shattered the phoenix, then turned his attention to Shi Fei Shuang. Desire could not help but flicker in the eyes of both brothers. They had truly struck gold on this trip. Not expecting to encounter such a breathtaking beauty at the beginner Yuan-Ing stage, Bai Manting urgently called out, "Leave. I meant for you to retreat, not to come and save me. The sect leader is in danger. How can I stand idly by?" Shi Fei Shuang declared resolutely. Shan Yulong and Shan Yuhu exchanged glances, a sly smile creeping onto their lips. "Oh, then you can bear the consequences alongside your sect leader." The brothers felt fortunate that this woman wielding the phoenix had appeared, causing Bai Manting to hesitate and refrain from self-detonation, fearing she might harm her own people. They shared a knowing glance. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to communicate without words. Shan Yulong lunged toward Bai Manting, while Shan Yuhu charged at Shi Fei Shuang. "Today is truly a good day for us brothers. We shall enjoy this together." Just as the brothers entertained such thoughts, a sudden bellow erupted from the side. "You dare to touch my woman? You seek death." The brothers whirled around, their pupils constricting in shock. A man in a white robe suddenly appeared from another direction. This man was none other than Chen Mo, but his face bore no trace of his usual calmness. Only fury was evident. A flying sword crackling with formidable divine thunder hovered before him, and behind him loomed an enormous black moon that had undergone 27 layers of fusion, casting an ominous shadow across the sky. Chapter 95. These words can wait until the wedding. 20 minutes earlier, Chen Mo, accompanied by Fei Shuang, had been searching for Bai Mantiang's whereabouts in the Hengduan Mountains. However, they had found nothing and instead encountered the trio who were actively searching for her. Thankfully, Chen Mo's concealment formation proved effective once again. The three did not notice the presence of the two. Instead, Chen Mo observed one of them wielding a magical artifact specifically used for tracking, prompting him and Fei Shuang to stealthily follow. These two cultivators had already reached the late yuanying stage. If he did not unleash the Black Moon, he might have been able to eliminate one of them quickly with the combination of the heavy Xian and the Thunder Sword technique. The other would undoubtedly take the opportunity to retaliate against Bai Mantiang, putting even Fei Shuang at risk. It was imperative to annihilate both at once. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences for the two women. Thus, Chen Mo had been waiting, hoping Bai Mantiang could stall for a bit longer to allow him to complete the accumulation of the Black Moon. However, he had not anticipated Bai Mantiang's fierce temperament. Choosing to self-detonate, he had no choice but to let Fei Shuang make a temporary diversion. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. He had finally completed the 27th layer of the Black Moon, the terrifying energy contained within it sufficient to easily obliterate a perfected yuanying cultivator. Chen Mo summoned all his strength to propel the Black Moon towards Shan Yulong, while the flying sword shimmered with brilliant arcs of lightning, slicing toward Shan Yuhu. The brothers sensed the overwhelming aura and could only muster all their spiritual energy to ascend into the sky, wishing they could sprout wings and flee as far as possible. They had no time to contemplate how a perfected Jindan cultivator could accomplish such feats. Their desires had vanished entirely. However, having endured for so long, Chen Mo would not allow them to escape easily. Ice surged from beneath their feet, enveloping them in two mounds of profound ice. Though they quickly dispelled it with their spiritual energy, it slightly hindered their speed. The Black Moon silently opened its maw, devouring Shan Yulong without so much as a scream. Shan Yuhu was less fortunate. The heavy Xian, accompanied by overwhelming thunder, cleaved through him, severing his body in two, yet not a drop of blood spilled. The air was tinged with the scent of charred flesh. The divine thunder had carbonized his insides upon contact, preventing any blood from flowing. Shan Yuhu, a late-stage yuanying cultivator, did not perish immediately, letting out a piercing scream as chaotic energy erupted from his body. Attempting to self-detonate, Chen Mo scoffed coldly, thrusting the heavy Xian into his body, obliterating his yuanying in the process. Countless remnants of flesh rained down from the sky. As the Black Moon gradually dissipated, nothing remained except a floating storage ring. Shan Yulong had been utterly annihilated by the Black Moon's terrifying energy. With a wave of his hand, two storage rings flew into Chen Mo's grasp. Meanwhile, Fan Jian, witnessing the collapse of his greatest support, felt a surge of rage and trembled uncontrollably, yearning to flee, but Fei Shuang had already preempted him, controlling him effortlessly. Bai Mantiang, leaning against a towering ancient tree, stared blankly at Chen Mo as he approached, her mind racing with his recent words. Had he just considered her as his woman? Yet she had never expressed such feelings to him. Surely, he must have been referring to Fei Shuang. Nevertheless, his strength seemed to have increased significantly. He could instantaneously slay two late-stage yuanying cultivators, a feat she could not hope to match even if she reached the same stage. Bai Mantiang found herself lost in thought, her mind drifting back to the terrifying Black Moon and the sword that seemed capable of slicing through the heavens. She had not expected him to appear, yet her current injuries left her with no hope of recovery. Chen Mo approached Bai Mantiang, on the verge of speaking, yet she interrupted him, saying, "Wait a moment. I have been poisoned, and my injuries are too severe. Even the elixirs will not save me. I fear I may not have much time left. I want you to know that I have feelings for you." Bai Manting's complexion was ashen, her face resembling a blank canvas, her lips devoid of color. Yet she persisted in revealing her innermost thoughts to Chen Mo, Chen Mo's heart quivered slightly. Before he could utter a word, she continued, I do not wish for you to do anything. I merely want to express that it is all right if you do not reciprocate my feelings. Despite her words, a glimmer of hope lingered in her eyes. Nevertheless, who among those on the brink of death does not wish to receive a response from the one they cherish before they depart? Chen Mo embraced her tightly, sitting cross-legged as he softly said, Save these words for our wedding. A flicker of joy crossed her pale face. It seemed he held her in his heart, and that was enough for her. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Married? How can I even last 10 more minutes, let alone marry? Am I to be wed in death? Perhaps she had lost too much blood, and her mind was filled with bizarre notions. Chen Mo shook his head. I did not say you could die. After speaking, he quietly activated the Jade secret technique. A mysterious force circulated between them, instantly dispelling the dark aura surrounding Bai Man Ting's wound, causing it to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even her nearly shattered Yuan Ying began to recover, as the mysterious force flowed through her, continuously washing over her Yuan Ying, gradually erasing the cracks. Soon, her entire Yuan Ying returned to normal. Her complexion quickly regained color. If it were not for the faint traces of blood on her clothing, one would hardly believe she had just suffered grave injuries. Contrarily, Chen Mo appeared unusually fatigued. Despite having played the groom daily, he had never felt this exhausted. While the Jade secret technique was indeed effective, it was not without its toll. Chen Mo could not use it again in a short period. Bai Man Ting stood up in astonishment, dazedly feeling her now-healed body. Overwhelmed by a mixture of great joy and sorrow, her emotions surged, and crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 96. Let's go. We must eradicate the roots. Initially filled with joy, Bai Man Ting soon grew concerned, wondering if Chen Mo had employed some forbidden technique to save her. She was acutely aware of her injuries. Had she not been certain that her time was limited, she would not have uttered her feelings. She glanced at the weakened Chen Mo with concern. Are you all right? Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, just a bit drained. I will replenish my energy when you come over for our wedding night. Come over for our wedding? Bai Man Ting's gaze suddenly darted away, realizing what she had just said. What? Are you unwilling? He teased her deliberately. No, I just suddenly do not know how to respond, she stammered. He gently took her somewhat warm hand and said softly, There's no need to be nervous. I will take care of everything. However, before their marriage, there was still a matter to address. Following Chen Mo's gaze, Bai Man Ting noticed Fan Jian, who had been subdued, and a flash of icy killing intent crossed her eyes. This entire situation stemmed from him. Had it not been for him, the sect leader Ho would not have met such a fate. Upon seeing Bai Man Ting looking at him, Fan Jian immediately cowered and pleaded, Master Bai, I was wrong. I will never mention the spiritual vein to anyone again. All the resources of our Xian Yun gang are yours. I only ask for your mercy. Bai Man Ting remained silent, advancing towards Fan Jian, her aura growing increasingly formidable, accompanied by an unshakable killing intent. Fan Jian's face turned pale as he frantically cowed out. In the Feng Lei Pavilion, besides those two brothers, there's only one early-stage Yuan Ying cultivator in the Feng Lei Pavilion. Their resources can also be yours. Huh? Bai Man Ting scoffed. Do you think I would ever believe your lies again? Rest assured, whether it be your Xian Yun gang or the Feng Lei Pavilion, I will not let either escape. With that, Bai Man Ting raised her hand, casting a plum blossom seal that shot directly into Fan Jian's golden core, shattering it with a resounding crack, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Fan Jian's cultivation plummeted in an instant, from mid-golden core to early golden core, then to foundation establishment, chi refinement, and ultimately he found himself devoid of even the strength of a first-layer chi refinement cultivator. He was reduced to a mere mortal, and his visage aged rapidly. Fan Jian had spent over 700 years to reach the golden core stage. Now, all that time would be reclaimed as he became a mortal, unable to withstand the ravages of time. In no time, he transformed into an old man, hunched and white-haired, struggling even to lift a finger. Please, grant me a swift end. Just kill me. In addition to his appearance aging, his body began to manifest various ailments of old age, and now even moving was a challenge, his bones feeling as though they would shatter at a mere touch. Minutes passed, and he lost all control over his body, tears streaming down his face, experiencing the most agonizing moments of being immortal. He had once been a dignified golden core cultivator. Even in death, his eyes held a glimmer of unwillingness and regret. Bai Manting observed all of this with cold indifference. It was still insufficient. The death of Emir Fan Jian could not quell the fury within her heart. Chen Mo gently enveloped Bai Manting from behind, whispering, "Let us go. We must eradicate the roots." After collecting Fan Jian's storage ring, the three set off towards the Xianyun gang. As for Fan Jian's corpse and the remnants of his shattered flesh, they would soon become part of the flora and fauna within the Hengduan Mountains. The Xianyun gang was situated within these mountains, albeit in a relatively obscure location due to its weaker strength. In just half an hour, the trio arrived at the verdant mountain occupied by the Xianyun gang. Truly, this small sect was unworthy of its name. There was not even a protective array around the mountain. Under Chen Mo's spiritual perception, he noticed a considerable number of disciples within the Xianyun gang. Most were at the first layer of qi refinement, and many were even mere mortals. Bai Manting explained, the Xianyun gang does not prioritize the aptitude of its disciples. Anyone who pays the spirit stones can enter the sect, even mortals. These individuals do not seek immortality. They merely wish to bask in the glory of the celestial beings, making it easier to navigate the secular world without the scrutiny of officials. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, realizing why the name of this sect sounded so dubious. The Xianyun gang was relatively new, with past leaders at most reaching the foundation establishment stage. That Fan Jian's advancement to the golden core stage was akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves. Suddenly, Chen Mo let out a soft exclamation. He noticed several first-layer qi refinement cultivators carrying gray burlap sacks up the mountain. Scanning with his spiritual perception, he found that the sacks contained beautiful young maidens. The Xianyun gang was indeed engaging in such nefarious activities. Bai Manting also noticed the women who had been bound and brought here. Behind the main hall of the Xianyun gang, there was a separate room containing even more women in similar plight. The few cultivators carrying sacks were quite familiar with each other, bantering jovially. "This time, I've captured 10 women. You won't be able to catch up with me," one boasted. "Only 10? You should inquire. This is already my 12th. One man with a hooked nose remarked, patting the rear of the woman in the sack. "What does quantity matter? What I have here is truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. If it weren't for the sect master's orders, I would be tempted to keep her for myself. Be content. One of these women could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, enough silver to indulge us for decades. Even at Yuzu Inxiang, we could flaunt our status. Speaking of which, why does the sect master require so many unmarried women? Is it for? Stop your nonsense. I heard it is for Feng Lei Gu. They are merely for amusement, to be discarded afterwards. What a waste. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear throwing them away." Listening to their words, Bai Manting's anger intensified. As a practitioner, how could they bully the weak and forcibly seize innocent women? They deserve to die. With that thought, the plum blossom at her brow suddenly transformed, and countless red blossoms began to fall gracefully from the heavens, resembling true winter plum blossoms, each petal lifelike, creating the illusion of a rain of flowers. The intoxicating fragrance of the plum blossoms wafted through the air. Countless disciples looked up in astonishment, captivated by the enchanting scene, while some noticed 3 figures in the sky, resembling celestial beings. "Are they here to reward us? Sent by Feng Lei Gu? Wow, the disciples of Feng Lei Gu are incredibly beautiful. Is every one of them so stunning? With such looks, do they even need us to capture these mortals?" Some disciples reached out to grasp the falling blossoms. But as soon as they touched one, terror filled their eyes. The plum blossom contained explosive spiritual energy, far beyond what they could endure. Without even a sound, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Not good. It's an enemy attack." The disciples, realizing the danger, fled in panic, lacking even the courage to resist. Such is human nature. When faced with circumstances far beyond their abilities, the instinct is to flee. However, since Bai Manting had already taken action, she had no intention of allowing anyone to leave alive. Each petal pursued the disciples of the Xianyun gang like a harbinger of death. Soon, the entire mountain fell silent. With a wave of her hand, Bai Manting gently released the spiritual energy that unbound the sacks, and the unconscious women gradually regained consciousness. As they struggled out of the sacks and beheld their surroundings, they turned pale, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. They knelt in reverence, bowing to the celestial beings above, expressing their gratitude for the divine grace. Besides the women in the sacks, there was also a group of imprisoned women in the back hall of Xianyun Gang who were freed. The mountain echoed with their joyous cries. Bai Manting turned to Chen Mo. I intend to annihilate Feng Lei Ge before discussing marriage. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. With his assistance, they easily opened the treasury of Xianyun Gang and emptied its contents before flying towards the location of Feng Lei Ge. It must be said, Xianyun Gang was indeed impoverished. The spirit stones were pitifully few, mostly replaced by mundane treasures of gold and silver. It's no wonder they recruited disciples so indiscriminately. It seemed all the spirit stones earned went to support their sect master, Fanjian. Although Feng Lei Ge was situated on the outskirts of the eastern wilderness, with Chen Mo's rapid pace, they arrived in less than half a day. Initially, Chen Mo expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, the protective array of Feng Lei Ge was no longer operational. The disciples within had vanished without a trace, leaving the place eerily silent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo understood the situation. In such sects, core figures would typically light their life-soul lamps. As long as the lamp was lit, they were alive, and if it extinguished, they were dead. Anyone witnessing the sudden demise of two core figures, the sect master and vice sect master, both in the late stage of yuanying, would realize it was no longer safe to remain. To instantaneously eliminate two powerful late-stage yuanying cultivators meant the sect master had likely encountered a formidable opponent, perhaps one in the dividing spirit stage. Naturally, no disciple would dare linger. However, despite the absence of other disciples, Chen Mo remained confident that such a large sect must possess a treasury. Furthermore, given the aura of the two brothers, it was likely that only they knew the method to open the treasury, making it difficult for other disciples and elders to interfere. As long as they located the treasury's position, he could attempt to discern the array protecting it. The three swiftly extended their consciousness, soon identifying a potential location for the treasury. They found themselves in the core area of Feng Lei Ge, within the sect master's secret chamber, concealed and fortified by layers of arrays. These arrays were far more intricate than those set up by the Xianyun Gang. The two women, upon lightly probing with their spiritual energy, changed expressions. The array protecting the treasury was capable of unleashing attacks from a dividing spirit stage cultivator. Unless they possessed the method to enter, any rash action could trigger a counterattack. Bai Manting expressed her concern, perhaps we should abandon this plan. If we trigger the array's retaliation, it would be counterproductive. Chen Mo waved his hand. Although the array's intricacy surpassed some mountain-protecting formations he had encountered, it was not without opportunities for resolution. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Utilizing his dual pupils to pierce through illusions combined with years of experience in array formations, he swiftly dissected the array into several delicate structures. This was remarkable. While the array wasn't particularly powerful, its connections were ingeniously crafted, leading him down an unexplored path. A spark of excitement filled his gaze as he began to deftly maneuver his fingers, weaving strands of spiritual energy like thread through the deadly sections of the array, severing the connections within. Bai Manting and Shi Fei stared at Chen Mo, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had not anticipated his proficiency in array formations to reach such heights. Typically, a sect's mountain-protecting array was designed to defend against large-scale invasions, thus possessing formidable defensive and counterattack capabilities, yet it inevitably contained some vulnerabilities. However, the array safeguarding the treasury was different, as it often housed the sect's most vital treasures. The array was exquisitely crafted, akin to an impenetrable safe. Of course, exceptions existed for sects like Xianyun Gang, which lacked substantial foundations. As Chen Mo unleashed his spiritual energy, the two women could distinctly sense parts of the array being dismantled, and the lingering sense of crisis began to diminish slightly. In no time at all, Chen Mo completely dismantled the formation. The door to the secret chamber emitted a thunderous sound and swung open. Chen Mo wiped away the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This formation was indeed more challenging than the protective mountain formation. However, despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with heightened excitement. If he were to thoroughly study the structure of this formation and apply it to the Chen residence's protective array, anyone attempting to breach the Chen residence would find it nearly impossible unless they could truly overpower all methods. The two women behind him exchanged glances, their admiration for Chen Mo deepening. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand surged out from the secret chamber, rushing toward Chen Mo. His pupils constricted as he realized that this was no mere sand but a swarm of tiny yellow insects. The yellow creatures were no larger than a grain of sand, armed with sharp mandibles, and their eyes shimmered with an eerie green light. Each insect radiated the energy of a perfected golden core cultivator. Though they were individually weak, their sheer numbers were terrifying. Even a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm would be brought to their knees. The appearance of these creatures was unforeseen, having remained concealed within the formation, unnoticed by anyone. Although the two women were eager to assist, they were a moment too late. The yellow insects enveloped Chen Mo, forming a human-shaped cocoon. Chen Mo furrowed his brow as he felt the insects clinging to his body. Their energy quickly synchronized with his own, and to his astonishment, the insects did not launch an attack. Simultaneously, he realized that his spiritual awareness and hearing were severely restricted, leaving him unaware of the situation outside. Fearing for the safety of Bai Man Ting and Shi Fei Shuang, Chen Mo immediately activated the fire magic technique. As these were insects, fire should inherently counter them. Black flames erupted from Chen Mo's body, yet the insects seemed to evade the magical fire entirely, as if they had merged with him. Realizing that the insects had adjusted their energy to mimic a part of his own body, Chen Mo understood that the magic fire, being a part of himself, could not harm him. After the flames proved ineffective, he remained undeterred and summoned the Xian Bing, only to encounter a similar outcome. The ice could not penetrate the insect cocoon that had assimilated with him. With no other options, Chen Mo resorted to invoking the Chongxian. Although the divine thunder could not harm him either, the sharpness of the Chongxian allowed him to carve a shallow gash into the cocoon, which was swiftly sealed by the insects. Desperate, Chen Mo contemplated other methods to rid himself of the bothersome insects. Outside the cocoon Bai Man Ting, witnessing Chen Mo trapped in the predicament, anxiously activated the Meihua seal. Just as the blossoms began to spread, an ancient voice echoed within the chamber. I advise you against such actions, for within a second, my precious insects could drain this young lad of his life. These creatures are not to be trifled with. Both women were taken aback, turning toward the source of the voice, where they discovered an elderly man with white hair. Although he was merely at the early nascent soul stage, his energy fluctuations were exceedingly peculiar, and his eyes glimmered with the same eerie green hue as the yellow insects. You are a bug cultivator? Who are you? Bai Man Ting demanded coldly. A bug cultivator is a practitioner who specializes in utilizing insects in battle, with their cultivation closely tied to their swarm. Though not classified as demonic cultivators, they are nonetheless regarded with disdain. The insects grow not only by consuming spiritual herbs, but also through the consumption of flesh, particularly in these times when spiritual energy is scarce. Moreover, their reliance on flesh consumption means their energy does not fluctuate as that of demonic cultivators. The old man snorted. You killed my 2 sons, and now you wish to seize the treasures of my Feng Lei Pavilion, yet you do not even know who I am? Bai Man Ting's mind raced. You are another early nascent soul elder of Feng Lei Pavilion. She recalled that Fan Jian had mentioned another elder, but she never imagined that this elder was the father of Shan Yulong and Shan Yuhu, and that he had been lurking in the secret chamber, causing them to fall into such a dire situation. Indeed, I am Shan Xingen. If you wish for that golden core lad to live, you must quickly destroy your own nascent soul. Otherwise, do not blame my precious insects for their ruthlessness. After making this cold proclamation, Shan Xing and felt a wave of anxiety. While he was indeed the father of Shan Yulong and Shan Yuhu, the bonds of kinship had long faded in the face of the long years of cultivation. Though he felt a twinge of familial connection, it was minimal. Upon learning of his son's deaths in mere seconds, his first thought was to escape rather than seek revenge. However, before fleeing, he intended to seize all the treasures from Feng Lei Pavilion hidden in the secret chamber. To his surprise, the formation within was subtly altered by his rebellious sons, trapping him inside and preventing his escape. At that moment, he noticed someone attempting to breach the chamber, and their cultivation was only at the perfected golden core level. Though unsure how these 3 early nascent soul cultivators had killed his sons, he devised a plan to use the close bond among them to control the weakest of the trio and threaten the 2 female cultivators into abandoning their own powers. He was well aware that this plan was simplistic and fraught with flaws. The two female cultivators, with minimal thought, would realize it was merely a bluff. Should they choose to eliminate the golden core cultivator first, they could claim the treasures of Purify Pavilion. Yet, with no better options at hand, he decided to gamble on the possibility that the golden core cultivator held a significant place in the hearts of the two women. Bai Manting and Shi Fei Shuang exchanged worried glances at Chen Mo, who had become encased in a yellow cocoon. If it weren't for him, they would have perished long ago. This thought echoed in their minds simultaneously. Shi Fei Shuang remembered the time she had been gravely injured and unconscious. And had it not been for Chen Mo's timely provision of the Dao Yundans, she would have long since become a mere pink skeleton. Bai Manting recalled the events that had transpired in the Hengduan Mountains. She realized that she owed him a debt that could never be repaid. Taking a deep breath, Bai Manting coldly declared, "If I were to shatter my own nascent soul, would you spare Chen Mo?" Shan Xingyan sighed in relief. As long as he could eliminate these two nascent soul cultivators, he would not mind letting the golden core cultivator go. "I swear by the heavenly Tao that if you too destroy your own nascent souls, I will grant this man a chance at life. Should I break this oath, may I be devoured by my own insects." Upon hearing his solemn vow, the two women finally believed in the sincerity of his words. After exchanging a glance, both women began to channel their spiritual energy. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred at the yellow cocoon. Within the cocoon, Chen Mo found his consciousness sealed and unable to perceive the outside world. Yet, he understood that other dangers lurked beyond. Having been attacked by these insects, it was inconceivable that Bai Manting and Shi Fei Shuang would remain idle. However, he had yet to sense their spiritual energy, which only indicated that they were facing insurmountable threats and could not come to his aid. With no other choice, he resolved to take a risk. Though these insects could harmonize their life fluctuations with his own, rendering his Tao techniques ineffective against them, they were not immune to physical harm. Besides his formidable Tao techniques, he possessed an equally powerful physique, the legendary Tian Yao body. How could a perfected golden elixir Tian Yao body be harmed by these insects of the same realm? With this thought, Chen Mo suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully. A multitude of insects were drawn into his mouth, and he chewed them vigorously, producing a sound that was painfully ear-piercing. The enhancement of the Tian Yao body was comprehensive. Not only were his internal organs extraordinarily resilient, but even his teeth could be regarded as artifacts. The insects stood no chance against him. Surprisingly, despite their peculiar appearance, the taste was delightful, akin to crispy chicken. As he swallowed, a unique spiritual energy infused into his being. These insects were undeniably akin to walking elixirs. Elated, Chen Mo inhaled again, consuming and refining more insects. From the perspective of the three outside the cocoon, a small vortex suddenly appeared at the head of the humanoid cocoon, forcibly drawing in a vast number of insects before they vanished. The two women rejoiced, realizing that Chen Mo had found a way to break free, and thus they no longer needed to resort to desperate measures. Meanwhile, the insect cultivator Shan Xingyan was furious, spitting blood and rage. These insects were manifestations of his spiritual essence, treated with utmost care. Even the death of a single one would wound his heart. Now, seeing so many consumed by Chen Mo filled him with fury. He could clearly sense that his spiritual essence attached to these insects was being directly refined by Chen Mo. A savage expression crossed his face. Initially, he had intended to use the insects to trap Chen Mo and threaten the two women, but now it seemed impossible. He immediately commanded the insects to attack Chen Mo with their sharp mandibles. Confident in his insects, he believed that if they could pierce even a little skin, they could continuously extract Chen Mo's essence. Countless sharp mandibles lunged at Chen Mo, but as they clashed against him, a sound of metal meeting metal rang out, revealing that they could not inflict any harm. Shan Xingyan gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even a cultivator of the same level should not possess such a robust physique. Seeing Chen Mo unscathed, Bai Manting swiftly activated her techniques, unleashing a cold plum blossom that struck Shan Xingyan, who was immobilized by the formation, rendering him helpless. He died, unyielding. With Shan Xingyan's death, the insects surrounding Chen Mo lost their guiding force, attempting to follow their last command to bite through his skin, but it was all in vain. Soon, they were entirely refined by Chen Mo, who let out a satisfied burp. The Tian Yao body was indeed extraordinary, These insects, once successfully attached to a human, could be exceedingly troublesome. Typically, cultivators would need to destroy them before they got close. Otherwise, even a physical cultivator would face inevitable demise. If not for the existence of the Tianyao body, this encounter could have turned disastrous. Of course, these insect cultivators were not invincible. This time, they had merely taken advantage of the sealed environment, preventing Chen Mo from sensing them. In a normal confrontation, Chen Mo possessed countless methods to eliminate these spiritual insects from the outset. Upon confirming Chen Mo's safety, the two women rushed into his embrace, their relief palpable, and he could faintly hear their sobs. They had genuinely feared for his life and were prepared to comply with the request to sacrifice their essence. Chen Mo, taken aback, lifted their chins and noticed that Shi Feishuang's eyes were swollen from tears, while Bai Manting, though slightly better, also had reddened eyes, hinting at unshed tears. What happened out there? Did that old man bully you? No, we were just worried about you. The two women recounted Shan Xing'an's threats, and upon learning they had considered sacrificing their essence to save him, Chen Mo felt a surge of gratitude. He playfully flicked their noses and said, "Silly girls, prioritize your own safety. Trust that your husband will protect you." At these words, Shi Feishuang was unfazed, accustomed to calling Chen Mo her husband. However, Bai Manting, though she felt a mutual affection, had yet to cross the final threshold. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, stirring excitement within Chen Mo. "Gome, let us see what treasures lie within this secret chamber." The trio ventured deeper, with Chen Mo not forgetting to collect Shan Xing'an's storage ring. He incinerated the corpse with a burst of magical fire, ensuring that neither spirit nor essence remained. The Purify Pavilion was a formidable sect, rivaling even the likes of the Kaoshan sect. Thus, their secret chambers were sure to house numerous treasures. Before them stood a row of wooden racks, each adorned with various heavenly materials, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Wow, is this a soul-locking jade? Even if someone is gravely injured, this jade can forcefully stabilize their condition for a month. Shi Feishuang exclaimed, holding a blue gem with immense delight. Chen Mo strolled leisurely through the treasure trove. Having seen countless wonders before, he had previously acquired items of similar quality from a tribulation-stage cultivator's ring, now residing within the Chun family's treasury. Unless this secret chamber contained something truly rare, these items would hardly catch his discerning eye. Bai Manting and Shi Feishuang, however, were like housewives in a grand supermarket, gleefully exploring their potential acquisitions. "This is Emu essence," Bai Manting suddenly cried out, holding a vibrant green orb teeming with vitality. A crucial item for her advancement to the late Yuanying stage. Yet, Bai Manting could not shake the feeling that all of this was due to Chen Mo's efforts. Could she truly take these treasures? Though the leader of a sect, she was still a woman, grappling with such trivial concerns. Chen Mo, perceiving her hesitation, smiled and said, "If you like it, take it." At this, Bai Manting's face brightened, only for Chen Mo's next words to leave her blushing. "Once you marry me, your entire being will belong to me." After teasing Bai Manting, Chen Mo arrived at the left side of the secret chamber. He had already examined this chamber. Although the treasures within were somewhat commendable, their value was not particularly high. He could simply pack them all up and bring them back to the Chen residence. However, there seemed to be some hidden secrets on the left side of the chamber. Closing his eyes and then reopening them, his unique pupils slowly swirled, as if containing the profound truths of a universe. To his surprise, under his gaze there was indeed something else present. Though it was not the celestial materials he had anticipated. Instead, it was a small world. The ability to create a separate small world could only be achieved by a formidable figure at the transformation stage. The mere Purify Pavilion lacked such capability. Moreover, this small world appeared to have been untouched for a long time. Chen Mo speculated that it might be the remnants of an ancient cultivation sect, later usurped by the Purify Pavilion. Yet they likely remained oblivious to the existence of this separate small world. Attempting to channel his spiritual energy, Chen Mo, despite only being at the perfected golden core stage, possessed a vast reservoir of spiritual power akin to an ocean. Nevertheless, it nearly depleted all his energy before he managed to open a small crack in this world. With renewed focus, he probed inside with his consciousness, instantly revealing the condition within. Disappointment washed over him when he realized that he had not discovered a space akin to that beneath the cliff. where he could refine the small world for his own use. Instead, this small world was minuscule, no more than 50 square meters, even smaller than his storage ring. It was in utter disarray, bearing numerous signs of past battles, and the spiritual energy within was severely depleted, devoid of any flora or fauna. Rather than a small world, it resembled fragmented space, akin to a tasteless morsel. Chen Mo meticulously searched through the remaining items, but due to the lack of spiritual energy, everything had lost its essence over countless years. A gentle touch reduced them to dust. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness in disappointment, he unexpectedly discovered a red box in a relatively intact room. The box appeared to be well preserved, yet its contents could not be discerned through his spiritual sense. Channeling his energy, Chen Mo retrieved the red box. As soon as it was extracted from a small world, the entire realm collapsed, leaving Chen Mo astounded. So, this red box was the key to maintaining the space. The two women also noticed his actions and gathered around him. Curiously, Chen Mo opened the red box, revealing its contents to the three of them. Inside lay an egg, a long oval-shaped egg adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to unveil the profound truths of the universe at a mere glance. What kind of egg is this? It appeared extraordinarily remarkable. Upon realizing that this item was discovered from a space lost to time, the two women gasped in unison. Surely, this egg must be dead. Even a dead egg exudes such mystery. One can only imagine the grandeur of the ancient cultivators. Chen Mo shook his head. Even his unique pupils could not penetrate the mystery of what creature lay within. However, he sensed that the egg was alive, instinctively absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as soon as it appeared. After some contemplation, Chen Mo decided to return the egg to the red box and seal it with layers of seals. After all, who knew what kind of entity resided within? The demise of the ancient cultivators had been the subject of much speculation. What if it was related to this creature? It was wiser to exercise caution, at least until he could research some information. After collecting all the items from this treasure trove into his storage ring, Chen Mo first returned by manting to the Kaoshan sect, before flying towards the Chen residence. Given that Ho Pingkong, one of the peak leaders, had recently passed by manting, as the sect leader naturally needed to comfort the members of the sect, and some matters regarding Lingbao Peak required handover. Thus, they agreed to marry 7 days later. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Mo first examined the storage rings of the three Yuanying stage cultivators. The rings of the Shan Yulong brothers contained mostly high-grade spirit stones and a few low-grade, earth-level artifacts, which Chen Mo deemed unworthy and decided to use as part of the Chen family's foundation. Once a descendant of his reached the corresponding strength, he could reward them. However, the storage ring of the insect cultivator elder yielded an unexpected discovery. A flash of light in Chen Mo's hand revealed an ancient-looking bamboo slip inscribed with a technique called the Wan Yuzhenjing. Initially, Chen Mo thought this was merely the method the elder used to control insects, but upon closer examination, he realized its extraordinary nature. Controlling insects was merely one of its techniques, and a rather inferior one at that, despite its name suggesting mastery over myriad beings. It did not imply the control of 1,000 insects. After all, commanding a single creature required a portion of one's mental focus, and lacking in spirit could pose great risks to one as cultivation. However, if one could command a particularly powerful being, that creature could become an invaluable ally, ensuring loyalty and granting a portion of its abilities. For instance, Shan Xingyan had acquired the vision of that spirit insect, which transformed his eyes to resemble those of the creature. Chen Mo had only perused the technique for a short while when he found himself increasingly captivated. After studying the entirety of the technique, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the heavenly grade superior technique. Wan Yuzhenjing. Chen Mo was initially taken aback, then elated. This was indeed a heavenly grade superior technique. Shan Xingyan had truly been blind to the mountain, using so many insects that he diminished its true efficacy. After the initial joy, Chen Mo gradually regained his composure. The Wan Yuzhenjing, as a heavenly grade superior technique, could not possibly be something someone like Shan Xingyan could casually stumble upon. Such a technique, if it were to be leaked, would surely attract the covetous eyes of the most powerful sections. Fortunately, Chen Xing'an lacked a system and could not directly assess the technique's grade. And the sheer number of insects he commanded rendered his practice crude and unfocused, which allowed this treasure to gather dust. Recalling the small world within the Physique Pavilion, Chen Mo formed a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the Wan Yuzhenjing was originally a technique left behind by the sect that once occupied the Physique Pavilion. The fact that the technique was recorded on bamboo slips rather than jade talismans also aligned with the practices of ancient cultivators. Chen Mo promptly contacted the members of the Baibao Pavilion, requesting their assistance in gathering information about the Wan Yuzhenjing and any records pertaining to the Physique Pavilion from ancient times. The Baibao Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation for possessing the most robust channels in the cultivation world, as they contacted Chen Mo again within half a day. They had unearthed some records from ancient texts regarding the Wan Yuzhenjing. After expending the cost of 2 medium-grade ling stones, Chen Mo acquired this segment of information. It is rumored that the Wan Yuzhenjing is the most pivotal technique within the ancient cultivation sect, Wan Yuzong, and only the core disciples are permitted to practice it. With the encounter of sufficiently powerful spirit beasts, the cultivators of Wan Yuzong can even fight beyond their ranks, with records stating that they once commanded divine dragons. At the height of its power, Wan Yuzong was revered as one of the 4 sacred lands. Chen Mo's gaze intensified with fervor. If he could find a spirit beast of great potential, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. As for the origin of the spirit beast, Chen Mo's hand glimmered, and the sealed red box materialized before him. Although he was uncertain of the creature within the egg, based on the information he had recently uncovered, he was 80% confident that the small world in question was indeed a domain opened by Wan Yuzong, suggesting that this egg was likely prepared for its core disciples. No, it might not even be for the core disciples, but rather for the offspring of some significant figure. After all, the entire small world had nearly exhausted its spiritual energy to the brink of collapse, yet this egg still retained vitality. What a formidable life force it must possess. Moreover, with the current decline in the concentration of spiritual energy in the world, spirit beasts have become scarce, and even those that exist are significantly limited in potential. Chen Mo's options were rather limited. Rather than commanding a horde of worthless insects like Chen Xing'an, he might as well try his luck. With the Wan Yuzhenjing in hand, he could surely master whatever creature emerged from the egg, and rebellion was out of the question. Even if he were absent from home, a powerful spirit beast would guard the Chen residence. Without hesitation, Chen Mo began to unravel the seals on the red box and retrieve the egg. The moment it appeared, the egg began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy as if it were a parched land receiving rain, particularly in the Chen residence where the spiritual energy was already abundant. Chen Mo extended his hand to caress the eggshell, faintly sensing a powerful being developing within. Merging his consciousness with spiritual energy, he delved into the egg. The Wan Yuzhenjing operated at full capacity, and, as the technique indicated, the stronger the spirit beast, the more challenging it would be to form a contract at this stage. As he probed, a nascent consciousness emerged in Chen Mo's perception. Was this the being within the egg? At that moment, the entity had yet to take shape, rendering Chen Mo unable to ascertain its nature. However, it soon became aware of Chen Mo's presence and eagerly approached his consciousness. Chen Mo retracted his spiritual energy with a peculiar expression. It was too smooth. Perhaps the creature within had been waiting too long for the right moment. Upon noticing Chen Mo's consciousness, it readily completed the contract, becoming Chen Mo's spirit beast. Although Chen Mo had withdrawn his spiritual energy, he felt an inseparable connection to the egg, even distinctly sensing its thirst for spiritual energy. Whether it was an illusion or not, he detected a familiar sensation emanating from the egg. This feeling was reminiscent of the dragon's might that permeated the air when refining top-tier elixirs. A spark of enthusiasm flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Could this possibly be a dragon egg? Dragons had long vanished since ancient times, and the present understanding of dragons among cultivators was mostly derived from ancient texts, which only hinted at their immense power. If he truly managed to acquire a dragon this time, it would be a remarkable gain. While others' guardian spirit beasts were often lesser creatures with traces of ancient divine bloodlines, the Chen family would possess an ancient divine beast. To hasten the egg's hatching, Chen Mo placed it beneath the Qi Ling tea tree, the location teeming with spiritual energy. As soon as the egg was set down, it swiftly consumed the nearly tangible spiritual energy surrounding it, even forming a vortex of spiritual energy above it. Sensing the excitement radiating from the egg, Chen Mo gently stroked its shell, and the egg trembled slightly in response. After standing up, Chen Mo checked on the Qi Ling tea tree, noticing that the face upon it had become increasingly defined, suggesting that it would soon attain true consciousness. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the Chen residence was becoming more and more filled with peculiarities. Soon, 7 days passed, coinciding with the wedding of Chen Mo and Bai Manting. Their union was anticipated by many, given that the Chen family's ancestor initially established a high-end brothel in the mortal realm under the banner of the Kaoshan Zone, later collaborating with the sect to sell elixirs, thus reaping benefits. However, the news shattered the hearts of countless male cultivators. Bai Manting, aside from being the sect leader's daughter, was renowned for her beauty. Even a cultivator in the dividing spirit stage once sought her hand in partnership, only to be resolutely rejected in favor of pursuing the Tao. Not to mention, male disciples of Kaoshan Zone harbored dreams of winning over the sect leader, with many unspoken affections now dashed. As the saying goes, a disciple who does not wish to bed the sect leader is not a good cook. Under such circumstances, the wedding was exceedingly grand, with guests overflowing the Chen residence, compelling Chen Mo to arrange seating in the air to accommodate the multitude. Naturally, Chen Montag was erwartet. Aside from the prospect of marrying the sect leader, there was an even more significant reason. He was on the verge of collecting the 5 elemental special physiques, with just one final push remaining. Chapter 102 Breakthrough. 5 Elements Yuaning. As Bai Manting descended from the sky, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal gown, accompanied by plum blossoms, her exquisite and unadorned visage, complemented by the red plum blossom at her brow, resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Everyone was left in awe, and one could almost hear the sound of swallow breaths. Chen Mo stepped forward to take Bai Manting's hand, and the pair, as if destined lovers, gracefully walked toward the wedding hall. That night, as Chen Mo gently lifted Bai Manting's red veil, his gaze sharpened with astonishment. Perhaps it was the flickering candlelight that accentuated Bai Manting's ethereal beauty. "Husband, it's getting late. We should retire for the night," Bai Manting suggested, biting her lip. "So soon? I am not prepared to rest tonight." Chen Mo replied with a mischievous grin. Then we shall rest, after having 5 children." Chen Mo longed playfully at Bai Manting amidst her delicate gasps. A night of sleepless passion ensued. The days that followed were rather mundane. Each day, Chen Mo found himself entangled with Bai Manting while also checking on the egg and the Qi Ling tea tree. Soon, Bai Manting became pregnant, and the couple relocated to reside beneath the cliff. Although Bai Manting believed she had grown familiar with the Chen residence, her face was filled with disbelief upon entering the cliff. The abundance of spiritual energy and the plethora of spiritual herbs, not to mention the ancient bronze palace and Chen Mo's various collections, left her in awe. In her eyes, even a grand sect with a god transformation stage powerhouse would struggle to possess such depth. Given time, all of this would surely translate into the strength of the Chen family. 10 months might not seem long or short. On the day of production, Bai Manting was in labor. Chen Mo paced nervously outside the door, acutely aware that his spiritual energy had reached the critical edge of the great perfection of the golden core stage. He had been diligently suppressing his advancement, waiting for the final moment. To avoid an early breakthrough, he had refrained from self-cultivation, yet the members of the Chen family continued to grow stronger each day, intensifying his inner turmoil. If he did not achieve a breakthrough this time, whether he could continue to suppress himself for another 10 months remained uncertain. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the difficulties he faced. Who could understand the vexations of a cultivation realm that rose so effortlessly? Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to watch. As the cries of a newborn filled the air, the system prompt rang in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations! The host has produced a descendant with the Han Mei physique, gaining a special constitution as a result. Congratulations, the host has received a 1st grade spiritual root, elevating the host's spiritual root level to 1st grade. Congratulations, the host has acquired a special 5 elements constitution, along with the martial art Mei Hua San Nong and 100 years of diligent cultivation experience." A torrent of martial arts memories surged into Chen Mo's mind. The Mei Hua San Nong was a celestial grade technique tailored specifically for the Han Mei physique, possessing profound and mysterious powers. Chen Mo was ecstatic. He had indeed gathered all 5 special constitutions. Moreover, his child with Baimonting possessed the exceedingly rare first-grade spiritual root. In his joy, Chen Mo's spiritual energy finally reached its last critical point, and a breakthrough was imminent. Before the breakthrough, he visited the delivery room to comfort Baimonting and the newborn. He then flew to the training ground of the Chen residence. The Chen family members had been waiting, led by Chen Jiuyao, who had achieved the great perfection of the 10th layer of qi refinement. Chen Mo's gaze swept over his children. Today marked my breakthrough into the Yuanying stage. I hope you can absorb the fragments of heavenly insights as much as possible and grow swiftly. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Chen Mo sat cross-legged, gradually levitating into the air. As he circulated his spiritual energy, fine cracks appeared on the fist-sized golden core. With his spiritual energy already on the verge of a breakthrough, the moment he ceased suppressing it, everything fell into place. He recalled the secret method transmitted by Luo Ho. His lips moved, and his spiritual energy flowed accordingly. Metal lung, condensing the 5 elements lung qi with the red gold body. Wood liver, condensing the 5 elements liver with the Hanmei body. Water kidney, condensing the 5 elements kidney with the ice spirit body. Fire heart, condensing the 5 elements heart with the yin fire body. Earth spleen, condensing the 5 elements spleen with the thick earth body. With each phrase spoken, corresponding spiritual energy flowed into the golden core, constructing the organs of the Yuanying within. Once all steps were completed, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. Break for me. The golden core shattered abruptly. A small, exquisitely sculpted version of Chen Mo sat cross-legged amidst the broken golden core. Although newly formed, he appeared far sturdier than other cultivators who had just reached the Yuanying stage, as those typically attained such a state only after absorbing heavenly insights. This was entirely due to Chen Mo's exceptionally solid foundation and his formidable 5 elements special constitution. At this moment, he felt he could wield 5 elements Tao techniques effortlessly, akin to the innate human instinct for eating and drinking. Next, he was to receive the insights of heaven and earth. Chen Mo closed his eyes once more, preparing to embrace the heavenly revelations. However, the insights did not descend as expected. Instead, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped his heart. Husband, be careful. It seems to be a heavenly tribulation. The cultivator, Fei Shuang, exclaimed in alarm. The other female cultivators were equally astonished. Heavenly tribulation? Wasn't it only the tribulation stage cultivators who encountered such phenomena? How could it occur to my husband at the Yuanying stage? The might of this tribulation is formidable. Will my husband be all right? Rumor has it that among ancient cultivators, those with exceptional talents might trigger a heavenly tribulation upon breaking through major realms, indicating